Turning over in bed, the wooden slats creaked. Zhou Qilan sprang up abruptly, his back hitting the wall. His eyeballs were still twitching rapidly, and his fingers clutched the bedsheet so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The sensation of falling from a great height and the pain of shattered bones lingered in his nerve endings, surging through his body like an electric current. After a pause of a few seconds, his breathing finally caught up with the rhythm. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The skin on his cheek burned fiercely. It hurt, truly hurt. But a stronger emotion took over. A smile cracked at the corners of his mouth, almost reaching his ears. I'm back. I'm actually back. His fingers ran over his intact arm and his unbroken ribs. He grabbed the phone from beside the pillow. The screen lit up, showing the date clearly, June 27th, 2023, 0918. He cursed the words squeezed out of his throat with a tremor. If his memory was correct, there were less than 70 hours left before that volcano erupted and the world turned upside down. 3 days. 3 days. What could be done? Rush to the supermarket and haul a few cases of water. Find a warehouse and pile up some canned food. With the pitiful balance in his bank account, he couldn't even fill a single shelf. Maybe he should just do nothing. Find a comfortable place, drink himself into oblivion, and close his eyes when the apocalypse came. At least he wouldn't have to go through all those disgusting things again. But several faces flashed through his mind. Ai Weiwei Tang Dahai Chao Bowen Zhangku. Every single face was carved into his bones. The most agonizing one was Ai Weiwei, the woman he had pursued with all his heart for 2 years without even securing an official title. Looking back now, all those sweet words from her mouth were nothing but bait to keep him hooked. Just then his phone vibrated. The name on the screen made his pupils contract. Ai Weiwei. Still lazing in bed. Didn't you promise to go to the mall with me today? Her voice was clear with a hint of a pleading tone at the end, overlapping with another sentence from his memory. Push him off, he's nothing but skin and bones. It would be a waste of firewood to even stew him. The same mouth, 2 different tones. He didn't answer. She went on by herself. I'm hungry, Zhou Qilan. Why aren't you saying anything? Honey, are you feeling unwell? He'll finish up and come see you. Wait for me. Before the call ended, he heard his own breathing become steady and slow. Light seeped through the gap in the living room curtains, casting a thin golden line across the floor. Zhou Qilan stared at that line, his eyelids twitching a few times, his knuckles pale from clenching. Ai Weiwei was still talking on the phone, her voice sweet and soft, like it was coated with icing. She said she really couldn't make it today. Her best friend had arranged a shopping trip. They hadn't seen each other in ages, and she would definitely accompany him next time. Zhou Qilan tugged at the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh. Last night he had believed that same excuse. He even thought she was sensible, loyal to her friends, more reliable than those girls who abandoned their pals after getting into a relationship. But at 2 in the morning, the scene he stumbled upon in the bar was like a nail hammered into his retina. Ai Weiwei pressed tightly against a man's chest, his hand slipping under her clothes from the hem, the two kissing noisily against the wall. He had never seen that expression on Ai Weiwei's face before. On the other end of the call, Ai Weiwei was still chattering her tone, carrying a pleading tale. Zhou Qilan's fingers slowly traced the edge of the metal table. The icy touch brought him a moment of clarity. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, Ai Weiwei suddenly lowered her voice and told the truth. At that moment, she was sitting on the lap of a rich second-generation heir, taking a call while letting his hand slide up from her thigh. The blood vessels at the back of Zhou Qilan's head throbbed violently. His temples felt like 2 red-hot iron rods were piercing them simultaneously. He heard his own voice squeeze out of his throat, dry as sandpaper scraping glass. Fine, come over. He hung up. The lock clicked open. If she dared to step into this room, he would make sure she forever remembered whether those feet walked in or crawled out today. Death was too quick. He wasn't going to give her that mercy. He wanted her to live. Let her watch with her own eyes how the sky outside darkened inch by inch. Let her hear with her own ears the screams erupting from the city on the first night. Let her taste with her own flesh, when order collapsed and darkness descended, how much those things once easily promised and trampled were worth in blood and flesh. While these thoughts churned in Zhou Qilan's mind, the pain deep in his temples suddenly detonated, as if someone had swung a hammer inside his skull. He bent over, his knees hitting the coffee table. Before the pain reached his nerve endings, the sharp agony receded clean and swift like an ebbing tide. Zhou Qilan slowly straightened his back, his pupils contracting sharply. Deep within the sea of consciousness, if that chaotic void could be called a sea of consciousness, a faintly glowing sphere floated. The surface of the light orb was covered in intricate patterns like some kind of biological embryo or a cocoon yet to hatch. He recognized this thing. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, this light orb appeared in the world for the first time. Before that, everyone thought humanity would awaken superpowers like in old sci-fi novels. But after 5 long years of silence, just as everyone gave up hope, the first psychic emerged. Then the first wave of evolved individuals followed. Most of those abilities were of little practical value. Some could change their hair color, some could make a glass of water hot out of nowhere, some could foresee what would happen 3 seconds later in their sleep. But without exception, all the psychics successfully completed their evolution, leaving the mortals, who had neither powers nor evolution, far behind. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, 99. 99 of mortals had either become cannon fodder pinned to the bottom of the slave chain or were sent as breathing rations to certain things' mouths. In his previous life, Zhou Qilin never even touched a ripple of psychic power. He died among the mortals on the edge of mud and decay on a rainy night 3 years after the true apocalyptic canvas had unfurled. And now the light orb appeared in his sea of consciousness. A space-type ability, that would be great. Zhou Qilin licked his dry lips, murmured, and extended his consciousness toward the orb. The moment he touched it, countless images flooded his mind. Not weapons, not energy, not any combat or defense type he had imagined. Those images lined up in rows dense like a city traffic map folded countless times. It was vehicles. All kinds of vehicles. Cars, bicycles, motorcycles, trucks, construction vehicles, and even a few disconnected train cars. The name that lit up in his consciousness was 2 Chinese characters. Symbiosis. He closed his eyes again. Half a minute later his chest heaved as he exhaled a long breath, his knuckles clenched white. That ability, called Symbiosis, boiled down to 4 rules. First, once bound to a vehicle, all subsequent operations were driven by the mind, not by hand on the steering wheel. Second, the bound vehicle would be shoved into an invisible crevice that no one could see. Third, while it was still shrunk in that crevice, you could weld plates onto it, screw on both swap parts. Fourth, whether you rode it or modified it, it consumed energy and materials, none of which could be skipped. What truly made his chest burn was a little detail tucked into the second rule. That exclusive storage space, although it couldn't fit even a grain of sand besides the bound vehicle itself, didn't care what was loaded inside the vehicle. Wasn't that a mobile warehouse for hiding goods? At the thought, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily into a grin. He muttered to himself, was this a case of losing east, but gaining west? Originally, he only wanted a light, fuel-efficient toy that was easy to park and turn. Now he felt he should aim for something that could hold more stuff inside. Maybe a heavy tractor trailer for containers. Data scrolled through his head. The most common standard box is 12. 2 meters long, 2. 4 meters wide, 2. 9 meters high. Empty volume about 80 cubic meters. Don't scoff. Loose rice has a density of about 0.8, so 80 cubic meters could hold 100 tons. If he consumed 1 kilogram per day, that would last 273 years. Even if rice went stale over time, he would eat only about 28 tons from age 24 to 100, leaving room to stuff a bunch of other junk. Moreover, the truck cab itself could hold some odds and ends. In a pinch, he could hitch another trailer. Wait, trailer. His eyes lit up, then he slapped his forehead, cursing himself for having pig feed for brains. Even a pig knew you could attach trailers one after another. What if he symbiotically bound an entire freight train? His fingers tapped the screen to search. A diesel locomotive could haul about 50 cars. If each car carried only 2 containers, that's over 100 boxes, 8,000 cubic meters. He swallowed. For a moment, he wanted to rush out and hijack a train. But within minutes, the heat cooled. No, a train couldn't be symbiotically bound. Most trains nowadays ran on electricity. When disaster gnawed the power grid clean, what would he feed that iron beast? Without electricity, without tracks, a deadweight freight train was just an 8,000 cubic meter scrap iron cage. Good for nothing but storage, not even a single hair of utility. Besides, he couldn't even pull together enough money in his pocket to buy a small van, let alone fill a whole train with supplies. As for using that warehouse for free shopping, barely 3 days left, and he'd have to secure a train first. It was plainly nonsense. His final thought nailed itself to the ground. As long as there was any other option, he wouldn't touch that pile of scrap iron. The first time I perform symbiosis, there's no threshold and no cost. I must lock in the most vicious thing. Before the words died, the screen in his palm flashed suddenly. He thought it was a message from my Weiwei. He looked down. It was a news alert. But once his eyes landed on the first line, he couldn't move them away. His fingertips paused on the keyboard for a moment. Zhou Qilin stared at the numbers on the screen, his throat dry. He double-checked the data lines. Length over 300 meters, width between 40 and 70 meters, mass top structures aside, the sheer hull exceeded 40 meters in height. Full load displacement over 11,000 tons. 2 nuclear reactors claimed to last 50 years, outputting over 200 megawatts of electricity. Hangar space nearly 6,000 cubic meters, enough to hold over 700 standard containers. What made his heart race most was the last line of small print in battle-ready state. 1 supply run could sustain 5,000 people for 3 months, including food reserves. He closed the browser and slammed his palm heavily on the table, making the water cup jump. Let's do it. When he uttered these 2 words, his voice was calmer than had expected. When the call connected, the sound of keyboard typing came from the travel agency. Zhou Qilin stated the destination. The other party paused for 2 seconds, as if checking the flight schedule. Bro, if you can get your passport now, there's a flight tonight. But the fare, don't worry about the money. Zhou Qilin cut him off. Then I'll come pick up the passport. At 5 o'clock on the bus, Zhou Qilin leaned against the window, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his knee. The 730 flight departed on time. 4 hours later, it landed at the island nation's capital airport. As the bus passed through the city, neon lights on both sides of the street dyed the window in colors. Young girls in eccentric costumes passed by. A few slowed down to look at him, one even called out a greeting. Zhou Qilin didn't understand the syllables, nor did he care to ponder them. The hotel room booked by the travel agency was on a high floor with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the harbor. The lights were especially bright tonight because a certain ocean fleet was anchored at sea, ships sent by the island nation's ally for a visit. Zhou Qilin knew those gun barrels weren't just for ceremony. He turned off the room light and stood by the window, his gaze cutting through the shadows of other vessels in the harbor, locking onto the largest silhouette. That was the lead ship of the Tefyu-class aircraft carrier, named the Tefyu. What rule in the world said an aircraft carrier couldn't be considered a vehicle? Zhou Qilin decided it was, so it was. He drew the curtains and walked into the bathroom. As the water rushed, only one thought occupied his mind: not tonight. The lights over the harbor were too bright, and the patrol boat was still cruising on the water. He had to wait until the moment everyone let their guard down. The colorful flags on the opposite shore of the harbor flapped loudly in the sea breeze. An American sentry patrolled the dock with a rifle to glare from the barrel, stinging the eyes. The Tefyu was moored in that stretch of water, its shadow nearly covering half the dock. Zhou Qilin crouched behind a stack of containers, earbuds and fingers lightly tapping his knee. He remembered clearly that tomorrow there would be a boarding day. America was holding a so-called open event allowing civilians to walk on the deck. Then he would be able to touch the Tefyu. He stood up, zipped his jacket to the highest, and tucked his neck into the collar. The smell of sea mixed with the pungent odor of diesel filled his nostrils, and he tasted a hint of bitterness on his tongue. Zhou Qilin licked his lips and turned back. On the way back, he passed a narrow alley where an old woman was squatting on the ground, burning ghost money, the firelight flickering on her face. Zhou Qilin quickened his pace and turned into a brighter street. The hotel room was small with a window facing the harbor. He pulled the curtain aside a crack. The Tefyu, with a few dim yellow lights glowing in the night, lay like a giant beast resting on the water. Zhou Qilin turned off the light and lay down. The mattress springs screeched beneath him. He closed his eyes, running through tomorrow's plan over and over in his mind. Touch the hull, activate symbiosis, and leave. It was that simple. June 28th. The sun had just climbed over the rooftops and the harbor was already bustling. Colorful ribbons hung from buildings, fluttering along the harbor railings. Some people had painted fancy patterns on their faces, though others wore wigs and bizarre costumes, singing and dancing in the street. Zhou Qilin squeezed through the crowd, his shoulder bumping into arms and stepping on someone's heel. Ears filled with screams and horn honks, drums pounding so hard that his temples throbbed. He bypassed the queuing crowd and saw the Tefyu in the distance. The hull looked even larger than yesterday, the gray steel plates warm from the sun. The reflection on the water was broken into patches of light by ripples. Zhou Qilin's fingers began to tingle. He shoved his hands into his pockets, clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms. His knees felt weak. He had to slow down, lean against the roadside railing, and catch his breath. A young man ran past him, bumping into him, shouting something in Japanese and laughing as he ran off. Zhou Qilin paid no attention. His eyes were locked on the Tefy's mooring lines. Those thick black mooring lines extended from the bow, wound around the bollards on the dock, like tentacles reaching out from the hull, tightly gripping a part of the land. He walked slowly, lightening his steps. Next to the bollards were a few discarded tires, giving off a smell of burnt rubber. Zhou Qilin crouched down, pretending to tie his shoelaces. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings. People around were either taking photos or cheering. No one noticed him. He reached out his fingertips, touching the cable's surface, cold metal and rough friction. He took a deep breath and pressed his palm fully against it. Buzz. A tremor shot from his palm deep into his bones, as if his blood had turned into electric currents surging through his body. Zhou Qilin's teeth began to chatter, and a creaking sound came from within his bones. He tried to pull his hand back, but found he had no strength. His entire body seemed welded to the cable. The trembling intensified, spreading from his fingers to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his spine, until even the sky in his vision began to shake. He clenched his teeth, biting his lip, slightly tasting rust. Only one thought remained in his mind. Hold on. Just hold on. When the searchlight from the bridge swept across the deck, that figure remained with its head raised. The surrounding visitors held up their phones, their cameras tracking the wings of the fighter jets lined up on the deck. No one noticed his clenched fists slowly loosening, nor did anyone realize he could no longer hear the engine roar. Only a high-frequency vibration buzzing in his ears. The observation posts hidden in the shadows of the harbor buildings swept their binoculars across his position multiple times. But he looked like an ordinary military enthusiast, no different from the excited tourists with flushed cheeks around him. So those gazes slid away like water droplets on a waxy surface. The next second, only empty concrete remained where he had stood. If anyone happened to capture that moment, they'd likely attribute it to an afterimage on their retina. After all, a living person couldn't simply vanish unless it was a stage trick. When the high-frequency vibrations that had been scraping his eardrums ceased, Zhou Qilin found himself immersed in a state he had never experienced before. He couldn't describe his bodily perception at this moment. It was as if he existed simultaneously beneath every inch of the steel deck surface or had been extracted into a thin mist. He understood that he had embedded himself into this colossal vessel named the Tefyu. No, the word embed was not accurate. The relationship between him and the aircraft carrier was more like two streams of liquid metal merging. A kind of instinctual awareness surfaced in the depths of his consciousness. As long as he wished, in the next second, he could appear beside the mahogany desk in the captain's cabin or in the shadow above the third pipe in the engine room. And he had no fear of being detected because his current state surpassed the spectrum range of all detection instruments. The feeling was too strange, too overwhelming. He recalled the news page he had seen before coming here. The text on the screen was like a fishing line dragging him from the hesitant shore into this sea. If not for that inexplicable click, he would never have conceived the absurd idea of merging with an aircraft carrier in his mind. At this moment, the data panel of the symbiosis ability was changing. Symbiosis. Basic 100-1000. Symbiote vehicle large surface vessel unnamed. Available symbiosis, slots 0. Storage space, 01. In his past life, he had never been blessed with any supernatural ability, so naturally, he had no way to compare whether other awakened individuals' panels were the same. For now, he could only rely on himself to explore the rules behind these numbers. The entire structure of the Tefyu aircraft carrier was laid out like a blueprint in his consciousness. The routing of pipes, the distribution of compartments, the location of the hangar, even the creases on the star-spangled banner hanging on the wall of the captain's office. He could take over all operational control, or rather he had become the ship itself. Ordering to fire was no different from moving a finger. The conversation between two people in the captain's quarters appeared directly in his perception. Those English words flowed through his consciousness as naturally as his native language. He could detect a certain pre-holiday relaxation in the captain's voice. The visiting event ends at 3:30 sharp, followed by routine maintenance. After maintenance, free time is arranged. Except for essential duty personnel, all officers and soldiers can leave the ship for shore leave. He heard himself let out a low, hoarse laugh. The laughter echoed through the empty steel cavity like a gear suddenly trembling. The manifest of the Tethys payload unfurled in his consciousness. 20 F-35C fighters, 24 FA-18F fighter attack aircraft, 7 EA-18G electronic warfare planes, 5 E-2D early warning aircraft, 3 CMV-22B Osprey transports, 19 MH-60RS multi-role helicopters, 5 NQ-25A unmanned tankers. Armored personnel carriers and various wheeled vehicles filled the lower hangar. 3 small submarines and 6 unmanned underwater vehicles were neatly arranged in the well deck. All these things were now under his control. They belonged to him, yet felt distant because he didn't know how to use them. This feeling was like holding a key that couldn't open any door. The metallic touch was so real, yet the keyhole hid in an invisible place. His consciousness gently touched the cold warheads and wings, sensing the rhythm of waves lapping the waterline outside the hull. After dark, most guards would leave the ship, and that door might reveal a gap. The numbers on the supply list still felt fresh with ink. Aviation fuel and gasoline totaled exactly 10,000 tons, 6,000 tons of various ingredients and condiments, 8,000 tons of daily consumables stuffed in the cargo holds, and 50 tons of medicine stacked in the constant temperature warehouse. Zhou Qilin's fingers slid across the paper, and 2 dry laughs squeezed out of his throat like rusty iron scraping concrete. He tilted his head, his gaze glued to the numbers, mumbling vague syllables over and over. Mine. Mine. All mine. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, soldiers on the Tethys deck began to evacuate the visitors. The mooring lines swayed by the gangway, metal clanging as the crowd flowed down the ramp to the dock, footsteps chaotic and hurried. At 3:30, the doors at the staircase were closed and the cabin lights went out one by one, entering the routine maintenance period. At 5:30, it was the turn of the soldiers joining the shore carnival to leave the ship. They jumped onto the dock in 2s and 3s, laughter and curses mingling in the evening sea breeze. At 6:00 sharp, the captain and several officers walked down the gangway, leather shoes tapping on the metal steps with a dull sound. Their uniforms were crisp collars, open faces, showing post-relaxation fatigue. By 7:00, fewer than 300 people remained in the steel giant that had originally accommodated over 5,000. The highest-ranking officer was a lieutenant colonel named Magri, in charge of aviation affairs. He didn't join the shore festivities. Instead, he summoned 2 female soldiers to his cabin. The pop of a bottle opening, the low-frequency vibration of music, the clatter of heels on the floor, all mixed together. Outside the window, the harbor was brightly lit. He felt there was nothing to worry about. The capital port of the island nation with the American fleet anchored nearby, what could go wrong? As Magri was swaying against the wall with a female soldier, the sea at the stern of the carrier suddenly churned as if stabbed. White foam surged, black spray splashed onto the hull. The steel cables on the shore writhed violently like a swarm of electrified snakes, slipping off the bollards in a few twists and hissing back into the winches inside the hull. The windlass roared into motion, chains rattling as they drew water, lifting the 30-ton anchor from the seabed. The wet anchor clanked into the bow, hawse-hole water streaming down the hull in dark streaks. The entire process took only 10 minutes. The Tefyu began to slowly turn its hull, cutting through the water, leaving an arc of ripples. This commotion finally alerted the people on the dock, including the American soldiers on other ships. Fuck, why is the Tefyu moving? Someone leaned half out of a porthole, voice scattered by the wind. No orders. No one gave orders. Another voice came from the deck with a metallic tremble. Contact the Tefyu. Now. The communication channels of the American fleet exploded instantly. The operator's headphones were filled with noise, shouts overlapping, but there was no response from the Tefyu. Only the crackling static remained on the radio like a silent mockery. The captain of a destroyer slammed the railing hard, the metal tube humming. He gritted his teeth at the communications officer behind him. Contact the National Defense Department. Tell them the Tefyu has been stolen. Unlike that nuclear-powered carrier, whose reactor never shuts down, conventional powered ships take at least 3 to 5 hours from the captain's start order to actual operation. By the time the boilers of those destroyers and cruisers began to preheat, the Tefyu had already sailed out of the harbor, its massive silhouette gradually swallowed by night and fog. The real captain on shore and others had just run back to the dock, panting, their boots slapping on the concrete, eyes chasing the increasingly blurred silhouette on the sea. The captain's lips trembled without making a sound. His whole body seemed boneless as he leaned against the railing, fingers gripping the iron bar until his knuckles turned white. Whether the carrier could eventually be recovered or not, he was finished. This thought was like a nail driven into his head, impossible to pull out. No sooner had the U.S. Department of Defense issued its urgent directive than the secretary realized he might never have the chance to command again. As he hurried back to his office, the beads of sweat on his brow still fresh, the news had already spread across the globe like wildfire. The directive was simple: order the base on the island nation to dispatch fighter jets to track the USS Teford, while also compelling the island nation to join the pursuit. After all, they were inextricably implicated in the carrier's disappearance. Yet the news was so explosive it could not be suppressed. Zhou Qilin's video of driving the USS Teford away went viral online, becoming a global trending topic within half an hour. Due to the time difference, netizens in the Great Xia Nation were the most fervent in their debates. I'm dying of laughter. The U.S. carrier just took off without a word saying goodbye to its master, huh? A comment thread instantly soared. Do you think that AI system crashed? I've always said artificial intelligence is unreliable, but the AI code on the USS Teford was probably written in square characters, so it decided to return to its roots. Return to its roots, my foot. I'd rather call it abandoning darkness for light. Could it be our nation's doing? If so, all I can say is, well done. Aren't you guys curious where the USS Teford is now? Click my avatar to see its real-time location. That scammer up there, do you really think anyone's stupid enough to fall for it? Damn, what a broken link full of ads. The online frenzy was just the tip of the iceberg. The truly frantic were the various nations and intelligence agencies. The nearly 80-year-old U.S. president suffered a heart attack from rage, swallowing several rounds of quick-acting heart pills, yet still couldn't speak 3 sentences without wheezing like a bellows. The Secretary of Defense wiped sweat as he drafted his resignation letter, the pen tip trembling. The reactions from other nations were strikingly uniform, outwardly pretending to console the U.S., while secretly all sending signals to the USS Teford, desperate to uncover who had been so audacious as to hijack an aircraft carrier. Everyone assumed this was the work of a highly trained team of professionals. An ordinary person couldn't even find the carrier's hatch, let alone operate the U.S.'s most advanced nuclear-powered behemoth. But the USS Teford maintained radio silence, ignoring all signals. Aboard the ship, chaos reigned. The over 300 people left on board, including Lieutenant Colonel Magri, were all frantically pounding on doors and windows. Many of them sensed something amiss immediately, but before they could act, the hatches automatically closed and locked. The USS Teford had seemingly come alive, not only restricting their movements, but also jamming all communication signals, outright revoking their access. They had no recourse but to pit their fists and boots against the metal doors. Why pound so hard? As if you could break through. Zhou Qilin sat firmly in the captain's cabin, piloting the USS Teford at maximum speed toward the territorial waters of the Xia Nation. He had considered storing the carrier in his dimensional space, but that would mean he and everyone on board would plunge into the sea. If he did that in port, countless gun muzzles would be aimed at his head in the next second. Even now, having left the port, safety was far from guaranteed. It was obvious that U.S. fighters would soon catch up, and might even. The sea surface shimmered with grayish-white foam as the USS Teford's hull sliced through the water, swimming northward like a silent metal whale. In the cockpit, Zhou Qilin's fingers rested on the edge of the control panel, feeling the faint tremors transmitted from the hull, a pulse like that of a living creature. After the symbiosis, the steel behemoth's bones, blood vessels, and nerves were all connected to him. The thought flickered in his mind for only an instant, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, before he extinguished it. That sort of thing wasn't to be used casually unless he wanted to end up a stray dog on a wasteland. The USS Teford's current speed had surpassed its officially stated maximum, reaching about 55 kilometers per hour. At this pace, even the fastest destroyers and cruisers on the sea were left trailing behind. The only threat could come from the sky. From the bases on the Korean peninsula to the island nation, it would take fighter jets roughly the time of a meal to take off, accelerate, and reach this area. He looked up, gazing at the sky through the monitor screen. The clouds were thick and gray, like a waterlogged blanket pressing down on the sea. The catapults on the USS Teford's deck were empty, and he had no idea how to start the fighters stored in the hangar. Symbiosis had granted him an instinctive ability to operate the ship's weapon systems. Turret rotation, target locking, adjusting, closing weapon systems. He could do all these with his eyes closed. But getting a fighter off the deck was a different story. From that perspective, he was indeed a sitting duck. Yet he knew the Americans wouldn't open fire immediately. The ship's cost could buy a small city, and the cabins held over 300 uniformed hostages. 40 minutes later, the sea breeze suddenly shifted direction. Several dark silhouettes emerged from the folds of the clouds, carrying grayish-white payloads under their wings. They circled at a high altitude, then a radio transmission crackled with a standard military tone. "This is command. USS Tefford, please respond." Silence. The message repeated twice, each time more insistent, and by the third time it had become an ultimatum. USS Tefford, failure to respond will result in forceful measures. Still no reply came over the radio. But on another channel, countless eyes were fixed on screens in the darkness. The agencies that had secretly intercepted the signals the netizens glued to live streams. All heard a young man's voice emerge from the USS Tefford's communication system. "This is the USS Tefford." The moment his voice fell, the fighters overhead immediately ordered him to shut down the power system, stop the ship, and await boarding for inspection. Otherwise, they would launch an airstrike. A faint smirk tugged at Joe Cheelan's lips, but he said nothing. His fingers danced across the keyboard, uploading a video to the internet. A close-up shot showing U.S. soldiers running back and forth on the deck, their boots thudding against the steel, the glare off, their helmets blinding. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the White House office. The U.S. president tossed a third heart pill into his mouth, swallowed it, without chewing, slammed his palm on the desk, his face turning a livid purple. He bellowed at the roomful of advisors, "Get me a plan immediately. Anything short of nuclear weapons. Anything." The engine roar overhead faded as the fighters climbed, turned, and vanished into the clouds. But Joe Cheelan knew this was only a temporary reprieve. Intelligence agencies quickly deduced the USS Tefford's trajectory. It was heading toward the Sia Nation. When the news reached the White House, a state of maximum alert was declared, and the State Department called the Sia Embassy with a tone as sharp as a blade on the negotiation table. "Sia Nation, please carefully consider the consequences of your current actions." The Sia Foreign Ministry spokesperson's response was a different matter. He deflected the force with a rhythm akin to Tai Chi, neutralizing it completely. First, he solemnly declared that the Sia Nation did not encourage extreme acts of violence. Then he earnestly requested that the party involved in the hijacking ensure the safety of foreign military personnel. Finally, he pivoted, stating that if the party involved had any needs, the Sia Nation was willing to provide necessary humanitarian assistance based on the principle of proximity. This statement exploded across the Sia internet. Someone typed in a comment box, "Principle of proximity. Highlight that hijacker, Big Brother." Another chimed in, "Our humanitarian aid is worth having." Someone added, "I heard our fleet has already set sail, probably to protect the U.S. soldiers. Please settle the fuel bill first." His fingers tapped 3 times on the cool metal armrest. Joe Cheelan stared at the figures diving into the sea on the monitor, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. At 5:17 a.m., the salty Pacific wind blew into the control room. He yawned and nudged his coffee cup to the edge of the table. Just after midnight, the sky above the island nation seemed splashed with paint. 7 colored ribbons of light twisted through the clouds. Some people held up their phones shouting "Aurora," while others huddled in bed scrolling forums calling it an omen. Joe Cheelan remembered it from his past life too. The experts argued on TV for 3 days, and in the end no one won. But the volcano in the U.S. The activity deep underground had already been detected by research instruments. When the red alert flashed, the duty officer's hands trembled so badly he couldn't hold his coffee. Yet the White House had no time for tectonic movements then. Everyone in the Oval Office was pacing, muttering the same name, USS Tefford. At 1:30 a.m., 2 rows of lights illuminated a runway at a military base on the island nation. The sound of transport plane tires grinding against concrete was like tearing fabric. Inside the cabin, 24 figures in camouflage checked their weapons. The team leader stood at the hatch, clutching a stack of photos, a face circled 3 times in red pen. He shouted something back, eliciting a whistle and a few pats on chest insignias. At 4:50 a.m., the transport planes skimmed the wave crests. When the hatch opened, the sea wind sliced like a blade, and the 24 figures dropped one by one. Parachutes blossomed into white flowers on the sea surface. The propellers of 3 underwater thrusters churned up foam as they swam like sharks toward the same direction. Joe Cheelan straightened his seat back slightly and typed a series of commands on the keyboard. On the radar screen, 24 dots suddenly began to drift. He reached for his coffee cup, watching the dots veer further off their intended course, finally tracing arcs across the screen like snapped branches. If the radar were just for show, I'd have been fired as a monitor long ago, he muttered to the empty control room, his voice half drowned by the hum of the air conditioning. A pale glimmer appeared outside the window. Joe Cheelan recalled that at this time in his past life, he was gnawing on compressed biscuits in some underground shelter, his mind full of that face. Calls wouldn't connect, the signal was intermittent. He crouched in a corner, dialing over and over until only a busy tone filled the earpiece. Later, he understood that some paths once broken could never be rejoined. Communication lines could be fixed, detours could be found, but some things once severed could never be reconnected. He raised his hand and touched his neck. The metal pendant was icy cold. In his past life, he died never knowing what happened to the 3 people in that building back home. He wouldn't make that mistake again in this life, but the moment the thought surfaced, his finger hovered over the communication button, almost pressing it. His wrist froze for half a second, then slowly withdrew. The USS Tefford's signal could reach halfway across the globe, but the moment he pressed that key, his name would land on the desk of every intelligence agency chief within 3 minutes. Those people had eyes sharper than eagles. They could trace the signal to that building, detain the people, and wait for him to walk into the trap. The human heart is not something to be tested. Zhou Qilin downed the cold coffee, the bitterness spreading from his tongue to his throat. He remembered clearly that in the coming months, several volcanoes on the island nation and in the U.S. would erupt one after another, the Earth's crust cracking like a ceramic plate struck by a hammer, tsunamis leveling Pacific coastal cities, and ash falling like snow. Those disasters were far from his hometown. The traffic lights there would still function, and the supermarkets would still sell rice and flour. As long as he got back before then with this ship and the memories in his head, he could at least save those 3 people. Sunlight squeezed in from the horizon, painting the USS Tefford's deck gold. Zhou Qilin lowered his head, staring at the back of his hand for a few seconds. There was an old scar, a relic from a ruin in his past life. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking softly. Not this time. The words were faint, swallowed by the roar of the propellers. In the captain's cabin, Zhou Qilin stood with his arms crossed before the console, shaking his head. He pressed a button and hurled a video into the public communication channel. In the footage, soldiers from the beautiful country lay strewn across the deck, like toppled building blocks scattered by the wind. His own voice served as the background, pressing into every receiving terminal with unhurried calm. We won't endure this forever. Consider this a warning. If such a thing happens again, well, randomly select 50 of your men and send them to their deaths. Also, all the classified files on the Taifu, well, dump them into the public channel for the whole world to see. Pandemonium erupted on the other end. Some cursed him as a madman, others questioned his audacity, and a few voices whispered to stand down. The beautiful country's side was engulfed in chaos, unable to form a unified stance. On Xia country's side, the atmosphere was starkly different. Almost everyone was waiting to see how the beautiful country would respond next. The barrage and comment sections exploded with activity. Is that all? Keep going, you coward. Don't back down, take them heathen. Aren't they supposed to be the world's #1? This tactic proved effective. For a while afterward, the beautiful country's actions became markedly cautious. It was June 29th, 2 in the afternoon. The island nation of Honshu suddenly trembled. The tremor was shallow and the numbers weren't high, but the nerves of the entire world tightened in response. If the aurora from the dead of night could still be dismissed as a natural phenomenon, no one dared to gloss over this one. It was the final warning that the island nation's largest volcano was about to erupt. Before experts could even open their mouths to analyze, people on Honshu had already begun fleeing in droves. Those living near the volcano in particular dragged their families onto anything that could move. Outside Honshu, the ultra-wealthy had already made their moves, private jets lifting off one after another their destinations, either the beautiful country or Obei Prefecture. Nations one by one shuttered their offices on the island and issued notices urging their citizens to leave as soon as possible. Xia country's response was even more dramatic. It directly deployed a fleet from Haishang City capable of carrying 200,000 people heading toward the island for evacuation missions. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Qilin tightened his own affairs. He was a man of Xia country. He couldn't hand the Taifu directly over to the nation, but he could package the mountains of data aboard it. Material parameters, fighter jet maintenance manuals, early warning aircraft operating instructions, nuclear reactor control system codes, the carrier's integrated management software. To Xia country, these were worth more than gold. They weren't just filling gaps, they were like a key that could pry open the entire research system and leap it forward a notch. In his past life, just before his death, Zhou Qilin remembered clearly how the people of Xia country had poured nearly all their resources into saving as many lives as possible. The contents packed into these boxes of hard drives might one day, when the apocalypse truly descended, help more people stand their ground. I suppose this counts as leaving a path for Xia country for humanity. He paused, glancing at the box head spent 4 hours assembling. Inside, rows of hard drives were neatly arranged, each one packed to the brim. The box itself was specially modified, its shell resembling the structure of an airplane's black box, capable of withstanding violent impacts and extreme temperatures. After closing the lid, Zhou Qilin stowed the box into the cargo hold of an unmanned underwater vehicle. At exactly 10 in the evening, the Taifu adjusted its course, slightly decelerating at a point about 100 kilometers from Xia country's evacuation fleet. No lights shone on the sea, only moonlight fractured into silvery white scales. Zhou Qilin sent an unencrypted message over the communication channel. The Taifu signaled to Xia country's evacuation fleet. Good evening, everyone. Have you eaten? We're about to release the beautiful country's people along your route. We hope you'll exercise humanitarian spirit and extend aid. Xia country replied, just finished a midnight snack. Well, rescue those in the water. Anything else? This exchange bore a distinctly Xia country flavor. Probably only the people of Xia country would ask if someone had eaten in their opening remarks. Zhou Qilin's lips twitched at the reply. Suppressing a smile, he added, good. We trust in the integrity and credibility of Xia country's people, but for God's sake, be thorough when you pick them up. Don't miss anyone. Xia Country's fleet responded, understood. Rest assured, the Xia Country evacuation fleet extends its profound respect for your action in releasing the hostages. Respect. Profound. What respect did a bunch of beautiful country soldiers need? Zhou Qilin instantly grasped the subtext. Regardless of what other nations, especially the beautiful country, might think after hearing this exchange, he directly opened the ship-wide broadcast. Let me tell you the truth, the apocalypse is near, the world is ending. You have two paths before you. First, they'll give you lifeboats. Soon Xia Country's evacuation fleet will pass by here, and they'll take you in. Second, they'll send you to meet your god. You have 15 minutes. Those who want to leave, raise your hands and assemble on the deck. Zhou Qilin was keeping these beautiful country soldiers alive for one purpose only, to cover for those data files. Even if the beautiful country suspected collusion between him and Xia Country's fleet, they wouldn't dare to openly shell their own people, would they? 15 minutes later, about 300 beautiful country soldiers stood on the deck, all obediently waiting. Excellent. Now you can release the lifeboats. Several naval guns swiveled around their dark muzzles, holding the entire scene in check. No one dared to move. But not everyone was docile. Lieutenant Colonel Magri, for instance. The beautiful country will never yield. He shook his clenched fist. Still got some fight left in you. Zhou Qilin curled his lip. Just what I need, a sacrificial chicken. Go on, glorious Lieutenant Colonel Magri, may glory be with you. The next second, a flash of fire from the cannon's muzzle, a thunderous roar. Flesh splattered, and a mist of blood filled the air. Before everyone's eyes, Lieutenant Colonel Magri used his own body to prove to his comrades. Zhou Qilin meant every word, cold-blooded and decisive. This demonstration served as an effective catalyst, sobering up the rest. At least that shell wasn't wasted. Zhou Qilin watched as the deck emptied, nodding with satisfaction. Once everyone was aboard the lifeboats, he placed the box of hard drives into the unmanned underwater vehicle, set the hovering depth, and quietly pushed it into the sea. That device would remain 50 meters beneath the lifeboats, waiting for Xia Country's fleet to retrieve it. The deck of the Teifu trembled slightly beneath his feet. The low hum of the nuclear-powered engines penetrated the steel plates and reached his eardrums. Zhou Qilin clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palms. Every step that needed to be taken had been executed without fail. All that remained was to hope that the heavens would grant him this favor. Losing the hostages meant the so-called safety barrier had completely vanished. No one could predict whether the beautiful country's forces would emerge from behind the clouds at any moment, perhaps even with small warheads. At the same time, in a bunker across the ocean, fluorescent tubes hummed with electrical current. The beautiful country's interim Secretary of Defense shot up from his chair, slamming his palm on the table. We must turn the Teifu into fragments right now. My orders have already been issued. 3 new strategic bombers have just taken off from domestic runways. Within 3 hours at most, that iron coffin will be located and then completely obliterated. Zhou Qilin was unaware of this. He was crouching in the cargo hold when a line of text jumped onto the display screen. A message from Xia Country's evacuation fleet had arrived. The beautiful country soldiers in the sea had been rescued. The other side emphasized that not a single one was missed and added, "We express our profound respect." He typed back, "You're welcome," and sent it off. His fingers didn't stop, continuing to scroll through the inventory list. After merging with the Teifu, every weld and every pipeline of this ship felt as though it were connected to his nerve endings. A mere thought could steer it or accelerate it. But the items piled in the ship's compartments were different. Those cardboard boxes and the reserves in the freezers required a Hansen inspection to be certain. Having taken such a huge risk to acquire this colossal vessel, failing to explore every nook and cranny would be like walking down a dark road in new clothes. All the fun would be lost. Surviving the apocalypse meant relying on these stockpiled supplies for everything from food to shelter. His fingers slid over the seal on the freezer door, pushing away the frost. Inside neatly stacked cardboard boxes, he pulled one open and the hamburger patties were still cold. As a warship capable of holding 5,000 people, its food reserves were staggering. The freezers and dry storage spanned several rows with over 1 million hamburger ingredients alone, enough to feed the crew 10,000 burgers a day. Zhou Qilin mused that if his family of 4 ate 20 hamburgers a day, they wouldn't finish them in 100 years. Meat made up the bulk of the freezer's inventory. Pork, beef, and lamb were all frozen separately. Rice and flour were stored in moisture-proof bags, while dehydrated vegetables and canned fruits were piled high like small mountains. In a corner, a few wooden crates were pried open, revealing evenly marbled Wagyu beef, fat-encased foie gras, neatly arranged jars of caviar, and dozens of cases of premium seafood. Staples would last for years, and beverages and snacks were equally abundant. There were at least 10 tons of cola concentrate in the refrigerated tanks. A tap on the tank wall confirmed the quantity was ample. 2 barrels of that concentrate mixed with purified water and dry ice could yield 250,000 liters of cola. What beautiful country person didn't drink cola? Stocking this much on the ship was only natural. The nuclear reactor churned out energy continuously, keeping the freezer at a steady minus 60 degrees Celsius. As long as the core didn't malfunction and the nuclear fuel wasn't depleted, the food wouldn't spoil. Zhou Qilin patted the freezer door. Ice shavings fell onto his hand, bitingly cold. 14. Nearly 2,000 tons of reserve grain plus an ultra-low temperature freezer that couldn't run out of power. It nearly smoothed over every ounce of unease in Zhou Qilin's heart. If he had to nitpick, there were only two issues. First, there wasn't enough ingredients suited to Xia country's palate, and second, regional condiments were too scarce. For instance, the chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and Dabanjiang that people from Bashu couldn't live without were present, but only in a few small bags. He'd need to stock up more on his return. He jotted a few notes in his personal notebook. Compared to the mountains of food, the clothing supplies on the carrier were monotonous and meager. They consisted mostly of military uniforms for men and women in various sizes and purposes covering all 4 seasons, along with a batch of insulated combat suits for polar regions, though not in large quantities. Fortunately, Zhou Qilin wasn't particular about clothing. Military uniforms and combat suits were designed for practicality, which happened to align perfectly with what people would need in the apocalypse. It was just barely sufficient. Shelter required even less thought. Based on the order in which natural disasters would strike, Zhou Qilin had no intention of straying far from his hometown for the time being. Bashu had been called a blessed land since ancient times. As long as he picked a suitable spot, camouflaged the carrier, and deployed it, his family could live in unparalleled security. Freezing couldn't penetrate it, extreme heat was handled by air conditioning, floods couldn't reach it, and it wouldn't collapse. Just thinking about it made it hard to suppress a smile. The more he inventoried, the more Zhou Qilin felt he had chosen the right path. Others scrambled, desperately scavenging here and there, picking and choosing, and still couldn't carry everything. But for an ordinary family, the biggest obstacle was money. Unless they went down the path of zero-cost shopping from the very start. A shrill beep, beep, beep alarm suddenly exploded, interrupting his inventory. Rasm detected. Warning. Rasm detected. Warning. Rasm detected. Warning. Rasm. That was the beautiful country's most cutting-edge anti-ship missile, reportedly still in the testing phase and never deployed in combat. Damn it. With a single thought, Zhou Qilin had already teleported from the storage room to the captain's quarters. The red light above his head was wailing furiously, the alarm piercing his eardrums. In the sky, several slender silver-gray silhouettes were hurtling toward the Taifu at Mach 1.5. They wove into an S formation, then a B formation. Only when they were about 20 kilometers from the Taifu did they plunge sharply toward the sea surface, skimming the waves as they began their sprint acceleration. The beautiful country's people had truly pulled out all the stops. The first wave of anti-ship missiles numbered no fewer than 12. If even 1 or 2 locked on successfully, they could tear a massive hole in the Taifu. On the Taifus radar screen, there wasn't a single warship or aircraft in sight. That meant these missiles had been launched from at least 350 kilometers away. At such a distance, it was no wonder they had to deploy RASMs. If it had been just 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4, Zhou Qilin wouldn't have panicked. After all, the systems aboard the Tefyu, the Rym-162, Rym-116, and the 15 Malawian Quatches, 20mm phalanx CIWS, were far from mere decorations. The moment Zhou Qilin's fingers touched the control panel, the first dozen Rym-162 Sea Sparrows broke free from their launchers. These medium-range anti-missile projectiles tore through the air with a piercing shriek, the shipboard combat system locking onto targets within fractions of a second. White trails of exhaust carved 12 arcs in the low sky, diving straight toward the fast-moving black specks on the horizon. Moments later, the second layer of defense, the Rym-116 rolling airframe missiles, began to stir. Their engines ignited while still beyond the RASM's engagement range, the missiles trembling violently on their rails like beasts eager to pounce on their prey. Zhou Qilin could feel the vibrations through the deck. The phalanx's barrels were spinning up, its hydraulic system humming a low guttural drone. If the first 2 lines failed, this storm of metal capable of spewing 4,500 rounds per minute would be his final shield. Less than 10 kilometers from the hull, the trajectory of those missiles was impossible to track with the naked eye. Zhou Qilin clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. He had planned for the worst. 36 interceptors would at least consume the bulk of the LRSMs. The phalanx would mop up any stragglers, and even if 1 or 2 got through, damage control protocols were in place. But what he saw was something else entirely. The Sea Sparrows veered off course at the last instant before impact, and the rams made similar evasive maneuvers, both swerving past the RASM's exhaust trails to splash into the empty sea. What the hell? Zhou Qilin's Adam's apple bobbed. He tried to initiate a second launch sequence, but the system flashed an out-of-range warning. All hope now rested on the phalanx. In the next second, the carrier's fire control system began adjusting the barrel angles, the crosshairs in the night vision scope, locking onto the incoming targets. But instead of the roar of a barrage, the barrels started shaking violently, as if an invisible hand was shoving them toward the target, while another force wrenched them back into place. The barrels jerked back and forth, tracing chaotic arcs through the air like the flailing hands of a drunken dancer. The Sea Sparrows had fled the battlefield, the rams had fainted, and the phalanx was performing a ridiculous jig. Zhou Qilin's temples throbbed. He didn't even have time to ponder the cause. The LRSMs, undeterred, breached the final 10 kilometers, all of them dropping their altitude to skim the water's surface. Those silver-white warheads sliced through the sea mist, casting fast-moving shadows over the glimmering waves, like master swordsmen foregoing flashy techniques, their blades aimed unerringly at the vital point. It's over. Zhou Qilin's lips were dry. Even the Tefyu, for all its strength, couldn't withstand a concentrated strike from over a dozen anti-ship missiles. If the waterline armor was breached, the inrushing seawater alone would capsize this leviathan. He could almost hear the piercing shriek of torn steel and the roar of water flooding the compartments. He closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, the anticipated explosion never came. Zhou Qilin slowly opened his eyes just in time to see the LRSMs, having brushed past the ship's side, suddenly pull up into a near-vertical climb. Their exhaust flames licked the hull's anti-rust coating as they shot into the depths of the clouds. All that remained on the sea were the water trails and the dissipating, scorching exhaust. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe it? Zhou Qilin smacked his forehead and grinned. I'm a fool. These things are on our side. Both militaries had a system of IFF codes to avoid friendly fire. Ironically, the Americans had forgotten about this too. Those 12 anti-ship missiles had never had their IFF codes changed. As a result, the carrier's defense systems didn't engage the weapons, and the weapons themselves at the last moment veered away, targeting nothing. Zhou Qilin touched his chest, steadied his breath, and continued sailing the carrier forward. Instead of heading south as planned, he turned northwest. This route seemed to take him farther away, but he knew his reasons. On June 30th, just 45 minutes past midnight, the volcano on the island nation finally erupted. Scientists worldwide had been watching, but no one expected it to be so violent. It was as if it had been holding its breath for too long, unleashing its fury all at once. Millions of tons of ash and gases shot into the sky every second. Within 10 minutes, the skies over the entire island nation were in utter chaos. The ash and toxic gases spread like a plague. Within half an hour, neighboring countries and regions were issuing their highest-level warnings one after another. The Americans had made their first move against the Tefyu, but it had ended in a colossal blunder. It took them a while to figure out what went wrong. They ordered the stealth bombers to land at the nearest base so ground crews could manually modify the weapon system's IFF codes for a second strike. Just as the pilot ignited the engines, an emergency order from home came through. The volcano had erupted. All operations were suspended. The ash plume from the island's volcano contained an alarmingly high concentration of metallic particles. In the areas blanketed by the ash, all electromagnetic detection equipment was rendered useless. The thick volcanic cloud also completely blinded satellite-based optical surveillance. Just as I thought. Zhou Qilin stared at the alert from the Tefus radar system, knowing he had played his cards right. With long-range detection, crippled no nation or power could keep track of the Tefus position. Zhou Qilin turned off every light on the carrier, plunging the surrounding sea into an impenetrable darkness. After confirming there were no other ships nearby, Zhou Qilin donned his diving gear, deployed an unmanned submersible, and jumped in after it, guiding the small device away into the distance. Floating on the surface, he looked back at the Tefyu. It sat there silent as a mountain. But Zhou Qilin felt no fear because this mountain was his. Tefyu retrieve. He swung his right arm. The gesture wasn't necessary, but it felt more satisfying. The mountain-like carrier vanished from the sea surface in an instant, leaving behind a chasm over 300 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 20 meters deep. In the next second, seawater from all sides surged in with a thunderous roar, creating a massive wave. By then, Zhou Qilin had already dived into deeper waters, swimming east without looking back. The volcanic eruption had turned the skies over the island nation into a chaotic mess, swallowing electromagnetic waves. For a full 6 hours, no signal could be transmitted. The Tefyu had simply vanished from the radar. No one knew where it had gone. No one heard its final transmission. This was exactly what Zhou Qilin had planned. If he had sailed that massive hunk of metal into a port in Xian Nation in front of the whole world, it would have caused an international incident. When the disaster first began, the major powers still had their armies intact, and their long-range weapons were far from rusting. If the Americans had been determined to start a war using the Tefyu as a pretext to launch a few missiles at Xian Nation's cities, Zhou Qilin's life wouldn't have been enough to atone for it. But now things were different. The Tefyu had vanished in international waters. No matter how much the Americans raged, they couldn't pin this mess on Xian Nation. The seawater was bone-chillingly cold, but Zhou Qilin's chest felt as if it held a fire. He had done it. He had actually done it. The coastline drew nearer. He ditched the submersible while still a distance from shore. Swimming to the beach, he stripped off his diving gear. These things were worth a lot, but he couldn't let anyone see them. At 4 in the morning, Zhou Qilin stood on a beach in Daoqing City, dripping wet. It was pitch black with not a soul in sight. He quickly pulled dry clothes from the bag he had borrowed from the Tefyu, grinning like a child who had stolen candy. As soon as Zhou Qilin sat down on the high-speed train to Xin City, his phone vibrated. It was Ai Weiwei. She asked where he had been and why his phone was unreachable yesterday. Business trip, Zhou Qilin uttered curtly. He had no intention of telling Ai Weiwei what was about to happen. His mind was on another matter, whether to deal with this woman before returning home. His phone vibrated again. Ai Weiwei sent a text, "Haven't seen you in 2 days, don't you miss me?" Zhou Qilin snorted. Too lazy to type, he held down the voice button. "Miss you? I fucking miss you to death." It sounded like a lover's sweet talk, but his teeth were grinding as he said it. Someone in the seat next to him chuckled softly. Zhou Qilin turned his head and saw a young woman. She was quite pretty, pursing her lips as she looked at him. Sorry, I don't usually laugh unless. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Qilin's face. Zhou Qilin's brow twitched. A thought surfaced in his mind. In the days to come, a beautiful young woman like this without any real skill would likely become fish in a pond, easy prey. His lips moved, but he swallowed the words before they could escape. Wu Shui caught the flicker of pity in his eyes. Her pupils contracted slightly, and the smile on her lips withered like frost-touched petals. She said nothing, but the warmth in her eyes dropped by a few degrees. Just then his phone screen lit up. Ai Weiwei sent another message asking when Zhou Qilin would be back. Found something new to use as a pretext for me to play the fool again, Zhou Qilin muttered to himself, his finger hovering over the screen. He suddenly realized how incredibly stupid he had been in his past life, letting a woman like Ai Weiwei lead him around by the nose like a puppet. He'll come find you. Wait for me. Ai Weiwei didn't notice the chill in his voice. Her mind had already drifted elsewhere, whether to buy a new jacket or a new shoulder bag when Zhou Qilin returned. Zhou Qilin closed her chat window, ignoring Wu Shui standing beside him. He opened his call log and dialed a familiar number. On the other end of the line, the real estate agent's voice sounded pleasantly surprised. Cash only. We'll handle the paperwork tomorrow. The price is 20% below market value. I'll add an extra 5% to your commission. For every day you delay, you lose 1%, and the price goes up by 5%. The agent agreed, eagerly, his tone full of confidence. After hanging up, Zhou Qilin closed his eyes. His temples throbbed. He felt a stone lodged in his stomach, a surge of anger and helplessness. That woman, Ai Weiwei. If he could, he would end it all with one stroke. But he clearly remembered the scene he had accidentally witnessed in his past life. Her voice had leaked through the crack in the door along with Chao Bowen's low chuckle. Their conversation had mentioned ability orbs. If it were just for a single orb, Zhou Qilin wouldn't have hesitated for a second. He would have made her bleed right there. But the information revealed in their talk was like a hook piercing the softest part of his heart. Chao Bowen had spoken with such certainty about an organization behind him. An organization that by the 5th year of the apocalypse had amassed a pile of ability orbs and had understood their secrets from the very beginning. Was it true or false? Zhou Qilin couldn't be sure, but he preferred to believe it was true. For his father, mother, and little sister, he needed to give them a real chance to survive the end of the world. Ability users evolvers, the sooner the better. If he could use Ai Weiwei to get close to Chao Bowen, and through Chao Bowen find that organization and get to the ability orbs. What was Ai Weiwei's life worth? Compared to his parents' and little sister's future, she wasn't even worth a blade of grass. Besides, letting her breathe a few more days would give him more chances to torment her. It was a deal he couldn't lose. But that was for later. For now, Zhou Qilin was more eager to understand his own abilities. Above the ability panel floated 2 characters, symbiosis. Beside the level, a number glowed faintly, beginner 103, 1000. The lines of text beneath it seemed alive, pulsing slightly with his gaze. In the symbiosis vehicle bar, a single line lay dormant. Large surface water vehicle unnamed. Symbiotic capacity 0. Storage space 0. Let's give it a name first. Zhou Qilin stared at the line of text, a few thoughts flickering through his mind. Teifu. Might as well call it Life Fu. The moment the thought settled, the characters in the ability column rippled like water, rearranging themselves. The word symbiosis remained, but the number beside it had silently changed. Just past 3 in the afternoon, the heat wave hit his face at the entrance of the Property Rights Trading Center. Zhou Qilin glanced at his mobile banking app. The string of numbers in his account made him press his tongue against his palate. Over 5 million in cash. The fruits of his labor were finally in hand. He sidestepped a man rushing past with a briefcase, swiped his thumb across the screen to change the delivery address to his hometown's house number, then dialed his mother Cheng Yali. The sound of a spatula clanging against a wok came through the phone. Cheng Yali's voice carried the smell of cooking oil. What? You're coming back. She paused as if moving the wok off the stove. It's not a holiday, why are you coming back? Mom, don't you miss me? It's not that. Young people should focus on important things. Are you bringing Bing Bing? Zhou Qilin ground the tip of his shoe against a loose tile on the ground. She's busy. Not this time. I bought some packages, help me receive them when they arrive. That big room at home is still empty and unsold, right? It's empty, no one's touched it, Cheng Yali said. Keep it for me. Zhou Qilin hung up without mentioning the brewing disaster news. He booked a high-speed train for early the next morning. All civil aviation routes along the East China Sea coast had been suspended. His fingers swiped across the screen a few times. He stuffed the thicker winter clothes from his wardrobe into LiFuss virtual storage, then tossed in a lighter from the kitchen drawer, a few rolls of plastic wrap, and an unopened box of Band-Aids. The doorbell rang. He pulled open the door, a plastic takeout bag swung on the doorknob. Then he saw Ai Weiwei standing in the corridor, light, her face pale, like paper soaked in water. Why are you here? Ai Weiwei's fingernails dug into her palm. You sold the house. Zhou Qilin's lips twitched. Yes, so what? She rushed forward 2 steps, her heels clicking sharply on the hallway tiles. Didn't you say this house was the wedding home your parents bought for you? She scanned the living room. The curtains were taken down, only a crooked cardboard box remained in the corner. 5 million. Zhou Qilin didn't respond. Her face tightened further. How could it only be 5 million? She gritted her teeth, swallowing the rest of her words, her tone shifting. Where's the money? It's in my account. Zhou Qilin smiled faintly. What, you want to manage it for me? AI Weiwei's Adam's apple bobbed. After a few seconds her arm looped around his, and she leaned sideways, her chest pressing against him almost imperceptibly. Her voice softened. Selling it is fine. I know a new development opening soon. Let's go see it tomorrow, okay? 5 million is enough for a 3-bedroom 2-bathroom place over 100 square meters. Zhou Qilin looked down at her fingers clinging to his sleeve. 5 million is hardly enough. He didn't call her out, waiting to see how this act would unfold. It's barely enough for a down payment. We can pay off the mortgage together slowly after we're married, okay? Ai Weiwei spoke while pressing closer to Zhou Qilin's arm, her rubbing movements so pronounced that he inwardly frowned. This girl wasn't old, but her body was loose, clearly having been handled too many times. The ridiculous part was that in his past life, he hadn't noticed a thing. She talked a good game, but if they actually went to the sales office tomorrow, she would definitely insist on adding her name to the contract. He would pay the down payment, bear the brunt of the monthly installments, yet she would take half the property rights. If they didn't end up getting married with her name on the property deed, she could still squeeze a tidy sum out of him. This deal was cleaner than getting something for nothing. Thinking this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Zhou Qilin's mouth. Eaten. If not, we can make do with a meal together. I've eaten. Ai Weiwei basically never ate dinner. Her facial features weren't delicate enough, so her figure was her biggest asset. Well then, don't leave tonight. Zhou Qilin tossed out the line casually while chewing his food. Ai Weiwei was stunned. Didn't I tell you? My family upbringing doesn't allow premarital. Besides, we haven't officially confirmed our relationship. I see. Then let's not go tomorrow. Zhou Qilin didn't even look up. You? Ai Weiwei was dumbfounded. The person before her seemed to have swapped souls. Zhou Qilin had never spoken to her like this before. Her mind rapidly reviewed the changes in his attitude over the past few days, and sudden alarm struck her. Could this simp have met another woman? No way, she couldn't let anyone cut in line. If it came to it, she'd stay tonight. For the sake of 5 million, she could bear it. Fine, I'll stay here with you tonight. Don't get any ideas, it's just pure company. Zhou Qilin laughed. What he was thinking was, you, this beat-up car that's been through countless hands, still pretending to be new. Do you think I actually care? I plan to go back to my hometown tomorrow. Bashu, didn't we say we'd go buy a house tomorrow? Ai Weiwei pressed. My mom said if I bring my girlfriend home for the family to see, she'll pay for the wedding house in full. Hiss, really? Ai Weiwei's eyes darted the corners of her brows, brimming with undisguised delight. She had clearly already agreed, but she insisted on putting on a coy, reserved act. To make sure she took the bait, Zhou Qilin deliberately showed a nervous expression. I just wanted to ask. If you're free, could you come back with me? I really truly don't mean anything else. Since you're being so sincere. Ai Weiwei pouted slightly. I'll try to ask my company for leave. I haven't agreed to be your actual girlfriend. I'm just helping you out this once. As for the future, well, that depends on how you perform. Go ask for leave, I'll book your ticket. Watching Ai Weiwei's fake coquettish act, Zhou Qilin nearly burst out laughing. The future? I swear on my brother's name, you will have a very special future. Until you've tasted the bitterest ups and downs, until you've suffered enough torment worse than death, I won't be able to swallow this anger. The air at 2 in the morning was thick with the smell of wet asphalt. Zhou Qilin stared at a lit window in an apartment building across the way, grinding his molars in frustration, letting that girl die so cleanly. Heaven itself wouldn't allow it, but he had to pull his claws back in and let her breathe until they reached Bashu. He slid half his body under the covers. In the darkness, the crack on the ceiling looked like a winding river. What fun was there in just snapping her neck? The debts from over a decade in his past life couldn't be settled with a single moment of satisfaction. After the apocalypse, the cinemas were closed, games were dead, even a lighter couldn't muster a decent nightlife. Slowly toying with her became a way to pass the time. Where was that bastard Tang Dahai holed up in some sewer now? Chao Bo and Zhang Ku, and all those other scumbags who later banded together. They were all like ash scattered in the wind, untraceable. But if Ai Weiwei was still alive, there was a chance that she'd run into one of them sooner or later and reconnect. At the thought, his throat tightened as he swallowed the bitterness in his mouth. He had to uproot them all, not a single one could escape. If he missed, even one or two he'd be staring wide-eyed in his coffin for the rest of this life. The light outside the window suddenly went out. Zhou Qilin let out a light, airy laugh into the night, his lips moving without sound. The meaning was probably, girl, you better hold on, don't do anything stupid, or you'll lose a lot of fun. She hesitated at the door for a moment. Really not keeping me? Zhou Qilin shook his head, told her to pack her things, and said see you tomorrow. After the door closed, he returned to the bedroom, pressed the back of his head against the pillow, and let his consciousness sink, sliding into live fuss metallic corridors. This aircraft carrier had an absurd number of empty rooms. The living quarters alone meant, for over 5,000 crew members, totaled at least 100,000 cubic meters, conservatively the equivalent of over 1,000 shipping containers. Then there were the storerooms piled with junk, the tarp-covered workshops, the empty hangars. Every single space could hold a good amount of goods. He probably wouldn't be returning to Shenzhen in this lifetime anyway. He figured he needed to pull off one big heist before leaving. The car city on the south side of town had been tempting him for days. It wasn't that Lai Fu had no vehicles, but that sleek, domestically made armored personnel carrier would be too conspicuous driving around in broad daylight. It would surely cause trouble. 3 blocks down the street, a stretch of land was plastered with several brand signs. The cars in those showrooms would probably never be sold in this lifetime. Zhou Qilin planned to take a stroll there before dawn, then head straight to the train station after finishing up. At 3 in the morning, his phone alarm buzzed 3 times. He got up, splashed cold water on his face, tightened the water valve in the apartment, pulled the main power switch, took one last look at the living room he'd lived in for 3 months, closed the door behind him, and went downstairs. At 3:30, even Xinjin was deep in slumber. Not even a stray cat could be seen on the streets. Zhou Qilin fastened his helmet, skirted around the cameras blinking red under the streetlights, and crept along the base of the wall to the iron fence at the back of the car city. After confirming no one was around, he pried open a gap in the fence and squeezed through sideways. The showrooms were lined up in a row, some lit with pale white lights, others dark as if painted with ink. Occasionally, he could see a security guard passing by with a flashlight. But in this lot spanning dozens of acres, those few patrolling figures were like ants nowhere near him. If he was going to do it, he'd do it thoroughly. Ordinary stuff wasn't worth his attention. He specifically picked the tough vehicles that could traverse rough roads and ram through zombies, even in the apocalypse. At the east end of the showroom were 2 Mercedes-Benz G63s, their alloy wheels still wrapped in protective film. He'd take them. He didn't even glance at the BMW X7 next to it, and he looked down on the Audi Q7. Further, in a Land Cruiser with reinforced steel plates welded to its chassis, good, he'd take 3. In the corner, 4 customized Ford Raptors were tucked away perfect. There were also 2 Unimogs with spotlights mounted on their bumpers. He smiled and hooked the keys to one of them into his pocket. He had lost count of how many times he had swept this path. Zhou Qilin stared at the silhouettes of several tall RVs at the end of the parking lot, a grin tugging at his lips. These hunks of metal piled up there looked like fattened cattle waiting for slaughter. He managed to snag 3 of them. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, they just literally couldn't fit. Take the Armadillo, for example. Its body alone took up over 10 square meters, weighing 23 tons. The price tag on it once would have been enough for him to brag about at a late-night snack stall for a lifetime. Before, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such luxury, let alone touch it. In the end, getting things for free is the most satisfying. Zhou Qilin walked out his steps, lingering with a hint of relish. It was a shame these things could only rot in storage now. Otherwise, he would have just driven one straight from Shenzhen all the way back to Bashu. After dawn, the news of the missing cars from the car city didn't even make a ripple online. The reason was simple. The supervolcano in the United States had erupted. What the Yellowstone volcano spewed out left no room for anyone. The volcanic ash punched straight through the cloud layer, churning the sky like an overturned inkwell. Lightning flashed in and out of the ash column, followed by fireballs that crashed down, pockmarking the ground. Anyone who saw that scene had their legs trembling like sieves. After 10 minutes of eruption, the earthquakes followed. The earth was torn into fissures, buildings collapsed like toy blocks, and everything was reduced to rubble after just a few shakes of magnitude 7 or 8. Some people crawled out of the ash heaps, their faces blackened beyond recognition, either wailing in heart-wrenching agony or standing dumbfounded as if their souls had been lost. The rest didn't even have the chance to crawl out. They were mixed with the steel and concrete, becoming an indistinguishable mess. The first estimates put the death toll at over 300,000. The internet laid everything bare under the sun, and the whole world saw that ash. But here in the Xia Kingdom, the cars on the streets were still running, the lights were still on, and life went on as usual. At the train station, Ai Weiwei wasn't alone. Beside her stood a woman dragging a suitcase. She wasn't as delicate as Ai Weiwei, but her chest boasted 2 extra curves. Yang Qiqi. The name popped into Zhou Qilin's mind, carrying a rusty taste. Ai Weiwei's best friend. According to the ledger of his past life, probably the kind who was just a label. Yang Qiqi had freeloaded off Ai Weiwei for 2 years, eating and drinking at her expense. Later they fell out over something. Ai Weiwei never said what, but Zhou Qilin guessed it had to do with their beds. He had no particular opinion of this woman. In his past life, his eyes saw only Ai Weiwei, all other females were mere air. And how did that end? Thinking back now, he had been utterly foolish back then. Qiqi also wants to go out for a stroll. You wouldn't stop her, would you? Yang Qiqi pushed up her glasses, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Zhou Qilin and Ai Weiwei. In front of her best friend, Ai Weiwei never showed weakness. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation in her tone. Zhou Qilin shrugged, thinking it was no big deal. He could afford the effort to escort one more person to their destination. Anyone who could hang out with Ai Weiwei was frankly a bird of the same feather, similar in character. On the train, Zhou Qilin barely glanced at Ai Weiwei. Even when he wasn't sleepy, he kept his eyes closed, flipping through fragments of memory over and over in his mind. 3 days ago, the great yellow volcano erupted, sending a plume of gray-black smoke high into the sky. Then on the 4th day, violent plate movements stirred the earth like an invisible hand. Volcanoes across the globe awakened one after another, including several within the borders of Xia Kingdom. Dense clouds of volcanic ash spewed forth. Beyond the visible disasters, collapsed houses and ruined farmland, the sky itself began to change, a far more deadly omen. In about 7 more days, the concentration of volcanic ash in the atmosphere would reach that critical threshold. Sunlight would be completely blocked, plunging the world into 3 months of darkness. Crops would fail in the fields, vegetables and greenhouses would wither en masse, and the food chain would begin to snap at its very root. The lack of sunlight would cause a sharp drop in temperatures on the surface and in the oceans. The drastic temperature difference would disrupt ocean currents, and hurricanes would strike the land with maddening frequency. In coastal areas like the small island next to Shun City, nearly 10 million people lived. Because evacuation was too slow, less than a tenth of them survived. Inland regions, though spared the ocean's raging fury, experienced an even faster and more brutal drop in temperature than the coast. In his past life, when Zhou Qilin and Ai Weiwei retreated with the army to the Nanhu area, the temperature there had already plummeted to over 20 degrees below zero. Later it dropped by nearly another 20 degrees. At its coldest, as he recalled, the thermometer had plunged past minus 40 degrees. He wondered if the Basha Basin might be a little better. But even if it really did drop to minus 40 degrees, Zhou Qilin had nothing to fear. The 2 nuclear reactors on the Lifu weren't just for show. Zhou Qilin, I'm hungry. The food cart had just been pushed past their carriage, and Ai Weiwei hadn't ordered anything. She had assumed Zhou Qilin would take the initiative to take her to the dining car for a proper meal. I brought this. Zhou Qilin pulled a cup of instant noodles from his backpack. Instant noodles? Didn't you just sell your house? You're eating this. Ai Weiwei's voice shot up, her eyes behind her glasses wide as saucers. Zhou Qilin had truly changed, becoming completely incomprehensible to her. Take it or leave it. If you want it, make it yourself. Zhou Qilin tossed the noodles into Ai Weiwei's lap, then stood up and walked towards the train's connecting vestibule to get hot water without a backward glance, offering no help at all. Bing Bing, what's wrong with him? Yang Qiqi adjusted her glasses. Since they were going out, she usually wore contacts. Wearing frames this time felt a bit strange. How should I know? He's just being a jerk again. Ignore him for now, I'll deal with him later. Forget it, I'm not eating anyway. I need to watch my weight. Sleep. Ai Weiwei bit her lips, slammed the cup noodles onto Zhou Qilin's seat, then pulled down her eye mask, striking a pose that said she wouldn't forgive him until he came to apologize. But Zhou Qilin had long seen through these tricks and paid no attention to Ai Weiwei's feigned indignation. While Ai Weiwei sat there fuming, she had no idea that as she tossed and turned, Zhou Qilin had already killed her several times over in his mind. By the time the train arrived at Shidu Station, night had already blanketed the city. Stepping off the platform, Zhou Qilin wasn't stingy. He led Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi into a hot pot restaurant. As the broth began to boil, the spicy aroma mingled with the fragrance of Sichuan peppercorns filled the air. I've already booked a hotel, it's nearby. Zhou Qilin picked up a slice of beef, saying it casually. Ai Weiwei's eyebrows arched slightly. Zhou Qilin's behavior over the past 2 days was indeed strange, but thinking of that multi-million-dollar deal, she swallowed all her questions. She had already decided in her heart that once the name on the property deed was changed, she would sever all ties with Zhou Qilin. If a man couldn't even sweet-talk a woman, what kind of simp was he? They cleared out the entire auto mall in one night. A person at a nearby table slapped the table and shouted, I heard the loss is tens of millions. What kind of car is that expensive? Must be trimmed with gold, right? Another voice chimed in. You laymen don't know anything. Each one costs over 10 million to start. Add custom kits, and it gets even more expensive. Zhou Qilin's chopsticks stopped midair. The news had already spread in Shidu. He lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his bowl. With surveillance cameras on every street, had someone already caught his trail behind those lenses? He would have to minimize going out. What is really worth that much? Ai Weiwei tilted her head and asked. Yang Qiqi also looked up. The spiciness of the Basha hot pot made her lips gleam red. She blinked as she panted. An off-road RV modified from a Benz heavy truck. 10 million is just the entry level. Zhou Qilin tapped the table with the tip of his chopsticks. 10 million is just entry level. Ai Weiwei's gaze drifted out the window. We'll probably never even touch one in this lifetime. The corner of Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched, his voice dropping low. Actually, it's nothing. I have one at home. Really? Ai Weiwei turned her head, her eyes lighting up. Why would I lie to you? Zhou Qilin snorted, setting down his chopsticks. Want to sit in it? MHM. Ai Weiwei nodded vigorously, smile lines spreading from the corners of her eyes. In your next life, Zhou Qilin murmured to himself, if there is one. But letting her see it wouldn't hurt. Let her experience what it's like to see something you can never touch. As for the risk of exposure, what could a dead person say? Before the sky was fully light, Zhou Qilin yawned and patted Ai Weiwei awake. Time to move. The car rattled along the national highway for over 2 hours. Zhou Qilin took out his phone and called his mother. When the taxi stopped, before them stood a rusty iron gate and a dusty farmhouse. Your home is in the countryside. Ai Weiwei, carrying her backpack, looked around in disbelief. She had always thought Zhou Qilin's family was at least moderately well off. Anyone who could buy a house outright in Shin City had to have some financial foundation. How could an ordinary farming family come up with so much money? Zhou Qilin didn't answer. He picked up his suitcase and walked straight towards the courtyard gate. Before he could touch the latch, a black shadow shot out. It was a large, stocky black dog, a low growl rumbling from its throat before it launched itself at Zhou Qilin. Heisey, stop. No licking. Zhou Qilin dropped his suitcase and used both hands to hold the dog's head, just barely avoiding a face-washing session. Following the dog out came a woman in her 50s with short hair and arms as thick as iron bars, exuding an air of efficiency. Chengyali stood at the door, grinning, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. Ai Weiwei stood frozen, unsure how to speak. Zhou Qilin didn't introduce them either. He pushed Haizi aside and hugged his mother tightly, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Mom, I missed you so much." Chengyali scolded him for using sweet talk to fool her, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes couldn't hide her smile. When her gaze fell on the yard gate, Haizi was blocking 2 figures, Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi. The lines on her face deepened. "Why aren't you letting them in? Your friends." Zhou Qilin leaned in, whispering in Chengyali's ear, "Mom, what if I said one of them wants me dead? Would you believe me?" Chengyali didn't press further. She led the 3 of them into the main hall. Haizi crouched on the doorstep, tail sweeping the bluestone slabs. At the end of the second-floor hallway, Chengyali settled the 2 girls in the room next to Zhou Qilin's. As the wooden door clicked shut, Yang Qiqi lowered her voice. "Bing Bing, your man's family is loaded." Indeed. The exterior was whitewashed with lime, but inside the floors were solid wood. The leather sofa gleamed, and the refrigerator hummed with cold air. Ai Weiwei's fingernails dug into her palm, her heartbeat quickening. With these conditions, maybe she could reconsider. If only Zhou Qilin didn't have that sister. In the next room, Chengyali locked the door behind her. "Explain yourself." Zhou Qilin rubbed his temples. "Mom, this story would take 3 days and 3 nights to tell." "Then give me the gist." Chengyali's eyes widened. "Mom, you know about Rebirth, right?" For over 10 minutes, the air solidified. When Chengyali had heard it all, her face was as pale as the whitewashed wall. So her voice trembled. "You died once." She didn't care about avalanches, earthquakes, or the sky falling. She only remembered one thing. That woman Ai Weiwei had conspired with outsiders to push Zhou Qilin off a cliff. The wooden floorboard creaked. "Mom, what are you doing?" Zhou Qilin grabbed her arm. "What am I doing? I'm going to chop that." Chengyali's eyes were bloodshot, her nostrils flaring as she dragged Zhou Qilin towards the door. "Mom, listen to me." Zhou Qilin turned and braced himself against the door. "The disaster has just begun, but society hasn't completely fallen apart yet. If we make a scene now, none of us will escape. Besides, killing her with 1 stab is too easy. Then what do you suggest?" "This anger is stuck in my throat. I can't swallow it." Chengyali's chest heaved. "We'll deal with that later. The urgent thing now is moving." "Moving? Move where?" "We have to move." Zhou Qilin nodded, his knuckles rapping against the doorframe. In his past life, he hadn't made it back to Shidu in time. But in that first month, the snow never stopped. In the plains, the snow buried buildings up to the 3rd floor. For a valley hollow like their home, the snow would reach the eaves in 3 to 5 days. The bottom layer would be compressed into solid ice, by its own weight frozen rock hard. Staying in a place like this meant waiting for death. He didn't mention a word about the Laifu. Not even Chengyali knew. "We need to wait for your father to get back for this. You said the temperature drop is in a few days." Chengyali wiped her face, her voice steadier now. "Mom, it's exactly 6 days. It's not just the cold. Even the sun won't be visible." Even though he had witnessed that scene firsthand, Zhou Qilin couldn't help but shake his head as he recalled it. For those living on the surface, a world perpetually shrouded in darkness, the oppressive feeling was enough to drive one mad. Chengyali nodded, etching every word into her memory. "They'll call your father right now and tell him to turn around and come home." "Good. But don't let a single word slip in front of Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi." Mother and son pushed open the door and stepped into the hallway. The door to the next room was still closed. Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi seemed to be rummaging through their luggage, still unpacking. This gave Chengyali a brief moment to compose her expression. By noon, as Zhou Kaijun finally stepped through the door, he was completely unaware of what was about to happen. The moment he saw Ai Weiwei, his face broke into a broad smile, and he clamored to open a good bottle of wine for a few drinks. But Chengyali shot him a single look, and his budding enthusiasm was doused like cold water, wilting instantly. During the meal, he could only lean in and mutter to Zhou Qilin, saying that in this house his position was getting more and more sidelined. Ai Weiwei, on the other hand, didn't sense anything amiss. As soon as lunch was over, Zhou Qilin dragged her and Yang Qiqi to a nearby farm. Over 20,000 square meters of sheds stretched out before them, packed with fat pigs and half-grown chickens and ducks. The 2 girls' eyes went wide, finally grasping the true extent of the Zhou family's wealth. Ai Weiwei especially stared at Zhou Qilin with a gaze that was practically sparkling. "How much are all these things worth?" Yang Qiqi, quick with her words, voiced the question Ai Weiwei was too embarrassed to ask directly. "It's hard to say exactly. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is counted by his livestock, but they aren't assets until sold. If an epidemic strikes, my parents' whole year's work goes down the drain." "Is that so?" Yang Qiqi pursed her lips, feeling that Zhou Qilin was just brushing her off. With over a dozen workers on the farm, the annual wages alone would cost millions. The family's profit couldn't be less than what they paid out. "Let's head back," Ai Weiwei said. She was calculating in her mind whether it was worth getting involved, needing to return quickly and tally the numbers. Zhou Qilin glanced at his phone. Chengyali had already messaged. He didn't want to waste any more time here. As soon as they stepped back inside, Zhou Kaijun casually found an excuse to call Zhou Qilin into the study. Though Chengyali was tall and hot-tempered, the real decision-maker in the family was the thin, unassuming Zhou Caijuan, who usually seemed meek before his wife. "Everything you told your mother, is it true?" The moment the study door closed, Zhou Kaijun's demeanor shifted, his face hardening like iron. Dad, would I joke about something like this? Mount Shifu and Mount Dahuang have both erupted. I know. Zhou Kaijun frowned, handing Zhou Qilin a cigarette. There are still over 1,000 pigs in the pens and 2,000 half-grown chickens and ducks. If we rush to sell them, losing money is the least of our worries. I'm afraid of arousing suspicion. We can't worry about that now. Liquidate what we can't handle quickly. We need to free up time to stock up on supplies. Zhou Qilin said. Zhou Kaijun was silent for a long time, the cigarette burning down to the filter before he stubbed it out fiercely in the ashtray. It wasn't that he lacked decisiveness. The apocalypse and rebirth. Either concept alone was too bizarre to fathom. If not for the global volcanic eruptions and the constant tremors, Zhou Kaijun would have surely sent Zhou Qilin to a psychiatric ward for a thorough checkup. Only 6 days left, he asked in a low voice. The farm was thick with the damp smell of animal waste. Zhou Qilin kicked a broken plastic pipe aside, his voice low and heavy. In 6 days the sun won't be visible. We have to move. Well, stay at the luxury penthouse in Lanshan that you and Mom bought for the next 3 months. As for here, whether it resurfaces in 3 months depends on luck. His meaning was clear. After 3 months the city's food reserves would be nearly depleted. Even if the authorities distributed rations, it wouldn't be enough. Densely populated areas would become targets, and sooner or later someone would make a move. Zhou Kaijun frowned, his nails digging into his palm. I'll handle the farm myself. You and your mother handle the purchasing. Take the pickup. What about those 2 women? How do you plan to settle them? The one who doesn't like the countryside. We'll drop her off in Lanshan when we go into town with Mom later. Let them clean and tidy up. Oh, just make use of them. You plan to keep them around long term. Dad, I'm not that stupid. Ai Weiwei definitely has to go. As for Yang Qiqi, I didn't have any major feud with her in my past life, but if I let her go and the information leaks. He paused, tapping his fingers against his pants seam. If it comes to it, I'll have to. Having lived through the chaos before his rebirth, Zhou Qilin's calculations were more intricate than most. Ai Weiwei still had value to be squeezed, the money in her bank account, part of which rightfully belonged to him. No, all of it was his. When he brought it up with Ai Weiwei, his tone carried a hint of helplessness, painting Zhou Kaijun and his wife as greedy elders who had set their sights on the house and wanted the title transferred to their names, but the remaining payment and transfer fees had to come from their own pockets. I didn't agree, Zhou Qilin said, spreading his hands. Why not? Ai Weiwei's lashes trembled, her voice suddenly anxious. Where would the money come from? The balance in fees are around 7 or 800,000. I can't ask my parents to empty their retirement savings. You don't have it, but I do. Ai Weiwei grabbed his sleeve. I can lend it to you. Lend. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhou Qilin's mouth, but he didn't let it show fully. Sheng Yali was crouched in the pickup bed, counting the packed waterproof tarps and compressed biscuits, the strap of her canvas bag digging a deep line into her shoulder. The drive from the Zhou family farm to Jiazhou City took less than half an hour. When the car stopped beneath the newly acquired luxury penthouse, Ai Weiwei craned her neck to count the floors, her eyes nearly popping out. She pressed close to Zhou Qilin's arm, whispering to ask how much the house cost. It's not Shenzhen, Mom said, under 5 million. By the way, the property registration can be done at 2 in the afternoon. Are you sure you want to lend me the money? If Ai Weiwei had any hesitation before stepping through that door, 17th floor, 380 square meters on paper, topped with a 150 square meter rooftop garden, made that hesitation evaporate like a water stain in the sun. She was determined that her name must be on the property deed. A pity it wasn't in Shenzhen, otherwise just for this house, she would never let go. Marriage, it had to happen. Write the IOU first, and I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. She spoke while still glancing toward the rooftop garden. Ai Weiwei's bank balance wasn't substantial, just over 200,000 in total. She had spent years orbiting wealthy young men who weren't foolish. They'd treat her to meals, entertainment, and small gifts, but actual cash was scarce. She had her own expenses, and saving that amount over several years had been a struggle. To secure a larger share of the house, she calculated the limits of all her credit cards and online loan platforms, then decided she'd also need to borrow a sum from Yang Qiqi. Her plan was clear: first use this money to show sincerity to Zhou Qilin's parents, then once back in Shenzhen, find a way to squeeze it back out of Zhou Qilin's pocket. She hadn't known his family's financial standing before, but since she'd decided to stick with him for a while, his wallet would be hers to manage. As for whether Zhou Qilin could earn enough, wasn't there his parents to fall back on? Ai Weiwei's abacus clicked away, but even the craftiest fox is no match for an old hunter. When she told Zhou Qilin that 70,000 was no problem, he immediately understood she planned to borrow money. Online loans don't disperse that quickly, so Ai Weiwei suggested they postpone the property transfer to the next day to give her time to gather more cash. Sure, Zhou Qilin agreed. But I'm going with Mom this afternoon to buy supplies for the farm. Want to come along? At the mention of farm, Ai Weiwei's mind instantly conjured images of feed sacks and chicken and duck manure, and she quickly shook her head. Zhou Qilin didn't push it, suggesting she explore the city on her own, try some Jiazhou street food, and they'd meet up after their errands. What are we buying today? Cheng Yali asked. 10 gas canisters, as much cured meat and sausage as we can get, various frozen goods, seeds, fertilized eggs for chickens, ducks, and geese. Stop. Cheng Yali waved her hand. I'm too old to remember all that. You just tell me what to buy, and they'll find the places. Deal. Deal. Every item on Zhou Qilin's list was familiar to Chung Yali from her days running the farm. She knew the vendors, even called ahead to have orders ready, so they could just load up, pay, and leave. The pickup looked dirty and beat up, but it hauled far more than a family car. They loaded a ton of cured meat, sausage, and frozen goods, plus another ton of rice flour and grains. Still not enough, but buying too much would raise suspicion. Zhou Qilin had Chung Yali place orders at different shops, scheduling deliveries near the neighborhood. Why not have them deliver to the door? It's exhausting moving it ourselves. After a long day, the money spent wasn't the issue if the fatigue was real. Better if no one even knows who bought it, Zhou Qilin said, wiping sweat from his brow. Think about it, Mom. When the city runs out of food, what will those who sold us grain think, and what will they do, eh? What will they do? They wouldn't just come and rob us. Will it really get that chaotic? Zhou Qilin nodded. It'll be worse and more brutal than you can imagine. Chung Yali was stunned for a moment. Then, should I call your grandfather? The sky at 5 in the afternoon was as dark as evening. Chung Yali looked up at the wall clock, startled. She was sure it was just past noon, yet here it was. Call him, Zhou Qilin said, standing by the doorframe, hands in his pockets. If it comes to it, see if he wants to come stay with us. He always kept his 3 elderly relatives in mind. When he was young and his parents were busy with work, he'd rotate between his maternal grandparents' and paternal grandparents' homes. During summer and winter breaks, he'd run wild in the countryside, visiting less often, only when middle and high school studies got heavier. After his maternal grandmother passed, his grandfather lived with his eldest uncle in Chung Yali's hometown. His paternal grandparents lived closer in the county's countryside, next to his aunt's family. Chung Yali and Zhou Kaijun had discussed it late into the night, finally deciding that no one would believe them anyway, so they'd only vaguely warn his uncle and aunt, then take things one step at a time. When did you say the communications would go down? Chung Yali asked, lugging a bag of rice into the storage room, catching her breath. After the heavy snow starts, the base stations won't last long before frequent failures. The government will keep sending people to repair them, but at dozens of degrees below zero, it's a life or death struggle. Whether they work is pure luck. Mother and son kept talking while working, never stopping. Before they knew it, the sky was pitch black. Chung Yali checked her phone. It was only 5. Confirming they'd finished the day's tasks, Zhou Qilin called Ai Weiwei and drove back to the farm with Chung Yali. When they entered, Zhou Kaijun was still bustling around the shelves. Half done. They'll finish the rest tomorrow. I've already settled the workers' wages. Zhou Kaijun walked over to Zhou Qilin, lowering his voice. It got dark too early today. It'll get light later and dark earlier tomorrow. Dad, humanity's good days are numbered. Zhou Qilin's voice was very low, the light in his eyes dimming. Zhou Kaijun patted his son's shoulder, the calluses on his palms scraping against the jacket fabric. Tomorrow, go pick up Lily first. I've already asked for leave from her teacher and told Lily she'll pack her bags tonight. I didn't tell her why. Jolie was 13, attending a private boarding school that required a family member to pick her up. Zhou Qilin nodded. All right. After I pick up Lily, they'll head straight to Lanshan. Mom has a batch of supplies arriving tomorrow. The 3 were exhausted to the bone. After dinner, they barely exchanged a few words before collapsing into bed. Meanwhile, in an underground research facility in the capital of Xia, dozens of figures crowded into a brightly lit conference room. The air was thick with a stale mix of coffee and sweat. Everyone was waiting for the supercomputer to finish its final simulation. It's out, a researcher staring at the screen shouted. Climate simulations demanded immense computational power and algorithms. Only a handful of countries in the world could achieve this level. What are the results? Someone removed their glasses and wiped sweat from their forehead with a sleeve. The results have been pushed to the terminals in front of you. Please review them. Before the speaker finished, everyone was already scrolling through their tablets. At the head of the conference table, an elderly man with a star-adorned shoulder badge spoke gravely. Let me remind you all, what you are about to see is a matter of national security. Unauthorized disclosure will be treated as treason. But no one looked up at the old general's face. All eyes were fixed on the numbers on the screens. Someone's lips trembled, their voice drifting. Is this really? The entire city would be plunged into eternal darkness within 10 days. No electricity, no communication, sunlight never to pierce the clouds again. In the conference room, a voice quavered. 10 days. What can we accomplish? Project Arc, someone replied. The old general's knuckles rapped against the table. Everyone, we must decide whether to initiate this plan. The Project Ember of Xia country was never a mere contingency from the start. In the early years of the nation's founding on a barren land to defend against the threat of annihilation from across the ocean, nationwide civil defense constructions were rolled out, and the backbone of it all was called Ember. Later, as the coffers swelled and the technological tree climbed higher, the plan's flavor changed, from initially preserving a few elites to an all-encompassing civilization backup scheme, trying to pack in humanity's species and technological achievements. The old general's gaze swept across more than 30 faces, his tone measured. You are all top figures in your respective fields. The nation trusts your professional judgment. You've pored over the data and simulation results. Now I'm giving you 3 hours to discuss. In 3 hours, I want a definitive answer. He rose, his military boots thudding dully against the floor. The door closed, sealing the debate inside. At the end of the corridor, an orderly approached with a tablet. The old general took at his thumb, swiping across the screen, his brow furrowed. The states issued another statement today, insisting they've hidden the Teford carrier, that it didn't sink. They wish. The old general scoffed, then shook his head. Let the foreign ministry handle the war of words. What about the case in Shenzhen? The orderly lowered his head and swiped the screen twice. Report no progress. The amount involved in the Auto City theft was no astronomical figure for General Zhang, but the details sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't articulate it, but he felt that the disappearance of the Teford and this theft shared a peculiar underlying scent. Like those in the States, he simply couldn't believe that carrier had truly sunk. But for now, the lives of over 1 billion people were trickling away like sand in an hourglass. He could only temporarily file away these two strange incidents, locking them in a drawer. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the States, the meteorological data curves had already run wild. After a series of closed-door meetings, the president was ushered into a private estate. Half the faces in the conference room regularly graced the covers of financial magazines. The helmsman of the computing empire, the king of search engines, the creator of social networks, and the heirs of century-old industrial enterprises, their grip on the keys to the treasury unyielding. The other half the president had never seen, nor had the media ever reported on them. Yet the seats they occupied, the expressions on others' faces when they spoke, and the president's subconscious adjustment of his tie in their presence, all silently conveyed one thing: the wealth hidden behind these faces was enough to crush any number imaginable by mortals. At the head of the conference table sat an old man, golden hair falling to his ears, green eyes half hidden by wrinkled lids. The lines on his face were as deep as if carved by a knife, yet his mental state was more taut than the younger faces around him. When he occasionally looked up, his gaze flashed like a metallic edge, then quickly retracted. Everyone was seated. Someone cleared their throat, another pulled their chair forward half an inch. Let Mr. Macy speak first. The old man's voice was not loud, but every syllable landed steadily in the air, suppressing the scattered noises on the table. As Macy Poland stood up, his sleeve brushed against the water glass on the table. He didn't look older than 35, with dark brown hair, a clean jawline, and distinct fingers. But those in the know were aware that the year on his birth certificate was nearly 70 years ago. His IQ was said to be several points higher than Einstein's, and the number of inventions he had amassed dwarfed those of Tesla in his time. Half of the cutting-edge technologies the states paraded openly were inextricably linked to him, and the countless things hidden in the shadows, projects known to intelligence agencies only by their code names, were essentially his work brought from blueprints to reality. His research spanned over a dozen disciplines, each leaving its mark on him. Macy raised his hand and knocked twice on the table. The sound was not loud, but everyone fell silent. What I'm about to say, no matter how absurd it sounds, don't make a sound. If any of you can't contain yourselves, the door is there. You can go out and keep my students company. They also think I'm insane. He paused for 2 seconds, his gaze sweeping across everyone's face. First thing, humanity, I mean everyone alive on Earth right now, including all of you, is about to be finished. As his words fell, the two people nearest him changed color simultaneously. One put down his pen, the other leaned forward, his lips parting and closing. A moment of silence fell over the table, as if the air pressure had suddenly dropped. No one laughed, no one shook their heads, because they knew Macy Poland never spoke without certainty. The probability numbers that came out of his mouth were essentially equivalent to events that had already happened. The island nation is gone. He threw out a second statement, his tone as casual as if he were reporting the weather. I just received data. The mortality rate among their people has exceeded half. The volcanic ash from Mount Fuji has covered 70% of the country's land area. If it were just ordinary volcanic ash, the island nation might have held on. But our sampling team did tests on site. The concentration of radioactive dust carried in the ash exceeds standard levels by several hundred times. Where these radioactive elements came from can't be determined for now. Perhaps it's the aftermath of their nuclear waste dumping into the sea a few years ago. In short, that place is now a massive graveyard. Those still there are beyond saving. Someone at the table gasped, another leaned back, staring at the ceiling, unmoving. Macy didn't give them time to process. He dropped the third bombshell. That volcanic ash will seal the atmosphere. The surface temperature will keep dropping faster than you can imagine. For a long time to come, nothing will grow from the ground. I mean nothing. Food shortages will become a global phenomenon, and the order of every nation will be torn open by hunger. Plus, with sunlight-blocked, hormone secretion in the human body will go haywire. More and more people will suffer mental breakdowns. Someone asked in a low voice, what about the shelters? Macy glanced sideways, the corners of his mouth turning down. I know each of you has at least 1 or 2 doomsday bunkers hidden away, dug deep into the earth, stocked with canned goods and generators. But think for yourselves. How long can you last hiding in those concrete coffins? 3 years? 5 years? Without enough people to grow your food, without production lines to replace your parts, your shelter is just a locked cage, and you are the white rats trapped inside. Perhaps before the supplies run out, you'll go mad yourselves and voluntarily open the door to go have tea with God. The dorm matron stood at the door and called out, Jolie, your family is waiting at the south gate. Need help with your things? Jolie didn't turn around, only uttered 2 words, no need. Her tone was as cold as a frozen river in winter, devoid of any softness befitting her age. She passed the dorm matron without pausing, heading straight for the south gate. Along the way, she looked up several times at the oppressively low clouds, her expression growing darker. The pitch-black sky revealed not a sliver of light. Zhou Qilin leaned against the car door, watching his sister's figure emerge from a distance. Her steps hurried, her backpack, straps bouncing on her shoulders. He straightened up, his gaze fixed on her face. A face he knew well, but her eyes made his heart uneasy. Zhou Li looked at him not like a brother, but more like a specimen unrelated to her, or perhaps with a hint of resentment. You debunked it the day before yesterday, and yesterday a bunch of experts came out to explain. Zhou Li approached without pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. Tell me, is it true? Is the world really ending? Zhou Qilin didn't take the bait of her sharp words. He knew this sister too well. In his past life, she was the one he couldn't let go of, the one he wronged the most. In this life, he wanted to settle the debt. He raised his hand and pressed the car door. Buckle up. Don't need you to tell me. Zhou Li pulled open the passenger door, but paused before getting in. Heard you brought someone back. A woman, the type to marry. Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched into a smile devoid of humor. Mary. He pulled the driver's door shut and added as he started the car, she's not worthy. Outside the window, the sky at 8:30 was still black, as if an iron cauldron had been placed over it. Macy Poland's voice still echoed in the meeting records, having spoken for nearly 2 hours. He laid out the progress of the Doomsday Ark and Eden project from beginning to end, saying it could now sustain 70 million people in operation, saying that whoever wanted to join could share the technology based on their contribution, including life extension tech, genetic modification, new aerospace tech, and systems for growing vegetables and meat in factories. He said that as long as they weathered that catastrophe, the states could still sit atop the world. In those words, he repeatedly emphasized that Xia country would completely vanish in this calamity. He said, thank God the states would only lose half its population and could crush its true rival, grasping the entire earth in its hands. The recorded voice continued, listing disaster types, predicted paths, and countermeasures. He even mentioned that great changes would be born after the great disaster, saying that surviving humans might mutate and that he had already prepared research teams and laboratories. In the final analysis, Macy Poland's core message was only one: follow his script, and the apocalypse would not be a disaster for the states, but an opportunity. After listening to that recording, Zhou Qilin only agreed with his prediction about the island nation. The rest was all bullshit. The engine hummed low, the headlights cutting through the gloomy streets. Zhou Li turned her head to look out the window, her pursed lips reflected in the glass. Zhou Qilin said nothing more. He knew that some things were useless to say. To make people believe, you had to show them something tangible. A soft sound came from the back seat. Zhou Li's lips curled upward, and she nodded towards the front. Well, my big brother hasn't been a rich kid for nothing. If you're talking about being a rich second generation, the gap between us from diapers to now is right here. I'm starting to wonder if I was picked up from the trash. Bro, don't even wonder. Just admit it. Every penny of your allowance from 3 years of high school and 4 years of college, wasn't it all squeezed out of me? The Zhou family had never been fair in raising their children. By the time the girl was 13, her bank and fund accounts combined were already over 300,000, not counting the cash she could spend at any time. Before the boy had a job, he couldn't even dream of an allowance. Even his New Year's money had to be handed over 95% on the pretense of saving for his tuition. Zhou Qilin, what do you think about what I just said? What else can I think? He laughed, gripping the steering wheel. I'll look while I drive. Seeing that his sister's expression didn't follow his laugh, his tone immediately turned serious. You're not taking that novel seriously, are you? Art comes from life, you know. Legends might just be past truths. You haven't read much, I won't blame you, but at least learn to listen to what others say. I graduated from undergrad. You're only in 7th grade. Me being in 7th grade is the start. You being an undergrad was already the end. Zhou Qilin was stunned, his mouth opening and closing without finding a retort. He could only purse his lips. Fine, I can't win against you. But I reckon you won't get the chance to finish undergrad in this lifetime. As soon as he said this, Zhou Li was silent for a few seconds. Wait, you suddenly came to pick me up from school and brought your girlfriend along. Do you already know? Know what? Zhou Qilin squinted, glancing at the rearview mirror. Just as I thought. She sighed, her tone like a little adult. You all always treat me like I'm stupid. Aren't you? Seeing her serious expression, Zhou Qilin's heart sank. He knew had been seen through again. The difference in IQ was something no amount of acting could make up for. Even though he had tried his best to act natural, in the end, she saw right through him in just a few seconds. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since they met. It's not as serious as you think. Just a small disaster. As long as you make small things sound big and big things you hide away. I am not talking about you. I am talking about the country. Zhou Li shook her head. Look at this situation. It's really over this time. What a pity I haven't even finished linear algebra yet. You are regretting that. Zhou Qilin's eyes widened. Otherwise, living is inherently meaningless. All my moments of joy come from learning new things. Sigh, your brain probably can't comprehend this. Forget it, let's talk about your girlfriend. Was her name Ai Weiwei? I said she is not my girlfriend as she doesn't deserve it. In the rearview mirror of the car, Zhou Li's eyes were fixed on him, her gaze deep and haunting, causing a sudden chill to creep up Zhou Qilin's spine. The joke she made earlier sounded too much like the truth. I remember you didn't say that before. Zhou Li's voice was slow and measured, her fingers lightly tapping on her knee. They say it's easy to change the landscape, but hard to change one's nature. Once a simp, always a simp, unless reborn. But you knowing the apocalypse is coming still brought her close to you. If it wasn't to continue, it must be to watch her fall right. What exactly made you change your ways? If we're following the patterns in novels your unusual behavior likely suggests. After excluding all possibilities, the remaining answer, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. Bro, you aren't one of those people who get a second chance at life, are you? Last time you were terribly fooled by that woman abandoning your parents and younger sister just to support a green tea bitch. Zhou Qilin's body stiffened, fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. Damn, how did she guess so accurately? I was just saying. Believe it or not. Zhou Li changed the subject, opening the book in her hands. No more chit-chat, I need to study. Time is tight. I'm already 13 and haven't finished university-level math, yet I'm really stupid. Zhou Qilin almost couldn't hold back a curse. If she thinks she's stupid, what does that make him? An idiot. So this is the Doomsday stronghold you and your parents prepared. Zhou Li pushed open the door, her eyes scanning the entire space. Honestly, I think the farm would be a better fit. She walked around the room and finally took out a sketchbook and a pen from her pocket, squatting beside the coffee table to start drawing. This door won't do. From the elevator to our house, and at the stairwell, we need to install at least one proper security door. I remember a brand in the city where a door costs about 17000 to 18000, just enough. Without looking up, she continued scribbling. The floor isn't great either. This concrete slab is about 10 centimeters thick, but it's best to lay at least a 6 centimeter thick homogeneous steel plate on top, reinforced with chemical bolts into the cast beams. She looked around and then lowered her head to continue writing. Our layout is nice. The whole floor is ours, so we don't have to worry about the partition walls being damaged. But the insulation layer needs to be redone. If time is tight, we can use the method of those wooden houses in the beautiful country. Wooden frame walls filled with foam plastic and covered with boards outside for insulation and soundproofing. By the way, the window glass needs to be replaced as well. Double-layered hollow glass can only handle normal situations. If the temperature difference exceeds 30 degrees, it's useless. Do you think that's enough? Zhou Qilin opened his mouth, but could only shake his head in confusion. It seems you really have lived a second life. You don't understand these things at all. You must have suffered a lot in your last life, right? All right, let's continue with the windows. Actually, we don't need that many windows. The floor-to-ceiling glass door in the living room, all the bay windows, and the floor-to-ceiling doors in the living balcony can basically all be sealed off. 2 days should be enough. Zhou Li tapped the paper with her pen cap. Lastly, for the rooftop, it's best to seal it with multi-layer honeycomb PC boards, at least 5 centimeters thick. Don't use stainless steel for the frame. Its low-temperature performance is too poor. For the main structure, by standard anti-corrosion, wood the thicker the better. Zhou Li's mouth didn't stop since she entered. She counted on her fingers for Zhou Qilin, raising her voice by 8 degrees when she mentioned water storage. The inflatable pool on the rooftop, she had even checked its load-bearing capacity. 60 square meters can hold 45 tons, enough for a family to drink for 2 years. Zhou Qilin leaned against the kitchen door frame, the back of his head thudding against the door panel. He remembered he was the one who had died once, but Zhou Li looked more like someone who had just crawled back from hell. The notebook was filled with details. Even the things he hadn't thought of, like blocking the drainage medication lists and tool classifications, were all neatly listed. You make me look useless. He said this while picking at the paint on the door panel. Don't you have a space? Isn't that the greatest use? Zhou Li didn't even lift her head. I don't have that thing. So you really are reborn. The girl finally stopped writing, her eyes wide. You must have done too many bad things in your last life to come back right. Ai Weiwei sat on the living room sofa, the light from her phone screen illuminating her face, which was as pale as paper. From 8 in the morning until now, she had sent Zhou Qilin 17 messages, none of which he had read. Yang Qiqi was curled up at the other end, applying bean paste color to her toenails with a small brush while holding her phone screen in her mouth. The slower the replies came, the sweeter her smile became. After all, that person was a real big shot she had dug up from some circle. Just getting his WeChat was worth bragging about for half a month, and being able to say she had a wealthy friend in her friend circle was also advantageous. She even booked a high-speed train ticket for the day after tomorrow, planning to go find him. As for what they would do when they met, she didn't care. Do you think he will play me? Ai Weiwei's voice trembled slightly. Yang Qiqi blew on her nails. Simp doesn't have the guts for that. The door lock clicked, and Zhou Qilin's figure appeared. Ai Weiwei stood up in a rush, ready to explode, but Zhou Qilin seemed to ignore her, walking straight through the living room to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator door to take a look. The cold air mixed with the sour smell of leftover food wafting out. His parents weren't home. Zhou Kaijun was definitely still at the farm, and Cheng Yali was probably out shopping at the supermarket. Given this situation, he would have to prepare dinner by himself again. I'm talking to you. Ai Weiwei's cheeks puffed out. Didn't we agree to go transfer the property today? Not enough money. I told you that yesterday. I said, I have it here. Then why don't you take it out? Zhou Qilin closed the refrigerator, turning to look at her while still gripping the handle. Let's talk about it at the property center tomorrow. Ai Weiwei's voice suddenly turned cold. She was the type who wouldn't act until she saw the hair. Having the money sitting in her bank account felt secure, and why should she transfer it to him now? Do as you wish. Zhou Qilin walked past her to rummage through the cupboard for noodles. I'm just looking at what to eat for dinner. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but the sky was dark as if it were midnight. He couldn't see anything without turning on the lights. Yang Qiqi turned her phone face down on her lap, the screen light extinguishing. She glanced at Zhou Qilin's back and felt his attitude tonight was different from usual. But she didn't say anything, just continued applying a second coat of polish to her nails. The kitchen was filled with the smell of oil in the evening, and Zhou Qilin was bent over taking bowls and plates out of the cabinet with the sound of Ai Weiwei's footsteps approaching from behind. She leaned against the door frame, twirling her fingers around her hair, tips her gaze landing on his back. Where are Uncle and Auntie? I haven't seen them all day. There was no intention to help in her tone, as she never would. Having been here for 2 or 3 days, Zhou Qilin's parents' attitude towards her always made her uneasy. There was no warmth typical for a future daughter-in-law, not even the ordinary greetings a guest should receive. Ai Weiwei felt uneasy. Zhou Qilin didn't turn around, rinsing his hands under the faucet. Busy. Do they dislike me? She pressed on, her voice dropping slightly. Don't think too much. Zhou Qilin's response was very straightforward, his hands not stopping. Absolutely not. Ai Weiwei let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Her chest was flatter than 2 steel plates. A smile bloomed on her face, but in her heart she calculated that whether she liked him or not didn't matter as long as he could pay for the house. But she didn't know that when Zhou Qilin lowered his head to chop vegetables, he pursed his lips, his heart swirling with another thought. It's not that they don't like you, they would rather you die. When dinner was almost ready, Zhou Kaijun pushed the door open, his coat smelling of the pig farm. Cheng Yali hadn't returned, staying at their place in Lanshan. At the dining table, Zhou Kaijun hardly looked up, merely picking at the few dishes in front of him with his chopsticks. Once full, he stood up and headed to the study, not even glancing at Ai Weiwei. Ai Weiwei poked at the rice in her bowl, the tips of her chopsticks tapping against the rim. Zhou Qilin set down his empty bowl. You wash the dishes. Why should I? She widened her eyes in disbelief. You used to be reluctant to let me touch these. That was then. Zhou Qilin wiped his mouth. You need to show some effort, or my parents will feel secure adding your name to the property certificate. The words property certificate acted like a magnet, pulling back Ai Weiwei's complaints. She pouted, stood up, and the porcelain bowl clinked in the sink. Yang Qiqi was nestled in the sofa, the light from her phone screen illuminating her face, her fingers swiping continuously without looking up. In the study, Zhou Li's call came through. Zhou Qilin glanced at Zhou Caijuan, who was sitting with his eyes closed and head nodding, slightly lowering his voice. Go ahead. There's something I forgot to mention. Zhou Li's voice came through, slightly hurried, about the weapons. After the apocalypse, people are harder to guard against than zombies. Without weapons, the food we hide is just for others to hoard. If we can't get them, we should at least get some cold weapons. Crossbows, bows, optical sights, spears, javelins, steel stakes will do. Close combat weapons must be durable. The phone call continued for a long time, lasting over 10 minutes. From the simplest to the standard, she even mentioned how to use fertilizer and other things to concoct, covering all possible uses in the farm. Zhou Qilin could keep up with the earlier parts of the conversation, but upon hearing the combination of fertilizer and other substances, he couldn't help but curse silently. Was this sister really born from the same womb as him? After hanging up, he turned to Zhou Caijuan. Dad, what's your IQ? Zhou Kaijun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brightness flashing in his murky gaze. When I took the university entrance exam, I could have been in the top tier of 985 universities by today's standards. What do you say? Then why are you raising pigs? Zhou Qilin scratched the back of his head. To make money. Zhou Kaijun countered. Can't a 985 graduate raise pigs? Zhou Qilin paused for 2 seconds before steering the conversation back. Zhou Li just mentioned we need to prepare weapons. She brought up fertilizer. Do we have any at home? Zhou Kaijun slapped his forehead, murmuring, this girl is really smart, how come I didn't think of that? There's fertilizer piled in the warehouse, but there's not much urea left, the rest has low toxicity. They'll clear out the goods from the 3 agricultural trading companies tomorrow, those things are decent. Just find some tools, and we can come up with different uses. As he spoke, his voice grew softer. Zhou Qilin only caught a few fragmented syllables. Even if he heard everything, he wouldn't understand. Zhou Qilin began to suspect that Zhou Li was truly the biological child of their parents, while he himself was either a promotional gift for recharging or a discarded baby picked up from a garbage dump. As the eldest in the family, he felt a heavy stone weighing on his chest. Dad, I won't meddle in those affairs. However, I can obtain firearms, and also my younger sister has discovered that I am reborn. She even guessed that I have a space to hide things. He didn't mention the aircraft carrier, but the current situation made him feel that if he didn't show some cards, he might not maintain his standing in the family. Zhou Kaijun's eyelids twitched, showing no surprise on his face. Your mother and I have known about your space for a long time. We were originally thinking that if you didn't bring it up, we wouldn't poke the bear. Alright, it seems that the people who are least likely to scheme against you are your parents. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's consideration, Zhou Qilin could only swallow down. Zhou Kaijun laid out the family's finances, saying he still had 7 million on hand, while Cheng Yali mentioned last night that she had another 5 million. How much is left now is hard to say. Spend freely, in 4 days things won't be worth anything. We need to trade for goods. In a few years, the boss will come up with something called credit points, but they'll only be usable within the safe zones, not interchangeable between places. In the end, ITLL still come down to tangible goods. Zhou Kaijun nodded. I understand. By the way, your grandparents on both sides refuse to move in. Your mother and I have talked until our lips are worn out, but we don't dare reveal the truth to them. Forget it, well, find the right moment to tell them later. There were no other incidents that night. The only thing that brought Zhou Qilin some joy was that his ability experience had surged up another notch. Symbiosis Beginner 110-1000, Bound Vehicle Laifu Large Surface Watercraft, available bindings 0 as storage slots 11. Zhou Qilin had initially thought the experience points increased by 1 per day, but now it didn't seem that way, otherwise it should have stopped at 107-1000. In his past life, he hadn't activated this ability. For now, as long as no major trouble arose, he didn't want to delve into it, since there wasn't even a single person he could discuss it with. Maybe Lily could figure it out. But as soon as he recalled the gleam in Zhou Li's eyes, Zhou Qilin immediately cast the thought far away. He didn't want to be strapped down to a table by his own sister and sliced apart. That girl, if she got the chance, might actually have the nerve to do it. The next day at 9 o'clock, Zhou Qilin led Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi through the doors of the property rights center. Strangely enough, all the lights were on, and the clerk behind the counter was actually still on duty. But compared to the usual crowds, the hall was so deserted now that you could hear the echo of footsteps. The procedures at the center were handled swiftly, as Zhou Qilin barely had to wait. Ai Weiwei flipped through the stack of documents and spotted her own name written in black and white, stating she owned half the property rights. The corners of her mouth immediately curled up, unable to suppress her delight. She pushed the bag of 700,000 in cash over to Zhou Qilin, her movements brisk, as if she feared he might change his mind. As they walked out the door, the sunlight was perfect. Ai Weiwei clutched the document folder as if she were holding some rare treasure. Zhou Qilin, in 2 years, how much do you think this house will be worth? Zhou Qilin didn't answer. He thought to himself, don't rush it. In a few days you'll understand. The city streets were noticeably emptier. Pedestrians were sparse, private cars even rarer, and many rolling shutters were pulled all the way down to the ground, leaving shop windows pitch black. Only when passing by the entrances of a few large supermarkets could one see crowds of people pushing shopping carts packed together like sardines in a tin, each face taut with an indescribable anxiety. It was only then that Ai Weiwei sensed something was wrong. Her mind had been filled with that house for the past few days, leaving her no time to look out the window. Now, seeing those people frantically stuffing things into their shopping carts, she furrowed her brows and turned to ask Zhou Qilin what was going on. They've probably gone crazy. Zhou Qilin smiled slightly. With Chung Yali's connection, he didn't need to jostle with ordinary people at the supermarket for a bit of rice flour, oil, and grain. Yesterday, Chung Yali had barely slept a wink, spending the whole day from morning till night, either contacting suppliers or checking inventory. Zhou Qilin had reminded her of something, and on the spot, she cleared out her own warehouse in the logistics park, having people stuff supplies into it overnight. This morning, she had even sent a specific message telling Zhou Qilin to find time to go to the warehouse and clear out the goods. It seemed the couple had already figured out the accounts last night. As the car turned onto the road leading out of the city, Ai Weiwei's face immediately fell. Why aren't we going to stay at Lanshan? Her tone was laced with dissatisfaction. After all, her name was already on the property deed for that apartment, so why did they have to go running off to the countryside? It's being renovated, Zhou Qilin said. Wasn't it finished long ago? Not yet. Zhou Qilin tossed out 2 words and then fell silent. Ai Weiwei, having been snubbed, had no choice but to turn and chat with Yang Qiqi. They talked about everything from cosmetics to luxury goods. Though Ai Weiwei didn't actually own many impressive items, she never lost a war of words. As they chatted, she suddenly suggested inviting a few more people over to liven things up, and a name slipped from her lips, Tang Dahai. Hearing those 3 characters, a cold, mocking curl touched the corner of Zhou Qilin's mouth. Before the apocalypse, Zhou Qilin hadn't even known Tang Dahai in his past life. To put it bluntly, they were both just dogs at Ai Weiwei's feet. The difference was that one fawned in silence while the other fawned with flair. It had to be admitted that Ai Weiwei had put real effort into packaging herself. Though her core was utterly rotten, she could still wrap herself in a veneer of glamour. And Tang Dahai happened to be a fitness trainer with solid muscles and a booming voice. It was impossible to say who made the first move, but in the end, Tang Dahai transformed from a fierce wolfhound into a little thing wagging its tail at Ai Weiwei's side. If it hadn't been for that catastrophe, Zhou Qilin might have ended up licking his own wounds in the same pit as Tang Dahai. But once the disaster struck, Tang Dahai turned into the most vicious cur at Ai Weiwei's side, biting anyone who came near and never letting go once he sank his teeth in. Perhaps all those years of pumping iron had also pickled his brain. In the apocalyptic environment that could drive anyone mad, Tang Dahai simply gave up on thinking. In short, in his past life, 9 out of 10 of the sufferings Zhou Qilin endured were tied to Tang Dahai. Those humiliations were etched into his bones, aching faintly in the dead of night. Now with Ai Weiwei in Shin City, if she died here, Zhou Qilin wouldn't even know where to find Tang Dahai. That man had to die. Every time Zhou Qilin recalled the scars that Madman had left on him, he ground his teeth in fury. Zhou Qilin, Yang Qiqi says she has a friend who wants to come join the fun. Is that okay? Ai Weiwei suddenly spoke, her tone light and airy. Zhou Qilin sneered inwardly. A friend? Hi, Yang Qiqi's friend. It's not a boyfriend, just that kind of girl you know. Yang Qiqi quickly chimed in from the side, her eyes curving into crescents. I know. Zhou Qilin stared at the air before him, tapping his fingers twice on the edge of the table. I know all too damn well. Once Tang Dahai arrives, AI Weiwei, your life will come to an end. The air quality in Shin City is so bad it's almost unlivable. Breathing that stuff every day, your chances of getting lung cancer aren't much lower than smoking. He changed his tone, making it sound like casual conversation. If your friend has nothing to do, why not ask them to come stay for a while? They can go back once the air there clears up. Lung cancer? Is it really that scary? AI Weiwei's brow furrowed. Haven't you seen the news online? Mount Shifu is still erupting. Who knows when it'll stop? Housing prices in Shin City have already dropped by 30%. At the mention of money, AI Weiwei's eyes clearly lit up. Watching her expression change, Zhou Qilin became even more certain only self-interest could make her use her brain. When they returned to the farm, they saw several electric carts driving away along the dirt road from a distance. They were the last batch of workers, their trailers empty. Now not even a single chicken feather could be seen on the entire premises. Everything's been cleared out, Zhou Kaijun said, standing at the entrance, his voice carrying an indescribable weight. This time he had truly gambled everything he owned. If the apocalypse didn't come, rebuilding this farm would be nothing short of a fantasy. Dad, I wish that so-called disaster were just a nightmare. Zhou Qilin looked up at the gray, overcast sky, a bitter taste rising in his throat. But look at the sky. Zhou Kaijun nodded silently, finding his only comfort in the fact that his son had returned and brought a spatial ability with him. As for what that space actually looked like or how much it could hold, neither he nor Cheng Yali had ever asked not a single question. Damn, I forgot something really important. Zhou Qilin slapped his forehead. Mom told me to go to the warehouse to pick up the goods. She said it's almost overflowing. You dare to forget your own mother's words. Get your ass over there now. The logistics park wasn't far. There was rarely any traffic jams on this road normally, let alone now when everyone was panicked. Zhou Qilin floored the accelerator and arrived at their warehouse door in just over 10 minutes. The iron door was half open, and Cheng Yali was leaning against the doorframe, her face covered in dust. I thought you'd forgotten all about this and gone to Timbuktu. She brushed the dust off her hands. Get inside quick. He'll lock the door. Seeing that his mother was still here, having not left, a pang of sorrow struck Zhou Qilin's heart. You probably haven't even had lunch. Mom, are you hungry? Hungry. I was hungry a long time ago. Stop with the chit-chat. Get in there. There's another truckload coming soon. In front of Cheng Yali, Zhou Qilin didn't dare waste a single word. He obediently slipped into the warehouse. The door slammed shut behind him with a loud clang. The warehouse was packed to the brim. 200 bags of white sugar were stacked as high as the wall, at least 30 of them. Additive-free salt in 100 bags filled one corner of the warehouse. All kinds of chilies essential to the Bashu dining table packed in burlap sacks, 50 bulging bags piled together. Fermented bean paste sourced from different origins, with 50 jars neatly arranged in 2 rows. Traditionally pressed rapeseed oil, 50 large iron drums in total. As for MSG chicken bouillon, oyster sauce, corn oil, sesame oil, and Sichuan peppercorn oil, there were too many to count. Standing amidst the pile of supplies, Zhou Qilin inhaled the air thick with the smell of oil, his palms sweating. Before the warehouse was even half cleared, Zhou Qilin suddenly felt his vision darken. His lips went numb as if bitten by ants. His head felt as heavy as lead. His limbs were too weak to support his body, and a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. I'm done for. The thought had barely formed in his mind before he could cry out. Then, as if someone had pulled the bones from his body, he crashed to the ground with a thud and lost consciousness entirely. Outside the warehouse, Cheng Yali was so busy she barely had time to breathe and didn't hear a thing from inside. It wasn't until the next truck was almost here that she suddenly remembered her son was still inside. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? She pulled out her phone and dialed Zhou Qilin's number. The ringtone went on, but no one answered. Cheng Yali's heart skipped a beat. She quickly pushed the door open and rushed in. Her eyes swept the room and landed on a figure curled up on the floor. What happened? What on earth happened? She threw herself down beside Zhou Qilin, pressing her fingernails hard into his philtrum while reaching for his chest to feel his heartbeat. Feeling the steady thump-thump beneath her fingertips, Cheng Yali finally breathed a little easier, but she pressed even harder. Ow, ow, ow. Hungry, Mom, I'm starving. Give me something to eat. Zhou Qilin's head felt stuffed with cotton. His eyes were open, but he couldn't focus. Everything in front of him was swaying. Eat this. Cheng Yali unwrapped a chocolate bar and stuffed it into his mouth, then grabbed a handful of similar bars from a nearby cardboard box. This problem of yours probably comes from your father. Low blood sugar. Zhou Qilin didn't answer. He was chewing the first bar while his hand was already reaching for a second. He wolfed down 10 in a row. Cheng Yali was alarmed and stopped handing them over. Only then did he pause, letting out a long breath. From now on, keep a few candies in your pocket at all times. If I hadn't come in today, you'd have lost your life right here. Zhou Qilin grinned, using Cheng Yali's support to slowly stand up. He knew in his heart that this wasn't a problem of low blood sugar. The issue was that he had been using his ability too frequently. Symbiosis Beginner 121-1000, Bound Vehicle Laifu Large Surface Watercraft, available binding 0 as storage slots 11. Sure enough, in just that short span of time his experience points had shot up by 10. It's just that this body of mine can't handle it. He smacked his lips and said to Cheng Yali, Mom, I want hot pot tonight. Cheng Yali had a loud voice and a fiery temper, but what mother doesn't love her own child? She declared that even if the sky fell, she would make sure he got his hot pot tonight. No one could stop her, not even if Jesus himself showed up. Mom, I love it when you're this domineering. Get lost, go rest. Cheng Yali snapped back at him, exasperated. No need to rest. Zhou Qilin shook his head. It's just low blood sugar, right? I just need to replenish it. Didn't you say another truckload was coming soon? Oh, I almost forgot the important stuff. Well then get a move on, and be careful. He'll wait outside. A full truckload of daily chemical products was arriving. Cheng Yali had secured the goods from a regional wholesaler, driving the price down low enough that she spent less than 200,000, enough to last the family decades, provided nothing spoiled before then. The corrugated iron roof of the warehouse was bleached pale by the fluorescent lights. Zhou Qilin stacked the last case of bottled water onto the shelf, and as his fingertips brushed the edge of the cardboard box, a sudden tingling numbness spread across the spot where his sleeve had grazed his skin. That surge of heat shot up from the base of his spine like someone had poured lukewarm syrup into his veins. Some internal gauge inside his body ticked forward another notch. He closed his eyes and counted to 3. When he opened them, the scattered zip ties at his feet, the empty plastic pallets, and the buzzing exhaust fan on the ceiling all projected onto his retina with outlines that were a fraction sharper than they had been 5 minutes ago. He pulled out a chocolate bar. The plastic wrapper let out a shrill screech as he tore it open. The cloying scent filled his nostrils. His teeth sank into it, the shards melting on his tongue, and as the liquid sugar slid down his throat, that hollow exhaustion receded like a tide retreating toward the tips of his limbs. This was the 4th time today he had used his ability. A dull ache throbbed in the tiger's mouth of his right hand, but compared to last night's misery, when he had nearly been drained dry by his power in the warehouse, lying sprawled on the concrete floor like a dead dog, his current state could be considered decent. If this stuff could circulate among ability users, it would be better than cash. He crumpled the wrapper into a ball and stuffed it into his pants pocket, cardboard dust still lodged under his fingernails. The roar of a forklift engine rumbled from deep within the warehouse. Cheng Yali sat in the driver's seat, her hair casually tied back with a rubber band, dust clinging to the collar of her work uniform, veins bulging on the back of her hand gripping the steering wheel. Zhou Qilin shared his idea, and without a second word, Cheng Yali turned the forklift around. The tires rolled over a broken section of strapping on the ground, producing a sharp crack. When she returned, the forklift's forks were stacked with neatly arranged cardboard boxes, the shrink wrap pulled taut around them, revealing rows of silver packaging inside lined up like soldiers. She jumped off the forklift, her knee flexing on landing, and patted the dust off her pants with her palm. That boss warehouse is in Zone C of the logistics park. I cleared out everything on the shelves, 237 cases, 3,000 sticks per case. Zhou Qilin raised his thumb and wagged it toward her. Hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars. An image flashed through his mind. Half a year from now, in some corner, a woman reduced to skin and bones would crawl at someone's feet, willing to strip off her shirt for just one of these. He swallowed hard, pressing that image back into the recesses of his memory. Cheng Yali spoke again, a hint of urgency in her voice. There are still frozen goods warehouses, spice warehouses, dry goods warehouses in the park. She stopped mid-sentence as Zhou Qilin raised his palm in a halting gesture. Mom, how much is left in the account? Cheng Yali froze for a moment, then lowered her head to pull out her phone, swiping her thumb across the screen twice. She didn't speak, but the downturn of her lips had already given the answer. From last night until now, 5 million in savings had vanished like water poured into sand, and the numbers in old Zhou's account were also dropping. She looked up, 2 fine lines creasing at the corners of her eyes. Zhou Qilin stepped closer and lowered his voice to say a few words. Cheng Yali's pupils first contracted, then slowly dilated. Her tight lips relaxed, finally parting into a grin. It's a good idea, but it might get you in trouble. At worst, you'll lose a few fingers to frostbite. Zhou Qilin said this with a light tone, as if discussing what fast food to have for lunch. Cheng Yali furrowed her brow. What if someone comes at you with a knife? Lily told us to prepare some self-defense gear. I only managed to get a few kitchen knives. Long weapons are hard to come by. She sighed, tapping her fingers twice on the forklift's steering wheel. What could you buy in an ordinary city? Baseball bats from sporting goods stores, long-handled screwdrivers from hardware shops. At best, you could find a few collectors, but the things they had were locked in cabinets, the keys never leaving their pockets. Zhou Qilin walked behind the forklift, bent down, and dragged out a nylon bag from the corner. The zipper made a rough scraping sound as he pulled it open. The metal reflected a cold white light under the fluorescent lamps. The firearm had a matte finish, the ergonomic texture on the grip clearly visible, as if it had just come off the assembly line, the scent of oil still lingering. Cheng Yali's breath caught in her throat, releasing only after 2 seconds. She stared at the gun, her gaze sliding from the muzzle to the stock, then back to Zhou Qilin's face. Her lips quivered. Where did this come from? In Xia country, unlike the nation across the Pacific, even hiding a single bullet could land you behind bars for years. But in the nylon bag at Zhou Qilin's feet, what lay there was clearly no toy. He reached in again and pulled out another one, the factory plastic film still clinging to the barrel, glinting blue under the light. Cheng Yali fastened the holster around her waist, rubbing her fingers against the cowhide. You take this. There are 3 more magazines, and this holster. Zhou Qilin spoke without looking up, busy pressing the last few rounds into a magazine. Who cared about legality at a time like this? As long as you didn't flaunt it on the streets, even if you fired a few rounds in the dark of night, no cop would be willing to come out in the pitch black to investigate. But I don't know how to use it. Cheng Yali was surprisingly at ease weighing the firearm in her hand without much visible tension. In special times, having a piece of iron on you wasn't a bad thing. Simple. Zhou Qilin explained in one breath how to operate the safety, how to chamber a round, how to reload the magazine, and how to align the sights with the target. Finally, he had Cheng Yali practice the motions, empty-handed a few times. Live fire practice wasn't possible at the moment, so they could only memorize the procedure for now. He figured that with Cheng Yali's build and the strength in her arms, she could handle the recoil. This thing is pretty nice, huh? True to her role as the family's pillar, Cheng Yali got the hang of it in no time, even a smile creeping onto her lips. But before she could holster the gun, she turned to ask Zhou Qilin if there were more. There is. Dad has one too. He'll give it to him later. Good. Oh, and don't give one to your sister yet. She's still young. If not for Cheng Yali's interjection, Zhou Qilin would have handed one to Zhou Li as well. That girl had a sharp mind, she wasn't likely to accidentally shoot herself. In fact, if it came down to it, she'd probably handle it more deftly than old Zhou or Cheng Yali. Besides, with disasters piling up one after another, a teenage girl like Zhou Li was the most conspicuous target wherever she went. After all the ordered goods were loaded into the trunk, Zhou Qilin finally started the car and drove Cheng Yali toward Lanshan. She was staying there tonight to keep Zhou Li company and continue scrolling through her phone to place orders. In truth, there wasn't much left to grab in the city anymore. Many supermarkets were either padlocked or had shelves so bare you could see your reflection in them. No one was truly foolish. No matter what official statements were issued when it came to stocking up on food, unless their pockets were empty, every family was hoarding by the crate. It wasn't just ordinary folks. Even Cheng Yali had been turned away empty-handed several times today. The warehouses had stock, but they simply refused to sell. Hoarding and price gouging had never died out since ancient times. Don't bring up laws or regulations. There would always be people willing to risk their necks for profit, but no one would touch a losing venture. The sky had already sunk low by then. 4 or 5 in the afternoon felt no different from midnight. Back home was still manageable. In those so-called free countries and regions, the endless darkness was dragging out more and more sins. In areas without power where law enforcement had withdrawn, robbery and murder had become routine. To survive, people had only 2 choices: band together or join the chaos. Even within Xia country's borders, things weren't peaceful. Large-scale violent incidents hadn't surfaced yet, but the chaos in the markets was already showing its tail. To keep the situation under control, the military and police began joint operations, imposing martial law on megacities, special cities, and border cities. Strategic materials and daily necessities were placed under unified control. Bulk goods hoarded by private individuals were purchased at wholesale prices with a small subsidy added. Zhou Qilin scrolled through the news on his phone, his brow furrowing tighter. Jiazhou City hadn't been placed under martial law yet, but Cheng Yali had brought home quite a haul today: sugar, salt, rice flour, and cooking oil. If anyone wanted to investigate, they'd definitely find it. What if the authorities ordered them to hand over all these supplies? As the first light of dawn seeped through the curtain gap, Zhou Qilin's thumb was already pressing on his phone screen. He dialed the number, and the moment the call connected, his voice came out low as if afraid of disturbing something. At most, we can drag it out half a day. The warehouse has to be shut down. Everyone around has seen it. What difference does shutting it down make? Cheng Yali's voice was tinged with confusion. Zhou Qilin pressed his tongue against his back teeth and spat out one word: burn it. Burn it. On the other end, she thought she had misheard. He'll do it. He lowered his voice further, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Pick out what we can use and leave the rest inside. One fire, and who would dare sift through the ashes? How much stock was there before the fire? Only the heavens know. Whether it was an empty shell or a full warehouse, only the living get to say. The sky outside the window was a murky gray, still not fully bright by 10:30. Zhou Qilin chewed a few bites of food and stood up. His slippers had barely brushed the edge of the entryway when Ai Weiwei rushed out. Kiki's friend is arriving this afternoon. I need to go to the train station. Can you drive us? Zhou Qilin stopped in his tracks. That kid Tang Dehai really never learned his lesson. With things this chaotic outside, he was still rushing headlong into it. Come if you must. They'll deal with it all together. I have things to do this afternoon. Then give me a car. I have a license. He'll go with Chi-Chi. Oh, by the way, you mentioned before that the family has that one. What was it? We do. Zhou Qilin nodded. It's inconvenient to keep it there. What do you want to do? Just take a look. A car worth tens of millions. Did our family really shell out that kind of money? The Zhou family was indeed well off, but buying a vehicle in that price range was a bit much. It didn't cost that much back then. Give me a couple of days, and I'll go drive it back. There was indeed one parked in the hangar of the Laifu, but its provenance was shady. Ai Weiwei's comment, however, reminded Zhou Qilin of something. The 4S shops, car rental agencies, and used car lots in the city might still have some useful things hidden away. Once the disaster passed, the industrial chain would be essentially severed. Even if some production lines were still running, food and medicine would take priority. Cars. Each one lost was one less. But buying a car was too expensive. Jiazhou wasn't like Jing'an, where imported cars were everywhere. There was no assembly plant here either. They could only try their luck with retailers. When they arrived at Lanshan, Zhou Qilin had barely opened his mouth to discuss it with Zhou Li when she cut him off bluntly. Brother, have you lost your mind? Once the apocalypse really kicks off, you can pick any car off the streets. There are plenty of good ones in the underground garages of the neighborhoods. Why take the risk now? Zhou Qilin stared at his sister's face. People with high IQs were indeed frighteningly blunt about human relations. With that temperament anywhere else, she probably wouldn't survive 3 chapters. I know the word survive by any means, endure humiliation, and bide my time. Stop. Zhou Li raised her hand to cut him off. Zhou Qilin pressed his palm hard over his eyes, a muffled groan seeping through his fingers. Say whatever you want. Have you checked that notebook of yours with Mom? What else is missing? Zhou Li counted on her fingers. Weapons, and also medicine. Can't get any. These 2 items were the ones that troubled her most. Weapons aside, medicine looked ordinary enough, but if you wanted to buy it in bulk without connections, it was impossible to get your hands on. The authorities had quietly clamped down long ago. The variety of medicines available in pharmacies now was pitifully small, and the quantities of each were strictly limited. Have Mom buy more traditional Chinese herbs. I've got the Western medicine covered. The small hospital on the Laifu wasn't just for show. It was fully equipped with ultrasound machines, CT scanners, and MRI units. Zhou Qilin wasn't worried in the slightest. It's probably too late to replace the glass. Zhou Li's tone carried a hint of regret. Unlike security doors that could be installed right after being brought in, those multilayered hollow glass panels required custom orders, complicated installation procedures, and even a large crane. None of these conditions could be met at the moment. Just seal them up for now. There's no sun anyway. It's better if it's not transparent. Keeps prying eyes from seeing in. The ventilation system was already in place, and Zhou Qilin figured it was safer to just block the windows. Fine. The materials are all stacked on the platform. Should we call the workers, or do it ourselves? Zhou Li's face was alight with eagerness. Zhou Qilin, however, waved his hand, saying there was no rush. From today onward, they needed to stockpile a massive amount of water. The Laifu not only had a large reserve of drinking water, but also a complete water recycling system. Although the recycled water didn't taste good, it was perfectly fine for daily use. But at the onset of the apocalypse, Zhou Qilin didn't want to reveal the Laifu to avoid trouble. Storing water on the rooftop of their home could both conceal it from prying eyes and provide insulation against heat. Cheng Yali had bought quite a bit of building materials and power tools, as Zhou Li requested, most of which were piled on the rooftop. To set up the plastic swimming pools for water storage, they first needed to clear the space. Zhou Li couldn't handle this alone, so Zhou Qilin had to stay and help. As he cleared each patch of open space, Zhou Li would lay out a simple swimming pool, inflating it, while simultaneously filling it with water. Jiazhou City was surrounded by water, and the water pressure on the 18th floor was still decent. With 2 or 3 pipes running at once, they could fill 10 tons in just a few hours. If Cheng Yali hadn't called, Zhou Qilin would likely have worked on the rooftop until dark. Something had happened at the logistics park. People were looting. Although it hadn't happened to Cheng Yali, several others had already been victimized, their warehouse doors pried open. Alarmed, Cheng Yali called Zhou Qilin. He'll be right there. Worried for his mother's safety, he told her over the phone to hide in the warehouse and lock the door. If all else failed, she should arm herself. Survival was paramount. But he never expected to be blocked less than 3 minutes away from the logistics park. The evening sky was like a basin of dirty water pressing down in a gray haze. That junker of a car, dragged from some unknown corner, had squeezed the 8-lane road down to a single lane. The scrapes on its metal looked freshly gouged, its tires were half flat, and the windshield was cracked like a spiderweb. A single glance told Zhou Qilin that someone was hiding behind that wreck. Whoever dared to slow down here might be met with a bullet from any direction. He could take a detour, but it would mean going around a huge loop, wasting both gas and time. He grabbed a military uniform from the back seat and pulled it on in a few swift moves. The fabric was a bit scratchy against his neck, but he couldn't afford to care about that now. He rested the barrel of his gun on the edge of the car window, the metal clinking crisply against the glass. This uniform was slightly different from the standard summer issue, but in the dim twilight where faces were indistinguishable, and in this chaotic world, who would bother to check the details of a uniform? He stepped on the gas, his car scraping past the wreck. In the rearview mirror, no one followed, and no gunshots rang out. That wreck of a car just sat there silently like a piece of unwanted scrap metal. When the warehouse door was pushed open, the chain clanked loudly. "Mom, it's me," Zhou Qilin shouted loudly, afraid that a bullet might fly out from some corner and take him down. In times like these, even one's own mother had to be treated with caution. The goods hidden in the warehouse were enough to make anyone's eyes turn red with greed. "Finally, you're here." Cheng Yali stood up from behind a pile of woven bags. She had been squatting for a while, and as she stood, she patted the dust off her knees. The buckle on her holster was loose, revealing the dark, cold steel within. Zhou Qilin looked at her hiding spot and almost laughed. "Mom, that's a terrible hiding place. Look at that bag, it's barely tall enough to hide you. Didn't you not find me?" Cheng Yali glared at him, full of righteous indignation. "You're standing there like a utility pole, how could I miss you?" Zhou Qilin retorted without mercy. "There's no better spot here." Cheng Yali patted her holster. "Besides, I have this." She looked around the warehouse, drawing a circle in the air with her finger, a hint of pride in her voice. "See this? Your mother has built up a fortune for you, and it's all yours now. Long live the Empress Dowager." Zhou Qilin quipped, but his hands didn't stop moving. He bent down, grabbed a bag of supplies, and with a slight crouch the bag vanished into thin air. Another bag, then another disappeared. Cheng Yali wasn't idle, either kicking the scattered small items towards him. The storage space of the symbiotic vehicle wasn't infinite. Its shape conformed perfectly to the carrier itself. But Zhou Qilin had discovered a trick. Several planes had been parked on the deck, and when they were retracted the space defaulted to that height, about 7 meters. The deck of the Laifu spanned nearly 20,000 square meters, and this single layer alone had a volume of 1380 cubic meters, enough to hold over 1700 standard shipping containers. Generators, canned food, medicine, and tools piled in the warehouse were absorbed by him one by one like footprints on a beach, receding with the tide, growing fewer and fewer. That's about it. Zhou Qilin chewed on a chocolate bar, the sweetness melting on his tongue. He glanced at the remaining clutter and told Cheng Yali to go out first. The flame from the lighter flickered, licking the edge of a cardboard box. Blue smoke coiled upwards like an invisible serpent. The fire tongue stretched out from a corner of the warehouse, licking at the wooden pallets against the wall. Zhou Qilin retreated to the door, confirming the fire wouldn't spread to the neighboring warehouses. He had deliberately circled twice. The fire lanes were wide enough, and the fireproof spacing met standards. At most, this one room would burn. No one else would suffer because of this, or no one would be trapped in the flames. 10 minutes later, flames peeked out from the ventilation window, tearing a warm yellow gash in the night. Someone saw it and shouted. The logistics park manager immediately called Cheng Yali. By the time Zhou Qilin drove back, the fire was blazing fiercely. Wood crackled and popped, the rolling shutter door was warped by the heat, and red light reflected on the faces of the onlookers. A few managers directed people to clear away combustible materials nearby, and fire hoses lay on the ground, but everyone knew the water pressure was far too weak to handle this inferno. Someone came over to comfort Cheng Yali. Standing in the crowd, her face was streaked with tears, and snot, her shoulders heaving, her fist pounding her chest as wails of grief were torn from her throat. She looked utterly devastated. Zhou Qilin, leaning against the car door, watched her performance and thought the Oscars should give her a gold medal. By the time the fire truck siren stopped, the warehouse roof had collapsed into a charred heap. High-pressure water jets slammed onto it, sending mud and ash flowing everywhere, blurring everything on the ground. Through the car window, Zhou Qilin looked at the mess and thought even a god couldn't make sense of this, which was perfect. Those who had seen Cheng Yali moving goods into those warehouses earlier were now shaking their heads. They assumed the Zhou family had taken a huge hit, muttering about the pity of the burned goods. By the rules, the police should have been called for a scene like this. But the streets were getting more chaotic by the day, and the police were already stretched thin by other incidents. As long as no one died, no one bothered with this kind of trouble. Mom, get in the car. Zhou Qilin rubbed his eyes hard with the back of his hand until they were red and raw, then supported Cheng Yali by the arm and guided her into the vehicle. As soon as the door closed, Cheng Yali patted the seat and urged him, "Hurry up, let's go." She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, the smile she could barely suppress would be seen by others. In the rearview mirror, the outline of the logistics park shrank into a small square. A flicker of regret passed through Zhou Qilin's mind. Those warehouses were filled with all sorts of goods. If he ever had the chance to go through them, he might find something useful. When they got back to Lanshan, Cheng Yali barely had time to sit down before she was on the phone ordering again. But most calls either rang until they were automatically disconnected or were answered with a curt, "out of stock," before being hung up. While you two were out, the workers installed all the security doors. Jolie said, still wearing her helmet, her work clothes covered in dust. "I'm thinking whether we should weld the keyholes of 2 of them shut." Zhou Qilin looked at his sister. Dressed like that, she really did look like someone who did engineering work. Cheng Yali, however, didn't want her daughter to do such rough work and immediately yelled at Zhou Qilin, "You go help your sister with that." "I don't know how either." Zhou Qilin spread his hands. "Then learn on the spot." Cheng Yali put her hands on her hips. "Your sister's skin is as delicate as tofu. What if a spark lands on her?" She wasn't wrong. In the Zhou household, every inch of Zhou Qilin's body was worth less than a single strand of Zhou Li's hair. Gender equality was something outsiders talked about. It didn't exist in this home. Zhou Li giggled, her eyes crinkling into crescents under her helmet. "Bro, you don't need to learn on the spot. I know how I'll teach you." "When did you learn this skill?" "Someone once said you just need hands for this." Zhou Li tilted her head. "Besides, I seriously practiced for half an hour watching a video. It's enough, it's enough. Trust me." Strangely enough, Zhou Qilin had never held a welding torch in his life, but with a few tips from Zhou Li, his hand was surprisingly steady and the weld bead looked quite professional. After finishing the last spot, he straightened up and patted his gloves. "Hey, now I can call myself a welder." "Don't flatter yourself," Zhou Li pouted. "Without me, you couldn't weld a thing." That evening, Cheng Yali set up a hot pot, the red oil bubbling and steaming. The table was laden with all of Zhou Qilin's favorite dishes. Zhou Kaijun also came, and the family of 4 ate noisily around the table. "That woman left a step behind you," Zhou Kaijun said, taking a sip of his drink. "She hadn't come back when I left. She said she had an old friend in Bashu and went to meet them." Zhou Li was swishing a piece of tripe in the pot with her chopsticks, raising an eyebrow at Zhou Qilin. "Bro, aren't you afraid of being cuckolded?" Cheng Yali tapped the edge of Zhou Li's bowl with her chopsticks. "Nonsense. What relationship could that woman have with your brother? You know the situation at home." Just as Zhou Qilin was about to stab the fork into the lid of his instant noodle cup, a voice exploded in his ear. Bro, I found a girl for you. Want to meet her later? He froze for a second, his chopsticks hovering in midair. Say that again. You found me a girl and want to take me to meet her? Yeah. Zhou tapped her chin with her phone case. She's right in this building, ha. Cheng Yali leaned in and asked, how did you meet her? I swiped on a social app. Zhou covered her forehead and lowered her voice. Since we're going to be holed up at home for a while, I wanted to get a read on everyone in this building. To be prepared. If I run into someone who's trouble, I can think of a plan early. If it comes to it, strike first. Stop. Zhou Qilin raised a hand. Don't meddle in my affairs. Women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed, understand? Bro, what kind of good girl can you find in your circle, eh? Birds of a feather flock together. If no one pulls you out, it's not your job to pull me out. Zhou Qilin interrupted irritably. Cheng Yali gave her son a light slap. Don't interrupt. Lily, what does the girl do? What does she look like? A PhD candidate in clinical medicine from Bashu University. Zhou gave a thumbs up. She's definitely a department beauty, and she's from Jiazhou too. She just got back from a research trip abroad when the school closed down. She only arrived home from Shudu yesterday. That's not bad. Cheng Yali nodded, then glanced at Zhou Qilin, her look of disdain akin to judging a piece of discount produce at a street stall. When should we invite her up for a visit? Mom, it's the end of the world. Can we not do this? Zhou Qilin raised his hands in surrender. No one was listening to him. Zhou tapped her phone screen a few times, then got up to open the door. Shaoli. Sister Shui. At the doorway, the two figures embraced. If Zhou hadn't just said they had only met, Zhou Qilin would have thought they were long-lost sisters. He stared at the woman at the door, feeling a sense of familiarity. Then it hit him. It was the can't help but laugh lady from the train. Wu Shui was also stunned, then smiled at Zhou Qilin. So she's your sister. Small world. Zhou Qilin nodded, moving over on the sofa to make some room. After a quick introduction from Zhou Li, Wu Shui was officially welcomed into the Zhou family home. She and Zhou Li had indeed met on an online platform, their ages separated by a gap, yet their hobbies overlapped like a vast landscape. Both loved swimming, playing badminton, and strumming the guitar. Shared interests meant endless topics for chatter. Wu Shui lived downstairs in a house smaller than the Zhou family's. Shui, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? Cheng Yali's eyes narrowed into slits from her smile. Satisfaction. Utter satisfaction. Swear, does your mother call you that too? Cheng Yali set down her enamel mug, her gaze lingering on Wu Shui's face for a moment. Emma, my mom loves to call me by my nickname. There in Europe now, all flights are cut off, and the signal is unstable. Wu Shui lowered her eyelashes, her fingertips lightly brushing the rim of her cup, a trace of bitterness pinched at the corners of her mouth. Still in Switzerland? Cheng Yali pressed. The last time we spoke, yes. She said the tourist spots there were uncrowded, and they planned to stay a few more days. Son, is Switzerland safe? Cheng Yali turned her head to look at Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin shrugged, his fingertips tapping the table. Hard to say. It's a remote place well stocked with supplies, but much colder than here, several degrees below zero. Cold? What do you mean? Wu Shui's brow furrowed. Cheng Yali cleared her throat, lightly casting a glance at her son. You should ask him about this. He spends all his time pondering climate change theories. Zhou Qilin nearly choked on his breath. When had he ever studied climate change? Wu Shui's gaze had already turned to him. He felt as if he had been pushed onto a stage. If he couldn't answer tonight's scolding would be the least of it. As night swallowed, the entire city of Jiazhou, Tangdahai had already been lured to the train station by a few words from Ai Weiwei. What had dragged him? There was his old classmate from Jiazhou, a kindred spirit, Sun Qinghao. The two linked up, and an imported car worth over 300,000 yuan directly carried Tangdahai to the doorstep of the cafe where Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi were holed up. Sun Qinghao had originally wanted to flaunt his local influence in front of the two pretty girls driving around most of the city. But before the sky had fully darkened, half the shops had already pulled down their rolling shutters. They finally found a hot pot restaurant. Once seated, a wave of heat rushed at them, the red oil in the pot rolling with fine ripples. Tangdahai downed 2 glasses of beer, his eyes burning bright with alcohol. Bing Bing, don't go back to that relative's place tonight. We old pals haven't seen each other in years, we need to drink properly. Tangdahai's fingertips touched the rim of Ai Weiwei's glass. Ai Weiwei glanced at the pitch-black sky outside the window. There was no message from Zhou Qilin on her phone screen. A flicker of displeasure rose in her heart, and she gritted her teeth, thinking if he doesn't reach out today, she won't go back. A few days ago there was no one to rely on, but now Tangdahai had arrived along with Sun Qinghao. That guy was fawning over Yang Qiqi with his words, yet his eyes kept sliding toward her. He was clearly a veteran in the game of love, blatantly shameless. Most of the time the look on Ai Weiwei's face was a feigned obedience, whether it was Zhou Qilin or Tangdahai, deep down, she held them both in contempt. Although Sun Qinghao drove a car worth over 300,000, he rented a place to live. She had long since categorized him as a loser. Fine, if they don't call, I won't go back. It's just that. Ai Weiwei prodded the tripe in her bowl with her chopsticks. This crappy city doesn't even have a decent place to have fun. Ai Weiwei muttered about the boredom, her fingers tapping idly on the sofa. Sun Qinghao leaned in, suggesting they grab some snacks to go with their drinks and head to his place to continue. As he spoke, his gaze slid from Ai Weiwei's face to the glass in Yang Qiqi's hand, then quickly darted away. Ai Weiwei shot him a glance, a cold laugh in her heart. She could see through this man's little schemes in an instant, trying to get the two of them drunk. Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao combined would need at least another 20 years of practice, unless they dared to drug them, but in this kind of setting 2 women who had navigated drinking tables for years wouldn't fall for it so easily. In the end, who was the first to collapse? Sun Qinghao's arm hung around Tang Dahai's neck, both men stripped to the waist slumped on the sofa, their snores competing in roughness. Ai Weiwei pulled out her phone and snapped several pictures of the scene. The flash, turning their faces a ghastly white. Yang Qiqi kicked an empty bottle on the floor, turned, and walked into the bedroom, pulling open drawers and turning them upside down. Is this it? Dead broke. Ai Weiwei tossed a dusty savings passbook back into place. Their drinking capacity is ridiculously bad. I doubt they're any better in other areas. Yang Qiqi let out a burp, her fingers trailing along the handle of the wardrobe door. Tang Dahai is actually not bad. Why don't you give him a try? Him. Yang Qiqi snorted. Only you treat him like a treasure. Ai Weiwei had completely lost any interest in touching Sun Qinghao's grass. Tang Dahai was a bit more pleasing to the eye, with his hard muscle lines looking sturdy enough to be of some use. She leaned by the window, her fingers unconsciously twirling the ends of her hair, another figure drifting through her mind. Zhou Qilin. That man, in terms of sheer value, could trample both Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao combined. She felt a twinge of regret. What if he thought she was out doing something shady tonight? But then she thought even if he was feeling uneasy, she could smooth things over with just a few words. Jiazhou was only this big. The building where Ai Weiwei now stood was less than a street away from Lanshan. As long as she chose the right direction to look out, she could see the windows of Zhou Qilin's house. The light in the living room was warm. After listening to that speech, Wu Shui's face showed little change. For one, Zhou Qilin repeatedly stated it was just his wild speculation, and for another, she was naturally endowed with a steady temperament. It wasn't easy for someone to have read all the way to a doctorate in clinical medicine at Basha University. My father is a decent doctor, and my mother researches mechanical dynamics. This trip to Europe was for her to attend an international conference, and she took my father along for sightseeing. Wu Shui's tone was very flat, as if she were reading a report. Zhou Qilin caught the implication in her words. Her parents were the kind of hardcore talent that any country would compete to have. In a crisis, they had more options than ordinary people and knew better how to handle things. So right now, the most troublesome one is me. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Wu Shui's mouth. I didn't think it would turn out like this at the start. I didn't prepare enough supplies. If it really comes to that, I might starve to death in this house. The sound of pages turning on the living room sofa suddenly stopped. Zhou lifted her head, her gaze fixed on the person opposite. Sister Shui, rest assured, as long as I have food to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Wu Shui smiled and waved her hand. Shally, it's good of you to have that thought, but I can't really just freeload off you. Besides, things might not turn out as scary as your brother says. Zhou Qilin was about to speak when Xing Yali, having finished cleaning up the dishes, walked out of the kitchen with her apron still tied, her tone warm and enthusiastic. Xiao Shui, don't be so distant. Let alone a few meals, even if you moved in with us, your uncle and I would be overjoyed. You're a top student. If you could tutor Xiao Li when you're free, that would be a huge help to us. Xiao Li is very smart. Wu Shui didn't pick up that thread, nor did she directly nod in agreement. She stood up and glanced at the clock on the wall. It's about time. I need to get back. Before she could take 2 steps, Zhou Li grabbed her arm and forcefully pulled her into her own room. The door closed and the sound of low voices and occasional laughter drifted out from inside. Nearly 2 hours later, the door opened again, and both women, one older and one younger, wore smiles on their faces. After Wu Shui left, Zhou Qilin squinted at his sister. You've only known her for a few days, and you dare to take her into your room. Aren't you afraid she'll see through something? Zhou Li turned around, crossed her arms, and put on a serious face. Do you think I'm on the same level as you? She and I recognize greatness in each other. Do you know how high her IQ is? Just a tiny bit lower than mine. When it comes to serious matters, we're the ones who can truly connect on the same wavelength. She paused, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Besides, do you really think I only like her because she's smart? Given your level of understanding, it's already quite an achievement for you to have thought of that. The gap between people is sometimes like the gap between humans and monkeys. Zhou Qilin frowned. Who said that? Who said it doesn't matter? Zhou Li waved her hand, striking quite a pose. Let me ask you another question. If the apocalypse really comes, is our family prepared? Zhou Qilin thought for a moment and nodded. Pretty much, I think. What else is missing? Plenty is missing. Zhou Li jutted her chin toward the dining table. Zhou Kaijun was leaning back in his chair smoking, while Chung Yali was cracking sunflower seeds. Look at these two, an old man and an old lady. They've worked hard their whole lives. They look okay on the surface, but deep down they're already hollow shells. When that day really comes, what if one of them gets a fever or a cold? Even if we have medicine at home, do you know how to take it? Do you know what medicine to take for what illness? Zhou Qilin was stunned, and it took him a moment to say, so you're trying to win over Wu Shui for her profession and abilities. The child is teachable, and my heart is greatly comforted. Zhou Li patted him on the shoulder. Dad, Mom. Zhou Qilin turned and shouted, you should give this girl away to someone else. I really can't take it anymore. At 6:30 in the morning, the light in the bedroom was a hazy gray. Zhou Qilin opened his eyes, and the first thing he felt was the chill, colder than yesterday. The city outside the window seemed shrouded in something dark and gloomy. Most of the neon lights that should have been on at this hour were gone. Most of the shops along the street were closed, and almost no one could be seen walking on the roads. The whole world felt like it was slowly sinking with no one able to stop it. Zhou Qilin curled his toes, let out a sigh, then pushed himself up by the edge of the bed and patted his face. Before the morning sun had fully spread, Zhou Kaijun and Chungyali had to head back again. There were still some useful things to move over, and those items they couldn't take, but were reluctant to throw away, had to be all sealed up and locked tight. Last night, Zhou Qilin had handed his father a cloth bundle containing 4 firearms and a full box of ammunition. He couldn't explain why he had this premonition, but he always felt that having a few more things in hand would put his mind at ease. The issue of communication also troubled him. If the power went out, the phone would become a useless brick. He had dug out a set of short-range communication equipment from the Lifu container, said to cover a range of 20 kilometers. Each family member was to have a terminal with the main unit set up on the rooftop. This range was sufficient for the next 2 months. Even if someone had to go out, they wouldn't leave this circle. The entire morning, Zhou Qilin was on the rooftop wrestling with the sun. He and Zhou Li had to finish sealing the remaining windows, and they also planned to build a sturdy tool shed on the platform. After the temperature dropped, the snow would fall heavily. Some tools and materials, if buried in the ice, would be ruined within days. Brother, Zhou Li crouched beside him, drawing grids on the ground with her finger. If you're going to build it, make it bigger. Not only can it store things, but you could also raise some chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, or something. Raise them. Zhou Qilin looked up, sweat trickling down his neck. What would I feed them with? Feed, of course. Zhou Li said it with utter confidence. I asked Mom to buy some. How come I didn't know? When did she buy it? Where is it stored? In the logistics park. Zhou Li began counting on her fingers. Feed for chickens, ducks, and geese, feed for quails, feed for rabbits, dog, and cat food, and all sorts of animal treats. I also had Mom buy a lot of cat litter. Zhou Qilin slapped his forehead with his palm. When he was collecting things at the logistics park, he hadn't looked carefully. It turned out the warehouse was also stacked with these items. On second thought, they might actually come in useful in the future, so he couldn't really say Zhou Li had wasted money. But aside from Haizai, we don't have any other animals. Haizai had been watching the yard in the countryside for the past few days. Today, when their parents came back, they would bring the dog along. A dog bed had already been laid out in the foyer. Don't you worry about that. Zhou Li squinted, a smile playing on her lips. Your brilliant little sister has it all figured out, planning every step. Everything is arranged perfectly. All right, Zhou Qilin interrupted her. Just tell me what kind of shed to build. The materials were piled up to the brim, and the tools were handy. Building a tool shed wouldn't take much effort. Zhou Li had a blueprint in her mind, precise to the millimeter. Zhou Qilin only needed to cut the materials to her specified dimensions, then assemble them like building blocks, stacking them piece by piece. As he looked at the structure in front of him, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. 2 meters 30 in height, 12 meters long, and 9 meters wide. Had he really built this in half a day? Could it be that deep down he was actually a construction worker? Turning his head, he saw Zhou Li squinting, lost in thought, as she schemed again. Well, as always, without Zhou Li he was nothing. The interior was hollowed out to 90 square meters. On the left, a utility room was partitioned off with the generator and filter in their respective places. The chicken coop adjoined the duck shed, which connected to the goose pen, each compartment neat and orderly like a chessboard. On the right, a simple fish pond was dug with quail cages hanging above it. Feed and droppings fell down, feeding the fish in a cycle that wasted nothing. Zhou Qilin stood at the doorway, the scent of sawdust still lingering in the air. He reached out and touched the door frame. The wood was still slightly damp, and the temperature transmitted through his fingertips felt as if something was quietly growing within this newly built house. Beside the fish pond, a boiler was installed with heat pipes channeling warmth to save coal and electricity. The freed-up floor space was lined with rabbit cages where gray-eared rabbits nibbled on vegetable leaves through the wire mesh. In the center, about 20 square meters of open space remained with a rotating planting rack set up. Above it hung red and blue LED lights twinkling like miniature stars. Zhou Li had calculated that those racks, stacked layer upon layer, could hold over 1,000 seedlings. Paired with nutrient solution and hydroponic equipment, it would be enough to sustain 4 people. These words hit Zhou Qilin's ears like cotton, soft and weightless. He stared at his sister, 13 years old, with a messy ponytail, her fingers poking at the structural diagram of the planting rack, spouting terminology as fluently as a market vendor calling out prices. Zhou Qilin suddenly felt that among the ranks of time travelers he might be a fake, and it was she who deserved the spotlight. Assuming this world is real, Zhou Li said without looking up, tracing patterns in the air with her finger, then time travel and rebirth are out of the question. You've merely jumped out of your own dimension on a quantum fluctuation level. Conversely, if it's fake, then there's no such thing as time travel either. The system merely backed up your data and tossed it into a replay program to run again. Zhou Qilin swallowed, his temples throbbing twice. He'll go cook, he said. Not because he didn't want to respond, but because he couldn't keep up. He had to maintain the facade of an elder brother, so he retreated to the kitchen, the one battlefield where he could outshine Zhou Li. Wok in hand, oil and salt at his command. No matter how high that little genius IQ was, she'd have to concede defeat before a bowl of golden egg fried rice. Grains of rice jumped out of the wok and rolled onto the table, scattering in a golden line. Jolie pressed her face to the bowl, her cheeks puffed out like a frog's, rice grains slipping from the corners of her mouth. Watching her eat like that, Zhou Qilin finally felt a bit relieved. This was how a 13-year-old should be eating, with reckless abandon, flustered and messy. His phone vibrated. The screen lit up and the name Ai Weiwei leaped into view. Zhou Li's ears perked up like a cat-dog hybrid. She wasn't interested in others' gossip, only in digging up dirt on Zhou Qilin. "Why didn't you call me?" The voice on the other end came first, accusing him preemptively. In his past life, Zhou Qilin would have been stunned speechless by such an approach. But this time his expression didn't even flicker as he listened to the voice continue. "It's already dark. Come pick me up quickly. I've been waiting for you all night at a friend's place. I've sent you the location." Jolie leaned close to his ear and whispered in a low voice, "A woman like that, if you don't kill her." She paused, raising an eyebrow. "Bro, you've got some big plans, huh? Got a scheme? Tell me, and I'll give you my thoughts." Zhou Qilin hung up and glanced at the location on the screen. Lanshan District, the house number brightly displayed, barely half a block away from here. That district wasn't low-end. How could Ai Weiwei and Tang Dahai afford to live there? Tang Dahai's ancestral home wasn't in Bashu, and he didn't own any property there. Could it be rented? Knowing where she was holed up, Zhou Qilin felt no urgency. Ai Weiwei had called him most likely because she had left empty-handed. She hadn't brought any thick clothes, leaving them all at the farm. Last night the temperature had plummeted like a knife, and very few shops were open on the streets, making it hard to find even something to wrap around oneself. While he still had time, Zhou Qilin sifted through the messy business with Ai Weiwei, giving Zhou Li the essential points. Zhou Li reached out and patted Zhou Qilin's shoulder, the gesture carrying a hint of maturity. "Not bad, your mind's working faster now. This idea of yours isn't bad. First let that woman taste what the apocalypse is really like, then give her a glimmer of hope, and then crush that hope, making her completely collapse. When she's on the verge of death, make sure she can't die, forcing her to endure in a state of half-life. Once she gets used to that, let her die with a belly full of humiliation and regret. Tisk, that's ruthless enough. Have you been watching too many palace intrigue dramas lately?" Zhou Qilin frowned. "Watch less of that stuff, or it only makes you dumber." He didn't want his sister to turn into one of those scheming characters from TV shows. This world was already rotten enough, or why add more trouble for their own people? He brought the topic back to reality. "Tomorrow the temperature is going to drop to zero." Zero. Zhou Li's attention was indeed drawn away. Compared to dealing with a woman, she preferred concrete problems. "Do we have enough coal and oil?" "Should be enough." Zhou Qilin thought for a moment. The fuel stored in the Laifu was plentiful. Gasoline, aviation kerosene, and diesel all piled high. The most abundant was aviation kerosene. Normally, it couldn't be added to regular gasoline engines, but diesel engines could manage with it. For instance, the RV he had acquired was equipped with a 15.6-liter 6-cylinder diesel engine. In theory, using high-grade aviation kerosene wouldn't cause major issues. As for coal and charcoal, Qingyali had procured them later. Roughly 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal. Under normal circumstances, if used sparingly, they could last over a year. But Jolie was still uneasy. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the screen for a long time, finally stopping at a location about 20 kilometers from Jiazhou City. A coal mine. Zhou Qilin didn't understand why she had marked the Jiayang coal mine. "If you have the time, make a trip there," Jolie said. "Isn't it enough? Plans can never keep up with changes. Smart people don't wait for tomorrow to come to them. They go choose their own tomorrow." Zhou Qilin shrugged, agreeing. On the other end, Ai Weiwei, who had hung up the phone, nearly threw her phone away in frustration. She sat in Sun Chengha's house waiting and waiting, but Zhou Qilin hadn't even sent a message, let alone shown up. This infuriated her, but a faint unease stirred in her heart. Could it be? He had sensed something. She turned her head to glance at Tang Dahai and Sun Chenghao, who were lounging on the sofa playing games, and then thought of Zhou Qilin's family, who had been busy for days. Something felt off. It was already noon, but only a sliver of light pierced through the sky. The July sun, which should have been blazing like a fireball, was now dimmer than the moon, muffled by thick clouds resembling a dried-out, hard duck egg yolk. Ai Weiwei mindlessly scrolled through her phone, where apocalyptic theories flooded the screen. Posts that would have been deleted a couple of days ago were now left completely unchecked. Her fingertip repeatedly traced the edge of the screen, but that message never appeared. Ai Weiwei stared at the black screen, her thoughts drifting back to the pigsties and chicken coops at Zhou Qilin's house that she had once scorned. Now as they surfaced in her mind, they seemed to take on a warm, stomach-filling shape. "Bing Bing, are you hungry? Let's go out and get something to eat." Tang Dahai finally tossed his phone to the other side of the sofa and stretched his stomach, rumbling with emptiness. Ai Weiwei didn't get up, as she just tilted her chin toward the window. Outside the glass, the sky was a grayish-white rain slanting against the panes, and not a single pedestrian could be seen on the street. "Do you think any restaurant is open in this weather?" By last night, the eateries in this area had already pulled down their rolling shutters one by one. The butcher's counter was bare, the vegetable stall shelves were so dry you could hear echoes, and the grain and oil shop shutter was tightly locked. Without rice, even a clever wife couldn't cook a meal. "It's fine, I still have some instant noodles at home," Sun Qinghao said, poking his head out from the kitchen, holding up 2 plastic bowls. His bachelor's instinct for getting by never failed him, though the cup noodles were coated in a thin layer of dust. Ai Weiwei didn't respond, but the smell of industrial seasoning automatically filled her nostrils. Too much oil and salt, excessive preservatives. Eating that would ruin her skin. Her stomach made the decision for her no. As her gaze passed over the instant noodles and Sun Chengha's hands, the once dismissed farm lit up in her mind again. The smell of chicken manure mixed with the scent of hay, the dark floors of the pigsty. She had found it too dirty to even approach back then. Now she remembered the cured meats hanging on the walls, the piles of pumpkins and sweet potatoes in the kitchen. The Zhou family wouldn't run out of food. Ai Weiwei turned her head and found Yang Qiqi looking at her. Their eyes met and no words were needed. They shared the same thought. We have to leave. Ai Weiwei flipped her phone over. The screen lit up for a moment before going dark again. Zhou Qilin's call never came, and the message she had sent seemed to have sunk like a stone into water, not even a bubble rising. Her fingers tightened. Her gold digger instinct told her that the value of a backup plan needed to be cashed in promptly. The owner of this house had a big place and a source of food. In comparison, Tang Dahai's good looks and sweet talk felt as light as paper before an empty fridge. A moment of pleasure versus a full stomach. She could calculate that balance clearly. Tang Dahai's expression had already changed. He had traveled all the way from Shenzhen just for one night of warmth. Can't we stay 2 more days? If you want to eat, I'll go buy some. Before Ai Weiwei could stop him, the door had already slammed shut. The sound of the security door closing still echoed in the hallway when Sun Chenghao sidled over from the kitchen, his steps as light as a cat's, a vague, unreadable smile on his face. Yang Qiqi's footsteps had just disappeared into the bathroom, and the sound of running water started. Bing bing, he said in a low voice, his gaze settling on the area above her collarbone. The sound you made last night was really something. What do you want? Ai Weiwei's voice turned cold. Hey, what could I possibly want? Sun Chenghao said that, but the meaning in his eyes was clearly different. Old Tang is my brother, and you're his woman. How could I just mess with you? That wouldn't be right, would it? Ai Weiwei didn't respond. She knew deep down that she never cared about such things. She only cared about what she could gain. Every action had to cost something, and she wouldn't waste herself on anything with no return. As for Sun Chenghao, what did he have to offer? Meanwhile, the cold wind at the corner of the stairwell had already seeped into Tang Dahai's collar. He regretted it. It was too cold. Absolutely unbearable. Back in the house with the doors and windows shut tight, he hadn't noticed it. But as soon as he pushed open the iron door of the stairwell, the wind cut into him like a knife. His clothes felt like paper, his fingertips went numb first, then his toes, the cold seeping into his very bones. It was supposed to be July, but the temperature felt as harsh as the coldest days of winter. It had never been like this in Shenzhen. Tang Dahai cursed inwardly. Jiazhou was a lousy place. Tang Dahai stared at his phone screen, his fingertips pale from the cold. He had wronged Jiazhou. That place had never been this cold before. But at this moment the chill in Shenzhen was even more biting than in Jiazhou, as if countless ice needles were piercing through his pores. The atmospheric circulation had long since shattered. Cold air no longer moved south from the north, and the coastal areas usually wrapped in warm ocean currents now had a thin layer of ice even near the splashing waves. Yesterday at noon, a friend from Shenzhen had messaged him that the water pipes had frozen and burst, and the water flowing out had turned into icicles midair. He scrolled through those photos, his fingertip leaving wet streaks on the screen. It wasn't just Shenzhen. From south to north, all the cities along the coastline were experiencing unprecedented low temperatures. Global meteorological disasters were devouring countless lives within a single day. Countries were scrambling frantically, with disaster relief becoming their sole focus. Messages marked with kept popping up, pushing the plight of an island nation to the front page. That elongated island seemed to have caught the heavens' wrath. Volcanic eruptions, rainstorms, mudslides bombarding it in turns. Except for the capital, which was barely maintaining order, the rest of the country had completely collapsed. Ordinary people could only rely on themselves. No outside aid, no supplies, no hope. 13 cities had become vast reservoirs, floodwaters submerging entire urban districts. 3/4 of the residents had vanished into the murky currents, never to resurface. 3 small towns nestled against the mountains were swept away by mudslides, leaving no trace behind. Within a 30-kilometer radius of Mount Shifu, the air was thick with poison gas. The scent of volcanic ash mingled with sulfides had turned this region into a land of death. The bodies of animals and humans lay scattered on the roads, mouths agape, eyes bulging. No one could escape. The island nation could only repeat the same words on television. The royal family fled faster than anyone else. They did not head to the beautiful country or Europe, but straight to Heizhou. This choice made everyone realize that the island nation's years of strategic deployment in Heizhou had not been empty talk. Living on an island that could collapse at any moment, everyone fantasized about how to escape, how to survive, and how to find a patch of clean land beyond the ruins. The powerful followed closely, most having packed their bags the moment smoke rose from the peak of Mount Shifu. Some went to Heizhou, while more wealthy individuals flew to Europe, where the estates and castles they had purchased years earlier finally proved useful. The island nation's royal family, along with their secretly expanded navy and a vast fleet of civilian ships, forcibly sent 2/3 of their military forces into the ocean, their bows pointed straight at Heizhou. Some whispered among themselves that this disaster might present another opportunity for the island nation. In peacetime, they would never dare to openly seize another's territory. Yesterday morning, a cold current of unknown origin struck the southern coast of the island nation. Like the Frost Queen from an animated film, it swept northward across the land, dropping temperatures by 50 degrees in its wake. Someone had once made a film about a severe convective storm depicting a scene of extreme cold. Audiences at the time thought it was just special effects, believing Earth could never get that cold. But now reality was more absurd than cinema. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that direction. Weather stations, television networks, and social media across the globe all watched this unprecedented cold current, wondering how much land, how much flesh and blood, and how many breaths of white vapor it would ultimately consume. As her finger scrolled across the screen, Wu Shui could hear her own heartbeat. In that video, the surface of the river seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand. First, a thin sheet of ice crept from the banks, then the entire channel solidified into a gray-white solid. The glass facades of buildings became mottled within seconds. Cracks like spiderwebs climbed across every pane, and then the entire structure shed powdery debris from its surface. Those walking figures, moving one moment, stopped the next. Their skin rapidly lost its color, their hair and clothing became frosted, and they ultimately became transparent sculptures frozen in place. After analysis, professional institutions declared that the temperature at the center of this cold current could be as low as -100 degrees. Even an Inuit clad in the thickest furs would lose their life within a single breath in such air. The image of the island nation was like a potent dose of medicine. In the past, leaders of various nations had argued over resource allocation plans, questioned the feasibility of contingency measures, and voiced opposition in a cacophony of dissent. But after that video spread across the globe, the conference rooms fell silent, filled only with the rustle of turning pages. No one raised further objections. The rational understood that any hesitation now was tantamount to choosing death. The beautiful country's Eden and Ark projects began to accelerate at full speed. The Xia Nation Spark Plan also received unanimous approval at a late-night meeting. Several major European nations jointly launched the Olympus Project, a scheme that had been secretly operating underground for years finally surfacing. The Bear Nation pushed forward with its hibernation plan. These great powers had the funds, the technology, and the suitable locations. Bases beneath glaciers, bunkers deep in deserts, and chambers under the sea. As for those second and third-tier nations, even if their leaders understood it all, they could only remain silent in their offices. They lacked the financial resources to build sanctuaries, the technological reserves to support vast plans, and some could not even find a geographical location to shelter from the cold current. The island nation's two neighbors were in an especially dire predicament. The brother nations of Han and Jin decades ago had embarked on entirely different paths. Han, with its economic boom and technological accumulation, had given its citizens the capital to look down upon their northern brethren. But as the contours of the catastrophe became clear, Han, surrounded by sea on three sides, found itself with no retreat. The island nation at least had its covert arrangements in Heizhou, a global network of resources. Han's high-ranking officials and financial magnates, however, had never considered a fallback. In contrast, the isolated and backward Jin was at least connected to the continental shelf. As long as the Xia nation was willing to extend a helping hand, they could find a chance to survive by relying on the shelter of the mountains. Relations between Jin and the Xia nation had remained moderately friendly over the past few decades. Faced with a crisis for all humanity, the border became a passable channel. A few days ago, the top leader of Jin reached an agreement with the high-ranking officials of the Xia nation. After making a pledge not to threaten the security of the Xia nation, Jin received permission when necessary. The citizens of Jin could enter the territory of the Xia nation and build temporary shelters under the cover of the mountains. All nations tacitly agreed to keep their survival plans secret. They feared that a leak of information would trigger panic and lead to a collapse of order. Thus, notifications were quietly sent to specific groups, those deemed important figures or elite talents, asking them to quietly proceed to the nearest assembly point. Zhou Qilin's family and Yang Qiqi were not on the list. Wu Shui had received that text message last night. The screen displayed she was classified as a third-category elite talent and could use the accompanying QR code to go to the nearest military garrison. Under favorable conditions, the military would escort her to the Spark Plan sanctuary. She put down her phone and stared at the ceiling. The night wind outside the window stirred the curtains, and moonlight cast shifting shadows on the floor. She knew the military would not provide these resources for free, and she understood the reason for her selection. Some scientific achievement or a title on her resume had played its part. Her mind kept flashing images of those frozen pedestrians, their expressions fixed in their final moments, as if silently asking a question. When the morning light seeped through the gaps in the curtains, Wu Shui had not yet closed her eyes. Her fingers caressed the QR code on the phone screen, then gently withdrew. She trusted the judgment of the state machinery and understood the weight behind this notification. But a voice in her mind kept asking, if she left, what about those who should go with her? She knew in her heart that once she stepped into the sanctuary, that door would likely close forever. By then, the outside world would become another planet, and she would never find any trace of her parents again. If not the military, who else could she rely on? Wu Shui spent the morning scrolling through apocalyptic novels on her desk, her eyes sore as if rubbed. At 2 p.m, she sent a text message to Zhou Li. Zhou Li stared at the screen and let out a low exclamation. She dropped the work beside Zhou Qilin and ran to the door. Shuejia. Shaoli. Wu Shui forced a smile, her steps unsteady. A sleepless night was only part of it, heavier was the weight on her chest. Could this girl really make the decisions? The two sat down on the living room sofa. Wu Shui's gaze swept around as she asked about Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. In her understanding, such a major matter would require the adult's approval. Don't worry, half of this family's vote is mine. Jolie patted her chest, her voice crisp. Wu Shui still didn't believe her and asked about Zhou Qilin. Jolie thought for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie and called out. A few minutes later, Zhou Qilin came down the stairs, his sleeves still stained with paint. Upon hearing the words, Spark Plan, Zhou Qilin didn't even lift his eyelids. He had not only heard of it, but also clearly remembered the specific locations of several bases. He glanced at his sister, then at Wu Shui. The brain capacity of both women sent a chill down his spine. I think, Zhou Qilin began. Listen to me, listen to me. Jolie grabbed Wu Shui's arm. Shuijia, stay with us. We have everything prepared at home. She dragged Wu Shui up to the platform. That water tank was like a crouching giant beast, and beside it was a newly built tool, shed the smell of paint still lingering. Wu Shui stood there, her legs weak. You knew this would happen all along. Not us, me. Jolie pointed her thumb at her own nose, her eyes shining brightly. It was me being unreasonable and willful who forced my parents and brother to do it. They had no choice but to indulge me. Lily, if you don't know how to use idioms, don't force it. Zhou Qilin frowned from behind. He'll say what I like, what's it to you? Jolie turned back to glare at him, then turned around with a beaming smile and leaned close to Wu Shui's ear. Come on, I'll show you the secret weapon. She pushed open the tool shed door, revealing neatly stacked shelves inside. There were generators, water purifiers, compressed food, medical kits, and even a few barrels of gasoline. Jolie pulled open a disguised storage box, revealing the real provisions underneath. Shaoli, you're a real blessing. Wu Shui's voice trembled as she walked downstairs. Compared to this girl, she was just a foolish bookworm, unable to even see which way the wind was blowing outside. So Shuijia, are you willing to join? Aye. Wu Shui's throat moved. Images from those apocalyptic novels flashed through her mind. She knew all too well where a useless woman would end up in a chaotic world. The only card she could play was probably the bit of skill she had under that white lab coat. I'm always racking my brains and pondering deeply for my brother. Jolie suddenly blurted out the shift in topic, inexplicable. What do you mean? If he stays a bachelor forever. Jolie lowered her voice and made a throat-slitting gesture. Then my parents will have to use me to substitute for him, and he'll be in big trouble then. In Shui's cheeks flushed with a hint of red, as if steamed by hot water. So you mean? Exactly. Jolie stepped on the sofa cushion, her arm raised high. The moment we met, I knew it. This girl is destined to be my sister-in-law. I think I'd better go back for now. Even though Zhou Qilin wasn't present, In Shui still felt her face burning. It wasn't that she felt any aversion or disdain for Zhou Qilin. Honestly, she had never directed her thoughts toward matters between men and women. In terms of intellect, she was among the cream of the crop, spending nearly all her waking hours immersed in academic research. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved her current results or squeezed into the third round of the seed plan acceptance list. Her impression of Zhou Qilin had always remained at the level of a friend, or more accurately, Zhou Li's brother. Go back. No way, Shuijia. Let me advise you, don't hesitate. When you need to make a decision, just make it. Besides, you've seen everything we have. I definitely won't abandon you. In Shui raised a hand to her forehead. All right, put those idioms away for now, and we can still be friends. He'll agree, okay. But let's take it slowly on the whole being your brother's girlfriend thing, all right? Awesome. Jolie threw herself into In Shui's arms, rubbing her cheek against her shoulder. I've always wanted a smart older sister since I was little, and today my dream has finally come true. That's what you call sexism. Zhou Qilin happened to walk down the stairs, his tone laced with displeasure. Wrong. Jolie glanced up at him. Someone as clueless and irresponsible as you isn't even worthy of talking to me. Watching the siblings bicker, a smile curved at the corners of In Shui's mouth. She suddenly felt that the atmosphere in this house was quite endearing. It wasn't anything high class or elegant, but there was a grounded warmth that made her feel comfortable. The path she had chosen probably wasn't wrong. Just as Zhou Qilin was about to give Zhou Li a proper scolding, the doorbell rang. A man stood outside the door, his identity rather unusual. I am the property management manager of this residential complex, named Xiao Hang. Is there something? Zhou Qilin met Xiao Hang for the first time. His first impression was far from favorable. Xiao Hang was neatly dressed, his face bearing an expression of reliability and steadiness, and his gaze was composed, yet Zhou Qilin felt something was off. Perhaps it was the intuition honed during those days of the apocalypse. He blocked the doorway with his body, leveraging his height to prevent Xiao Hang's gaze from sweeping into the depths of the corridor. Some residents have reported that there are unauthorized structures here. Xiao Hang pointed at the newly installed blast-proof door. This is a public area. We're only here to discuss it after receiving complaints. I see. Zhou Qilin didn't rush to deny it. He wasn't unreasonable. Since someone complained, he'll contact the renovation company to have it removed. It'll take at most 3 to 5 days. Xiao Hang was taken aback. Such a prompt agreement almost seemed insincere. Then we'll trouble you. If you need any help from the property management, just let us know. We'll do what we can. All right, once my parents are back, I'll have them contact the renovation team. As soon as they're found, work will begin immediately. The words were watertight provided the renovation team could actually be found. Xiao Hang didn't catch the subtle twist in Zhou Qilin's words. He pulled out his phone and had him scan a QR code to join the Lanshan Community Owners Group. Your parents are getting on in years. I've run into them a few times before, but I never brought it up. Anyway, it's fine as long as one person from the family is in the group. While fiddling with his phone, he chatted casually. The weather has been off lately. Who knows when it'll turn around? Some owners in our community are quite resourceful. A couple of days ago, an owner from Building 3 contacted a farm and got 5 truckloads of fresh vegetables delivered. There's also someone in Building 5 who runs a grain and oil business. If anyone's short on food, they can reach out to him, but you can't take too much at once. Enough for a family of 3 for 3 to 5 days at most. Xiao Hang glanced at Zhou Qilin. I heard you run a fairly large-scale farming operation in our city boss show. Any chance you have a connection for pork? Zhou Qilin's heart sank. If Shou Kaijun and Cheng Yali hadn't mentioned it, how did the property management know? This wasn't simple. My family's farm was transferred out a while ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved entirely. It's just bad timing, isn't it? If I'd known this would happen, I'd rather have stayed. At least in the countryside, there's no shortage of food. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Hang's face, followed by undisguised disappointment. Then, do you still have any stock stored in the countryside? Nothing left. Zhou Qilin spread his hands. My family runs a farm, not a processing plant. I see. Alright, I'll just send a message if anything comes up. We won't disturb you further. Watching Xiao Hang lead the 2 security guards into the elevator, Zhou Qilin finally closed the door. Zhou Li and Wu Shui had been hiding behind the ajar security door, listening to everything. Xiao Hang tried to add me on WeChat at the community entrance a couple of days ago. I ignored him, Wu Shui said. He's shifty. Not a good person. Zhou Li nodded. Sister Shui, don't pay him any attention. Zhou Qilin agreed with his sister's assessment, then dialed Cheng Yali's number to bring up the blast-proof door. On the phone, Zhou Kaijun confirmed with certainty that neither he nor Cheng Yali had ever mentioned to anyone in the community what they did for a living. Could it be the developer? Cheng Yali reminded Zhou Kaijun from the side. The community property management is a subsidiary of the developer. It's fine. Let's just keep our involvement in community affairs to a minimum. When will you be back? We're already on the road. Old Zhou slowed down. What's that blocking the way? Break. Cheng Yali's scream made Zhou Qilin's heart clench. A dull thud of impact came through the phone, and Zhou Qilin shot to his feet. Brother, don't move. Zhou Qilin stared at the phone screen, now emitting a busy tone, his face ashen. Something had happened. It was definitely not a car accident. Old Zhou's driving skills wouldn't allow for one. Before the sound of tires crunching over crushed ice had faded, Zhou Qilin's fingertips had already gripped the anti-slip texture on the steering wheel. When Cheng Yali's shout about something blocking the road exploded from the walkie-talkie, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The tactic of blocking the road with a vehicle or obstacle had seen it too many times on the southwestern border. First force a vehicle to stop, then swarm in, dragging the unarmed into the darkness to be devoured. Bashu had been peaceful lately, lulling him into complacency. He admitted his carelessness, but now wasn't the time for regret. He had to get there before they made their move. Turning, he avoided Wu Shui's probing gaze and pressed a cold, hard object into Zhou Li's palm. It was a gun and 2 magazines, the metal casing still carrying the residual warmth of his hand. Do you know how to use it? He asked in a low voice. Zhou Li didn't speak. Her fingers contracted slightly, and the object slid deep into the pocket of her thick loungewear, moving as swiftly as a fish in water. She looked up at him, her voice as steady as a frozen river. Brother, be careful. You too. Zhou Qilin reached out and ruffled her hair. A few strands curled between his fingers. He pulled open the door and stepped into the wind outside. The sky outside was pitch black. It would be nearly 2 months before the sun showed its face again. True winter descended tonight. The wind lashed against his face like sandpaper scraping across skin. Zhou Qilin slid into the driver's seat and suited up in full gear, the kind used by special forces in the States, complete with an infrared night vision scope on his helmet. It looked the part, but he wondered if it could withstand the sub-zero temperatures. He started the engine. As he drove out of the community gate, he reached over and grabbed 2 pistols and a submachine gun from the passenger seat, placing them within easy reach as casually as setting out a set of chopsticks. He floored the accelerator and the engine roared. On that suburban road, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's pickup truck was parked crookedly along the shoulder. The truck's nose was angled toward a field ridge. The headlights swept across the area 20 or 30 meters ahead, where a cluster of figures was slowly tightening a circle. Zhou Kaijun leaned back in his seat, his right hand pressed firmly against his forehead. Blood seeped through his fingers, trickling down his brow and coating his eyelashes and half his face. He was still conscious, muttering repeatedly, "Lock the doors. Lock them tight. Don't get out." The visibility on that stretch of road had been as poor as if a black cloth had been draped over everything. By the time he saw the roadblock, it was too late to stop. He could only slam on the brakes and crank the wheel hard to the right, hoping to steer the pickup around the obstacle via the farmland beside the road. But his luck ran out. The chassis slammed into a rock buried in the soil of the field ridge. The engine died instantly. He was jolted upward, his forehead smashing hard against the steering wheel. However, this swerve also threw off the attacker's plan. They had been waiting for the truck to hit the roadblock so they could swarm in and loot. Instead, the pickup had come to a crooked halt 20 or 30 meters away, a full distance short of their intended trap. Cheng-Yali, however, remained calm. She locked all 4 doors, checked her husband's wound, a gash on the forehead, but no bone damage, then looked up at the window. On the pitch-black road, the figures drew closer, clutching implements of varying lengths. Some caught the headlights' reflection flashing with a cold metallic gleam. Daring to rob me. Cheng-Yali reached into her coat and pulled out the gun Zhou Qilin had given her. She loaded it with practiced ease. The barrel swayed inside the cabin, and she reached for the door handle. The walkie-talkie crackled twice. Zhou Cajun's voice and the familiar channel signal stopped her simultaneously. Then Zhou Qilin's voice came through. "Mom, it's me." Rain mixed with sleet pounded against the windshield. The tires groaned as they churned through the mud. The veins on Zhou Cajun's hands gripping the steering wheel bulged. He hadn't expected the road to be this slick. When the pickup fishtailed, he heard a crack from his ribs. Zhou Qilin pulled the night vision goggles over his face, turning the world into shades of grayish-green. The headlights swept forward, revealing a pile of excavators and steamrollers ahead, their steel teeth bared in the darkness, waiting for prey to stumble into them. If he had hit them at his previous speed, the bones of everyone in the cab would have been shattered. A fire burned in his throat. This was no mere robbery. It was murder. He stomped the brake pedal to the floor. The tires screamed in the muddy water. Zhou Qilin grabbed the submachine gun with his left hand and pushed the door open with his right. Before his foot even touched the ground, a sharp crack rang out ahead. Gunfire muffled yet crisp in the rain and snow. "Mom." He crouched low and sprinted forward, his soles slipping on the slick pavement. Amid the gunfire, he heard screams occasionally punctuated by a dog's bark, the sound of something being torn apart. Rounding the pile of steel obstacles, the night vision goggles revealed several shifting human figures. Someone was running toward him, others were diving into the wheat field below the road embankment, and one figure was scrambling onto the pickup truck's cargo bed. More shadows lay motionless on the ground. Through the goggles, he saw 2 human silhouettes inside the pickup. A red flash pulsed from the passenger seat, each burst sending a projectile outward like someone swinging a lit fuse in the dark. He knew it was Cheng-Yali. Each jump of the muzzle in her hand claimed a life. The gunfire continued, but it was growing sporadic. Zhou Qilin raised the submachine gun, aligning the sights with the nearest shadow. He squeezed the trigger. The gun vibrated gently. The clatter of ejected shell casings was swallowed by the wind. Through the night vision, he could clearly see the tracers cutting through the air. The figures wobbled and collapsed. Those who had fled farther glanced back, but didn't stop. Zhou Qilin's lips pressed into a thin line. He had been through worse nights. He knew that letting a single survivor escape meant trouble. He shifted the muzzle, fired a burst, shifted again, fired another. The submachine gun's recoil was lighter than expected, feeling almost like a toy in his hands. But the thud of bullets hitting flesh was anything but toy-like. When the third magazine ran dry, no shadows remained standing in his view. Except for one. Cheng-Yali had already gotten out of the truck. The barrel of her gun was pressed against the forehead of a man sprawled on the hood. He was no longer moving. "Son." Her voice was much lower now. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly, whether from cold or something else. Zhou Qilin walked over, kicking something soft underfoot. He glanced down, then raised his gun and fired a finishing shot at a nearby body that was still twitching. The convulsions ceased completely. "Quick, let's go." A hint of panic finally crept into Cheng-Yali's voice, as if she had just realized what had happened. "No rush." Zhou Qilin bent down, picked up a shell casing from the ground, twirled it between his fingers, and tossed it into a roadside puddle. The only sounds remaining were the soft patter of rain and snow hitting the ground, and the sizzle of coolant from the engine dripping onto the mud. An indescribable smell hung in the air, gunpowder rust, and the scent of blood diluted by rain. He surveyed the area, ensuring this encounter would leave no loose ends. The cold night wind carried the smell of blood into the car windows. Zhou Qilin's night vision goggles turned everything ahead into shifting shades of green. Among the fallen figures, some chests still rose and fell slowly, while others had already gone completely still. He moved along, firing finishing shots with the efficiency of crushing a cockroach. Cheng-Yali's hand, still holding the gun, trembled slightly. When she had fired into the crowd earlier, she felt like a frantic housewife shooing away chickens. Most of her bullets had flown to unknown places. The only ones she had actually brought down were the first 2 who rushed forward. The rest were all cleaned up by Zhou Qilin, who followed behind. When Zhou Qilin reached a man shot in the ankle, the man curled up on the ground, his face a mess of snot, tears, and mud. He begged in a hoarse voice, "Please. I have a child at home." Zhou Qilin looked down at him for 2 seconds, then pulled the trigger. The sound was muffled like snapping a wet branch. Cheng-Yali turned and ran back to the car. The seatbelt dug painfully into her ribs. Staring at the windshield, her words seemed forced from the depths of her throat. "Old Zhou is. Is that still my son?" Zhou Kaijun leaned back in his seat, the blood from the towel wrapped around his forehead already clotted into a dark red. He said hoarsely, "Didn't you just do the same?" "I did it to save you. Wife, you did well." Zhou Kaijun's voice suddenly softened. That word, wife, which he hadn't used in a long time, unlocked Cheng-Yali's floodgates of tears. She lunged forward and threw her arms around him, her nails digging into the fabric of his back. "Easy, easy. Honey, I was so scared just now." I was scared too. I told you not to get out of the car, but you wouldn't listen. If you do this again, Zhou Qilin's voice came from outside the car laced with a helpless smile. Mom and Dad, I'd be all for you two being lovey-dovey, but could you at least check the time first? The wind is biting my bones. Who's being lovey-dovey? You disrespectful child, come help your father out of the car. You can handle that yourself. Zhou Qilin circled to the back of the truck, pretending not to hear his mother mutter, this brat. In the truck's iron cage, Blackie's claws were hooked onto the bar's foam at the corners of his mouth. His voice was hoarse from barking, reduced to a raspy wheeze. Zhou Qilin crouched down and saw blood seeping from the dog's gums, likely scraped raw from biting the cage in the earlier panic. He opened the cage door, and with a muffled whine, Blackie bolted straight for the driver's cabin. Zhou Qilin didn't chase after him. Instead, he began to inventory the supplies in the truck. Besides boxes of compressed biscuits and bottled water, there were several cages in the corner, 10 barred rock chickens huddled together, 6 mallard ducks with their heads buried under their wings, and 2 white geese craning their necks staring at him warily. Beside them were 4 rabbits, 1 male, 3 female, trembling together in a heap. There was also a cage of quails startled into frantic hopping by the earlier commotion, feathers scattered all over the ground. These things couldn't be stored in his spatial ring. Zhou Qilin had to haul the cages out one by one, calling for Blackie to help keep the chickens from escaping. After loading everything onto his own off-road vehicle, he stored the pickup truck in his spatial ring. The bodies lying scattered on the ground were left for the maggots to feast on. Even if someone investigated later with the pickup gone, all leads would be severed. Cheng Yali supported Zhou Cajun's head in the back seat, while Blackie lay in the passenger seat, his tongue lolling out. Zhou Qilin tossed his tactical vest and helmet into the spatial ring, turned the key to start the engine, a faint smile still playing on his lips. On the way, he briefly recounted the matter with Wu Shui. Cheng Yali slapped her thigh as soon as she heard. That's perfect. Should have invited her sooner. The gash on Zhou Cajun's forehead wouldn't stop bleeding with a simple band-aid. Wu Shui had worked as a nurse in a hospital for a few years. She at least knew how to disinfect and stitch wounds. Mom, call Lily and tell her to get things ready with Wu Shui. Don't let Dad lose any more blood. Zhou Qilin pressed the accelerator harder, the tires crunching over shattered glass on the road with a fine, crisp sound. Zhou Qilin tapped his fingers twice on the steering wheel. When the electronic screen in the distance flashed the words, "Welcome home," he stepped on the brake pedal. The wheels rolled over a speed bump, jolting the car slightly. The glass door of the security booth on the left suddenly burst open, and a shadow lunged toward the front of the car. Immediately after, a second figure chased after it from behind, shoes scraping harshly against the concrete. His right hand had already reached for the hard object at his waist. AI Weiwei's voice exploded first. Are you crazy? I'm freezing to death. Let us in first. The face outside the window was pale under the streetlight, but its eyes were fixed on the car door handle. The clang of metal was particularly sharp in the night. The door didn't open. You? Zhou Qilin turned his head and said something to the security guard, then pressed the accelerator. With an engine roar, the car glided straight into the underground garage. The taillights carved 2 red streaks through the darkness, disappearing at the end of the ramp. Ai Weiwei stood there watching the lights vanish, her chest heaving violently. The security guard suppressed a laugh and asked, "Miss, still want to go in?" His tone was like teasing a spitting cat. "I'm a homeowner. I already told you." Ai Weiwei's hair whipped in an arc as she spun around, her voice shattering the night air. "What's wrong?" Xiaohang happened to arrive, drawn by the commotion. Who are you?" Xiaohang raised a hand to cut her off, his gaze sweeping over her face. "Building 8, floor 17. Mr. Zhou prepaid 5 years of property fees. Are you the homeowner?" Ai Weiwei froze for 2 seconds, then stomped her foot. "I'm his daughter-in-law." She pulled Yang Qiqi and turned away. The click of her high heels on the stone path was like urgent drumbeats. Xiaohang stared at their swaying figures for a few seconds, then turned to the guard. "From the beginning, how did you stop them? What did she say?" "Who?" Xiaohang suddenly spun around, his voice cutting through the night like a knife. The guard nearly dropped his walkie-talkie. In the shadows, untouched by light, a curled-up figure moved slowly. The soles of his shoes scraped against the ground, as if deliberately slowing his movements. "Come out now, or he'll really take action." "I'm just passing through." Tang Dahai shuffled out from the dark, his teeth chattering as he spoke. His gaze swept past Xiaohang's shoulder, scanning the neighborhood. "Following those 2 women. That's my girlfriend." Tang Dahai's voice trembled, but his eyes were resolute. "I'm here to catch her cheating." "Cheating?" Xiaohang's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. "But that lady said she was the homeowner's daughter-in-law. How do you prove it?" Tang Dahai opened his mouth, but said nothing. "Want to go in and confront her face to face?" Tang Dahai's eyes lit up for a moment, and he nodded eagerly. Xiaohang crossed his arms. "Why should I let you in?" He paused, his gaze falling on Tang Dahai's wrinkled collar. "The people living inside are all rich. I don't want to offend them." Xiaohang glanced at Tang Dahai, who leaned in and lowered his voice. "They'll pay you a finder's fee. Just tell me which store she went to. What happens after that has nothing to do with you." Xiaohang's lips twisted into a cold smirk. "You say it has nothing to do with me. How about we go to my office and have a nice long chat?" Tang Dahai's mind was filled with images of Ai Weiwei possibly entangled with another man. His throat tightened, and without much hesitation he nodded. At the same time, the door to Zhou Qilin's house was pushed open. Blood was streaming down Zhou Kajin's face. Though Zhou Li had been told this would happen, seeing it in person still made her gasp sharply. Wu Shui clenched her fingers, her face only slightly more taut. Mom, Dad, go upstairs. Zhou Qilin nodded at Wu Shui. Thank you for your trouble. It's my duty. Wu Shui didn't ask questions, leading the three of them to the second floor. Just as their feet touched the stairs, the doorbell rang. The moment Zhou Qilin opened the door, Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi were hit by a wave of warmth, the chill clinging to them dissipating. Inside and outside the house felt like two different seasons. You? Why didn't you wait for me? Ai Weiwei wiggled her hips, plastering a smile on her face as she reached out to take Zhou Qilin's arm. This trick had never failed her before. Every time she acted coy, men would go weak in the knees. But today was different. Zhou Qilin stepped back, his face tightening. Something you need. Ai Weiwei's smile froze, hardening stiffly on her face. What? What do you mean? Didn't you invite me over? Don't forget I have a share in this house too. She hadn't thought of it when she first entered, but now that she was warm, her brain seemed to thaw as well. Zhou Qilin didn't deny the ownership issue. But in this situation, what did it matter? My make's right. I don't care. I'm staying here. Ai Weiwei shoved past Zhou Qilin, striding into the living room and plopping down on the sofa. The warmth enveloped her, and she squinted in comfort. Snacks and fruit were laid out on the coffee table. She grabbed some without a second thought, her mouth too busy to care about anything else. Got anything to eat? I'm starving. Seeing Zhou Qilin lock the door and walk back, she thought she had won again. Her old habits flared up, and she raised her hand to point and scold. There's food. Zhou Qilin nodded, a cold smirk on his face. Do you deserve it? Ai Weiwei was stunned, her eyes fixed on Zhou Qilin. She almost wondered if she was seeing the wrong person. Was this still Zhou Qilin? She turned to look at Yang Qiqi, wanting to confirm if what just happened was an illusion. Still don't get it. Zhou Qilin stepped forward, grabbing Ai Weiwei by the arm, his finger pointing toward the sealed French window. It's the end of the world, Ai Weiwei. The apocalypse. What? What apocalypse? They said it was just climate anomalies, that things would return to normal soon. Ai Weiwei's teeth chattered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Return to normal. Zhou Qilin flung his hand, throwing Ai Weiwei aside. Weren't you going to see your friend? Why didn't you stay with him? The sharp clatter of high heels echoed from the hallway. Ai Weiwei poked her head around the doorframe into the living room, a fawning smile on her face. I just came to check on him, really. No other meaning. After all, I am your girlfriend. Zhou Qilin leaned against the back of the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee. Girlfriend? Who and who? Don't go claiming connections. Want to be my sister-in-law? Zhou Li's footsteps descended the stairs. She walked over to Zhou Qilin, naturally threading her arm through his. Brother, you let them in. Zhou Qilin ruffled his sister's hair, a faint smile tugging at his lips. What do you think? Zhou Li blinked, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Brother, you're not planning on dealing with them first, are you? That's disgusting. Ai Weiwei's throat bobbed, her gaze darting between the siblings. If I'm not welcome, I'll leave. Qiqi, let's go. Leave? Zhou Qilin straightened up, flexing his wrists. You're thinking too simply. His hands were already stained with blood today. He had no intention of suppressing the raging fire within. When the slap landed, the air seemed to tear with a sharp crack. Ai Weiwei toppled sideways onto the floor, one side of her face swelling rapidly, a red line trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yang Qiqi screamed, clutching her head. Her legs were too weak to move. She wanted to intervene, but dared not, wanted to flee, but felt rooted to the spot. Shut up. Zhou Qilin slid his foot across the floor, gliding in front of Yang Qiqi in one smooth motion. He swung his fist, driving it into her soft abdomen. Her mouth hung wide open, but no sound came out. Her eyes rolled back, and her body crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. Ai Weiwei pushed herself up from the floor, her left face already swollen beyond recognition, her speech slurred. Police. They'll call the police. Call the police, my ass. The pent-up frustration of months exploded. Zhou Qilin lunged forward, grabbed her by the collar with one hand, lifted her, and slammed her down hard. The floor was tiled with reinforced homogenized steel plates. The impact produced a dull thud, and the crack of breaking bones was as clear as stepping on a dry twig. Ai Weiwei could only force out a faint wheeze of air from the pain. Her mouth gaped open like a fish stranded on the shore, the rise and fall of her chest growing weaker. Treating me like a backup plan. An ATM, a servant, a nanny, a bodyguard, risking life and limb to find you food while you were rolling in the sheets with someone else. Cuckolding me to my face, laughing, and calling me a worthless degenerate who couldn't evolve. Pushing me off a cliff. The dull thuds of fists hitting flesh came one after another. Zhou Qilin had completely forgotten that Zhou Li was still standing nearby. He didn't draw any weapons. Using only his hands and feet, he managed to send a body weighing over 90 pounds flying off the ground, suspending it in the air for several seconds before it fell. Zhou Li leaned against the wall and clicked her tongue. TSK. Pretty ruthless. She tilted her head to look at Yang Qiqi, who had opened her eyes and was trembling all over, and smiled sweetly. Hey, awake. Since you're awake, come watch the show. If you think this style of fighting isn't exciting enough, I'll have my brother switch it up. Yang Qiqi's gaze fell on her best friend, who was now unrecognizable after the beating. Her stomach churned, and she dry-heaved several times. I didn't see anything. Let me go. I won't tell, really. I swear I won't. Zhou Qilin wasn't concerned with Yang Qiqi for the moment. Ai Weiwei was barely clinging to life. This wasn't some theatrical performance. Oh, every blow landed solidly on flesh. Her internal organs were practically shattered. Dark clotted blood seeped slowly from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, forming a small dark stain on the floor. Blood still lingered on Zhou Qilin's fingertips as he looked at the curled-up figure in the corner. The woman named Ai Weiwei had fallen completely still. He released his grip on her ear, clapped his hands together, and turned toward his next target. Yang Qiqi trembled violently, the light from her phone screen reflecting off her deathly pale face. She saw the lingering ferocity in Zhou Qilin's eyes and quickly raised her phone, her voice trembling. Wait, I have something to say. I know someone from a truly wealthy family. No matter how chaotic it gets outside, he can still keep us comfortable. Look, this is what he chatted with me. On the screen, the contact name was clearly marked as President Chao. Zhou Qilin was about to wave the phone away, but those two words made him pause. Surname Chao? What's his name? Chao Bowen. We all call him President Chao. Are you sure? Absolutely. Yang Qiqi swallowed hard and ventured. Do you know him too? He did know him. How could he not? He would remember that face even if it turned to ashes. He said he's coming to pick you up. Yes, he said he's already on the way. Zhou Qilin was silent for 3 seconds, then reached out and pulled Yang Qiqi up from the ground. Then you can keep your life for now. But don't be idle. Clean this place up first. The breeding pens upstairs are yours to manage. Yang Qiqi was stunned. She had thought that dropping Chao Bowen's name would at least earn her some courtesy from this madman. But now she was to live in the breeding pen. With the livestock. I said I don't keep freeloaders. Zhou Qilin's voice was as cold as the wind outside. Tomorrow my mother will teach you how to feed the animals, and Xiaoli will show you how to maintain the pipes. Yang Qiqi's chest heaved violently. Words stuck in her throat, churning over and over, but in the end she swallowed them back. Only because Zhou Qilin raised his hand and pointed toward the door. You can also leave. It's minus 15 degrees Celsius outside now, and it will get colder. What did minus 15 degrees mean? Yang Qiqi had never experienced it in her life. Nor did she want to. The tool room was small and dirty, the air thick with the smell of feed and animal manure. But the walls were solid, and the boiler in the corner kept the indoor temperature steady at around 20 degrees. Compared to the frozen wasteland outside, it was another world entirely. I need to eat, she said through gritted teeth. Yang Qiqi chose to endure. She still clung to a sliver of hope that this darkness and cold couldn't last forever. Once society was restored, she would make Zhou Qilin pay, destroy his reputation, and grind him into dust. The tool room door closed and footsteps faded away. Wu Shui poked her head out of the kitchen, looked at the dough in her hands, then at the tightly shut door at the end of the hallway. She had heard her husband's instructions before he went to the backyard. The water on the stove was bubbling with steam. She had heard her son Zhou Qilin's decision to keep the woman and give her food. Wu Shui frowned and muttered to herself, putting her in the tool room. Aren't you afraid she'll cause trouble in the middle of the night? That woman has knives in her eyes. How can you trust her so easily? No one answered her in the kitchen. Only steam fogged the window into a white haze. In the small room on the second floor, Wu Shui was tending to the gash on Zhou Kajin's forehead. Cheng Yali handed her gauze and clean water, but couldn't help grumbling, expressing her displeasure at Zhou Qilin's recent arrangements. Xiaoxue, don't take it to heart. That woman has nothing to do with him. As for that Ai Weiwei, even if Zhou Qilin hadn't acted, I would have done it myself. She's utterly despicable. Wu Shui nodded at first, then gently shook her head. The mask covered most of her face, making it hard to speak, or perhaps she didn't know how to respond. The wound on Zhou Kajin's forehead was far more severe than it appeared on the surface. At its deepest point, the white bone was exposed. Wu Shui gently pressed the surrounding tissue with her fingertip and vaguely sensed a slight crack in the skull. Fortunately, it hadn't shifted or deformed. No special fixation was needed, he just had to avoid further bumps in the coming months. Luckily, Zhou Kaijun showed no obvious symptoms of a concussion or other signs of intracranial damage. The most urgent task now was thorough disinfection and suturing. These two tasks weren't too difficult for Wu Shui. Since her 5th year of medical school, she had followed her mentor in clinical practice, and after 4 years her hands had become quite skilled. The fact that she chose the finest suture thread showed this was a bold choice. Only someone with a steady hand would dare do such a thing. No anesthetic was used throughout the entire process. Though Zhou Kaijun looked thin and frail, he clenched his teeth and remained motionless. Even Wu Shui couldn't help but admire him inwardly. More than 10 minutes later, the last stitch was finished. After disinfection, Wu Shui removed her mask. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on her forehead, and the tip of her delicate nose was damp. Treating Zhou Kajin's wound had made her a bit nervous too. But both Zhou Qilin and Cheng Yali could see it was a job well done. After the wound was sutured, the bleeding stopped immediately. When she wiped the surrounding skin with alcohol, there wasn't a single wrinkle from tension. Except for the suture itself, the area looked as if it hadn't been touched by a knife. At least it wasn't for nothing. Wu Shui exhaled softly and began cleaning up the clipped thread ends and gauze. Zhou Kaijun had gritted his teeth through the pain, the back of his clothes soaked with sweat. All he wanted now was a hot shower and a good night's sleep. When he reached the ground floor, Zhou Li reminded everyone that dinner hadn't been eaten yet. The family gathered around the dining table. The food on the table was nothing more than home cooking, but considering what Zhou Kaijun and his wife had been through that day, it was clear what the world outside had become. They'll take her some food. After the meal, Zhou Qilin remembered Yang Qiqi, who was still locked on the rooftop. When Yang Qiqi saw the large bowl he brought, she sprang up from the ground and rushed to take it. Without a word, she lowered her head and began shoveling the rice into her mouth. Eat well, and don't forget to do your work after. As long as you behave, I won't starve you. With that, Zhou Qilin turned and walked into the tool room. He checked the operation of each piece of equipment one by one, then looked at the chickens, ducks, and rabbits, confirming they were eating and drinking normally and that the temperature and humidity were fine. Strictly speaking, his family wasn't short of meat or eggs. The cryogenic storage unit on the Laifu vessel could drop to minus 60 degrees, and it was packed full. Even with Wu Shui added, it would take years to finish it all. Raising these fowl was in the end just a longing, a yearning for the days of the past, for the hope that still existed. When Yang Qiqi put down her bowl and chopsticks, Zhou Qilin spoke again, his tone laced with warning. He said it plainly, don't try any tricks in the tool room or headlock her outside. On the 19th floor rooftop, the minus 30-degree wind would freeze her into an icicle. Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down Yang Qiqi's spine. Her phone still worked and hadn't been confiscated. She had tried calling the police, but only heard a busy tone. Even if it had gone through, what then? She was gradually realizing that Zhou Qilin's move wasn't even underhanded. He hadn't tied her up with ropes or laid a finger on her. He had simply let her see how warm the house was and how high the food supplies were stacked. That was enough. Bashu was cold, but her hometown was even colder. Though it was closer to the equator, the temperature there was over 10 degrees lower than here. The river was completely frozen, and even the tree bark couldn't be peeled off. All edible plants had long since died. For now, she had no choice but to bow her head. If she wanted to survive, she couldn't mention freezing or starving. She had to endure until the day President Chao sent someone to pick her up. With the Chao family's power, crushing the Zhou family would be like crushing an ant. Zhou Qilin was well aware of this too. If keeping this woman weren't useful, she would have been like Ai Weiwei by now, sealed in a plastic bag and stacked in the corner of the rooftop. When it warmed up, shed thaw into fertilizer. Before leaving, he tossed her an outdoor sleeping bag. Use it sparingly. If you break it, there's no spare. I understand. Zhou Qilin, why don't you let me go? She clutched the sleeping bag to her chest, her voice softening as if it might melt away. Zhou Qilin didn't even look back. The door closed directly. Yang Qiqi stomped her feet furiously, silently baring her teeth at the door panel, her hands clawing wildly at the air. She didn't know that all these actions were captured on Zhou Li's screen. With Zhou Li's sharp mind, how could she possibly trust an outsider with the tool room? Several surveillance cameras had been installed in the room originally to monitor plant growth and equipment operation, but now they served an additional purpose. Brother, look at this woman. She's really asking for it. Zhou Li pursed her lips at the screen. If you were in her shoes, you might be even more restless. Zhou Qilin glanced at the screen. Impossible. Zhou Li quickly switched between feeds, muttering to herself. If she used this component with that circuit, she could rig something up to slip off the rooftop and leave a mess for others to clean. Zhou Qilin couldn't be bothered to respond. The two were on completely different wavelengths. If Yang Qiqi had half of Zhou Li's brains, she wouldn't have ended up in this state. But Zhou Qilin never expected that there were people even more brainless than Yang Qiqi. Xiaoheng tapped his fingertip on the glass window. Twice, snowflakes were falling against the darkness outside. He turned around. The young man across from him had crumpled the disposable paper cup in his hand, the rising steam blurring his face. A fitness trainer. Tang Dahai had just answered him. This neighborhood needed people who could fight. Xiaoheng stared at the forearm exposed from the sleeve. The veins bulged under the skin like coiled roots. How much food does your friend have left? His voice was low, as if discussing a deal. The growling of an empty stomach answered before the man did. Sun Chengha's fridge only held frozen chicken breast and broccoli. He swallowed hard. That meager amount couldn't fill a man who lived on muscle. When he had chased after Ai Weiwei that afternoon, he had only brought an empty wallet in his jacket. Xiaoheng pulled a plastic bag from the cabinet. A piece of bread crust was crushed at the corner, and the date on the milk carton was 5 days ago. He placed the items on the edge of the table, the plastic surface thudding dully. Have you heard what they're saying online? He jerked his thumb toward the window. Doomsday. The newspapers and TV all say this snow won't stop. Tang Dahai paused mid-bite into the bread. Here, Xiaoheng tapped the tile beneath his feet, the most valuable land in all of Jiazhou City. Some of the residents have connections to get supplies. Stay and help me, and I'll split what I have with you. The young man chewing the bread didn't respond. Still thinking about that AI. Xiaoheng let out a short laugh. She won't get away. As long as I don't let her leave, she won't make it over these walls. Remember, these days a fist isn't as useful as stored grain. Once the warehouse is full, you can have any woman you want. The ones upstairs, anyone younger than her is better. After swallowing the last bite of bread, the dryness in his throat made his voice sticky. But I only want her. Fine. Xiaoheng reached out and patted his shoulder, feeling the hard muscle beneath his fingers. She's yours. The day Tang Dahai put on the gray uniform, the air conditioner outside the security booth hummed as if it were about to explode. He stood at the entrance of Lanshan Community, clutching a walkie-talkie, his palms slick with sweat. Xiao Hang stood at the window of the monitoring room watching him through the slats of the blinds for 3 seconds, then lowered his head to make a mark in his notebook. That phone call was made with Xiao Hang's tacit approval. Tang Dehai, crouched in the corner of the fire, escaped the phone screen, growing hot from his fingers. On the other end of the line, Sun Chengha's voice was initially taut, like a drawn bowstring. Tang Dehai said the cafeteria's stockpile of compressed biscuits could last 3 months, and the frozen meat would hold out until next spring. He added that crowding together might not be warmer, but it was better than freezing to death alone. Sun Qinghao was silent for a few seconds. The sound of wind and the muffled crash of something collapsing in the distance could be heard through the phone. He said, "Fine, I'll be there tomorrow." As Tang Dehai hung up and walked back, his foot crushed a dried sycamore leaf underfoot. The crack echoed several times in the empty underground passageway. Xiao Hang's habit of reading web novels was well hidden, but not entirely. His computer desktop was the default blue, yet his browser history was cleared every night. Recently, the news began broadcasting extraordinary phenomena happening abroad. Cracks on the ocean surface that looked as if sliced by a knife, grayish-white objects drifting down from the sky, landing on the ground, and emitting white smoke, prompting him to pull out all the bookmarks on his phone. He read over 100 apocalyptic novels, of which 90% were sheer nonsense. Claims of temperatures soaring to 70 degrees Celsius were laughable. Xiao Hang had at least learned about proteins in middle school biology, which begin to denature and solidify at 60 degrees. The characters in those books claimed to thrive in air that was 70 or 80 degrees, treating the reader's intellect as a mere sieve. However, filtering out these nonsensical parts left behind nuggets of gold buried within the rubble. How to stockpile supplies, how to choose strongholds, how to acquire weapons. These steps were repeatedly outlined in a dozen different novels, differing in style, but sharing a common backbone. One principle Xiao Hang firmly believed was first gather people. With a team, if there weren't enough cans, they could raid a warehouse. If there wasn't enough gasoline, they could break into a gas station. People were leverage, able to move anything. He spent 4 days calling the security guards one by one to the monitoring room for discussions. Those who were willing to work with him stayed, earning an extra half-pack of cigarettes during shift changes. Those who refused were transferred from the system to other neighborhoods managed by the property company. The reasoning was noble: personnel adjustment, compliance with arrangements. In those 3 days, 7 guards from Lanshan community left, and the remaining 11 were all people Xiao Hang had nodded at one by one. But relying solely on security was insufficient. Xiao Hang calculated that with over 3,000 households in the community, 11 people would not even suffice to fill the gaps. He set his sights on those solitary young people, especially those living in rentals with few relatives and who picked up their own packages. Tang Dehai was not the first chosen, nor would he be the last. Xiao Hang had 3 pages in his notebook densely recording the details of supplies for each household in every building. The young man who had just graduated at the courier station would send him a list of daily arrivals every noon, detailing what deliveries came, the size of the packages, the shipping origin, and the recipient's name. The footage from the monitoring room was reviewed daily, noting which household took how much upstairs and recording it in a small notebook. Some people believed that moving things after 10 at night would go unnoticed, but the infrared night vision camera below captured even the production dates on cardboard boxes clearly. The 3rd page of the notebook held a sticky note with 7 household door numbers written in ballpoint pen. Next to it was a note estimating the rate of resource consumption calculated by headcount, physical strength, and living habits. One household was marked 3 people in the family. The wife is thin, the child is 6 years old, the husband goes out once every 3 days, bringing back little, suspected to be on rationing already. Xiao Hang locked the notebook in the drawer, the key hanging from his waist. When the streetlights outside lit up, he gazed at the empty stone path in the community garden, contemplating how long he could hold out if society truly collapsed. He did not voice the answer, but he was crystal clear in his mind. On July 6th, just before dawn, Zhou Qilin was awakened by the cold. It wasn't the gradual chill from a dream, but a penetrating cold seeping from his bones. He opened his eyes to find the room dark as pitch, unable to see his hand in front of him. The thermometer had long stopped working, but he estimated it was barely above 10 degrees. The power was out. Electricity seems reliable, yet it is as flimsy as a piece of paper. A single gust of wind can sever it. In reality, a flood lasting 2.5 days can plunge an entire city into darkness for a month or 2. In the current situation, no one could stay outdoors. With the power grid down, nobody was available to repair it, and repair teams couldn't even leave their homes. In a few days, the situation would only deteriorate further. Zhou Qilin understood well that for most people, the tail end of the electrical age was already beyond reach. For the next 3 months, solar panels wouldn't capture light, hydroelectric power couldn't be generated, and wind turbines wouldn't turn. The only thing to rely on was burning things for heat. He stood up in the tool room, fumbling in the dark, and when he switched on the flashlight, the beam landed on the curled-up sleeping bag in the corner. The person inside trembled in fright. Who? Me. Zhou Qilin shone the light on his face. The power's out. Yang Qiqi was curled up in the sleeping bag with only her eyes visible, resembling a tightly wrapped bug. Not far from there, Xiao Hang stood at the window of his building, gazing at the white expanse outside, a trace of an inscrutable smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He locked the community's main gate and brought out the generator, neatly stacking the barrels of fuel. He felt that the apocalypse was quite splendid. All the things he had wanted to do during normal days, but dared not do were now all possible. As long as that door was closed, he was the god of this place. When Sun Qinghao reached the community entrance, his face was nearly frozen to the point of cracking. Almost no drivable vehicles could be seen on the street. At this temperature, ordinary engines would not restart once turned off, and barely functioning vehicles would simply break down. What was worse, some areas had even lost their lights. Without power, heating was a mere empty phrase. He dashed into Xiaohang's room where the heat was roaring, his face smeared with snot and tears, his voice trembling. "It's over, Tang. Go, it's all over." Xiaohang patted his shoulder, his tone warm like that of an elder son. "Qinghao, right. Don't panic. Our community has fuel and a generator. This room will be warm, no problem. I called you all here to deal with even worse situations." He began to speak, each word seeming to be premeditated. "The gas station isn't far, but can you move the fuel barrels by yourself? Even if you could, how much can you carry alone? With more people, it's different. With collective effort, we could bring back the entire gas station. And the supermarket supplies piled high. Would you dare to go alone? If you went, would you come back?" Each word he spoke hammered into Sun Qinghao's ears like nails. "Manager Xiao. No, brother. I'm with you." The boiler's rumble never ceased, and heat seeped from the gaps in the pipes, carrying the smell of rust and cold dust. The metallic exterior felt hot to the touch, and the gauge's needle steadied at 23 degrees in the thermometer's glass tube. Every 8 hours, Yang Qiqi had to shovel a scoop of coal into the furnace, or else that warmth would vanish. Zhou Qilin opened the engine cover marked RR. The fuel tank was already filled with fuel. He pressed a button, turned a switch, and the light transformed from dim red to blinding white within seconds. He glanced back at Yang Qiqi, who was leaning against the window, her coat half open, revealing her collarbone and shoulder. Zhou Qilin avoided her gaze and walked over to secure the locks on several windows. "I won't say a word about these windows, and no one is to touch them." After saying this, he turned and went downstairs. The people below had already awakened. Wu Shui had not intended to spend the night there, but Zhou Li said she was Zhou Keijin's attending physician and couldn't abandon her patient midway. This reason left Wu Shui with no choice, and now her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Zhou Li. She knew very well that if she had returned home last night, she would now be trembling in the darkness. Power was out and heating was cut off. That kind of cold could drive someone mad. Zhou Qilin approached the dining table and gestured for everyone to sit down. "The apocalypse officially begins from this moment." His voice was low, almost as if afraid to disturb something. "From now on, what we will face is not just the weather and hunger, but also those who are also freezing and searching for a way out with empty stomachs." Aside from Wu Shui, the others had little reaction. Cheng Yali lightly tapped her fingers on her knee. She wasn't someone who had never seen blood before. Zhou Kaijun huddled in the chair, so thin he was almost just bones, yet his gaze was steady, as if he had been waiting for this day. Zhou Li, on the other hand, slightly curled her lips. She was probably the least afraid of the apocalypse in this household. "I've checked the blast-proof doors. All other doors are also welded shut." Zhou Qilin pulled out a small black terminal from his pocket and handed it to Wu Shui, "But that doesn't mean it's 100% safe. Lily has installed cameras in the corridor, rooftop platform, and tool room. The software will monitor for unusual movements. Whoever hears the alarm must immediately notify everyone." He nodded toward Zhou Li, signaling her to teach Wu Shui how to use this thing. He continued assigning tasks. Cheng Yali was still in charge of meals and household chores, and Wu Shui volunteered to help. Zhou Keijin's top priority now was to take care of his health. He mustn't push himself. Zhou Li was responsible for the maintenance and updates of all electronic devices and monitoring systems. Zhou Qilin had only 2 tasks for himself: to keep an eye on Yang Qiqi and make sure the tool room was secure, and to also exercise. The only thing that made him a bit happy these past few days was that the numbers on the ability panel had changed. Coexistence Beginner 578. 1000, already bound vehicle Laifu large water surface vessel, combined quantity 0 storage slots 11. He just needed to maintain his stamina to repeatedly activate that ability. The experience bar rose quickly, and his body also underwent changes. Previously, carrying a 20-kilogram bag of rice up to the second floor would leave him gasping. Now he could lift it with one hand, without even a tremble. Only when the weight exceeded 50 kilograms did he feel his arms ache. Breathing sounds. Each person's breath felt like a drumbeat crashing into his eardrums. As long as the surroundings quieted down, he could even count the heartbeats of the person in the adjacent room. It was somewhat similar to the hearing of a black dog, he thought. His vision had also changed. At night, things appeared through a faint green filter. His sense of smell was even more acute. The greasy scent wafting from the kitchen made his stomach churn even through 2 doors. No instrument could measure it, but he clearly understood in his heart. This was a sign of evolution. In his past life, he had heard those evolved beings chatting. They said this transformation wasn't an overnight process. It required sharpening the body day after day and stuffing enough energy into the stomach. Those who were reluctant to eat or afraid to practice would get stuck halfway up the mountain, and when the sky fell, they could only wait to die in a pitiful manner. At that time, he didn't even have the qualifications to listen to such talk, let alone think about any ceiling. But this time was different. Since the heavens had pushed this door open 5 years early, he had no intention of closing it. Perhaps this lifetime he could truly touch that ceiling, if it existed. The house spanned 2 floors covering at least a few hundred square meters with 6 suites, and the living room divided into 3 sizes along with a tea room and study. He took a lap around and finally cleared out a 30 square meter small reception room to serve as a temporary gym. The equipment taken from the Laifu was all used by the soldiers of the beautiful country, and with his current strength assembling it was a breeze. You all need to practice too. He placed a hand on Wu Shue's shoulder. The days ahead will only get worse. I don't want you to be so weak that you can't even run when the time comes. As for guns, they can't be exposed for now. We need to toughen up our bodies first. Wu Shue suddenly spoke up. The place downstairs in my building could also be useful. He had thought about this, but he firmly declined. Your room hasn't been reinforced. The doors and windows wouldn't hold against this kind of weather. I have the materials for renovations, but once work begins, as soon as the angle grinder starts up or the drill sparks, the entire community will guess that we still have power. In this day and age, if a household had enough energy to renovate, it was not a blessing, but a target. Let's wait a bit longer. He gazed out at the impenetrable darkness. Let's see if the sky will change. In 7 days after the eternal night falls, the temperature will rebound slightly, likely warming up for about a week. Those in the summer country have a solid foundation and prepared early. They might really be able to restore power to densely populated areas using thermal power plants and those old cables buried underground. By then we can decide whether to use Wu Shue's apartment. It won't be too late. Zhou Qilin rolled up his sleeves to his elbows and squatted down to count the supply boxes. The flashlight's beam illuminated the concrete floor, stretching his shadow long. When the box lid was lifted, the scent of desiccant rushed into his nostrils, mingled with the aroma of compressed biscuits and vacuum-sealed jerky. A faint sound of keys tapping came from the living room. Jolie leaned against the sofa armrest, the light from her phone illuminating her face. Her thumb swiped rapidly, yet her eyes lacked focus. The phone should have died long ago, having received no signal since midnight. Wu Shue's gaze flickered back and forth between the 2 siblings. She placed the medical kit on her lap, her fingers lightly resting on the edge of the tourniquet. Your younger sister. She lowered her voice. What are you playing? Jolie looked up and winked at Wu Shue. Her expression was as innocent as a kitten's, yet the curve of her lips carried an indescribable slyness. Sister Shue. She shook her phone screen. Want to go online? The screen was black. Wu Shue froze. She stared at the dark glass panel, her throat tightening. The phone had been completely cut off from the internet since early morning. Even the base station signal had vanished entirely. Her own phone had become a brick in her hand, its clock frozen. Jolie tilted her head, turning the phone over. The back was plastered with cartoon stickers, their corners curling up. Just playing a single-player game, she said, her voice soft, to pass the time. Wu Shue didn't respond. She lowered her head again, her fingers pressing on the buckle of the tourniquet, but she hesitated to fasten it. That tone didn't sound like it was about a single-player game. She had seen too many patients lie. Shifty eyes, restless fingers, erratic speech. This girl exhibited none of those signs. Yet something felt off. In a bunker in beautiful country Misai, Poland sat before a circular control console, tapping his fingers on the metal surface. The main structure of Eden had been topped out, the air circulation system humming overhead. On the screen before him scrolled a supply inventory, food, water, medical equipment. Each figure precise to 2 decimal places. Progress is at 84%, the person beside him whispered. Misai Poland nodded. He noticed an encrypted message pop up on the screen. The White House was still waiting for a response, but Old Bay's stance seemed increasingly wavering. He closed that message window, his gaze lingering on another set of data, the final location of Eden known only to 12 people. The president was not among them. The lights inside the ark simulated the color temperature of daylight, yet the air lacked the scent of sunlight. Old Bay sat in a wheelchair, his fingers gripping the armrests, nails digging into the leather texture. A steady breath came through the tiny earpiece in his ear canal, followed by a faint command, stand up now and smile. He obeyed. His knees buckled, his leather shoes thudding dully against the floor. The aides around him kept their eyes down, no one looking at him. The secretary's hand patted his shoulder, not with much force, yet Old Bay's shoulder still sagged. Well done. The voice was very soft, as if coaxing a child. The electric wheelchair's tires rolled over the carpet, emitting a faint whimper as it passed through the door at the end of the corridor. The door closed behind him, leaving only the rustle of wheels in the hallway. The 7 zones of the Washington, Arkansas were neatly arranged concentric circles on the blueprint. The energy zone lay deepest, the cooling pumps of the nuclear reactor emitting a low thud every few seconds. The air in the circulation zone was a mix of disinfectant and damp filter membranes, water pipes gurgling within the walls. In the residential zone, the corridor was flanked by dense metal doors, each hiding 5 to 8 people. Some door gaps revealed a finger's width of light, others were pitch black. On the large screen in the communications department, satellite images flickered. Arc No. 2 on the west coast had entered a light yellow alert status, while Arc No. 3 on the east coast was undergoing its 3rd inventory check. The capacities of the 2 locations were similar, standard beds for 300,000, expandable to accommodate 1 million if necessary. The air was filled with a low-frequency vibration, the ventilation system pressing surface air deep into the chambers. No one knew what the surface looked like now. No one asked. The 8 mega-shelters were slightly smaller than the arcs, but without designated military zones they could hold even more people. Normally they could hold 400,000, and in emergencies up to 1,200,000. Large shelters had a standard capacity of 200,000 with a maximum of 500,000. In other words, excluding Eden, relying solely on the arcs, and these mega and large-scale shelters under normal conditions, they could house nearly 8 million people and in extreme times support 24 million lives. That number might seem substantial at first glance, but in reality, it was merely a tenth of Beautiful Country's population. As the eternal night had just fallen and the temperature had yet to seep into the bones, the self-reliant Hansen citizens of Beautiful Country were still desperately trying to save themselves. Compared to Beautiful Country, the troubles facing Xia Country were far more severe. The combined population of Xia Country's top 10 cities nearly matched the total population of Beautiful Country. Faced with such a massive, disaster-stricken population, Xia Country's authorities' first move was to fully open up their wartime defense systems. Civil air defense works, underground passages, the entire subway system, all became the best havens against the bitter cold. Local governments and the military cooperated, managing and guiding the populace in an orderly manner into shelters, allocating zones and tasks. While they couldn't guarantee sufficient shelter space for every city or rescue all citizens, they indeed minimized losses, and the results were visibly significant. Simultaneously, efforts to expand more underground spaces, restore the modern industrial system, develop new energy, and build underground grain farms were all progressing methodically. A vast stockpile of grain was mobilized. Even if no harvest came for the next 2 years, considering spoilage and shelf life, there would still be enough to stave off hunger. Of course, being full and eating well were two different matters, and staple grains versus essential fruits, vegetables, and micronutrients were another pair entirely. Furthermore, a new communication system was being accelerated under national guidance. A certain launch center had begun preparing a series of satellite launch plans. Compared to the current mobile phone communication system, this new scheme no longer relied on ground-based stations. Though slower in speed and bandwidth, it boasted much stronger anti-interference capabilities. The reason Zhou Li could still access the internet was through this satellite communication system. For text-only content, sending and receiving via specialized software felt almost lag-free. Zhou Li had merely made a small modification to the satellite communication equipment on the Lifu, allowing an ordinary phone to connect directly to Beautiful Country satellites in space and log into a satellite network accessible only to a select few. Zhou Qilin, at the entrance of the gymnasium converted from a living room, Wu Shui stared at the sweat-drenched figure, inside her gaze involuntarily sharpening. It wasn't that strange thoughts crossed her mind. As a clinician, Wu Shui had a bit of an occupational habit. Is something wrong? Zhou Qilin stopped his training and asked. Shadows flickered around his feet from the corridor light. Wu Shui twisted the hem of her clothes, her eyes scanning from the top of Zhou Qilin's head to his shoes and back again, as if measuring something. Lily said, I need your nod to get permission. I want to contact my parents. She finished, her eyes still restlessly roaming, completely missing the frown creasing Zhou Qilin's brow. What trick was this girl up to? What did she mean by needing my nod? Alright, I'll talk to her later. Anything else? Zhou Qilin turned sideways, catching a glimpse of Wu Shui standing still, her shoes seemingly glued to the floor. She took a step forward. The heat radiating from Zhou Qilin's body washed over her like steam from a freshly opened steamer, making her temples throb. How long did it take you to get to this shape, eh? Can't remember. Zhou Qilin shrugged, turning his back to her. Training. If not for his Bodhi's spontaneous transformation, he and a lazy fatso would probably only be separated by a few dozen pounds of fat. But strangely enough, in just 2 or 3 days, every muscle fiber on his body felt remolded, taught to perfection. Compared to his appearance, he savored the feeling of power surging through his veins. In the apocalypse, a pretty face didn't fill a stomach. A stronger fist meant one more day to live. Could I collect some data? Wu Shui stared at his moving arms, speaking as if possessed. I suppose. Do you have the equipment? At home. He'll go get it. As her footsteps faded on the stairs, Zhou Qilin dashed into the living room, lowering his voice. What exactly are you up to? Zhou Li tilted her head. Brother, are you really that dense, or just pretending? A woman owes you plenty, even if she didn't mean it that way. She'd nod, just to repay the favor. Don't you like her? The equipment Wu Shui brought up were all familiar faces: a stethoscope, a blood pressure monitor, a blood glucose meter, their metal casings bearing faded labels. Measuring basic data doesn't require super precise instruments. The key is daily measurements and repeated comparisons to see the patterns. She fiddled with the devices as she spoke, her tone like a lecturer in class. Zhou Qilin couldn't find fault, but he felt extremely uncomfortable. His tight-fitting sportswear was too snug, outlining every muscle. Yet Wu Shui was calmer than him. When her fingers touched his skin, she didn't show the same redeered embarrassment as before. Basic data recorded. He'll chart it later. From now on, we'll measure once a day, and soon we'll see the change curve, and then. Zhou Li's brain had already started to lag behind the growing torrent of professional jargon. Zhou Qilin was even more dazed, his mind focused on one thing only: this checkup would happen every day from now on. It was a bit overwhelming. Especially when Wu Shui's soft hands touched him, they made his mind wander. The more he thought about it, the less he could bear it, so Zhou Qilin finally tossed out a, I'm going to take a shower, and slipped away like he had oil on his feet. Sister Shui, Zhou leaned in blinking. What was it you wanted to do in the first place? All right. Wu Shui froze the stethoscope in her hand, suspended in midair. Jolted awake by Zhou Li's words, Wu Shui suddenly clutched her phone, her throat tightening. What do we do now? There's always a way. Give me your phone. Zhou Li took the nearly brick device, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. Installing an app that could make calls via satellite signals took her only a few minutes. After barely restoring the phone function, she also helped Wu Shui register for a forum called Doomsday Human Alliance. This forum was rudimentary beyond belief, its interface consisting only of text and a few buttons with functionality stripped to the bone. But in a world without even electricity, it allowed strangers from all corners to speak to one another. Currently fewer than 100,000 members had logged in, yet that alone felt like a miracle. Wu Shui snatched her phone back, her first action to dial her parents' number. A hollow, busy tone came from the earpiece, an expected result. Unless her parents could also get their hands on a device that could access satellite signals, a call was a pipe dream. Why not send a message instead? Zhou Li suggested beside her. Might get lucky. Wu Shui nodded, typed a few lines, and sent them. Time ticked by the screen, remaining silent. She could only fool herself into thinking that her parents probably hadn't seen the message or had thrown away that piece of junk during their escape. Eternal night and extreme cold like two blades had sliced human society back to prehistoric times overnight. A power outage was far more than just darkness at night and a dead phone signal. Without electricity, water stopped flowing in the pipes, radiators turned into cold iron blocks, and factory machines fell completely silent. In other words, until power was restored, everything in society except the living people themselves had become useless. In the tool shed, Yang Qiqi tossed a shovel of anthracite into the furnace. Her face had long lost its usual meticulous makeup, smudged with black and gray, a smear of coal dust on the tip of her nose, a few chicken feathers stuck to her temples. She looked like a farm woman straight from the fields. But the fury churning inside her had nothing to do with her disheveled appearance. She hated Zhou Qilin not because she now had to do all the dirty work, but because her deliberate provocations were met only with his cold indifference. She didn't think she was any less than Ai Weiwei. In fact, her bust was a full 2 sizes larger. Boss Chow had once cherished her, so why could that penniless Zhou Qilin act as if she didn't exist? High standards. If he truly had high standards, he wouldn't have set his sights on Ai Weiwei. She knew all too well how Zhou Qilin had clung to Ai Weiwei before like a mangy dog, spouting all those heartfelt lies, refusing to leave no matter how Ai Weiwei treated him. Wasn't it just for her body? Now with her voluptuous figure available at his nod, why play the saint? Dog of a man. Stinking man. The more she thought about it, the higher the flames in her chest leaped. She even fantasized about grabbing a shovel and smashing everything breakable in the tool shed. After smashing it all, Zhou Qilin's family would surely have no way to survive. He, his parents, his little sister. All of them would be tossed and turned in a hell of sub-zero temperatures, finally shriveling into lumps of ice and dying. Just imagining that scene felt exhilarating. But it was only a fantasy. Yang Qiqi's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the shovel tighter. She didn't have the guts because Zhou Qilin had said that if she dared to act recklessly, she would become a frozen corpse first. More importantly, a sliver of hope still lingered in her heart, and that hope was named Chao Bowen. The snow hadn't stopped all night. Yang Qiqi curled up in her sleeping bag, her fingertips pinching her palm through the fabric. Chickens, ducks, and geese huddled in the corner, their cries piercing her eardrums like shards of glass. That smell, rotten vegetable leaves mixed with poultry feces, wrapped in damp cold air, drilled into her nostrils. She was educated, and the phrase, sleep on brushwood and taste gall, leaped into her mind. Gojin tasted gall, she smelled chicken shit. The warm sleeping bag wrapped around her body, but the sound of poultry flapping above her head stretched her nerves taut like a drawn bow. She bit her lower lip, trying to convince herself there will always be an opportunity. But what was Tang Dehai doing now? And what about that brother of his, Sun Qinghao? Awesome brother. She had seen through it at their first meeting. The way Sun Qinghao looked at Ai Weiwei was like a fly stuck on honey, and his gaze at her carried a sticky, probing intent. Fairweather friends, even more disgusting than Fairweather friends. They must be starving by now. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Yang Qiqi's heart. If not starved, they must be frozen stiff, perhaps already turned into lumps of ice in the snow. If she could see the scene in the property management office at that moment, her face would probably twist into a wrinkled rag. A cast iron stove stood in the room, its chimney extending through the air conditioner hole to the outside. Inside the stove, orange-eared flames licked the iron walls, crackling and popping the heat, fogging up the glass window. Xiaoheng lounged on the sofa, the emergency lamp casting a pale glow on the thick notebook in his hand, the pen tip sketching lines on the paper. Everything was under control. Those 4 words were written on his face. Communications were cut off, the cold air cut like a knife, and the usually arrogant homeowners didn't even dare to step out their doors. The generator and fuel, originally reserved for the elevator and hallway lighting, had long been moved by his men to an empty room beneath the office. But Xiaoheng had given a strict order no one was to touch them. You need a sense of crisis, he said, stubbing his cigarette into the tin ashtray. If this disaster drags on for a month or 2, who among you knows how to fix a generator? Who can get gasoline? These things are a finite resource. If anyone touches them before it's absolutely critical, they'll turn hostile. What was there to fear from the cold? Wasn't old Zhao's welded iron stove burning brightly? The trees in the community, the wooden pavilions, dismantle them, and they became firewood. The furniture should also be split and burned. Winter wouldn't kill people, a lack of fuel would. Cutting back was one thing, but finding new sources was more urgent. What the outside world was like was still unclear, but the cars in the underground garage were packed together. The residents of this community, which of their cars wasn't a gas guzzler? Before those owners could come to their senses, siphoning the fuel from their tanks was the real priority. Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao squatted side by the stove holding steaming bowls of instant noodles, the paper cups burning their fingertips red. The hot soup slid down their throats, warming their stomachs. The others recruited by Xiaohang were also eating with their heads down, slurping noisily. Burp. Sun Qinghao put down his empty bowl and wiped his mouth. The electronic clock hanging on the wall of the property management office had stopped. No one knew what time it was. Several security guards stood at the door, flashlight beams swaying on the wall, one of them weighing a wrench in his hand. Finish eating, then get to work. The middle-aged security guard who had spoken pushed open the door, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. Tang Dahai stood up, the sweat on his back, making his pores tighten as the cold air hit him. Sun Qinghao followed behind him, a sheen of oil still on his lips. In the pitch-black underground garage, the temperature was a notch higher than on the surface, the darkness like thick ink pasted over their eyes. 3 people per group, the security guard said, shining his flashlight. Try not to move the cars. The manager said these vehicles might still be useful later. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating rows of car roofs. Some were covered in a thin layer of dust, others still bore last night's snowmelt. Tang Dahai bent down and tapped a fuel tank cap. The metallic sound echoed through the garage. Sun Qinghao looked at the dark silhouettes, rubbing his frozen fingers. From deep within the garage came the dripping sound of an alarm from a car whose door hadn't been properly closed, like the ticking of a countdown timer. At 3:17 in the morning, snow pellets pelted the window glass with a dense rattling sound. Zhou Qilin wrapped his coat tighter and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers touching glass as cold as ice. Through the foggy surface, he could see the street below had long been swallowed by white. He remembered that the weather forecast hadn't mentioned this snow. To be precise, all signals had been cut off since 8 o'clock last night. The last image frozen on his phone screen was an emergency notice from the meteorological station, which went black before he could finish reading it. 3 hours ago, he had driven back to Lushan community from his old house in the suburbs, the snow already covering the tires. The guard on duty at the security booth was wrapped in 2 military coats, huddled in a corner, smoking, the red glow of his cigarette flickering in the snowy night. Mr. Zhou, your car probably can't make it up the slope. The guard trotted over, his boots crunching in the snow. There's still space in the basement garage. I'll park it here for now. When Zhou Qilin handed over the car keys, his peripheral vision caught a dark object lying at the entrance to the underground garage. As he got closer, he saw it was an overturned motorcycle, its fuel tank cap open, the smell of gasoline mixed with the scent of snow rushing toward him. Now the heating system in this building had stopped. Tang Dahai carried 2 barrels of oil up from the fire escape, the orange barrels leaving streaks on the white walls. The white vapor from his breath obscured his entire face. Sun Qinghao followed behind, carrying a smaller oil can, each step taken with extreme care. The elevator had long stopped working. They had walked down from the 6th floor, and people poked their heads out from every stairwell, their eyes like starving wild dogs. Found more oil? Zhou Qilin asked. Tang Dahai dropped the oil barrel to the ground with a dull thud. As he bent over to catch his breath, the muscles on his back bulged through his sweat-soaked sweater, sweat trickling down his neck. Sun Qinghao glanced toward the end of the corridor and lowered his voice. The cars down there have been drained. That Xiaohang kid has at least 20 cars worth of fuel stockpiled. In the underground parking lot of this building, every few cars revealed a pried open fuel tank opening with aluminum tubes and plastic bottle caps scattered nearby. 2 days ago, when Zhou Qilin went to retrieve something, he saw a middle-aged man lying under an SUV, the flashlight beam revealing the cold dust and panic on his face. Old Tang. Sun Qinghao leaned close to Tang Dahai's ear, his voice dropping even lower. Eating instant noodles every day won't cut it. Xiaohang hands out instant noodles like hard currency. Look at the brand he gave us. Not even a speck of meat in it. Tang Dahai scratched his closely shorn head, his thick fingers running through the stubble. Then what can we do? With this damn weather outside. He remembered the scene he saw when he went up to the rooftop to get some air that morning. The entire city of Jiazhou looked like it had been stuffed into a washing machine. The snowflakes weren't falling. They were flying sideways. The outlines of distant high-rises blurred into gray-white silhouettes, the dome of the stadium showing a corner like a sunken mast. Sun Qinghao kicked the oil barrel. I've got 2 tons of diesel stored in a warehouse in the western suburbs back home. The question is whether we dare to go get it. He deliberately left the second half unsaid. In these times, supplies were more precious than life. Word in the city was that someone had their head bashed in with a crowbar at an abandoned gas station, all for half a tank of gasoline. And Tang Dahai with his build could scare off half the crowd just by standing there. As the two spoke, the smell of kerosene wafted from the door crack of a unit on the 6th floor. Ever since the power went out, anyone in the building with any connections had dug out camping stoves and kerosene lamps. Last night, Zhou Qilin heard the sound of glass shattering from downstairs. Someone must have broken into a vacant apartment. Leave that thing with me. Zhou Qilin pointed at the oil barrel. There's still 2 tons of water in the rooftop tank, enough to last a while. Tang Dahai nodded obediently and dragged the barrel into the entryway. His figure looked enormous in the dim light, the veins on his arms bulging like green earthworms from the exertion. Sun Qinghao followed behind, glancing back at the end of the corridor as he entered. The motion sensor light there flickered on and off as if someone was walking. The supermarket sign across the street had long collapsed under the weight of the snow, the broken ends of the metal frame exposing rusted rebar. Yesterday evening, a group had smashed open the rolling shutter door and carried off the last few boxes of compressed biscuits and bottled water from the shelves. From his window, Zhou Qilin saw that 2 were missing from the group when they returned. The one who made it back was clutching his arm, his sleeve soaked through with blood. The sun would never come out again. Now he could only rely on the quartz watch on his wrist to tell the time. The hands were still ticking accurately. Zhou Qilin spread a map on the dining table, the flashlight beam moving across the paper before stopping at a location in the western part of the city called Huangxiamba. At dawn tomorrow, he tapped the red line on the map marking a pipeline. We have to go here. Sun Qingha's eyes glinted briefly in the darkness before fading back into the shadows. Tang Dahai chewed on the instant noodle fork and asked indistinctly, what about Xiaohang? He's still expecting us to hand over the oil tomorrow morning. In peacetime you filled your stomach with cash. In this current world, cash was too rough even for wiping your ass. Tang Dahai had never possessed the brain for scheming since he was a child, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up teaching people to lift weights at a gym. If Sun Qinghao tried to talk to him about prospects or power, that guy would be completely clueless, driving Sun Qinghao up the wall with frustration. More and more people were gathering in the room, so Sun Qinghao dared not speak further. Firewood for warmth was precious, and to conserve it, everyone had to huddle together. But with many people came loose lips, and if any word reached Xiao Hang's ears, blood might be spilled. In peaceful times, deaths weren't uncommon, let alone now. Putting himself in Xiao Hang's shoes, Sun Qinghao concluded that someone like him would indeed go that far. Xiao Hang was fairly satisfied with the performance of his current crew. They had stockpiled nearly 2,000 liters of gasoline. Who cared about whether it was 92 or 95 octane now? Combined with the several large iron drums he had stored in advance under the guise of property management, if used sparingly, he estimated they could last a year or 2. Weren't those post-apocalyptic novels always saying that the heavens' temper came in cycles? Once frozen through, it would roast, and after being scorched, it would freeze again. Xiao Hang mused that the weather couldn't keep going one way forever. Didn't everything seek balance? The immediate problem is that food is running short. I need to send them out to scavenge. Also, the access roads to the community can't be blocked. I need them to shovel the snow clear. The property management office was on the 3rd floor, but the snow outside the window was almost level with the ground. If the snow was this deep in Lushan, what must it be like elsewhere? Some supermarkets were originally located on the basement levels, 1 or 2 stories underground. By now, they were probably buried 20 meters deep. Getting in to retrieve supplies would take a hell of a lot of effort. But Xiao Hang thought again, maybe that was for the best. It saved others from getting the goods. He glanced at Tang Dahai and the others, then opened his notebook and started writing again. Xiao Hang believed that everything needed a system, and good ideas in his head had to be jotted down immediately lest they be forgotten. In this regard, he and Zhou Li were kindred spirits. Just a moment ago, Zhou Qilin had climbed up to the platform and collected 2 chicken eggs, 1 duck egg, and a small bowl of quail eggs. For such a trivial matter, Zhou Li had actually taken out her phone and made a note of it. Is it really necessary? Zhou Qilin couldn't help asking. Zhou Li nodded. Every step forward, no matter how small, is progress. If I record it, I can estimate roughly how many eggs we can collect. An ant hole can destroy a dike. We can't let that woman sneak a bite. Other than saying, I give up, Zhou Qilin really didn't know what else to say. That woman. Wu Shui walked over and casually chimed in, but immediately dismissed the thought. I got a message from my parents. The joy that welled up from the depths of her heart made Wu Shui, without any makeup, radiant, as if she were glowing. Last night, or more precisely while Wu Shui was asleep, her phone had actually received several messages, most of them from her parents. How are they? Zhou Qilin asked. The glow of the phone screen illuminated 2 blurry faces in the dim room. Zhou Li sniffled the glistening moisture in her eyes, flickering in the darkness. Wu Shui sighed, shifting her gaze away from the screen. The message from her parents still pulsed before her eyes, every word carrying the lingering warmth of anxiety. They said they had been selected for a plan called Olympus. An underground shelter, a private room. It sounded like 5-star treatment in the apocalypse. The price was labor, every day. Wu Shui chuckled softly, her fingertips tracing the edge of the screen. Those with true skill would never be seen as burdens no matter where they went. If her parents were merely nouveau riche or politicians coasting through life, the people of Olympus wouldn't have given them a second glance. They would have been eliminated in the first round of screening, and then what? Left to wait for death on the surface. When her parents saw the news, their first thought was that she must have been protected by the state. They believed that although their daughter hadn't graduated yet, her abilities were enough to entice any organization. Youth was the greatest bargaining chip. When they learned Wu Shui wasn't going to a state shelter, gasps echoed through the phone. They pleaded repeatedly, insisting that even a fool knew personal strength couldn't match the weight of the state machinery. Wu Shui's thumb brushed across the screen, closing the chat window. I don't want to go. Her voice was soft, as if talking to herself. Zhou Li's eyes instantly lit up, the tears clinging to her lashes stubbornly refusing to fall. She sniffled, her voice still choked with emotion. Then, "He'll go train." As she turned, her steps were as light as if she were a different person. Zhou Qilin leaned against the wall, watching them finish their conversation. He had too much to do now. Since he had already crossed the threshold of evolution, he couldn't waste the opportunity fate had given him. He vividly remembered the ability orbs that rained from the sky in his past life. Some were incredibly lucky, the orb melting into their bodies the moment they touched it, without even seeing what ability it was. Others tried dozens of times, their hands calloused, yet still couldn't connect with any orb. No one could explain the rules behind it, just as no one knew why some people could never step through that door. To ensure his parents and Zhou Li all obtained abilities, the simplest way was to acquire enough ability orbs. The sooner the better. The earlier the time, the greater the chance of success. The name Yang Qiqi surfaced in Zhou Qilin's mind. At least for now, she was the only clue he could grasp. In his past life, by the later stages of the apocalypse, ability orbs had become luxuries circulating only among the top echelons, with ordinary people not even worthy of a glance. The fan in the corner whirred, blowing the hem of Zhou Li's sportswear. As she ran out the door, her voice drifted back from the corridor. "Brother, have you trained today?" Zhou Qilin didn't answer, simply clenching his fist. His knuckles emitted faint cracks, and he could feel the blood accelerating through his veins. He wondered if he could try to touch an ability orb later, at least to let his sister cross this threshold sooner. At 11 at night, the lights in the underground shelter dimmed by half. Wu Shui lay on the cot, staring blankly at the mottled water stains on the ceiling. The heating pipes occasionally gurgled, as if something was churning inside. She turned over, the light from her phone screen flickering across her fingertips before fading. Her parents said Olympus issued 2 rations a day, a tube of nutrient paste, and a compressed biscuit for breakfast, and hot soup for dinner. It did sound more stable than the surface. But this place was different. The Zhou family had converted the basement into a small fortress with boxes of compressed dry rations stacked against the walls and a diesel generator in the corner. Wu Shui had seen the map Zhou Qilin drew on the wall, marking the locations of nearby supermarkets and pharmacies, even noting the sewer entrances. That earnestness didn't seem like playing some survival game. Footsteps echoed from the corridor, very light, but unmistakably clear in the silence. Wu Shui listened intently. It was Zhou Li's footsteps. That girl always got up twice to drink water before sleeping. The footsteps paused outside the door, then continued forward. Wu Shui closed her eyes, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the bedsheet. She knew why she stayed here. Not because she didn't trust the state, but because the people here would traverse half the city for an ability orb, study sewer maps through the night, and toss and turn over a single name. At 2 in the morning, a faint light still glowed from Zhou Qilin's bed. He was drawing something in his notebook, the scratching of the pen tip against paper intermittent. The fluorescent screen illuminated his tightly pressed lips, his eyes reflecting the gray sky outside the window. Tomorrow he had to check the scrapyard in the Western District. In his past life, had heard there was an ability orb hidden there, though he wasn't sure if the timeline would bring changes. Snow pellets struck the window pane, the sound as dense as someone sifting sand outside. Zhou Qilin stared at the blurry water vapor near the radiator, his mind churning over the same thought. If this river of the apocalypse flowed along its old course, the ability he had and the evolution had just touched would sooner or later land him on the table of the high-tier crowd. The high-tier crowd. That place had resources enough to drown a man, but the risks were great enough to swallow bones. In his past life, had seen too much. The more one held in their hands, the more starving wolves lurked in the shadows. Snatching from others was always faster than scavenging through ruins. In the apocalypse, this truth was as certain as snow falling to the ground. He looked down at his palm. The ability panel flashed through his mind. Symbiosis, beginner 742. 1000, symbiotic vehicle, life, a large surface vehicle, available symbiotic vehicles, 0 storage space, 11. Zhou Qilin cracked his knuckles. After evolution, the experience points gained from each ability use had increased from 1 to 2. This change gave him a vague sense that there was an invisible thread connecting ability upgrades and physical evolution. He estimated that at the current rate, had touched the threshold of the intermediate level in another 4 or 5 days. What would the intermediate level bring? Would the number of symbiotic vehicles increase? The aircraft carrier Laifu was stuck in the inland city of Jiazhou. No matter how much supplies were in its hold, it was useless. He didn't dare let it surface. No matter how fiercely the snow fell outside, it couldn't hide the silhouette of an aircraft carrier. If someone spotted it being approached by state agencies, would be the best-case scenario. What he feared were those jackals who wouldn't let go once they caught a whiff of blood, trying every means to pin him down and dig out the secrets of his ability and evolution. In his past life, living alone, if he couldn't win a fight, he could always flee into the uninhabited areas. It wasn't certain who would end up biting whom. Zhou Qilin wasn't weak. Anyone who wanted to take a bite out of him would first have to weigh their own teeth. But not now. His parents and little sister stood in the shadow behind him. He couldn't let them be dragged into the mire. No matter how many storms his parents had weathered, they couldn't withstand the blade of the apocalypse. Zhou Li was clever, but what use was a sharp mind in the apocalypse? What was needed were fists, the power to suppress all crises. At that thought, the urge to pin Yang Qiqi down and interrogate her surged up again. But he knew it was useless. Yang Qiqi didn't even know who Chao Bowen was now. Keeping her was just a thread of hope, a gamble that fate would eventually make them cross paths. Forget it, train first. Starting your workout. Wu Shue's voice drifted in from the doorway as she followed him into the gym. Zhou Qilin turned, meeting those bright, burning eyes, and an indescribable sensation crept up his spine. Today too. Wu Shue nodded, a stiff curve pulling at her lips. Scientific research, don't overthink it. Zhou Qilin spat out the toothpick in his mouth, casting a resigned glance at the ceiling. He knew full well this was all Zhou Li's doing. As the automatic door of the gym slid open, Zhou Li grinned at Wu Shue emerging from it. Sister Shui, your skill at protesting too much is truly masterful. Why bother? Wu Shue's eyelashes fluttered. She couldn't tell if Zhou Li's garbled idioms were genuine confusion or feigned ignorance. Have you read those books? A man like my brother would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one slip. Zhou Li set her hand, slicing heavily through the air as if cutting something invisible. Wu Shue's brow furrowed deeper. According to the girl, she was supposed to grind Zhou Qilin into a thin sheet. And with what means? Sister Shui, your thinking is off. If there's a wall, hit it. If there's no wall, build one and hit it anyway. Got it. Lock on and go. Lily, what nonsense are you talking? Wu Shue finally caught on, stomping her heel on the floor. I don't have that kind of intention. Sister-in-law, you just licked your lips. A 13-year-old mind could harbor such logic. Wu Shue was now fully convinced that intelligence really could accelerate one's growth. She grabbed the notebook from the table and pressed it over Zhou Li's mouth, lowering her voice. Let me teach you a phrase. The thrill of the hunt. It's a professional hazard, understand? MMPH. Zhou Li broke free from the hand, replying with a smile. Got it. Your profession is a rogue, gender female. The clatter of equipment continued in the gym. Zhou Qilin had no idea what was happening in his own bedroom. His sister had just whispered something to Wu Shue, and the two women had moved their battlefield into Zhou Li's room, shutting the door to analyze things in detail. Zhou Li believed the current environment would only worsen, the old order of human society wouldn't hold much longer, and the state system would inevitably weaken. In the world to come, a strong fist was the only truth. Wu Shue nodded in agreement. Zhou Qilin's invulnerable physique would make him a target of envy for women the more chaotic things got. She said this admiration was etched into human bones, not necessarily love, but a pure drive for reproduction. So this isn't love? Wu Shue spread her hands, her tone candid. So what? If you don't want something, don't push it into someone else's bowl. Are you willing to give my brother away? There's still one squatting in the tool shed. Zhou Li tilted her head to look at her. Lily, do people like us really believe in that stuff? Wu Shue crossed her arms, her gaze calm as still water. You're right. Becoming your sister-in-law is the most advantageous path for me right now. Zhou Li curled her lips. On the surface, their discussions sounded like an academic report, but in truth, they were simply coveting Zhou Qilin's body. To be fair, if it weren't for the Zhou name, she herself couldn't resist such an attraction. Zhou Li had put thought into choosing Wu Shue. In terms of temperament, skill, intelligence, experience, and appearance, Wu Shue was top-notch, the most suitable match for Zhou Qilin. From start to finish, neither of them had asked Zhou Qilin for his consent. It wasn't that they didn't respect him, they simply couldn't imagine any reason he would refuse. In secret, the matter was settled. The moment the blast door closed, the cold wind from the corridor seeped through the gap, creeping up Xiaohang's pant legs. He hunched his neck, rubbing his frozen fingers, but his eyes were glued to that 20-centimeter thick door panel. How much must this thing be worth? Inside, Cheng Yali kicked a chair aside, the soles of her shoes screeching against the tiles. Which blind fool is that? Her voice was so loud it made the walls tremble. Mom, let me. Zhou Qilin pressed her arm and listened to the sounds outside. The breathing beyond the door was rapid, mixed with the faint chatter of teeth. I'm from property management, Xiaohang. The voice was mostly filtered by the blast door coming through as a fuzzy layer. Cheng Yali didn't catch it and turned to look at her son. Zhou Qilin made an open gesture. She snorted, stepped back half a pace, but kept her hand on the door handle. The locked tongue clicked open. Xiaohang saw the door crack open, half of the young man's face hidden in shadow, his gaze not like an owner's, but like a hunter sizing up prey that had fallen into a trap. We're from the property management company, here to run errands for the residents. Xiaohang exhaled a puff of white air, forcing the words out. After a tally, many households are short on food and heating supplies. We went through great effort and found a large supermarket just. He paused deliberately here, waiting for the other party to respond. Zhou Qilin merely pulled the blast door a little closer, not even allowing a glimpse of the security door behind it. The cold wind in the corridor wrapped around Xiaohang's trouser legs, and he stomped his numb feet, cursing under his breath. This household must have supplies piled to the ceiling. The blast door alone was proof, and the temperature difference was palpable even through the crack. Xiaohang licked his chapped lips, deciding to jot down this unit in his little notebook for future reference as a prime target. Gather supplies together. Zhou Qilin narrowed his eyes, repeating Xiaohang's words. He still held the chopsticks from his meal, twisting the bamboo tips between his fingers. His instincts told him this property manager had hidden motives. However, when it came to free loot, who would complain about having too much? He thought of Leif's empty cargo hold like a mouth that hadn't been fed. Even if Xiaohang hadn't come, he had planned to venture out in the next couple of days. Cheng Yali snorted behind him. He turned to see his mother's lips pursed downward, but her eyes gleamed with the unmistakable look of someone who had set her sights on the supermarket shelves. The population registered in Jiazhou City's household records wasn't large, but this city in southwestern Xia country was a key node on the transportation artery. The containers piled up in the logistics park on the west side of the city held unknown tons of rice flour, canned goods, and medicine. If you want to come fill out a form, once the operation time is set, they'll send someone to call you. Just put my name down. Zhou Qilin said it bluntly. He couldn't bear to let his family step out that door. The most dangerous thing outside was never the endless darkness, but the hearts of men hidden within it. Cheng Yali frowned, thinking the supplies in the warehouse were enough for a while, and there was no need to rush out now. Though the snow outside had thinned, no one could guess what lay buried beneath the accumulated drifts. Besides, the temperature had already dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. If the collar loosened even slightly, the cold wind could gnaw frostbite into the skin within minutes. I still have to go, Zhou Qilin explained patiently. Lanshan residential area housed nearly 300 households, and even with a low plot ratio, it couldn't avoid prying eyes. If there was no activity at all, others would eventually target his family stockpile. Wu Shui's eyes sparkled as if she wanted to join him. Zhou Qilin quickly shook his head. I'm enough on my own. None of you move. After saying this, he finally managed to calm everyone down. Returning to his room, Zhou Qilin pulled out the gear that had been stored at the bottom of the cabinet. The polar combat suit from Lifu with a helmet and visor made of bulletproof material came with built-in heating. A twist of the dial could adjust it to withstand temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees. Crucially, it wasn't heavy. After putting it on, bending and lifting his legs felt unrestrained. He also took out a pair of snow boots whose anti-slip teeth crunched against the snow. At his waist, he secured a concealed weapon along with 2 pouches filled with magazines, an emergency measure of last resort. Finally, he converted the largest suitcase in the house into a sled, welding iron plates onto the bottom as runners and wrapping the pull rope in several layers of antifreeze tape. All that was left was to wait. Xiao Hang didn't go door to door himself, most notifications were delivered by the security guards. Even so, it took nearly 6 hours to gather the residents' intentions. On the feedback forms, almost every household checked off one person. Xiao Hang pulled out a small notebook and jotted down the unit numbers of those who were home, but unwilling to go out for supplies. These residents would need special attention later. Either their warehouses were packed fuller than anyone else's, or they were stubborn troublemakers. At 11:30, the elevator power will be restored. Anyone willing to go out for supplies gather at the property management office entrance. Dress warmly, and bring your own tools for hauling. Departure at noon sharp. Latecomers won't be waited for. Though sunlight was invisible, the sun hadn't disappeared. Around midday, the light would brighten slightly, and the temperature would be a degree or 2 higher than at dawn. Xiao Hang had measured these patterns day after day from the rooftop with a thermometer. The effort he had invested to keep Lanshan under his control went far beyond this. I'm heading out. Don't open the door while I'm gone. Little sister, keep an eye on that woman. If she acts up, you can. Zhou Qilin was dressed like a ball wrapped in a quilt. In truth, the polar combat suit wasn't cold at all, but there was always the hurdle of "Mom thinks you're cold" to overcome. Thanks to the property management for burning fuel to keep the elevator running, Zhou Qilin had no idea how he would have gotten from the 14th floor to the ground dressed in this gear while dragging a modified sled. The elevator doors opened and closed with people squeezing in every few floors. Zhou Qilin scanned the crowd. All were unfamiliar figures bundled up tightly. Faces hidden behind scarves, hats, and masks, he could only guess at gender and age by shoulder width and stride length. To his surprise, quite a few women emerged, gathering in small groups in the hallway. No one spoke, only the sound of boot soles scraping against the tiles. The open space outside the property management office already held 40 or 50 people. Today, Xiao Hang wore a bright red windbreaker and a fluorescent blue knitted hat on his head, standing like a traffic signal in the snow. The security guards will lead the way to the supermarket location. Xiao Hang raised his voice, his breath forming frost on the edge of his mask. That place is buried in snow now. There might be ice layers underneath, so if we want to get in, everyone will have to dig together. No one in the crowd responded. People came the day before yesterday. The shelter is already full. So they told our community that residents going out to find their own food isn't against the law. Xiao Hang paused, his gaze sweeping over faces where only eyes were visible. If you run into other teams, don't panic. Follow the guard's orders. At this time, we don't start trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Even if a fight breaks out, we won't be held accountable. After he said this, a few residents nodded. Zhou Qilin shrank to the edge of the crowd, pulling his ski cap down to cover half his face. He didn't want to attract attention, but someone still approached. A woman squeezed through the crowd to his side, pointing at the sled by his feet. That's a clever design. I have a similar suitcase at home. When we get back, could you come to my place and modify one for me? Her voice was neither loud nor soft, with a hint of a southern accent that was pleasant to the ear. Zhou Qilin turned and gave her a once-over. Her hat brim was pulled low, revealing only a pair of eyes with slightly upturned corners that seemed to carry a smile, even when she wasn't laughing. If he were an inexperienced young man, he would have agreed on the spot. Zhou Qilin didn't respond. The woman wasn't in a hurry, either, standing half an arm's length away, waiting politely. I'm from Building 7. She suddenly lowered her voice, almost whispering into his ear. That little structure you built on the rooftop platform. It's well made. I saw it one night. There were lights inside. Zhou Qilin's fingers tightened in his pocket. The tool shed had been treated with light-blocking materials, and the windows were covered with dark film. For light to be visible through such heavy snowfall meant this woman had exceptional observational skills. She hadn't shouted it out, but had leaned in to whisper. That was intriguing. He didn't speak, just looked at her. The woman smiled, the curve at the corners of her eyes more pronounced. Don't overthink it. I'm just envious. In times like these, knowing one more person opens another path. What do you think? Before Zhou Qilin could reply, Xiao Hang's voice rang out again, calling the crowd to move. He picked up the sled's tow rope and walked forward. The woman silently followed beside him, her steps light, showing none of the distance expected from a new acquaintance. After a dozen steps, she suddenly turned her head, her voice dropping even lower. Actually, I know your mother. Zhou Qilin's mind instinctively formed a response, but he held it back, his steps never pausing. The snow crunched under his boots, and the woman stayed half a step to his right rear, neither too close nor too far. Yali was 57 this year, so how old would Huang Minjing be? Zhou Qilin silently calculated in his mind. You don't believe me. I also know that your mother bought a lot of instant food not long ago. Guess who she got it from? Her voice was very low. The moment she said this, Zhou Qilin understood completely. Huang Minjing, or her family, was most likely in the instant food business. They might even be the distributor for certain brands in Jiazhou. This was exactly what he had feared most. Others might not know exactly how much the Zhou family had stockpiled, but those who had sold goods to Yali were well aware. Although he had abandoned a warehouse as a decoy to divert attention in this situation, such a ruse wouldn't fool anyone. Because people only believe what they want to believe. Just like Huang Minjing, if she was convinced that Yali had hidden all the purchased supplies, no matter how thoroughly Zhou Qilin explained it, it would only sound like an excuse to her. What a hassle. Let's talk another time. Huang Minjing, probably not wanting to draw attention here, into the conversation. Zhou Qilin breathed a sigh of relief, moving forward while pondering how to handle this situation in the future. The large supermarket Xiao Hang had mentioned was well known to many residents. It was a local chain not far from the community gate. It was quite large and the quality of goods was decent. Most importantly, the supermarket wasn't underground, it occupied the ground floor of a two-story building along the street. Compared to basements, it would be much easier to excavate. The walk usually took just over 10 minutes, but this time it dragged on for a full half hour. The security guards didn't allow everyone to use flashlights, afraid of attracting attention. As a result, no one could see if eyes were watching from the shadows. Upon arrival, the guards began assigning tasks. Men of Zhou Qilin's age were naturally placed in the main digging team. Each person was given a tool apparently scavenged from the community: shovels, hoes, crowbars. Anything that could dig was put to use. The building had originally been a two-story commercial space with an additional floor on top, so they didn't need to dig too deep. Once the first window was exposed, a guard stepped forward, kicked in the glass, crouched down, and shone a flashlight inside. After observing for a while, and finding nothing amiss, he began arranging for people to enter. Not everyone could fit inside. 1/3 of the group was left outside to keep watch. The broken window led to an office. From the office, a corridor branched off with signs hanging on either side. Once inside, the guards no longer forbade the use of flashlights. Besides, it was impossible without them. The interior was far darker than outside. One guard lit a candle, saying it could indicate whether there was enough oxygen. Signs of disturbance were everywhere. Clearly others had been there before them. This dampened the mood, and many worried they might have come for nothing. Fortunately, the supermarket was sizable. With 2 entire floors of space, almost everything needed for daily life could be found here. With such a large area, quick searching required splitting into groups. The guards let everyone form teams freely and disperse. The second floor was piled with everyday items, but the real food was all on the first floor, the true goal of this trip. However, Zhou Qilin didn't rush down. When he was finally alone, he pulled out a night vision device from his pocket and strapped it to his face. No matter how bright the flashlight beam, it couldn't dispel the shadowy blind spots. The night vision image was tinged with green and slightly blurry at the edges, but it required no constant raising of the hand, and every inch of shadow in his field of view was laid bare. Many shelves on the second floor had been smashed with broken glass and plastic fragments scattered across the floor, but not much had actually been taken. He casually grabbed a few pieces of clothing and stuffed them into his pockets, then wandered to the household goods section. After listening carefully to ensure no footsteps were approaching, he bent down and began filling his backpack. The shampoo bottles were cold, the shower gel lids rough, and the spray nozzle of the mosquito repellent would catch on his fingertips. Leif's warehouse actually had plenty of these things, but who would complain about a full granary? Even if his family couldn't use them all, they could be traded later for a cigarette or a bag of salt. Hard currency. He walked along, casually tossing items into the sled behind him as carelessly as picking up stones by the roadside. When he reached the aisle for women's products, his feet suddenly halted, his fingers frozen, midair, his gaze fixed on the colorful packages. He didn't need to worry about Yali and Zhou Li's supplies. Zhou Li was meticulous as a needle, and Yali would hoard enough to fill the entire store. He had no idea how much she had piled up. What truly stumped him was Wu Shui. How wide was her waist? What were her hip measurements? He racked his brain over and over, but couldn't come up with a definite number. Yali's size was definitely off, and Zhou Li's was too narrow. In the end, he simply swept the entire shelf into his backpack, planning to have Zhou leave fish for the information later. Walking further, his foot stepped on a plastic box in the kitchenware section. Kitchen knives, cutting boards, spatula strainers, and those iron gadgets he couldn't name. He even grabbed trash bins, garbage bags, brooms, and mops, since he wasn't planning to make another trip. If anyone glanced back and saw this area looking like a shorn sheep, they'd just mutter someone already cleared it out, and then catch sight of the meager haul in Zhou Qilin's sled. Who would suspect anything? He didn't even lift his eyes at the crafts section. Those gilded statues and glittering canvas paintings were things to display, once able to pass for elegance, but when your stomach growls later, an expired ham sausage is worth 10,000 times more than Mona Lisa's smile. Having nearly swept the second floor, he dragged his sled toward the first floor. The sled's bottom scraped against the stair edges, emitting a harsh metallic screech. He had already taken off the night vision goggles, and the flashlight beam swayed across the pitch-black store, revealing overturned shelves and crushed cardboard boxes everywhere. The floor in the fruit and vegetable section was covered in ice shards crunching underfoot. A small pile of bagged rice remained, roughly 70 or 80 bags. Several property owners were grunting as they hauled them onto their carts, some using hand carts, others shouldering the bags, sweat droplets splashing on the ground. Every face bore the same word: scramble. The meat counter had been stripped clean, not even a trace of oil film left on the iron racks, as if licked clean by stray dogs. The dried goods section was similar, with the egg shelves empty down to the last shell. The seasoning aisle still had some bottles and jars left, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, standing haphazardly, probably because everyone prioritized moving grain first. The belly matters more than the tongue, and when hunger strikes, a bowl of plain rice is more satisfying than any delicacy. Before 90 words were read, Xiao Hang had already set the rule: no matter what they turned up, everything would be divided based on the number of people each household sent out. In other words, each participating laborer would get one share. Zhou Qilin didn't overthink it. He first stuffed oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea into his sled, then turning away quietly added a few items to his own space. A few minutes before 4 in the afternoon, the security guard shouted that all the staple food had been moved outside, urging everyone to clear out quickly. The property owners from Lanchan community had teamed up for the first time, and the result wasn't bad. Back at the community, a rough count showed they had hauled back over 80 bags of rice, over 20 of which were large wholesale bags, each holding 200 jin. Probably because they were too heavy, this batch of rice hadn't been taken earlier. All the rice together amounted to at least a few tons, with each participant getting about 100 jin. No one objected to Xiao Hang's distribution method. 100 jin of rice could feed a family for a month or two, plus there was flour and various grains, with each person getting over 10 jin. For a family of 3, relying on these staples to last a month or so was no problem at all. Beyond the grain, they had also gathered quite a bit of snacks and daily necessities. Everyone was happy, but the biggest worry was that they had barely found any fruits or vegetables. A prolonged lack of these items would weaken the body's immunity, inviting various ailments. Though they could make do with processed alternatives, it wasn't the same, and not every household had stocked up in advance. While waiting for the distribution, Huang Minjing sidled up to Zhou Qilin again, lowering her voice to ask, "Do you still have any dehydrated vegetables at your place?" "None left," Zhou Qilin answered curtly. He thought she was probing him, but he was mistaken. Huang Minjing lowered her voice even further. "I know there's a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables in the logistics park. That shipment was meant for export, but didn't get shipped out in time." She knew supplies were scarce, and people were many. She mentioned it to Zhou Qilin partly because of her connection with Cheng Yali, and partly because of the Zhou family's earlier demeanor, which suggested they knew hard times were coming. In normal times, the logistics park wasn't far from here, but getting there now was no easy feat. There probably wasn't a single vehicle in all of Jiazhou City that could move on the snow-covered ground. Zhou Qilin had pondered this later. Why hadn't he thought of it earlier? But then again, you couldn't buy a sled in southern Xia country, so there was no way for him to prepare. Seeing Zhou Qilin silent, Huang Minjing thought he didn't believe her, and added, "I'll talk to your mom about it later." Zhou Qilin thought that without context it sounded like she was cursing. After the distribution, Xiao Hang had someone start the generator to power the elevator and urged everyone to head home quickly, saying the fuel wouldn't last long. At that moment, a property owner suggested they could go out to get some fuel. There was a gas station nearby, and one of the owners happened to know the ropes. With enough gasoline reserves to last the entire winter, lighting could at least be centrally managed. Staying in the dark all the time, many were worried their eyesight would truly deteriorate. Xiao Hang was stunned for a moment when he heard the suggestion. None of his people had any experience with gas station operations. This was an unexpected bonus. "Let's all discuss it first. If any other neighbors have ideas, they can go back, put their things away, and come down to talk together." The skills he had displayed today, combined with his deliberately maintained posture, had solidified Xiao Hang's standing among many residents. Sure enough, several people said they would come down to join the discussion later. "You're not going." Huang Minjing tilted her head. Zhou Qilin recalled her earlier teasing, and on a whim blurted out, "I'm still a child." Huang Minjing was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. The sled was piled high, dragged into the elevator, and up to the floor. Cheng Yali didn't even glance at the supplies, as she just looked him over, asking if he was hurt or cold. "Mom, see if there's anything useful in these things, and take what you want." Taking advantage of the elevator ride, Zhou Qilin stuffed the items he had specially picked out for Wu Shui into the sled. To avoid awkwardness, he pulled Cheng Yali aside and asked if she knew Huang Minjing. Boss Huang, you ran into her. Zhou Qilin nodded. Almost forgot their family lives in our community too. Which building was it? Next door across the way. Zhou Qilin gestured toward building 7. She not only remembers you stocked up on a big batch of instant food, but she also saw the light in our tool room. Oh, what do we do? Son, how about we two sneak over tonight? And Zhou Qilin's mouth twitched as he stared at Cheng Yali speechless. Just kidding, just kidding. Seeing her son back safely, Cheng Yali was in good spirits. After all, they had plenty of food and drink at home, enough electricity and heating. What was 3 months? Boss Huang is decent, as she probably won't go around blabbing. But her mother is another story. I could tell from playing cards before her character was terrible. You played cards with her mother. How old is her mother, and you still play with her? Huh. Cheng Yali paused, then laughed. You've got it wrong. Boss Huang's mother is my generation. Boss Huang herself is not even 30 yet, still young. Zhou Qilin then realized he had jumped to conclusions. Who could blame him? Huang Minjing's first words had thrown him off. Boss Huang is no ordinary person. 5 years ago, after her father passed away, Cheng Yali rambled for nearly half an hour, giving a rough account of how Huang Minjing had gradually propped up the family business. Finally, she switched topics and started scolding her own son, a man of 25 or 26 who, if not for this mess, would be a total waste, not even having landed a wife. Zhou Qilin quickly changed the subject, telling her that Huang Minjing might come by and would likely mention the dehydrated vegetables in the logistics park warehouse. There was indeed an export-oriented enterprise in the logistics park. Cheng Yali had personally visited their planting base. The place used no synthetic fertilizers at all, reportedly supplying exclusively to a certain island nation. Back then, she had been fuming. Why could people there buy such clean food, while people in Xia country couldn't even find a way to get it? She snorted, coldly asking how they explained it. The other party only replied with 3 words, too expensive. If there really is a whole warehouse of dehydrated vegetables and going to clear it out, they deserve to have it hoarded. Cheng Yali's eyes carried a fierce determination as she spoke. Zhou Qilin quickly grabbed her arm. Mom, don't agree to anything yet. We don't even have a decent means of transportation. While mother and son talked in hushed tones in the bedroom, Wu Shui and Zhou were already in the living room, starting to inventory the supplies around the sled. Staples like rice were stacked separately in a corner, while Zhou sorted various snacks into the drawers under the coffee table and the snack cabinet. Digging further, she found a pile of women's undergarments. Glancing at the sizes, a smirk curled on Zhou's lips. Sister-in-law, there's no hiding this. She pushed the pile toward Wu Shui. You keep these. Wu Shui hesitated. Don't you and Auntie need any? She didn't lack such items now, but hoarding more couldn't hurt. She might not find them later. Sigh, a big horse needs a big saddle. That brother of mine probably doesn't even have room for his little sister anymore. Zhou shook her head. Peach blossoms drift where no one knows, yet the face still smiles in the spring breeze. Wu Shui's face darkened. Shally, you got it wrong. Really? Zhou blinked, but I clearly saw spring on your face. Ouch, don't hit me. Bro, help. Sister-in-law is going to kill me. This harmless horseplay lightened the mood in the room. Cheng Yali watched, nudging Zhou Qilin with her elbow, and whispered, when are you planning to move into one room? The scene at Huang Minjing's home was a world apart from Zhou Qilin's. There was indeed an expensive-looking fireplace in the living room, burning large logs with flames licking the wood and sending out crackling sounds. But looking around, almost nothing that could be called furniture remained. In front of the fireplace lay a thick leather mat, and Huang Minjing's mother was lying on it, eyelids drooping, not even stirring at the sound of the door opening. She only uttered a few feeble words as a greeting. Mom, I found some food. Wait, I'll make you some porridge. There was no one else in the house. 5 years ago, after her father passed away, her mother had been dealt a heavy blow and no longer had the heart to manage the factory. All the burdens fell on Huang Minjing, who was still a master's student at the time. During that period, she worked while writing her thesis, losing so much weight, she was almost gaunt. After passing her master's defense, she poured all her energy into the factory. Sometimes she even ate and slept in the workshop, pulling that crumbling factory back from the brink, not only stabilizing it, but making it the leader in the convenience food industry across Bashu. The flames in the fireplace licked the last few pieces of wood, crackling. Huang Minjing rested the empty bowl on her knee, the rich aroma of rice mixed with millet and corn grits lingering on her tongue. She turned her head. Her mother leaned against an old cushion, a trace of warmth lingering on her face. I ran into Boss Cheng's son today, she began. Her mother lifted her eyelids. Which Boss Cheng? The one you used to play cards with, who had a farm. You always said her grain-fed chicken was delicious. Huang Minjing paused, and the eggs too. Her mother squinted, thinking for a long while, then nodded. Oh, that kid. You're not falling for him, are you? No, there's an age gap. Huang Minjing rolled her eyes. Where's your mind going? She stirred the logs in the fireplace, sending sparks flying. There's something I've never told you. I always felt that Boss Cheng and her family knew something bad was coming. What do you mean? She came to me for supplies, 300,000 worth. Every flavor, every package, she bought it all. Huang Minjing said, finding it absurd herself. Her family doesn't run a retail business. 300,000 worth of instant food would take them years to finish. Her mother frowned. Didn't that warehouse burn down? I don't believe it. Huang Minjing shook her head, her voice dropping. I tried to call her to comfort her back then, but couldn't get through. But thinking about it now, the timing of that warehouse fire was too convenient. She looked up at the dancing flames. From Zhou Kaijun shutting down the farm, to Qingyali hoarding supplies like crazy, anyone with half a brain can connect the dots. Her mother remained silent. Huang Minjing hugged her knees, her gaze drifting into the darkness outside the window. If dawn never came, how long could the two of them hold on? Today, the property management could still organize people to scavenge, but the nearby supermarkets would eventually be emptied. When even collective action ceased, when food ran out, when there was no more wood for warmth, would she dare to open that door alone? The warmth in the living room was like a wad of cotton, stifling and damp against her back. Huang Minjing glanced around. She saw no stove, smelled no coal smoke. Where was the heat coming from? Her mind immediately flashed to the prefab house on the rooftop. The Zhou family must have stockpiled tons of coal. In times like these, being able to enjoy heating was a different kind of wealth. As soon as she sat down, Qingyali smiled and said, "My boy was just talking about you." The words were half true, half false, but Huang Minjing understood that the other woman was offering her an opening. After a few pleasantries, Wu Shui brought over tea, set down the cups, and quietly withdrew. Huang Minjing took a sip of the hot tea and decided to get straight to the point. "Don't call me boss anymore. We're all just trying to get by now. I want to team up with you." Qingyali didn't take the bait. Instead, she shouted into the house, "Zhou Qilin, get your ass over here." Footsteps echoed from down the hall. A young man in a tracksuit walked into the living room, a towel and hand sweat still beading on his forehead. Huang Minjing was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to look like this. If she had known, she would have waited longer before coming. Now she just felt rash. "You're still working out?" Huang Minjing regretted the question as soon as it left her mouth. The question was too, but she really couldn't understand. Who would waste energy on exercise now? Food wasn't falling from the sky. Zhou Qilin wiped his face and sat down next to Qingyali. Better than being idle. He turned to his mother. "Mom, are you done talking?" "Done talking? You weren't even here. How could I be done?" Qingyali patted her knee. "Boss Huang's idea is that the dehydrated vegetables in that warehouse are too much for just our two families to move. She doesn't have many people she can trust in this complex. She wants to know if you have any ideas. Maybe we could coordinate with the property management." After all, many hands make light work. Huang Minjing's mind was racing. Property management. Just as she had expected, Qingyali was passing the ball to her son. She picked up her teacup, carefully hiding the smile that threatened to show. This warehouse of dehydrated vegetables wasn't just a test. It was a stepping stone. She needed the Zhou family to see those supplies for themselves before she could discuss what came next. As for the place where the food was hidden, she'd keep her mouth shut no matter who asked. Zhou Qilin's mind flashed to Xiaohang's face. That man still didn't know that Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao had already infiltrated the property management team. They just kept a low profile last time and hadn't shown themselves. "I'm against it." After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Qilin uttered those three words. Huang Minjing didn't jump up to argue. She sat there, back straight, eyes fixed on Zhou Qilin's face, as if waiting for an explanation. She didn't look offended, more like someone ready to listen before making a judgment. "I don't trust them." Zhou Qilin's words were blunt. Cooperation was meaningless if it was built on mutual suspicion. If Huang Minjing couldn't even handle his judgment, there was no point in discussing anything further. Qingyali sat beside them, her lips tightly sealed, her silence a show of support for her son. Huang Minjing didn't speak immediately. Her fingers tapped lightly on her knee twice. She wasn't doubting Zhou Qilin's judgment. She was trying to figure out if she had missed some piece of information. That property management team seemed normal enough, but Zhou Qilin's stance was so firm there had to be a reason. She had learned her lesson the hard way in business. Making a decision without full information could lead to losses. In this world, losing money was the least of your worries. The real danger was losing your life. "Can you explain?" Zhou Qilin shook his head. If Huang Minjing had agreed, without a second thought, he might have trusted her a bit more. But the fact that she asked this question told Zhou Qilin what he needed to know. Whether they could work together in the future depended on what Huang Minjing did next. But this particular venture, he figured, would be a one-time thing. Gut feeling. Zhou Qilin's smile faded, replaced by a stern expression. "If you insist on bringing in the property management, I'm out." Huang Minjing opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. She turned to Qingyali, a plea for help in her eyes. "Well, nothing's been decided yet." Qingyali waved her hand, changing the subject. "By the way, son, you still have that walkie-talkie, don't you? Give one to Boss Huang so you can discuss things later. It's freezing cold, and there's no electricity. It's a real hardship for Boss Huang to come all this way in the dark." Zhou Qilin didn't mind giving up a walkie-talkie. It was a domestic brand, decent quality with all the basic functions. As long as he held onto the main unit he controlled, when Huang Minjing could listen what she could hear and what she couldn't. No one could have predicted how soon it would come in handy. After Huang Minjing left, Qingyali lowered her voice and asked her son if he had noticed something shady about the property management. Zhou Qilin couldn't answer. He just called out, "Shall Li come out and explain?" Zhou Li pushed open the door, rolled her eyes first, then slowly dropped a line. "Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Property management and homeowners, natural enemies forever apart. Girl, can't you speak properly?" If she weren't her own flesh and blood, Qingyali would have slapped her. She herself hadn't had much schooling, and here her daughter was showing off with fancy words. Trust in me and you shall be saved. Saved. They'll save you right now. Cheng Yali grabbed his slipper and gave chase. The light in the stairwell flickered. When Cheng Yali's hand came down, it showed no favoritism. The force she used on Zhou Qilin's body was exactly the same as on Zhou Li's face. Zhou Li dodged frantically, covering her head, screaming that her mother was breaking the rules and needed to calm down. Wu Shui stood by the wall, hand over her mouth, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Zhou Qilin shook his head and turned into the gym. His fingers had just touched the cold metal surface of a dumbbell before head even warmed up when a scream exploded from the next room. Help! Someone come quickly, help! Wu Shui was the first to react. She spun around and dashed down the hall, nearly colliding with Zhou Qilin as he ran out of the gym. Gasping, she said the sound came from Boss Huang's place. Zhou Qilin only replied, "They'll go check," his fingers already zipping up his polar combat suit. In a few strides he was at the door. Cheng Yali's voice came from upstairs telling him to take some weapons for protection, not to rush out recklessly. Zhou Qilin stood by the door, his hand hovering over the handle for a moment, his eyes scanning the monitor screen on the wall. The screen showed an empty hallway. No suspicious corners, no flickering shadows. In the apocalypse, anyone could turn on you. An extra glance at the monitor was better than regretting it later. After confirming it was safe, he turned the lock and stepped into the stairwell. The elevator panel was dark, no power. If Huang Minjing had run downstairs at her speed, she'd have made it to the first floor at most, or she could be trapped in some corner. Zhou Qilin jumped down the stairs, his footsteps heavy and urgent. As his body dropped, he felt like he wasn't running down the stairs, but hurling himself toward the ground. When his feet landed, his knees held steady. No pain, no wobble. Back when he wasn't an evolver, his ankle would have twisted on the first step, his bones would have cracked on the second, head have collapsed on the third, and head never stand again after the fourth. 10th floor, 7th floor, 3rd floor. At the turn on the 2nd floor, several voices suddenly crashed into his ears. A woman was screaming, her voice shrill, mixed with the low chuckles and murmurs of two men. She said, "Let me go, I'm a homeowner, where are the security guards?" One of them laughed and said, "We are the security guards." Another voice chimed in, "A homeowner. What's that worth? We're doing you a favor by even looking at you." A third voice added, "In this damn weather, who the hell is going to stick their nose in?" Zhou Qilin's brow furrowed. Security guards could do something like this. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. He knew the end was coming, that the veneer of society would eventually rot away. But it had only been a few days. The rot was happening too fast. He turned off his flashlight, pulled the night vision goggles from his side pouch, and strapped them onto his face. The world turned a ghostly green through the lenses. He softened his steps and slowly walked out of the stairwell. In his field of vision, 3 figures were tangled together. A flashlight lay on the ground nearby. It must have been Huang Minjing's. Another one was still lit, held in one man's hand. There was almost no light in the hallway. The flashlight's batteries were low, casting a dim, wavering beam. As long as the light didn't sweep directly across Zhou Qilin's face, those 3 men would never know there were extra eyes in the darkness. Zhou Qilin didn't make a sound. He pulled an alloy baton from his waist, weighed it in his palm, then swung it in a full arc, slamming it down on the wrist of the man holding the flashlight. The dull thud of metal hitting bone mixed with the man's scream, both exploding at once. Shards of the flashlight scattered everywhere. The light went out with a snap, plunging the hallway into deeper darkness. Zhou Qilin picked up the flashlight and quickly switched off its beam. Total darkness enveloped them. Only his retina could still capture the outlines. The 2 men were now in complete disarray. They shouted threats, but their voices trembled violently. Their hands fumbled along the walls, trying to find the stairs, assuming Zhou Qilin was as blind as they were. In contrast, Huang Minjing's reaction was much quieter. As soon as she broke free, she took a step to the side, crouched down, buried her head in her knees, and curled herself into a ball. In such pitch-black conditions, her approach was the smartest. The smaller the target she presented, the lower the chance of being hit by a random blow. The 2 security guards were still losing their minds, but Zhou Qilin ignored them. He walked silently to Huang Minjing's side and said in a low voice, "Don't make a sound. Follow me." Hearing his voice, Huang Minjing instinctively lifted her head, but saw only an inky void. Still, she recognized who it was, and her tense shoulders instantly relaxed. Zhou Qilin took her right hand, pulled her up, and slowly led her toward the bottom of the stairs. Light from the first-floor lobby seeped through the crack in the door, dim, but enough for Huang Minjing to make out Zhou Qilin's silhouette. "Thank you. You were right. I was too naive. Don't mention it. It's too cold outside. Can you handle the temperature in the basement? Could there be people hiding down there?" Huang Minjing tightened her grip on his fingers. "They'll take you back upstairs." Unsure if any property management personnel were patrolling the basement, Zhou Qilin still didn't turn on the flashlight. He led Huang Minjing, whispering a warning before every step about any stairs or obstacles. This way, though she moved slowly, she didn't stumble. The basement was a bit warmer than outside, but the air was stuffy and damp, thick with the humid stench of exhaust fumes and mildew. Even with a flashlight, Huang Minjing would never have dared to come down here alone. "It feels like falling into hell," she whispered. Before turning on the flashlight, Zhou Qilin first took off the night vision goggles. He thought he'd need a few seconds to adjust to the light, but found that wasn't the case at all. To Huang Minjing, only the area hit by the flashlight beam was bright. But Zhou Qilin's vision could cover a large area around the beam. Even the cracks in the cement in the shadowy corners were crystal clear. Was it the evolution of his body that altered his senses as well? He planned to find a place completely devoid of light later to test if he could see in pure darkness. The distance from the basement to Building 7 was not far, just a few minutes on foot. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Zhou Qilin insisted on escorting Huang Minjing upstairs. I've really put you through too much trouble. Huang Minjing straightened her torn clothes. The cold air rushed down the stairwell through the chimney effect, making the temperature even lower than outside. Is this the only clothes you have? With such thinness you'll freeze before you even reach the logistics park. Huang Minjing forced a bitter smile and shook her head. She wasn't short of money, never joined hiking clubs, and had no interest in scaling mountain peaks. A woman like that couldn't find a single piece of clothing in her wardrobe capable of withstanding extreme low temperatures. That fur coat looked luxurious, but if she were to wear it up a mountain, she couldn't even bend over, let alone talk about its insulating properties. In essence, it was just a high-end item, all show and no substance. I'll go back and rummage around. If I find something suitable, I'll put together a set for you. Don't delay or leave early. As Zhou Qilin said this, he didn't mention Huang Minjing reconsidering involving the property management. Between intelligent people, many things didn't need to be spelled out. If Huang Minjing had remained stubborn, Zhou Qilin wouldn't have run down from upstairs to save her today. Huang Minjing bit her lower lip, and only after a moment did she speak. Tomorrow at 10 deal. They'll have my walkie-talkie on. You don't need to come up specifically to get me. Where do we meet? The lobby of your building. Okay, we're here. Want to come in and sit for a bit? No need. Zhou Qilin waved his hand and handed the flashlight back. No flashlight, you'll walk in the dark. I have one here. With that, Zhou Qilin turned and disappeared into the stairwell. The darkness swallowed him whole like a gaping mouth. Huang Minjing stood at the door, seeing no glimmer of light before her, but her ears clearly captured the sound of his footsteps landing, steady, resolute, fading away step by step. He could indeed see clearly. In the darkness, the corners of Zhou Qilin's mouth curled upward. Evolution had indeed caused a qualitative change in his five senses. At least in terms of vision, he was confident he could now rival nocturnal animals. Everything before him was blurry, like looking through a thin veil, but it was enough to navigate the stairs without hitting walls or tripping on steps. He couldn't help but think that if he encountered an enemy in this environment, he would essentially have the upper hand unless the opponent also possessed such night vision. That possibility was extremely slim. When Zhou Qilin pushed open the door to his home in a good mood, Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao inside were already arguing, faces red and voices raised. Sun Qinghao's right hand was cradling his left. The hand was completely deformed, its 5 fingers twisted in different directions, the skin mottled with red swellings and purple bruises. What the hell were you doing then? The guy was right on top of us, and you didn't know a damn thing. Sun Qinghao gritted his teeth and shouted. It's not like I have dog ears. You didn't hear anything either, did you? Tang Dahai had felt a bit of guilt at first, but being nagged repeatedly by Sun Qinghao, his temper flared. He wasn't some delicate little girl. Oh, why should he have to put up with this? I was trying to subdue that woman first. Sun Qinghao glared. It's all your own doing. You can't walk straight when you see a woman. Damn it, if it weren't for your dirty thoughts, would you have gotten this beating? You deserved it. Was I the only one looking for an advantage? Weren't you? I only talked about it, but you actually laid hands on her, trying to trade a pack of instant noodles for her company for the night. What a brilliant idea that was. What's wrong with a pack of instant noodles? Tang Dahai sneered, his tone aggressive. Offering a pack of instant noodles was me doing her a favor. Believe it or not, with just this one pack of noodles I could have her all day. All right, stop arguing. Let's go find someone who can set bones and see if my hand can be saved. Damn it, I've lost all feeling in it. We'll have to go to the boss. Be polite when you talk to him. Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao had known each other for years. They could argue, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon him completely. Xiao Heng's gaze fell on Sun Qinghao's hands, and his brow immediately furrowed. Have you seen a doctor? He asked directly, his tone laced with impatience. Sun Qinghao and Tang Dahai exchanged glances and answered according to their rehearsed story. It got caught in the door while closing it. A door can do this. Did the door pinch your brain? Xiao Heng had stopped pretending by now. Earlier he had maintained a veneer of gentility in front of his subordinates, but now he tore it all off. He was a brute, and anyone who didn't obey could leave. No food, no shelter. They could weigh their options. But that said, a torn piece of toilet paper was useless for its intended purpose, but it could still be used to wipe a table. To keep Sun Qinghao this piece of paper from becoming completely useless, Xiao Heng opened the small black notebook he carried with him. Being a property manager meant he had to know his clients' backgrounds thoroughly. He meticulously recorded the background, occupation, and connections of every homeowner in the complex. In our complex, there are 8 households in this line of work. Don't go to the one on the 16th floor of Building 8. They're troublesome. Xiao Heng tapped the notebook with his finger. You can try Building 2, Room 301. The husband and wife are both from Xia backgrounds. The man runs his own physiotherapy hospital, and business seems decent. As for his skill, it's a shot in the dark. He closed the notebook and added, glancing up, go to Captain Zhang's place and get some food and supplies as a greeting gift. Just this once, never again. The characteristic approach was a strategy Xiao Heng had long mastered. Sun Qinghao understood the implication, but said nothing. Tang Dehai, however, was so moved his eyes reddened, and he nearly knelt, especially upon hearing the gifts wouldn't cost him anything. Who had surplus food these days? Tang Dehai himself ate everything he had, immediately leaving nothing for the next meal. When Zhou Qilin entered the house, he knew he'd have to talk until his lips were worn out. He had tried to keep it simple, but Cheng Yali was still too shocked to sit still. She grabbed her walkie-talkie and went to comfort Huang Minjing. It was supposedly comfort, but really she just wanted to hear the other woman praise her son. What was the point of having a son if not for the pride it brought? Otherwise she might as well have given birth to a piece of meat and thrown it away. Sister-in-law, trust me. Trust my homeowners, and you'll never be a slave. Wu Shui, being called sister-in-law in public, flushed despite her thick skin. She stole a glance at Zhou Qilin and found the man completely unresponsive, which immediately irritated her. She grabbed his arm and started pulling him out. Huh? What huh? Time for a checkup. Zhou Li watched as Zhou Qilin was dragged out by Wu Shui. Her eyes twinkled and she beckoned Heizai over. Heizai thought there was food and trotted over eagerly, only to have Zhou Li hang a camera around its neck. Go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Record everything. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Heizai stood still until Zhou Li pulled out a piece of beef jerky from her pocket. Beef jerky. Heizai lowered its body, stuck its head through the half-open door, its ears flat against the wall, tail tucked between its hind legs. The beef jerky its young master had thrown was still hanging from its mouth. It swallowed its saliva but still braced itself and squeezed most of its body into the gym. The cold floor made its paws tremble. Your muscles are all tensed up. Wu Shui's voice drifted from behind the barbell plates, laced with amusement. Your heartbeat is 8 beats slower than last time. Check it yourself. Her fingers pressed on Zhou Qilin's wrist for a few seconds, then released. This circumference. Almost 5 centimeters, right? If you keep training, are you going to turn into one of those bulky guys in action movies? Zhou Qilin lay on the bench, pressed his chest, heaving with each breath, sweat trickling down his collarbone. He opened his mouth, but only a few gasps escaped his throat. Tisk hard as iron. Wu Shui patted his shoulder, and the rebound felt under her palm made her eyebrow twitch. Beside them, Heizai sniffed at Zhou Qilin's calf, then retreated to lick its paw. Every seemingly quiet and docile person might harbor another face deep within. Zhou Qilin couldn't think about what Wu Shui was up to now. His mind was a blank, and he barely had the strength to lift his arm. The snow stopped around 4 in the morning. When dawn broke, the sky was still overcast, but at least no new white particles were falling from above. For those living in the shantytown, this meant they didn't have to worry about waking up to find their houses buried in snow or suffocating in their sleep and never waking up. Zhou Qilin stood at the entrance of the stairwell, tightening his backpack straps. Huang Minjing was already waiting outside the unit door, a bulging canvas bag at her feet. Dehydrated vegetables aren't much use now, but in 2 weeks these will be more valuable than gold, Zhou Qilin said, handing over the waterproof jacket and snow boots he was holding. Huang Minjing took them, her fingers trembling as they touched the fabric. I've really put you through too much trouble. Her voice was shaky, and her eyes were rimmed with red. Zhou Qilin didn't respond. Their relationship was purely cooperative, neither owed the other, but women sometimes got overly emotional over small favors. Those old dramas about working like a horse or cow or repaying in the next life probably stemmed from such emotions. The elevator wasn't working again. Zhou Qilin couldn't be bothered to carry a half-person high box up the stairs, so he pulled a collapsible sled from his backpack and set it up in the empty lobby. The wheels scraped across the floor tiles with a piercing screech. As they passed through the complex's pedestrian walkway, the light in the security booth flickered on. A few seconds later, Xiaohang's phone buzzed. That Zhou kid. What's his name? Xiaohang scratched the back of his head, staring at the 2 blurry figures on the monitor screen. Are they going to look for something? He paused, then added, let's see if they can come back alive first. The main gate of the complex was locked, but the small iron door beside it could be opened from the inside. As Huang Minjing squeezed through sideways, Zhou Qilin suddenly looked back. Everything was gray and indistinct, but he could feel a gaze on the back of his neck pricking like a needle. Probably Xiaohang, or someone from the property management. Whatever. Zhou Qilin pushed the sled forward a step, the wheels crunching into the snow. He didn't want to reveal all his cards yet, but if anyone dared to touch him or his family, like those who had blocked the road last time, he wouldn't show any mercy. Huang Minjing squinted ahead, but her vision was filled with a grayish-white expanse. She turned to ask if she could turn on the flashlight, but Zhou Qilin shook his head. I can't see anything. How do we walk? She whispered. Zhou Qilin pointed his boot tip at the pile of rope-tied scrap metal on the ground. You sit on that. He had already calculated the trip in his mind, the straight-line distance factoring in Huang Minjing's stamina and his speed minus the time wasted at the warehouse earlier. It would take at least 12 hours. This number made his molars clench. So he chose to be the horse pulling the cart. With his current physique and strength, he could compress the time to under 8 hours. Later he remembered that board on the snow sled. He was born in the South and had never even properly stepped on snow before. In his previous life, it was only after this apocalypse struck that he gritted his teeth and learned that skill. Once on the board, speed multiplied, but only someone as strong as him, who had also mastered the technique, could ride 2 narrow boards while towing a creaking, rattling scrap metal sled behind. During the day, the light filtering through the gray clouds was still pitch black for ordinary people, but Zhou Qilin could see things over 100 paces away. In this light, it was enough for driving, let alone skateboarding. He didn't push to maximum speed because the wind was too harsh. He could endure the jostling on the road, but Huang Minjing inside the sled couldn't. She was almost buried in the pile of crates and rags, but her teeth still chattered audibly. Half an hour later, her trembling voice drifted from behind. Stop. Stop for a moment. She felt that if she didn't catch her breath, her bones would freeze brittle before she even reached that logistics park. Zhou Qilin stopped his snowboard, his exhaled breath twisting like a serpent in the cold air, before slowly dissipating. We've covered about a third of the distance. That hat fast. Aren't your legs sore? Huang Minjing asked. Not bad, he replied, stuffing a chocolate bar into his mouth. The greatest commonality between evolvers and ability users was their insatiable appetite. When idle or not exerting force, they were manageable, but once in motion or channeling their abilities, they became akin to a food-grinding machine, their mouths rarely closing in such states. Thus Zhou Qilin sometimes mused that perhaps it was heaven's mercy on this world that not everyone became an evolver or ability user. There simply wasn't enough sustenance for such a horde to devour. According to the map's markings, his current position should be within a commercial district with two iconic buildings less than 50 paces away. Those were office towers. After the cataclysm struck, the people inside had likely fled, for as far as he could see, not a single window pane glowed with light. Suddenly, he recalled the official shelter. In his past life, he hadn't stayed in Jiazhou, so he didn't know its exact location. But as a local, he could roughly guess several possible sites, places that had once been famous civil defense works, two of which had been converted into underground shopping malls. The sled stopped beside a flagpole jutting from the snow. Huang Minjing stood up, her flashlight beam slicing through the dim sky, painting a swaying circle of light on the white wasteland. How deep is it down there? Her breath condensed into white mist dispersing in the cold air. The warehouse is 9 meters high with at least 10 meters of snow atop. Zhou Qilin stomped the icy crust beneath his feet, a dull echo reverberating from his toes. She paused, then shone her flashlight at his face. I've been meaning to ask, how have you been able to see the way all along? The curiosity that had been suppressed for half a day finally leaked out. Probably because I eat a lot of fish, Zhou Qilin answered offhandedly, blinking. He knew the answer was absurd, but that didn't matter. It was enough that he believed it. He couldn't very well end up strapped to an experiment table by Huang Minjing because of this. She asked no further, instead bending over to pull out a map, her fingertip tracing several lines across the paper. Minutes later, Zhou Qilin confirmed she couldn't pinpoint the dehydrated warehouse's exact location within this white labyrinth. If she misdirected, it would waste not just effort, but also the precious little time they had. The eternal night had its advantages. Without light, no living soul within hundreds of meters would be watching you, unless someone else had night vision like his. He compared the compass with the map finally circling an area. The snow beneath their feet was roughly the roof of the dehydrated vegetable warehouse. Let's get to work, each on their own. Zhou Qilin drove the shovel into the snow, its blade biting into the ice crystals with a grating screech. Huang Minjing didn't reply, bending to pick up another shovel, the flashlight clenched between her teeth, its beam jittering with each swing. Snow chips flew, landing on their shoulders and brims, then sliding down collars into their necks, turning into a cold dampness. The monotone clang of the shovel breaking ice repeated like a sluggish metronome. Zhou Qilin's hands worked tirelessly, but his mind was elsewhere. Besides these large-scale shelters, the civil defense works of old hospitals and state-owned factories could also be used, provided they hadn't been filled in or demolished. Those man-made caves were originally designed to withstand the firestorms unleashed. If they could endure such destruction, the current bitter cold seemed trivial. What truly caused the population to plummet later were the fractures in the supply lines. So this trip to the logistics park wasn't solely for those tons of dehydrated vegetables. He had other plans, but they had to be kept from Huang Minjing. The 4 members of the Zhou family guarded the secret of that space like an iron fortress, revealing not a word to Huang Minjing, nor even to Wu Shui. Perhaps only when the first ability users emerged would others be deemed worthy of knowing about that hidden door. I've recovered. Let's go. Huang Minjing straightened up, exhaling a puff of white breath. They set off again, stopping once to let her catch her breath. By noon, Zhou Qilin could see the flagpole at the logistics park's main gate through the flurry of snow, a metal pillar over 30 meters tall, with less than 2/3 protruding from the snow. The flag that once flew atop had long been torn away by the wind, leaving the pole standing alone like a bone spur piercing the snowfield. Further in the distance, all he could see was an endless white expanse punctuated by occasional rooftop peaks breaking the horizon like the masts of drowned ships. Huang Minjing muttered something about the northern scenery, but neither could muster any appreciation. The cold gnawed at every patch of exposed skin, and the wind hurled ice crystals against their faces, stinging fiercely. She looked up from the map, sweeping her flashlight beam through the void, cutting through falling snowflakes. According to the blueprints, the dehydrated warehouse should be around here. The metal edge of the shovel struck heavily into the snow, its blade glinting briefly. The sled slid over the frozen surface with a faint rustle. Before departing, they had settled on the division of labor. Zhou Qilin would dig open the warehouse roof, while Huang Minjing would build a temporary shelter, a dome of snow blocks to block the wind. The warehouse held at least tens of tons of dehydrated vegetables. Even with 10 extra hands, they couldn't clear it in one trip. Moreover, until the snow melted completely, every retrieval would require digging and refilling, or else this place would eventually attract attention. A fixed base could provide a place to rest and stockpile supplies. Zhou Qilin pulled 2 shovels from the sled, tossing one to Huang Minjing. They each buried themselves in their tasks. The workload was uneven. As he cleared the hard snow, the shovel clanging against the warehouse roof, Huang Minjing had only managed a shallow pit that couldn't even cover her calves. "Hurry up," Zhou Qilin said, his voice devoid of warmth. In the apocalypse, there was no room for tenderness. Only a full belly gave strength for other thoughts, while the hungry and cold only focused on survival. Whoever lagged behind would be abandoned. Huang Minjing bit her lip. The frozen ground was like stone, and the shovel only scraped out white marks. Zhou Qilin's stamina held up. Such labor didn't even make him pant. When the ventilation window was exposed, he smashed the glass and shone his flashlight into the pitch-black warehouse. "They'll go down first." With that, he vaulted through the window, his boots landing on the concrete floor. Huang Minjing crouched by the window, her palms turning white with tension. The warehouse was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Zhou Qilin turned on his flashlight, the beam illuminating neatly stacked cardboard boxes. The boxes bore Island Nation script with clear vegetable images. This was the right batch. Each box weighed 30 kilograms, enough to feed one person for half a year at 100 grams per meal. The entire warehouse held tens of thousands of boxes. A pity Huang Minjing was here, otherwise he could have stored them all in the Rift warehouse. He quietly stashed nearly 2,000 boxes, leaving enough empty space to avoid arousing her suspicion. "Come down, it's safe," he called out. Huang Minjing slid down, her flashlight sweeping over the stacked boxes. Her eyes welled up and tears streamed down her cheeks. She trembled for a long while before steadying herself, asking how they would transport it all back. How else? He couldn't reveal that thing to load the goods. "You go up and receive. We'll take 10 boxes back first to distribute," Zhou Qilin said. She thought it over, but couldn't come up with a better idea. The journey might not expose them, but entering the neighborhood would be tricky. If they ran into the property management, who could still trust them? Huang Minjing had already blacklisted the property management. With 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables stacked on the sled, the frame groaned under the weight. She could only sit atop the boxes, watching Zhou Qilin shuffle forward on his snowboard. The wind whipped across her frozen cheeks as she stared at his back, a lump in her throat that wouldn't go away. During a rest stop, Huang Minjing fussed over Zhou Qilin like a child, handing him a compressed biscuit and pushing a water flask toward him. The steam froze into white mist as soon as it rose. "Boss Huang, don't bother. I've got it," Zhou Qilin said, sidestepping half a step, his voice muffled behind his scarf. "Still calling me boss? Just call me Sister Huang, or directly by my name." Zhou Qilin caught her meaning, quickly tightened his backpack strap, and nodded ahead. "It's getting late. Let's go. If we dawdle, we won't make it before dark." "All right, then I'll leave it to you. Tomorrow come to my place, and I'll cook you a couple of dishes." "No need, really." Zhou Qilin had already bent down, gripping the sled rope, his calves tensing as he pulled forward. Once the sled got moving, cold wind poured into his collar. Huang Minjing opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. In this weather, wasting the warmth from her teeth was a luxury. As they passed a grimy building corner, several beams of light exploded simultaneously, one hitting Zhou Qilin's face, the others landing on the sled. The light stung their eyes. Zhou Qilin dropped the rope and reached for the weapon at his waist. 7 or 8 figures emerged from the building's shadows, armed with various implements. Some held kitchen knives, others baseball bats, and 2 brandished watermelon cleavers. Their faces were indistinct in the shifting beams, only puffs of white breath visible. "Don't move. Drop the stuff. We want. Don't ask for trouble." The apocalypse had only just begun, and these roadblockers still had a shred of restraint in their words. But who knew if it was just a bluff? If they laid down their weapons, who could say those blades wouldn't fall? Huang Minjing's lips trembled, unable to utter a word. She had never seen such a scene in her life. Her mind was a blank. Zhou Qilin tucked the gun back into its holster and walked toward the man at the front wielding the watermelon cleaver. He didn't walk fast, each step crunching on the snow. Squinting, he threw a punch. The fist the size of a cauldron base whistled through the air with a dull thud, striking the man's chest square on. Through several layers of cotton-padded jackets and cold weather gear, the sound of breaking bones still rang out crisp, like stepping on a frozen twig. The man's mouth opened as if to speak, but his eyes bulged bloodshot instantly, and then the light in them died. As he fell, the cleaver slipped from his grip, only half its handle visible in the snow. The 5 behind him stopped in unison. No one dared advance. They were just ordinary people faced with something they'd only seen on TV. A man who could kick someone dead with one blow. Who would dare move? Someone swallowed hard, their Adam's apple bobbing. Then they took a step back. No one spoke. In this weather, talking was a waste of heat. Zhou Qilin stood still. The 5 retreated a few more steps, then turned and fled. Their boots pounded the snow in a chaotic retreat. The flashlight beams scattered. Only then did Huang Minjing pull out her own flashlight, flicking it on. The beam wavered, falling on the face of the man on the ground. His lips were purple, a layer of frost already forming on his cheekbones. Is it over? Is he dead? "Let's go," Zhou Qilin said, bending to pick up the rope. He fastened the snowboard back on, shaking his head. If not for Huang Minjing holding him back, he would have charged into that rundown building with the group. He wasn't that reckless or ruthless, but he had to find out. How had they discovered his and Huang Minjing's trail? If he didn't solve this mystery, the next time they ran into those people, they might pull out something with long-range capabilities. Iron pipes, or even slingshots with rubber bands. Who knew what? Even if he had scared those guys, senseless, desperate hunger could drive anyone to extremes. If he were in their shoes, he'd take the gamble too. The only way was to avoid being seen. To achieve that, he first needed to understand exactly how they had been tracked. Dragging the sled forward, Huang Minjing jumped off as they neared the compound's iron gate, reaching out to push it open. "Don't touch the light. He'll handle it." Zhou Qilin stopped her. She froze. Wasn't it safe inside the neighborhood? So they really went out to scavenge. At the property management office window, Xiao Hang gripped the night vision device, his gaze fixed on the two shadows that had just entered the compound through the layers of darkness. How did those two get mixed up together? Xiao Hang muttered. For those who constantly clamor to leave, show them the way and send them off quickly. Oh, and those two families in the penthouses of buildings 8 and 7, the ones surnamed Huang, must be stopped. Huang Xiefeng scratched the back of his head, pondering for a long time before asking why those two families had to stay. Xiao Hang raised his hand and knocked on his head. Have you forgotten? Last time they went out on their own, they dragged back a full cart of supplies. Put your hand on your heart and tell me, can you still just casually find a whole cart of goods outside now? He paused, tapping his fingers twice on the table. Don't just stand there like a fool, go get to work. I want to see who on this turf thinks they can come and go as they please. Xiao Hang had read at least 100 post-apocalyptic novels. He had always felt he bore the fate of a protagonist. Lanshan Estate was the first brick of his empire. Whether it was goods or people, once they entered his pocket, they weren't coming out. The shelter's vehicles circled the estate, their loudspeakers blaring. Some residents began to waver after hearing the announcements. They could grit their teeth and endure for 3 to 5 days, but what about 10 or half a month? Even the authorities were expanding the shelter. That message itself was a signal. The smart ones knew which way to go. As for the conditions in the shelter, no matter how bad, at least they wouldn't starve or freeze to death, right? At the very worst, someone would deal with the bodies. Huang Minjing's mother was one of those swayed. She sat in the living room muttering restlessly. Huang Minjing's heart was in turmoil, and finally, she pulled out her phone and dialed Cheng Yali's number. As the iron door slammed into its lock, its echo reverberating through the corridor, Cheng Yali's thumb was still pressed down on the talk button of the intercom. She stared at the black machine, her knuckles white. 50 tons of stock. She rolled the words around on her tongue twice, like tasting a hot stone, before squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. If she really has it, that stuff could be worth a mountain of gold in the future. Zhou Qilin leaned his head back into the sofa cushion, rubbing his face with his palms. He had seen the frequency of Huang Minjing's eye movements when she spoke too many times on the surveillance footage. A food factory pulled back from the brink of bankruptcy in just 3 years. A person like that kept her glib tongue and her ledger separate. She saw us moving the coal back then. The whole estate knows we hoarded charcoal. Zhou Qilin's finger slid down from his nose, the tip stopping on his lips. That mouth of hers is sometimes sharper than a knife. Cheng Yali turned to yank open the wardrobe door. A down jacket slid off the hanger as she grabbed the cuff and pulled it out. The sound of the zipper scraping against the wood was like a cat's claws on glass. It's minus 10 degrees outside. What's the point of running out there to fill your stomach with cold wind? She turned her head and the hem of the down jacket swept past the water glass on the nightstand, making it wobble. It's not like we're starving. Zhou Qilin had already stepped into his boots. The laces wrapped twice around his fingers, tied into a tight knot. His knee joint cracked as he stood up. The living room light suddenly flicked on. The slap of Zhou Li's slippers on the floor was followed by the sound of Wu Shui turning on the tap. Cheng Yali stood at the bedroom door holding the down jacket, the corners of her mouth turned down. Even if all 3 of you gang up on me, I'm still going out. Zhou Qilin pulled the jacket from her arms. The sleeve whipped past the doorframe, scraping off a layer of white dust. Just before the elevator doors closed, the curtain on the 12th floor swayed. As Xiao Hang's fist slammed into the quilt, the iron door on the 8th floor of the building above crashed against its frame with a bang. A layer of mist had formed on the night vision scope lens. He wiped it away with his thumb, and in his field of vision, only the iron gate of the estate entrance remained creaking and swaying in the wind. When footsteps sounded in the corridor, Huang Minjing was scraping the salt crystals that had formed on the stove lid with her fingernail. The sound of friction between metal and hard scale drilled into her ears. She looked up, and the lines at the corners of her mouth stretched outwards. Sister Chung, about that batch of goods I've been thinking. The radiator in the corridor suddenly emitted a gurgling sound of water. The sound of Zhou Qilin's footsteps turned the corner from the stairwell. The noise of his boot soles crunching over broken tiles made Huang Minjing swallow the rest of her sentence. She watched the figure wrapped in a black down jacket emerge from the shadows, and her fingers slid away from the edge of the stove lid. The estate gate was half buried in snow. Xiao Hang waved his hand, cutting off the security guard's words. Blocking the gate is useless. The snowdrifts are almost over the walls. He snatched the night vision scope back and shoved it into the other's arms. Keep your eyes wide open. Watch for another 8 hours before the shift change. The wind howled through the gaps between the buildings, lashing their faces like blades. Zhou Qilin glanced back at the estate. Most of the windows were dark with only a few scattered lights flickering faintly. The eternal night had only lasted a little over 10 days, but the memory of the brightly lit landscape felt like a century ago. He clenched his gloves thinking that it would be hard for people to return to the way things were. Even if the sun came out again, this world wouldn't go easy on them. With a push of his foot, the skis scraped across the icy surface with a rustling sound. Zhou Qilin glided towards the logistics park, that one phrase echoing in his mind. Had to get more supplies. The snow had covered the roads, even the traces of the riverbed were gone. He found his night vision was much stronger than before. Previously, he couldn't see clearly beyond 100 meters, but now he could almost count the outlines of things within 200 meters, and even further away, he could make out a general shape. In the darkness, these eyes were his greatest asset. Others were essentially blind at this distance. Although Su Ziyuan's team had powerful searchlights to rely on when it came to seeing clearly, they were probably no match for him. The convoy could only inch forward cautiously, relying on satellite navigation. One wrong move, and they could tumble into a ditch. Because getting out was so difficult, Su Ziyuan would stop the vehicle at every residential area or building that might have people searching for survivors and supplies alike. The shelter was short on too many things. Anything usable was considered a treasure. Truly valuable targets, like granaries and supply depots, needed to be handled by more professional teams. Those teams were composed entirely of soldiers led by scouts and mountain special forces. When Zhou Qilin was still a few hundred meters from the logistics park, he saw a row of vehicle headlights, blindingly bright. His heart sank. Had someone beaten him to it? In his estimation, although the logistics park was important, it should have been prioritized after grain depots and large supermarkets. But he had miscalculated one thing. The number of troops stationed in this area was astonishingly high. Jiazhou City's administrative level wasn't particularly high, but its military status was formidable. Several brigades were stationed there, and along with other branches of the military, nearly 100,000 troops were concentrated in the surrounding area. In recent years, military budgets had been ample and equipment was never lacking. As soon as the catastrophe erupted, the station troops immediately provided local support. The Post-Disaster Command Center dispatched dozens of convoys simultaneously to operate in different directions, and the logistics park was naturally not overlooked. Some things take on a different complexion when the military gets involved. The roar of snowplows clearing the snow echoed over the logistics park. Beams from flashlights cut through the dark sky, illuminating the crates encased in ice. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Ping's fingertips rubbed repeatedly over the inventory list, the edges of the paper already creased from his grip. The location of the 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables still hasn't been confirmed. The excavation had been underway for a full half hour. All personnel involved had received maps of the key warehouses. The lack of staff familiar with the park's layout had planted the seeds of trouble from the very beginning. No one had anticipated the snow would pile up so thickly here before departure. With no tall buildings nearby for reference, trying to pinpoint a specific location in the vast white expanse was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If not for a chain of unforeseen coincidences, Zhou Qilin wouldn't have even gotten a whiff of the dehydrated vegetables. But now he was able to move along the shadow of the warehouse wall, his fingers finding the edge of the passage he had pried open last time, and he squeezed his way in. With Huang Minjing not around, there was no one to slow him down. Zhou Qilin spread his arms, his palms touching the surfaces of the cardboard boxes one after another. The neatly stacked dehydrated vegetables vanished as if wiped away by an invisible hand, leaving only empty shelves in their place. From deep within the warehouse came the sound of his heavy, ragged breaths. Sweat trickled down his neck and into his collar. In less than 10 minutes, the entire space was stripped bare, the floor as clean as if it had been licked clean. Even though his ability had been enhanced and his physical condition far surpassed in ordinary persons, Zhou Qilin's legs began to tremble after clearing the entire warehouse of supplies. Dark shadows swam before his eyes, and the blood vessels at his temples throbbed painfully. He didn't bother calculating exactly how many vegetables he had moved, he just felt the thought rising in his mind. Time to get out. Less than 2 minutes after he crawled out of the passage, several powerful beams of light simultaneously struck the location of the warehouse. Soon engineering vehicles approached. Mechanical arms raised, pushing the snow to the sides, clearing a workspace in 3 minutes. Upon hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had finally been found, Wang Ping personally rushed over. Pushing aside the soldiers in his way, his fingers involuntarily clenched when he saw the smashed ventilation window. To empty the warehouse, the convoy would at least have to dig the main gate out of the snow first. Wang Ping couldn't wait that long. He waved his hand and ordered men to crawl through the ventilation window to check the situation first. The man who went in came out quickly. The news he brought back nearly made Wang Ping's hat fall from his hand. Someone beat us to it. Who the hell could it be? He clenched his jaw, unable to fathom it. The warehouse door was still locked. Leaving aside the 3 or 4 tons of dehydrated vegetables, the 30 or 40 tons of goods, had they all been moved out one box at a time through that small window? How many people would that require, and how long would it take? At this thought, Wang Ping's face darkened. It wasn't just the vegetables he regretted, it was the underlying problem this incident revealed. Keep digging. He waved dismissively at those around him and turned to run towards the command vehicle. His boot soles squeaked on the snow. As he pushed open the vehicle door, he was already reaching for the communicator. In the shadows on the outskirts of the logistics park, Zhou Qilin crouched behind a pile of discarded shipping containers. He licked his chapped lips watching the distant shifting beams of light and the bustling figures feeling a twinge of regret. He had originally considered this logistics park his personal stockpile, but he hadn't been in a hurry to collect from it. He hadn't expected that this single delay would cost him the opportunity. Oh, well, those people had hundreds of thousands of mouths to feed. It wasn't as if he absolutely needed this batch of supplies. He patted the snow off his pants, refastened the skis to his feet, adjusted his direction, and glided towards his next target. The wind carrying snow pellets lashed his face. The logistics park behind him gradually shrank into a blurry point of light. Wang was still unaware that he had already singled out the thieves of the dehydrated vegetables as his primary adversary, reporting the matter to the representatives of the Jiazhou City Post-Disaster Command Center. In the document submitted to the command center, he directly pointed to the emergence of a vicious gang in the city, claiming its existence could destabilize social order and even affect the survival of hundreds of thousands of people, demanding a heavy hand and severe punishment. After his ability evolved, a thought kept turning over in Zhou Qilin's mind. Which mode of transport should he symbiotically bond with? His first thought was of something ready-made, those aircraft on the Laifu. He had considered fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. But after mulling it over repeatedly, he felt it wasn't right. From the time of the eternal night's deep freeze all the way to his last breath in his past life, the overall environment simply wasn't suitable for aircraft. What Zhou Qilin urgently needed now were ground vehicles. The one in the warehouse was an all-rounder. If there was no other choice in the end, it would definitely be the one. Over 11 meters long, over 2.5 meters wide, a height approaching 4 meters, and a curb weight of 2,300 kilograms. Maximum power of 425 kilowatts, horsepower soaring to 578, torque surging to 2,800 newton meters. The main fuel tank could hold 600 liters, and with the addition of an auxiliary tank that could be filled at any time, it could take in over 1,000 liters. 3 interaxle differential locks plus 4 wheel-end differential locks, totaling 7 locks, firmly locking every wheel. The box body used a thermal break insulated sandwich structure designed for high strength and hardness, while also providing insulation, heat retention, and noise reduction. A 3-point floating balance subframe system kept the carriage stable as flat ground, even on rough terrain. Reverse camera, 8-channel surveillance cameras, waterproof and sandproof storage compartments, all fully equipped. Comes with a self-contained 18500-pound rear winch shovel and recovery sand ladders. The roof was covered with 12 solar panels equipped with a standard solar charger plus a high-power hybrid power supply system and an 8-kilowatt ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator and a 21.6 kilowatt-hour lithium iron phosphate battery pack. Energy was more than sufficient. The interior living space was 20 square meters, which could be expanded to 25 square meters with an added terrace. Dual indoor and outdoor kitchen design, large capacity refrigerator, induction cooker range, hood microwave oven, combo coffee machine. Every kitchen appliance you could imagine was present. The bathroom was even luxurious, comparable to a 5-star hotel. An 800-liter water tank, a fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC inverter, single cooling air conditioners, 2 sets of 4-kilowatt diesel warm air boiler heating systems, plus a positive pressure fresh air device with pollen filtration and exhaust system. These were more than enough to keep the interior spring-like, year-round, impervious to heat and cold. To put it plainly, aside from its exorbitant cost, this vehicle was absolutely the optimal choice for civilians facing the apocalypse. In times of peace, Zhou Qilin wouldn't have dared to dream of owning such a machine, let alone actually possessing one. It wasn't as if RVs were the only path. The RV craze that had swept Xia in recent years had led many auto modification shops to sniff out business opportunities. They not only produced a batch of city RVs, but also tinkered out quite a few decent products on heavy truck platforms. Beneath the thick blanket of snow lay the entire Jiazhou automobile city. Zhou Qilin stomped his boots down, and the snow engulfed his calves as a chill crept up from his ankles. He remembered that 2 months ago, dozens of showroom cars from 4S dealerships were still parked here. Now only blurred outlines remained like the swollen belly of a corpse. The value of that apartment in Lanshan had only lasted through the first month of the apocalypse. After the freeze, temperatures would briefly warm up, but the melting snow brought another wave of death. Surface water would surge, floods would backflow, and Jiazhou's geography doomed it to this catastrophe. The places now crushed by snow would soon become vast wetlands, and even the entrances to the shelters would be submerged. He had refused to enter a shelter precisely because he didn't want to drown inside one. Many believed that floods would be followed by heat waves and plagues. That was only because they had never witnessed the true aftermath. Vapor would rise to form clouds, then crash back down as rain. Storms, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes would come in relentless succession. Temperatures would whip back and forth between below 0 and 40 degrees, as if someone were operating a runaway control arm. In comparison, mere extreme heat or cold was manageable. The greater trouble lay to the north. The coastal regions would be hit by nuclear contamination. The island nation had shattered into pieces due to volcanic activity during the eternal night deep freeze. Those fragments froze solid, and when the thaw came, rain and floodwaters washed out all the nuclear fuel and waste, spreading them outward via ocean currents and precipitation. It wasn't just the island nation that suffered, neighboring countries couldn't escape either. Radiation harmed both humans and wild animals. Some died, others mutated. Those waste materials would eventually scatter across the globe with consequences beyond estimation. The island nation itself hadn't even survived the first wave. Of its 200 million people, fewer than 30 million made it to the thaw. When the nuclear contamination truly took effect, most of those survivors perished. In the end, fewer than 1 million managed to flee the country. But they weren't completely annihilated. Immigrants from that nation were scattered across Xia, and they had forcibly occupied a piece of land in Heizhou, attempting to rebuild their island nation. What happened later? Zhou Qilin hadn't bothered to ask. He had only heard that the mutated creatures in Heizhou and Yangzhou were the fiercest, and he figured those islanders must have had a rough time. His train of thought was interrupted by a hard object underfoot. He looked down. It was a fragment of a sign with half a car logo printed on it, its features blurred by the snowmelt. He wasn't here to find a car. He already owned the pinnacle of civilian off-road vehicles. In a small place like Jiazhou, he couldn't dig up anything better than what he had. But that vehicle wasn't the final destination. To keep it running, he would need constant modifications, maintenance, and repairs. 1 or 2 sessions would never be enough. Glass shards crunched underfoot as Zhou Qilin bent down and placed his lamp on a broken pillar base. When the cold white light pushed through, the accumulated dust in the showroom swirled up, stirred by the wind. Most of the showroom's glass curtain wall had long since collapsed, with debris and icicles scattered across the floor. Most of the display cars were encased in transparent ice shells, their tires flat, paint cracked, and some doors frozen and broken open. He crouched down and knocked on the hood of one car with his knuckles. The echo was muffled. He knew well that after the symbiosis, that space could indeed rearrange layouts, swap equipment, and repair machinery at will. But the problem was never about having enough room. It was about where to get the things. Parts had to be found, materials had to be scavenged, they couldn't be conjured out of thin air. The Lucky had accumulated a pile of auto parts, but none matched the model of this vehicle. He had to see the scene with his own eyes. He chose a spot on the east side of the showroom. When his shovel struck down, the frozen ground was as hard as stone. The blade clinked a few times before finally breaking through. After digging about 30 centimeters deep, a corner of a logo emerged from the yellow mud. It was a domestic brand, just as he had guessed. Since he was already here, he couldn't just give up halfway. The white vapor from his breath frosted his eyebrows as he continued digging. 40 minutes later, he finally tore through the frozen layer and crawled inside the showroom. Most of the floor tiles were shattered, with black-green water stains embedded in the gaps. There were no footprints, no signs of disturbance, meaning that when the disaster struck, people had already evacuated cleanly. He pushed the nearest sedan, but it didn't budge. The tires were frozen to the ground, and a thick layer of ice had formed between the chassis and the floor. To move it, he would have to remove the ice first. With a sigh, he collected the cars in the showroom that still had discernible shapes onto the deck of the Lucky, then turned and walked toward the back. The repair workshop was even colder than the showroom. On the iron racks, half disassembled engines were stacked up and down. 2 or 3 cars were suspended on lifts, and the liquids in their tanks and lines had long since frozen into a waxy state. Zhou Qilin didn't touch those. His gaze swept only toward the parts shelves against the wall. Brand new oil barrels, unopened brake pads, boxes of spark plugs and filters, and several sets of maintenance toolkits still in their shrink wrap. He bent down and started moving them box after box, stuffing them into the space. After more than 10 minutes, a white mark was cut into his palm by the frozen hard plastic edges. He stopped, leaned against the shelf to catch his breath, and calculated in his mind, working like this, he'd exhaust himself half to death in a day and still not finish moving everything. He couldn't come here every day, could he? The stretch of frozen wilderness on the way was already a tough slog. Beep, beep, beep. When the alarm sounded, the book in Zhou Li's hand nearly fell to the floor. She looked up, her gaze passing through the living room and landing on the surveillance monitor on the wall. It displayed the view outside the elevator hall. Under the cold white light, someone was pounding on the blast door with their fist. The sound came through the metal layer, muffled, thumping one after another, carrying an air of impatience. Zhou Li turned her head and shouted toward the bedroom. "Mom, Dad, looks like it's the property management." In the corridor outside the door, Huang Xiefeng held a flashlight with one hand and a walkie-talkie in the other. He tucked his chin and steadied his breath. Xiao Hang had specifically asked him to make this trip, so he didn't dare slack off, but he was indeed annoyed. He had seen many residents in these buildings, and he understood the rules of opening and closing doors. But these wealthy folks wouldn't even show their faces speaking through a camera, as if they truly belonged to a different class. "Property management. What's the matter?" Zhou Caijin's voice came through the walkie-talkie speaker. Huang Xiefeng raised his flashlight, aiming it at the camera embedded in the ceiling. The strong light reflected back, and he squinted first. "It's about the shelter registration. You should have heard about it by now, right? Does your family want to sign up?" "We're not participating." Zhou Caijin didn't hesitate. "Oh, all right." Huang Xiefeng nodded, then asked, "I heard that the owner of Unit 2 on the 16th floor is also at your place. What does she think?" Another voice came through. "I'm not participating either." It was Wu Shue's voice. Huang Xiefeng said nothing more and turned to leave. After nearly another 20 minutes, he made his way to Huang Minjing's doorstep. A light at the end of the corridor had burned out, casting a dim, murky glow. He knocked, the sound not loud, but it echoed through the hallway for a long time. "Who is it?" Security Captain Huang Xiefeng. Silence from inside the door. Huang Xiefeng waited a few seconds, his hand that was about to tug at his collar and loosen his cuff button, stopping mid-motion. He had wanted to take this chance to get a good look at Huang Minjing, young beautiful rumored to have assets with no man in sight, only an old lady living with her. He had already inquired about all these things long ago. Is there something? The female voice from behind the door came through the steel panel, calm and cold. Just asking about the shelter, no need. We're not going. Thank you. Huang Minjing cut him off, her tone firm, and without any intention to explain. As the door closed, the wood grain caught the dim light from the corridor. If there's anything you need a hand with, don't hesitate to ask. Huang Xiefeng's voice came through the door panel, his words trailing off a bit. I appreciate the thought, but there's nothing urgent for now. Her refusal was like a fine needle piercing into Huang Xiefeng's chest. He clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Behind that thin wooden door, Zhou Qilin's family was enjoying what he couldn't have. The thought of forcing his way in circled in his mind 3 times, but was finally held back by his remaining rationality. No, at least not now. Though he was burning with anger, the situation wasn't too dire yet. As Huang Xiefeng turned, his shoe soles screeched against the tiles. As long as Huang Minjing hadn't left, whether the Zhou family stayed or not didn't matter. He squinted, and the window at the end of the corridor reflected a twisted smirk at the corner of his mouth. No one can take her away, he thought. The sound of footsteps faded until there was no more noise. Only then did Huang Minjing release the grip on her, close her chest, heaving a few times. She pulled out her phone, its screen light illuminating her face, and dialed Cheng Yali's number. Not a single one of those property management people is decent. The way that Huang guy looked at me, I've always felt something was off. Laughter came from the other end of the line. With looks like yours, what man could resist sneaking a few glances? They exchanged a few more casual jokes before Huang Minjing changed the subject to what they had discussed earlier. Sister Cheng, if I can't get my hands on some coal soon, my mom won't be able to hold on. We can talk about a deal, but Zhou Qilin has gone out. Out. Huang Minjing was startled. A scene flashed through her mind. Zhou Qilin alone pushing a cart into that warehouse stacked with dehydrated vegetables. Even if that were the case, what could she do? Rush over and argue with him? No burning bridges would only push the Zhou family away, and in the end shed gain nothing. Zhou Kaijun poked his head out from the kitchen. Is our son really not coming back tonight? He said he's going to gather useful supplies. No telling when he'll be back. In truth, Zhou Qilin just didn't want to waste time traveling back and forth. But this lazy decision of his would later make him gnash his teeth in regret. Near noon the next day, headlights appeared outside the community wall. Xiao Heng had been waiting for this news. Seeing the beams cut through the gray sky, he immediately called his men to get ready. He had received word 2 hours ago that Su Ziyuan's group had returned. At Lanshan Community, there were over 80 people who had signed up and wanted to leave. Su Ziyuan had screened them, cutting half, allowing only 42 to pass. The remaining 20 would have to wait for another round. These 42 people came from 16 households, mostly families with children, but no elderly. Those 20 on standby would have to undergo a second interview. The team leader today wasn't Su Ziyuan, it was Wu Jiankai. The convoy had nothing to do with the Zhou family originally. But just as those people in camouflage were helping with the move, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the rooftop of Building 8. Yang Qiqi. She had overheard every word the convoy shouted through their loudspeakers the day before hiding in the tool room. If she hadn't heard that a convoy was recruiting, she wouldn't have dared to even think of resistance. Leaving that tool room, she wasn't even sure she'd survive until tomorrow. Heaven had finally opened its eyes. The convoy had arrived and was recruiting. Yang Qiqi knew this was her only chance in this lifetime. If she missed it, her life would be over. She trembled with excitement, opening her mouth to shout. But though her mouth opened, the sound was trapped in her throat, unable to come out. Even if she screamed, the people downstairs might not hear her. Fortunately, the convoy would come again the next day. This gave Yang Qiqi a final thread of hope to cling to for survival. A harsh screech sounded as the wooden planks of the tool room were pried open. The tip of a screwdriver wedged into the wall gap and twisted, and Yang Qiqi's palm was marked with red lines from the metal edge. When the vibration of footsteps downstairs slowed, she wrapped herself tightly in her sleeping bag, rammed open the gap, with her shoulder rushed to the edge of the platform, and screamed into the night. What's going on? Wu Jinkai turned his head and stared at Xiao Heng, his Adam's apple bobbing. I'm not sure. Building 8. The sound seems to be coming from the rooftop of Building 8. Take some men and go check it out. As a representative of the Post-Disaster Command Center, he knew exactly what that shout meant. When encountered, one couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute. On the Zhou family surveillance feed, Zhou Li saw Yang Qiqi's figure flickering on the screen. Her head shook gently, her fingertips tapping twice on the tabletop. What truly irritated her was the damaged wall panel. The cold wind poured into the tool shed, and if the insulation failed, the vegetables and poultry wouldn't survive the night. They'll take her out right now. Cheng Yali pulled open the drawer, the metallic clatter crisp. Wu Shui stared at the gun barrel and swallowed hard. She had never imagined the Zhou family would hide such a thing. Mom, calm down. Zhou Li pressed down on Cheng Yali's wrist. You and Dad go upstairs and bring that woman down. Once their footsteps faded around the stairwell corner, Zhou Li dialed a number. I slipped up. The receiver was silent for a few seconds before Zhou Qilin's voice came through. I'm heading back now. Don't open the door until I get there. Bro, relying on distant help won't quench the immediate thirst. I can handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, the alarm blared. Lights flickered on outside the blast door. Wu Jinkai stood behind with 5 or 6 figures. I order you to open the door immediately in the name of the disaster relief headquarters, or you will bear the consequences. Wu Jiankai's cheeks tightened as he spoke. He had seen plenty of wealthy people, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who had built their front door like a bank vault. Such people probably had too many guilty secrets. Do you have a search warrant? Zhou Li's voice came through the camera speaker. Wu Jinkai was stunned. Since when did anyone ask for a search warrant at a time like this? He couldn't justify it logically, but he couldn't bring himself to say not needed, either. That would be like slapping his own face. There's a woman screaming for help on your rooftop. He adjusted his wording. Special circumstances. To ensure the safety of the people's lives, I now demand that you open the passage to the rooftop. Sharp-minded, without a search warrant, he used saving lives as an excuse. When firefighters break down doors to rescue people, who asks for a search warrant? Oh, that woman. Zhou Li's voice was unhurried. She's my brother's girlfriend. They had a fight, just a lover's quarrel. She didn't expect this to fool anyone, but maybe Wu Jinkai would prefer to avoid extra trouble. In fact, Wu Jinkai did hesitate. The Zhou family was so unyielding, a heating clash might not be worth it. He was about to say something to save face when someone stepped out from the property management team behind him. She's lying. I know who that person on the rooftop is. Wu Jinkai squinted, sizing up the man standing behind Xiaohang for a few seconds. Tang Dahan. His voice was a bit muffled as he gave his name. The one calling for help just now is my girlfriend. Her name is Ai Weiwei. I'm not a resident here. I broke in to save her. Manager Xiao can vouch for me. Tang Dahai was a big man, but his eyes reddened as he spoke. Even Wu Jinkai was taken aback by the act, looking up and shouting, "Did you hear that? Someone accuses you of holding a girl captive. Open the door." Inside the house, Zhou Kaijun and Chung Yali's faces turned pale. They were bold and daring in business, but deep down they harbored an indescribable fear of those in uniform, a feeling etched into their very blood. Zhou Li didn't look at them. Her gaze fell on Wu Shui. Wu Shui said nothing, just stared at Zhou Li's utterly composed face. Ai Weiwei. We don't know any Ai Weiwei at all. There was a hint of amusement in Zhou Li's voice. My brother's ex-girlfriend was called Yang Qiqi. Have you ever heard that name? Wu Jinkai could tell this girl was young. Little sister, let an adult from your family do the talking. What's there to talk about? Zhou Li sneered. This is my family's business. My brother was about to get the marriage certificate with that woman when she suddenly demanded $1 million. That's why it fell through. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Mr. Tang, stop spouting nonsense. When my brother gets back, he'll deal with you. Wu Jiankai's brow furrowed deeply. He was half inclined to believe it. How many twisted thoughts could a young girl have? Especially one who couldn't even use idioms properly. Where are her parents? Wu Jinkai turned to ask Xiaohang. There should be some, Xiaohang said, wiping his sweat. Some property manager you are. Wu Jinkai shot him a glare, then raised his voice again. All right, whether it's Yang Qiqi or Ai Weiwei, let her come out first. We'll deal with the rest later. If you don't root out the evil completely, it will grow back in the spring breeze. Zhou Li's voice suddenly rose. Don't talk to me about later. Since my brother isn't here, you can take her away. We'll be even, and it saves my family from wasting food. The people outside exchanged bewildered glances. None of them dared to claim they understood Zhou Li's meaning. But saving lives came first. Step back, keep stepping back. Once Wu Jinkai and the others had retreated far enough, Zhou Li gestured to Zhou Kaijun and Chung Yali. The two of them escorted Yang Qiqi out. Zhou Li leaned close to Yang Qiqi's ear, her voice very low. You're a smart person. You've seen what my family is like. If my brother gets arrested because of Ai Weiwei, this house might be confiscated and you'll have no way out. You and my brother don't have any deep, irreconcilable hatred. We've treated you with all the kindness we could these past few days. Whether you want to go down a dead-end road or leave yourself a way out, it's up to you to decide. The sound of the blast door closing echoed through the corridor. Zhou Kaijun's back pressed against the metal door, the sweat from his palms leaving a damp imprint on the iron surface. Chung Yali's fingers were still locked on the latch, her knuckles white, her breathing rough like a bellows. Zhou Li stood 2 paces away, her gaze sweeping over her parents' tense backs, a faint, barely visible smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It's too early to catch our breath, she said with a calmness beyond her years. As long as that woman is alive, she won't let this page turn. She turned her head to look at Wu Shui, lowering her voice. Sister-in-law, do you want to lay low for a while? Wu Shui adjusted the collar of her bulletproof vest, her fingertips touching the rough texture of the Velcro. I'm not one to hog all the spoils, she said, her gaze falling on the shifting shape of the light at the edge of the door crack. Besides, I still can't figure out her true intentions. Outside, the concrete ground was scorching under the midday sun. Yang Qiqi stood still, her eyes fixed on the iron door that had just closed again, as if she hadn't yet come to her senses. It wasn't until she recognized Wu Jiankai's face that a sharp burst of sobbing erupted from her throat, so piercing that heads poked out from behind several nearby windows to see what was happening. Tang Dahai's voice overpowered her wails. Yang Qiqi. Where's Ai Weiwei? Wu Jinkai frowned, sizing up this woman who was crying her eyes out. Something fell off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Her jacket was covered in dust, but the zipper was intact, and there were no tears on the sleeves. She was trembling as she cried, but her footsteps were steady, and the way she raised her hand to wipe her tears was fluid and natural, not even a red mark on her wrist. Her face was dirty, but it radiated a healthy glow that came from being well-fed and well-rested, completely out of sync with those outside who had hunger glaring in their eyes. If all oppressed women looked like this, people might be fighting to jump into the fire pit. Think carefully before you speak, Wu Jinkai said in a deep, heavy voice. He didn't have time to listen to her fabricate her own petty troubles. What is your real relationship with this family? Yang Qiqi swallowed hard, her eyes darting around in their sockets. She had initially planned to say she didn't know them, but the words caught in her throat. The group in front of her had guns, and making things up on the spot could easily backfire. She suddenly remembered what Jolie had said. Every word that child had uttered seemed to have carved a groove into her mind. Zhou Qilin, he's just an ordinary friend. Her voice fluctuated in volume. I Weiwei left, and then he wanted me to marry him. I refused. They demanded a bride price, yes, a bride price. Then he wanted to. I wouldn't submit, so they locked me on the rooftop, gave me no food, wanted to freeze me to death. She took a deep breath and tears gushed out again. You're soldiers, you have to get justice for me, right? Go arrest that whole family. It's not up to you to decide who gets arrested. Wu Jinkai threw down these words, turned, and walked away, his steps urgent and firm. No food, freezing cold. She should go outside and see what real hunger and cold looked like. She should have looked in a mirror before making up lies. Yang Qiqi called out a few times from behind, her voice sticky and syrupy, sounding forced and utterly insincere. The house fell silent. Jolie stood against the wall, her ears catching the rhythm of footsteps fading away until they were completely gone. Only then did a thin layer of smile appear on her young face. Bro, the coast is clear for now, she said into the communicator. But that woman will definitely serve up a second course. You need to be prepared. Got it. They'll be back as soon as I can. Zhou Kaijun and Chung Yali went upstairs together. The task of repairing the tool shed was now theirs. With Yang Qiqi gone, those miscellaneous chores inevitably fell on Zhou Kaijun's shoulders. In the Auto City, the lights in the heavy truck repair shop were still on. Zhou Qilin sat on the ground, legs crossed, his brow furrowed into a knot. A 12-meter-long behemoth stood before him, its iron-gray body coated in a layer of grease, still radiating the residual heat from being turned off not long ago. Surrounding him were piles of tires, steel plates, oil drums, and scattered screws. The air was thick with the smell of engine oil and burnt rubber. A few hours ago, he had completed the connection with that giant. He had given it a name, Lu Xiaofeng. A string of numbers floated into his mind. Intermediate 1,257, still far from 10,000. The vehicles he had already bonded with were 2. Lifu for water, Lu Xiaofeng for land. The number of remaining connection slots was 0. There was 1 empty slot left in the storage space. Strength symbiosis could be used for just over 2 minutes, cycling once every 24 hours. Evolution progress had just passed 2,800. After completing the connection, Zhou Qilin knew every bone of this vehicle better than anyone. He quickly mapped out a modification plan. The first task was to make it run on rough terrain. Although Lu Xiaofeng's chassis was that of a heavy truck, it wasn't specifically designed for muddy, potholed roads. No one could predict the state of the roads after the disaster. Any section could be collapsed, cracked, or buried in snow. To make this car truly dart across the wilderness like the wind, the chassis and suspension would need major surgery. Raise the body, install longer, more resilient suspension. He considered whether to add snow tracks, given the snow everywhere. After a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. It wasn't necessary. He didn't plan to have the whole family go out on the run, and he probably wouldn't need to take Lu Xiaofeng on the road. Besides, given the vehicle's weight, if he wasn't familiar with the terrain and it got stuck in a snowdrift, it would be nothing but a dead lump of iron, slower than everyone just putting on a pair of skis. So the idea of tracks was thrown out. The second thing he needed to worry about was waterproofing the chassis and body. The vehicle couldn't be afraid of water. It had to withstand mud and standing water, even short periods of submersion, without breaking down. Then came the third thing. The shell needed to be tough and hard. The country was still relatively peaceful for now, but peace wouldn't last forever. Once the snow melted, places that held weapons would be targeted, and the items flowing out would only increase. Fortunately, Lu Xiaofeng's windows were already bulletproof. He just needed to reinforce the cabin and other parts. He had the plan figured out, and he could find the materials. What truly gave him a headache was something else. Zhou Qilin pressed his forehead against the steering wheel, still feeling the cold of the metal through his fingertips. The difficulty of the modification far exceeded his initial judgment. The storage space, which allowed him to bring symbiotic mechanical bodies within the scope of his mental modification, seemed on the surface to only require sufficient materials and parts. But in reality, every rotation of his thoughts was draining his physical strength at a furious rate, a fact he had been completely unaware of when he was moving the cargo inside Lifu. When modifying the suspension, the materials were piled in a corner of the storage space. The gaps matched, and the models were correct. He merely had a complete thought flash through his mind, replacing one spring arm with another. It only took 5 or 6 seconds. But the moment the thought landed, it felt like a chunk had been hollowed out of his stomach and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He devoured 10 whole hamburgers and slumped back in his seat for half an hour before he could muster his strength again. He later roughly estimated that if he had to manually disassemble and reassemble the entire suspension system, it would take about 5 man-hours to complete. The supernatural ability turned everything into manipulation at the level of consciousness, but the price did not vanish. It merely changed its form of payment. Energy is indestructible, or perhaps even supernatural abilities cannot escape this law. Maybe humanity simply hasn't found that invisible ledger yet. The renovation of the chassis and suspension dragged on for 3 hours. For 2 hours and 55 minutes of that time, Zhou Qilin was either stuffing food into his mouth or resting with his eyes closed, leaning back in his seat to recover his strength. At this pace, completing the entire modification would take another 2 full days. He told himself this was already fast. The same work, if left to a repair shop, might not even be finished in a month. The best defense is to thrust your fist into someone else's face. So on Zhou Qilin's modification list, offensive measures came first. He dismantled the original lifting platform from the roof, entirely welding it into a turret capable of 360-degree rotation and an elevation angle of 85 degrees. Embedded in the turret was a Vulcan cannon, an old piece salvaged from the maintenance warehouse of the Lucky, but well-maintained. 2 sets of rocket launcher mounts were hidden in the front and rear of the vehicle, folded and tucked behind the bumpers, inconspicuous under normal circumstances. 7 or 8 firing ports were opened around the vehicle's body, covered with bulletproof glass. From inside, one could extend a gun barrel through them, covering every blind spot around the vehicle, while the boat's own protection remained uncompromised. He also planned to install a drone platform at the rear with automatic locking mechanisms for takeoff and landing used to launch and retrieve reconnaissance drones. Finally, there was a complete electrical overhaul. Infrared night vision cameras, thermal imaging lenses, and wiring for the Incabin displays, all of which had to be squeezed into the already densely packed vehicle structure. Zhou Kaijun and the others stood outside the maintenance workshop, staying in contact with Zhou Qilin via walkie-talkies. The few of them knew nothing about storage space or symbiosis. They only knew their son was busy inside the vehicle, occasionally letting out a single phrase, "still alive," so they didn't press further. In comparison, they were more worried about whether Yang Qiqi might cause more trouble. After witnessing Yang Qiqi's hysterical performance, Wu Jiankai had already believed Zhou Li's words in his heart. It was just a lover's quarrel, the girl venting her resentment on others. He pulled his thoughts back and called out to Xiao Hang to recall all those needing a second interview, urging the process to move forward quickly. Among the entire group, the one with the ugliest expression was Tang Dahai. He blocked the doorway, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Qilin. "Where is Ai Weiwei? You better explain clearly. I clearly saw you go in together." Ever since the argument with Zhou Qilin, Zhou Li had slammed the door and left. Who could say for sure what happened? The scale in Yang Qiqi's heart was wavering, and the plain fact before her eyes was that Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao were both living one miserable day after another. Contact with Boss Chow was completely cut off, even if he did send people who could find this godforsaken place. The more Yang Qiqi thought about it, the more she felt she should weigh her own options carefully. The indifferent look Wu Jiankai had given her earlier still made her grind her teeth. She wanted to take her in. No way. That man opened his mouth and spat out 4 words. Conditions not met. Yang Qiqi barely held back from snapping back, "With my face right here, it's not good enough. Is your shelter choosing concubines?" If she could really get into that shelter, she would have spilled all the dirty business about Zhou Qilin and Ai Weiwei in one breath. But now in this situation, she chickened out instead. "You guys aren't really planning to sleep in the hallway, are you? Come on, take me to your den first." Yang Qiqi suppressed a fire in her heart and followed Tang Dahai through winding paths to the lodging. At the sight of its dilapidated state, the fire in her heart instantly turned to cold air. This is it. Wrapped in the security guard's thick cotton coat Tang Dahai had thrust at her, she barely held back tears. What kind of place was this? No lights, no heat, just the broken stove in the hall faintly emitting some warmth. The windows were all nailed shut, completely airtight. In that tiny room, barely the size of a palm, 2 iron-framed bunk beds were crammed in the air, thick as a layer of mortar. Even more choking than the tool shed at Zhou Qilin's house. Yang Qiqi's first thought was go back to Zhou Qilin's place. Even if she had to live with chickens and geese and tend those vegetable seedlings, at least there was light, and it was warm. Those green vegetable leaves, those lively poultry. Thinking of them now made her throat tighten. She even began to calculate. In a few more days, those vegetables should be ready to harvest. She could secretly pick a few lettuce leaves, pop them in her mouth. The taste. It must be incredible. What's wrong? Tang Dahai sat on the bed, the hand-cranked flashlight in his hand, giving off light as weak as a firefly's rear. Nothing. Yang Qiqi shook her head. Tang Dahai, don't think about it. Ai Weiwei can't be found. You won't find her in this hellhole either. Better start thinking about yourself. The air grew stickier. She felt as if her chest was being squeezed, unable to breathe. How about? Tang Dahai was stunned. Let's go to Sun Qinghao's place. My place has been without power and water for a long time, and there's no food at all. If you want to leave, I can give you the keys. Sun Qinghao shrugged indifferently. He wasn't leaving anyway. As long as Huang Minjing was still in that room, he was stuck there. He wanted her. To put it bluntly, he craved that body. Especially after last time. The more he couldn't have her, the madder the itch in his heart became. Let me think. Yang Qiqi's mind was a tangled mess. Tang Dahai was telling the truth, but she really didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place. Go back to the Zhou residence. Continue lying on that broken platform feeding chickens and watering vegetables. No. What about taking a different path? Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she stood up abruptly, her gaze sweeping over Tang Dahai and Sun Chengha's faces. The Zhou family. The Zhou family has everything. They not only have stored food, but they also raise chickens and rabbits, and those vegetables are growing well too. Her palm slapped the table with a dull thud. That's impossible. The man named Tang Dahai's voice was hoarse, veins bulging on his neck. Sun Chenghao licked his cracked lips. I think this sounds off too. Yang Qiqi shrugged and spilled everything she knew. As she spoke, her fingers kept twisting the hem of her clothes, her gaze drifting toward the ruins outside the window. There was silence for about 2 minutes. Tang Dahai and Sun Chenghao exchanged glances a few times, then lowered their heads. In this world, who didn't know what things were like outside? Hunger and cold were the norm. But Yang Qiqi showed no signs of suffering. Her clothes were clean, her face had flesh, and her voice was full of energy. So, Sun Chenghao suddenly smiled, a grin that sent chills down the spine. If we take that place, all those things will be ours. Yang Qiqi nodded vigorously. Right. There's a young woman and a little girl in their house too. You can do whatever you want with them. A woman. Sun Chenghao stood up abruptly, the chair nearly tipping over. Can she compare to you? That depends on personal taste. But you'll definitely think she's prettier than me. Tang Dahai slapped his own chest. What are we waiting for? He'll go rob them. Let's go now. Sun Chenghao waved his bandaged hand, his voice trembling. Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes. What's the rush? Didn't you see that door? Going to smash it open with your head. Then what do you suggest? Sun Chenghao frowned. Arrogant people always think others are fools. Yang Qiqi was that kind of person. From her face, to her figure, from her speech to her mind, she had always believed that the phrase beautiful and intelligent was tailor-made for her by the heavens. Use your brain. Use your brain. How? Definitely not today. You two go find some food first. Let me get some sleep and we'll talk. Yang Qiqi thought the idea she had come up with was absolutely brilliant. As long as they followed the plan, eating and drinking well would be no problem from now on. Most importantly, it would make Zhou Qilin taste the suffering she had endured these days. Not only would she make him experience it, but she would also make him empty her chamber pot and wipe her backside every day. When a woman goes crazy, there's nothing she won't do. Far away in the Auto City, Zhou Qilin had also considered whether Yang Qiqi would come looking for trouble. But this thought was quickly suppressed because the modification was still ongoing. His head felt like it was stuffed in a blender, cigarette after cigarette burned down to his fingers before he snapped back to reality, coffee going cold and reheated over and over. Torture. Utter torture. Pain deep into the bones. But before long, Zhou Qilin began to revel in it. Because Symbiosis Intermediate 1621100000, currently Symbiosed vehicles, Lucky Large Surface Vessel, Lu Xiaofeng Medium Ground Vehicle. Available Symbiosed Vehicle Slots 0. Storage Space 12. Intensity Symbiosis 3. 1 minutes 24 hours. Evolution Level I3. 13182100000. The ability experience had increased by 300, and the evolution level had also leaped forward. The piles of parts and materials beside Lu Xiaofeng were disappearing one by one, and the modification progress bar was nearly complete. Zhou Qilin leaned against a pillar staring at the wreckage, thinking, if he could do this every day, the experience gain would probably skyrocket. But then he remembered the cans and compressed biscuits he had consumed over the past 2 days. No wonder those evolvers in his memories were all dragging their feet. How could they climb up when they couldn't even fill their stomachs? A dream. It was only the stash from the aircraft carrier's warehouse that supported him, otherwise he wouldn't dare waste so much. That night at the Zhou household passed without any incidents, but before breakfast could even be set on the table, the outdoor surveillance alarm went off. Cheng Yali leaned in to look at the screen, and her blood pressure shot up on the spot. This bastard dares to come again. Is there no end to it? Her voice rose sharply, and she grabbed the kitchen knife from the counter, the iron clanking dully against the cutting board. Before Zhou Kaijun could even ask who it was, Cheng Yali had already kicked open the door with a fierce gust of wind, while Zhou Li stood frozen, not even putting down her chopsticks. Standing outside the door was Yang Qiqi, still wearing the same clothes from yesterday, shivering violently in the cold wind. Her face was dirty and gray, tears streaming down to form fine ice crystals on her cheeks. Annie, I was wrong. Her voice was as soft as if it would shatter. Cheng Yali waved the knife in front of her. Don't call me Annie, I can't bear it. Get lost now. Get out of here. The cold gleam of the blade forced Yang Qiqi to step back, but she kept stammering, Auntie, please listen to me. I really didn't say anything, no matter how they asked. I didn't open my mouth, you have to believe me. Believe her? Cheng Yali's lips pressed down. If it weren't for the Ai Weiwei incident, she wouldn't even bother giving her a second glance. She would rather believe a stray dog on the street than a single word from Yang Qiqi. But before she could speak, 2 figures suddenly burst out from the stairwell. One immediately grabbed her arm, while the other, Sun Chenghao, reached for her waist. Missing, he instead grabbed her neck. The change came too fast. Before Cheng Yali's mind could catch up, Yang Qiqi had already snatched the kitchen knife from her hand. The moment the blade left her grip, Cheng Yali was filled with regret. She shouldn't have opened the door. Her mind only had her husband and daughter still inside the house. She twisted her body violently and shouted toward the door, lock the door. Old Zhou, lock the door. Charge in. Yang Kiki's voice chased after her from behind. Inside the house, Zhou Kaijun and the other two had already heard the commotion, but none of them could lock Qingyali out. Zhou Kaijun didn't have time to go upstairs for the gun. He grabbed a folding chair and charged toward the door, colliding head-on with Tang Dahai as he rushed in. Before the iron-framed chair could even be swung, Tang Dahai punched him in the chest. That fitness trainer had some strength after all. Zhou Kaijun grunted and fell backward. Wu Shui had intended to help, but seeing this, she turned to support him instead. Inside and outside the door turned into a chaotic mess. In the hallway, Sun Qinghao was strangling Qingyali's neck tightly, while Yang Qiqi brandished the kitchen knife, the blade hovering in midair but never falling. Inside the room, Tang Dahai had already cornered Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui against the wall, cursing something under his breath. A dull thud echoed from the end of the corridor. As Qingyali's back slammed into the wall, the entire building seemed to shake. She gasped for breath, her hands gripping the doorframe edges tightly, her knuckles turning white. The dog named Haizai crouched by the doorway, a gash split open on its head, blood trickling down its muzzle and pooling into a small dark red puddle on the floor. Yang Qiqi scrambled up from the ground, clutching a kitchen knife with a few strands of black dog hair still clinging to the blade. She stared at the dog, her chest heaving violently, a choked sob escaping her throat with each breath. 3 minutes ago, she had pressed the knife against Qingyali's neck, believing she had seized control. Then that black shadow had burst from the stairwell, colliding with the blade and sending her sprawling across the floor. Tang Dahai stood inside the doorway, his gaze lingering on Wu Shui for 2 seconds. Her face was clean, a rare sight in this apocalypse, and her hair was still neatly tied back. He cursed under his breath, feeling it would be a shame to strike such a face. Haizai's low growl snapped him back to reality. The dog had already moved into the hallway, baring its teeth, a deep, rumbling growl rolling from its throat. Tang Dahai noticed its right front paw trembling slightly, but there was no hint of retreat in its eyes. He took half a step back. Qingyali pushed herself up from the wall, a trace of bloody foam at the corner of her mouth. She saw the wound on Haizai's head, her pupils contracting sharply. She ignited like a pile of dry kindling, letting out a roar as she lunged toward Yang Qiqi. Zhou Kaijun reached out to grab her arm, but his grip was too weak, and she dragged him forward 2 stumbling steps. Haizai, help your father. Qingyali's voice seemed to be squeezed through clenched teeth. Yang Qiqi's knuckles were white on the knife handle. She saw the dog's hind legs tense, the muscles bulging clearly beneath its fur. She screamed, Tang Dahai, her voice shrill and distorted. In the end, Tang Dahai charged out from the doorway. He skirted around Sun Qinghao, who was slumped against the wall, and landed 2 solid punches to Qingyali's side. The blows hit with real force. She grunted, her body curling up like a shrimp. Haizai lunged at Tang Dahai with furious barks, forcing him to leap back. A scratch appeared on his arm, and the sleeve of his jacket was torn open. Zhou Kaijun steadied himself against the wall and stepped in front of Qingyali. Wu Shui emerged from the room with an iron rod. For people and a dog blocked the hallway completely. On Tang Dahai's side, Yang Qiqi's kitchen knife was still dripping blood, but her arm was trembling, a sign that her stamina was reaching its limit. Sun Qinghao leaned against the corner, a hole bitten through his pants leg by a canine tooth, blood seeping out. He couldn't even stand anymore. Haizai took another step forward. Yang Qiqi's breathing grew erratic. She could feel her knees weakening, the kitchen knife in her hand becoming heavier and heavier. The dog's eyes reminded her of the wolf she had seen in an abandoned supermarket, a gaze that would not relent until it had torn out a throat. Enough. We're pulling back. Yang Qiqi's lips were dry, her voice hoarse. Tang Dahai said nothing, but he withdrew the foot he had been aiming at Qingyali's chest. Sun Qinghao tried to stand, but the wound on his leg twisted his features in pain. He finally managed to steady himself against the wall. Qingyali didn't give chase. She bent down and picked up Haizai. The dog was still struggling, its claws scratching red marks on her arm. Zhou Kaijun coughed twice, the dull pain in his chest making him wonder if his ribs were cracked. Wu Shui held the iron rod in front of her, watching the 3 figures disappear around the corner of the stairs. The sound of footsteps faded, and the hallway fell silent again. Qingyali placed Haizai on the living room carpet. Blood had already matted one of its eyes shut. She knelt down, pried open the dog's mouth to check the color of its gums, and then ran her hands over its ribs. Haizai's tail swept across the carpet twice. It stuck out its tongue and licked the blood on her thumb. Zhou Kaijun leaned against the doorframe, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He felt his chest, making sure there were no unusual sounds from his bones, and then let out a slow breath of relief. Wu Shui locked the door and moved a table to brace against it. She glanced back at the hallway, scattered footprints on the floor tiles along with a few drops of dark red liquid, impossible to tell if it was human blood or dog blood. Close the door. Qingyali's voice came from inside the room, muffled as if through thick walls. Wu Shui closed the door. The click of the lock engaging echoed twice in the long, narrow hallway before being swallowed by the silence. Haizai's head was cradled in 2 hands. Wu Shui's tears fell one after another, her voice urgent and hoarse. Zhou Qilin, you'd better get back here fast. Something huge has happened. From the living room, Zhou Li held a walkie-talkie and added in a hard, flat tone. The sound of the skateboard blade cutting through the snow stopped abruptly. Zhou Qilin's modifications weren't fully finished yet, but the moment he heard that his parents and Haizai were all wounded, he couldn't sit still. He threw off the snow and crawled out, stomped onto his snowboard, and rushed back. A fire raged in his chest, making his throat tight. It was his fault. He should have chopped those two women, Yang and AI, into fertilizer back then. It would have been done with, and there would be none of this trouble today. At least his parents seemed to have all their limbs, or he would never sleep soundly again. The trip had taken nearly 5 hours to get there, but only 3 to return. Besides the blazing fire in his heart, the surge in his physical evolution was also a factor. Usually he would stow the skateboard outside the neighborhood gate. This time he didn't care. The board's edge scraped across the concrete road until he stopped right in front of Building 8. Woof! Haizai, its head wrapped in a bandage, came to greet him. It looked both pitiful and amusing. It habitually tried to rub its head against Zhou Qilin's calf, but hit the wound instead, yelping in pain, its tail puffing up like a ball of fur. Good boy. Zhou Qilin patted the dog's back, then turned to glare at Zhou Li, who had opened the door for him, his voice low. Why didn't you wait for me to come back before making a move? The opportunity was only there for a split second. Zhou Li shrugged, unconcerned by the fire in his eyes. Don't yell. Yelling only makes it worse. Zhou Kaijun sat on the sofa, his face pale. But after Wu Shui checked him over, she confirmed there was nothing seriously wrong. Cheng Yali was in a similar state. It was just that those 3 lacked experience, or today's outcome would have been different. It was my fault for not being careful. Cheng Yali spoke, her tone laced with self-blame. He'll remember from now on. The door can't be opened casually. Wu Shui nodded in agreement. As long as Uncle and Annie are unhurt, that's what matters. It's just Haizai. She trailed off. Haizai seemed to understand, its tail shooting straight up as it paraded around the living room, its expression boasting of its resilience. It must hurt. Wu Shui's gaze rested on Haizai, a soft, unmelted tenderness in her eyes. Good thing you're here. Zhou Qilin forced a smile at Wu Shui, then his face turned cold. The 3 of them came together. Tang Dehai is one. Who are the other 2? Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali couldn't recall Sun Chengha's name, but they would recognize him at a glance if they saw him again. You want to go after them? Cheng Yali shook her head, her tone hardening. No. Those people came by yesterday. If you kill or maim them, they'll definitely report it to the other side, and then you won't be able to escape. Zhou Qilin clenched his jaw, then relaxed it, finally forcing the words through his teeth. We can't just let it slide. If I don't kill them, I can at least beat them up. But Cheng Yali refused to budge. She didn't know that Zhou Qilin had already crossed that threshold, and she was afraid he would get hurt if he went out. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui also tried to stop him, all of them speaking with one voice. In this world, it was better to avoid trouble than to court it. Zhou Qilin dropped the subject for the moment and went upstairs. When he came back down, he was holding a gun and several boxes of ammunition, which he dumped onto the table in front of Wu Shui. Next time something like this happens, don't hesitate. Just open fire. Wu Shui's fingers had just touched the cold metal casing when she pulled them back. She opened her mouth, but, I've never touched this before. I've never even thought about it. No buts. Zhou Qilin's voice was very low, as if squeezed from his throat. No disaster is as bad as something happening to you all. Even if something really happens, I can handle it. Cheng Yali walked over from the kitchen, bent down, and pressed the gun into Wu Shui's palm. Don't listen to everything he says. She paused. But he's not wrong either. When it really comes down to your life being on the line, you can set those worries aside for a moment. Wu Shui held the gun, her knuckles turning white. She understood what it meant for this to be handed to her. The Zhou family was entrusting her with their lives. Her eyes burned, and she nodded. Okay, Auntie. Still calling me Annie. Cheng Yali's lips curved into a smile, then she waved her hand. Never mind, never mind. I won't push you. Take your time, take your time. Zhou Caijuan, sitting on the sofa, also gave a slight nod. He hadn't known Wu Shui for long, but the experiences they had shared in this short time were more meaningful than years in the past. In this chaotic world, the best way to truly integrate someone into the family was to tie her to Zhou Qilin. That had been Zhou Li's plan from the start. No parents by her side, all alone, no close relatives, holding the most precious medical skills in the apocalypse, a face that could make people look twice, in the right age. Where could you find a more suitable person? Hearing such blunt words, Wu Shui lowered her eyelashes. She didn't resist, but it felt too fast. As for having deep feelings for Zhou Qilin, that wasn't really the case. But in this world, did feelings even matter anymore? Think of Yang Qiqi, think of the homeowners in the neighborhood. Flip through the apocalyptic novels written by others. No matter which way you looked at it, being tied to Zhou Qilin was indeed her best choice at the moment. But how could a woman make the first move in such matters? Shouldn't he be the one to bring it up? Yet Zhou Qilin just stood there like a block of wood. Cheng Yali couldn't stand it anymore. She reached out and twisted his ear. You child, say something. Oh. Zhou Qilin's mind was still scheming about how to deal with Yang Qiqi and Tang Dehai. The pain in his ear snapped him back. Say what? Do you have any objection to Little Snow being your girlfriend? No objection, right? Then it's settled. Cheng Yali didn't give him a chance to respond. Mom, you want to go straight to marriage. Find your father, and I have no problem with that. Little Snow, you don't have any objection either, do you? Auntie, isn't this too fast? Wu Shui was speechless. Cheng Yali's approach was too unconventional. Besides, at a time like this, did marriage even matter? Tell you what, since you can send messages to your parents, come on, let's go upstairs and talk. Cheng Yali let go of Zhou Qilin and pulled Wu Shui toward the second floor. Zhou Li leaned close to her brother's ear, her voice low. Brother, think about it from another angle, or you'll be caught off guard. She poked his shoulder with her finger. Caught off guard. What do I need to throw a banquet? Jolie rolled her eyes at him. Why is it so hard for that brain of yours to turn a corner? Who's talking about marriage? I'm talking about that BTCH. Watch your language, little girl. Fine, let's call her a green tea BTCH. That works, doesn't it? Her tricks can kill. She's definitely not going to let this go. Zhou Qilin nodded. Jolie wasn't wrong. So what's your plan? Jolie leaned and gesturing with her fingers. I just ran through the scenario. She's going to use a feint. She'll probably spill all our secrets. And then, oi, you blockhead, you still need to ask. We're in deep trouble. Jolie shook her head. Don't you know what a target means? That's a pretty sharp word you used. Zhou Qilin grinned. So what if they were a target? If anyone pissed him off enough to come knocking, he would fight. I'm all for it. Jolie raised her arms. But Mom, Dad, and your sister-in-law are too soft. Birds of a feather flock together. We need to plug the leaks first. How do we plug them? Jolie pulled out her phone and waved it. I've saved 20 brutal apocalyptic novels. They'll send them to them later. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. They have to read them every day and write a book report. Zhou Qilin gave her a thumbs up and let out a slow breath. You're amazing. Whoever started this fills the hole. This job is yours. Then what are you going to do? Me. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhou Qilin's mouth as his gaze swept over Zhou Caijuan, who was dozing off. I'm going to go collect some interest first. No matter how hard Qing Yali and Zhou Caijun tried to stop him, Zhou Qilin couldn't swallow his anger. Besides, since Tang Dehai had already shown his face, he couldn't just let him slip away with Yang Qiqi. Sun Qinghao stared at his bandaged palm, cursing under his breath. Why did misfortune always fall on him? The wound on his hand hadn't even scabbed over yet, and now the thickest part of his flesh had been torn open by a dog. The worst part was that the doctor from Building 2 didn't even have a single rabies vaccine. If he really got infected, wouldn't that be the end of him? The more Sun Qinghao thought about it, the higher the flames of rage leaped in his chest. Especially when he saw Tang Dehai and Yang Qiqi huddled together exchanging flirtatious glances. He finally understood now. Yang Qiqi was nothing but a complete snake, using that surname Tang as nothing more than a pawn. But what about him? If his luck kept sinking like this, even his own hand wouldn't be able to help him. Sun Qinghao was filled with pent-up fury, and that anger slowly shifted onto Tang Dehai and Yang Qiqi. I was too soft today. I should have brought a weapon. Yang Qiqi was still reviewing and analyzing, never once considering. If she had been quicker, first slashing at Cheng Yali with the kitchen knife, then charging into the house, Zhou Li would have been long dead by now, and none of the 3 of them would have escaped. But if you go back, they might not open the door. Tang Dehai's head wasn't completely filled with lead. No problem, we'll find someone who knows how. Yet Yang Qiqi's plan was doomed to fail. Other neighborhoods might have connections, but those who made a living picking locks couldn't even get into Lanshan. Zhou Qilin felt his way down the stairs in the dark, his footsteps barely a whisper, until he stopped at the door of the property management office. Xiao Hang was leaning back in his chair, flipping through something, and lifted his eyelids when he saw him enter. Tang Dehai. Xiao Hang tossed the booklet onto the table. Never heard of him. He's got nothing to do with the property. He changed the subject, advising Zhou Qilin not to stir up trouble. Wu Jingkai hadn't pursued the matter of the Zhou family detaining people, so that chapter was closed. Besides, Ai Weiwei had clearly entered the neighborhood and never been seen leaving. If Zhou Qilin insisted on clinging to this, did he want to catch her and lock her up again? When that bunch comes to tear down your front door, you think you can stop them? Zhou Qilin stared at Xiao Hang's face for a few seconds, confirming there was no sign of deception, before he brought up the matter of Yang Qiqi. He said that while he was away, Yang Qiqi had brought 2 people to his door. One was Tang Dehai, the other a stranger he didn't recognize. His parents had been beaten, and the family dog had been slashed. You guys have a dog? Xiao Hang shook his head, saying he had no idea where those 3 were now. They'll dig them out. Zhou Qilin's voice was flat when he said it. Xiao Hang advised him to stay calm. Next time those people come, I wonder who'll protect you. But in his mind, he was scheming something else. It would be best if Zhou Qilin really ran into Tang Dehai's crew, and 1 or 2 of them ended up dead. That would be satisfying. Then the Zhou family's food stores and that woman named Wu Shui on the 16th floor would all belong to him. He wasn't all that interested in women. Online novels had made it clear. Women were nothing but burdens. Once he had power in his grasp, there would be plenty of them. And the Zhou family's supplies were truly enviable. Yang Qiqi could afford to stay fair and clean, and they even had a meat-eating dog. If those resources fell into his hands, he could run them far more efficiently. Thinking this, he found Zhou Qilin utterly pathetic, sneaking around like a coward, not knowing how to use grain to recruit followers. If it were him, he'd have already raised a militia in the neighborhood. Zhou Qilin could tell from Xiao Hang's expression that the man was no saint, but as long as he didn't cross the line, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. Without asking further, he turned and left. There had always been quite a few vacant apartments in the neighborhood. Not all owners had lived here before the apocalypse. Yesterday's cold snap had driven away another batch, leaving even more empty homes. Afraid the Zhou family would track them down, Yang Qiqi and her 2 companions didn't dare return to the dormitory assigned by the property management. Instead, they pried open an unlocked window nearby and slipped into a house whose owners had just moved out. There were still some wooden furniture pieces left inside. Tang Dehai chopped a few and tossed them into the fireplace. Flames leaped up and the chill on the three of them finally began to recede. Tang Dahai casually rebandaged Sun Qingha's wound, though he couldn't say whether it would heal. Luckily, the temperature was low enough that the chances of infection were slim. Sun Qinghao lay by the fire, his stomach aching with hunger, his voice weak. "Old Tang, is there anything to eat?" Tang Dahai felt his pocket. The last pack of small biscuits was still there. He said nothing. While Sun Qinghao had his head down, he quietly slipped the biscuits into Yang Qiqi's hand. The biscuit was taken in utter silence. Yang Qiqi stood up, crumbs still clinging to the corners of her mouth, saying she needed to use the bathroom. Just as she turned, she suddenly doubled back, her lips pressing firmly against Tang Dahai's cheek with a crisp smack. Tang Dahai grinned, the wrinkles around his eyes bunching into a flower. "Old Tang, I'm telling you, keeping Yang Qiqi around will bring trouble sooner or later. I don't like hearing that. She's soft as water. What trouble could she cause?" Tang Dahai shook his head, his tone dripping with contempt. "I think he's got a point." Zhou Qilin's voice suddenly dropped from the darkness like a hammer. Tang Dahai sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his neck twisting stiffly left and right. "Who's there? Get the hell out." The firelight only licked at the small patch of floor in the living room. Everywhere else was drenched in ink-thick blackness. Tang Dahai and Sun Qinghao strained their eyes, but their pupils could grasp no outline in that darkness. Zhou Qilin had climbed in through the pried-open window. The infrared night vision goggles let him move through the dark as easily as if it were broad daylight. To find where the three were gathered, he only needed to spot the densest cluster of heat sources in any corner. Besides, in this building, aside from the first and second floors which were exposed due to the snow, they couldn't climb any higher. Sun Qinghao finally fumbled out a flashlight. The beam swept across, cutting a slanted blade through the dust, and Zhou Qilin's figure stood right on the edge of that blade. "Are you Zhou Qilin?" "Tang Dahai, it's been a while, hasn't it?" "You've seen me." Tang Dahai's brow knitted into a knot as he searched his memory, but he couldn't place that face. "Seen him?" Zhou Qilin sneered inwardly. In his past life, they had shared the same room, even the same bed. Spit just thinking about it now made his stomach churn with bile. "How did you get here?" Seeing that Zhou Qilin was alone and empty-handed, Tang Dahai's panic subsided. When it came to fists, he didn't think he'd lose. Just looking at their builds, he was a full circle bigger than Zhou Qilin. That had been true before, and it had been true in the past life. But in this life, Tang Dahai was still the same Tang Dahai, while Zhou Qilin was no longer the same Zhou Qilin. An evolution level of 3. 1 meant Zhou Qilin's physical ability was more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Though that number represented a composite index, it was still far beyond what a piece of trash like Tang Dahai could handle. Tang Dahai threw the first punch, but Sun Qinghao felt that Zhou Qilin's movement was a step faster. He wasn't wrong. Before Tang Dahai's fist could reach where Zhou Qilin's head had been a moment ago, Zhou Qilin's leg had already whipped out a brutal kick, smashing into the other man's right thigh. A dull, heavy thud was laced with Tang Dahai's scream. He collapsed as if his skeleton had been dismantled. Who would have thought a casual kick could land with the force of a compact car slamming into him, utterly unbearable? "It's broken. Broken." Tang Dahai clutched his thigh, his face crumpled, tears and snot smeared across it. He had never been a tough guy. Pain and fear mixed together, and he crumbled instantly. Zhou Qilin turned his head, his gaze landing on Sun Qinghao, who was lying motionless on the floor. "What's your name?" "Boss, my surname is Sun Qinghao. I'm just an ordinary friend of theirs. I've been to your place, but I swear I didn't hurt your people. Your dog bit me." Zhou Qilin didn't respond. His mind was sifting through memories, trying to recall if he'd ever heard that name in his past life. Zhou Qilin caught sight of the bandaged hand and asked casually, "How did you get that injury?" Sun Qinghao's head drooped low, his voice muffled in his throat. "I fell." Fell. He had seen through the lie long ago, but couldn't be bothered to press further. He turned and walked over to Tang Dahai, the toe of his boot pressing onto the ground where the whip kick had landed. Crushed cement grit crunched beneath the sole with a fine grating sound. "What about that Scarface guy? Don't tell me he wasn't hanging around with you." In the apocalypse, the first things to rot weren't just the flesh on the streets, but the once tight strings deep in people's hearts. The largest refuge in Jiaqing was hidden beneath the old city district, a massive underground fortification dugout during the founding years to guard against artillery fire. Its scale was terrifying. Every first-timer who crawled in would stand dumbfounded for a long time. In that era, when even an iron pot was hard to come by, how had these people managed to carve out such a cavern? A construction boss who had never been inside before walked around and clicked his tongue, saying that if you wanted to build something like this today, you couldn't even lay the foundation without dropping 7 or 8 billion. Sometimes a nation's true wealth wasn't measured by how cheerfully the numbers danced on the ledger, nor by how tall and dense the buildings rose. It depended on whether the officials had clear heads and whether the common people had a backbone in their hearts. Unfortunately, in recent years, Jiaqing's economy had soared, but some things had slipped through the fingers like sand drained clean. In the innermost meeting room of the underground fortification, Wang Jianjun stood before a long table gesturing through the details of the logistics park operation. "We got back most of what we needed, but that batch of dehydrated vegetables was snatched up by someone else first. 38 tons, comrades. Enough to feed everyone in this hole for a month. Will this disaster be over in a month?" Zhu Guanghan, seated at the head of the table, raised a hand and pressed his palm downward, Comrade Jianjun, don't get worked up first. At 56, Zhu Guanghan had served as the city's second-in-command for over a decade, accumulating more experience than anyone else. When the disaster struck, the city lord was stuck in the provincial capital for a meeting and couldn't return, so Zhu Guanghan, as the deputy supervisor and acting city lord, naturally assumed command of the post-disaster headquarters, becoming the top figure of the shelter. Beside him sat a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform, Zhao Xinxiao, the commander of the Jiaqing garrison, now holding the title of deputy commander. Wang Jianjun was a soldier he had personally trained. Zhu Guanghan frowned, tapping his fingers on the table twice. Are you telling me that Jiaqing harbors a vicious criminal gang capable of threatening the lives of hundreds of thousands, and your evidence is that 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables were hauled away? Commander, if they wanted it for themselves, one box of dehydrated vegetables would last a person for months. Why go to all the trouble of moving 38 tons? What's the point? I figure these people either want to use it to profiteer off the national disaster, or they're using food as bait to recruit followers. In chaotic times, there's always someone who thinks they can be Zhu Yuanzhang. Either way, they deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Xinxiao waved him down. Sit down first. Seeing that Zhu Guanghan wasn't going to pick up the thread, Zhao Xinxiao took it up himself. I want beat around the bush. This disaster won't end anytime soon. The top priority now is to concentrate manpower to expand and reinforce the shelter. Besides protecting the people down here, we should help those outside who haven't made it in as much as we can. As soon as the meeting ended, Wang Jianjun stood at attention, raising his right hand to his temple with fingers pressed together in a salute toward Zhao Xinxiao. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables aren't a big deal right now, but no one's willing to waste effort on this stuff. Time is tight, and we're short on hands. Zhao Xinxiao nodded, his voice dropping low. Every piece of supply out there is a lifeline. Your next move is to lead the team into the Jiazhou Automobile City. Drag back every part you can, dismantle every vehicle that can move, and every piece of scrap metal that can be used. Understood. Wang Jianjun lowered his hand and clicked his heels together. Outside the meeting room, Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai were squatting by the wall waiting for word from inside. Neither of them had the rank to enter that door. Wu Jiankai's eyelids drooped, then he suddenly remembered something and nudged the man beside him with his elbow. Over in Lanshan neighborhood, something's come up. Su Ziyuan's brow furrowed. The Zhou family. The ones raising livestock. As the sub-district office director, he was competent, and his mind immediately pulled up the details on Zhou Kaijun and Chengyali. You're saying they have a lot of stuff, so maybe. How big is the scale? Wu Jiankai turned his head to look at him. If I remember correctly, that farm once raised hundreds of pigs and thousands of chickens. Su Ziyuan licked his lips. If they slaughtered all those beasts and hid them away, how long would that last them? Wu Jiankai gave a bitter laugh. Until we starve to death. Should we report this to the higher-ups? Let's go. This has to be said. Su Ziyuan grabbed Wu Jiankai by the arm, and the two strode shoulder to shoulder toward the meeting room. At this moment, Zhou Qilin had no idea that his assets were already being coveted by others. He dragged Yang Qiqi, who was curled up in the bathroom, out, and threw her near the fire pit, sparks scattering onto her pant legs. You tricked my mom into opening the door. Do you think I wouldn't dare touch you? Yang Qiqi lifted her chin, a hint of a smile still playing on her lips. Then go ahead and hit me. She gambled that Zhou Qilin wouldn't dare, at least not now. Because she was still alive, and she was the one Wu Jiankai had personally salvaged from the Zhou family. If she ended up broken here, where would Wu Jiankai's face go? If things went south and the higher-ups turned hostile, Zhou Qilin might even face a firing squad. Beside him, Tang Dahai gritted his teeth, swallowing his screams back down his throat. He admired Yang Qiqi's toughness, but his hatred for Zhou Qilin gnawed at his very bones. If he ever got a chance, he would grind Zhou Qilin into dust. Looks like you really aren't afraid of death. Zhou Qilin swung his hand and slapped her across the face, the force nearly snapping her neck. Askew. Yang Qiqi was sent flying, unable even to scream. As she opened her mouth, she spat out 2 large molars mixed with blood. She mumbled a garbled threat. Just wait until Boss Chow gets here. You'll see. Her swollen face puffed up like dough that had risen overnight. Sun Qinghao lay prone on the ground, too terrified to even breathe, wishing he could bury himself in the dirt. Consider this a bit of interest. Zhou Qilin finished speaking and walked over to Tang Dahai. Tang Dahai's eyes bulged as if they would split. Zhou Qilin raised his foot and stomped down hard on a certain spot. A crisp cracking sound cut through the crackling of the fire, jarringly loud. Blackie's wound was still seeping blood, and the metallic smell of rust in the yard mingled with the scent of disinfectant drifted up to the second floor with the wind. Zhou Qilin wiped his thumb across his clean-washed skin, still flushed red from the hot water. He had just pulled on his pants when the door was pushed open. Wu Shue's shadow entered before she did. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes before she let go. Auntie told me to come up, she said, her voice low, her gaze avoiding Zhou Qilin's bare torso. Your parents and mine have been talking downstairs. Zhou Qilin's hand paused at the button of his shirt, his eyes darkening. The memory of Cheng Yali's complaining voice from the living room downstairs was still echoing in his mind, and now here came Wu Shue. They haven't even met me, he said, pulling the collar of his t-shirt up. And they agreed. Wu Shue moved her gaze back to his face, her eyelids trembling slightly under the light. She recalled her father's words from earlier, having food in the barn and a gun by your side. In this world, a man like that is more useful than a master's degree. They see things clearly, she said. Now isn't the time to compare who's read more books. Zhou Qilin didn't respond. He walked to the window and glanced down. The group, led by Xiao Hang, had long since dispersed from the yard. Blackie was lying by his doghouse, licking his bandaged front leg. In the yard, his mother's washed clothes were hanging to dry, water droplets falling from the fabric hitting the ground with a faint patter. Your mom said, Wu Shue's voice grew softer as if she were talking to the floor, that it was bound to happen sooner or later. Zhou Qilin turned to look at her. There was no fear on her face, no shyness. Only a kind of overly calm resignation. He recalled the feeling of Tang Dahai's bones crushing under his shoe sole during the day and the bloody spittle that sprayed out when that guy held lifting his head. At that moment, he felt he had been severed from his former self. But now the look in this girl's eyes made him feel a bit dazed. The night wind billowed the curtain edges, carrying a burnt smell from the gaps between distant buildings. Zhou Qilin closed the window tightly, leaving the imprint of his palm on the glass. Whatever your mom thinks, he said, his voice flat. If you don't want it, the door is over there. Wu Shui looked down at the floor at the patch of water stain near her shoe that hadn't been wiped dry. She thought of her parents' hushed conversation in the living room and the supply list spread out on the coffee table. She lifted her head, a steady light in her eyes. I didn't say I didn't want to. An ice pack was pressed against her swollen cheek, and Cheng Yali drew in a sharp breath. Zhou Caijin's hand pressed down on the frozen pack, his force perfectly controlled, just enough to let the cold seep through the fabric into her skin. Can't you just hold back for a bit? She said, her voice extremely low, her gaze darting toward the living room. Wu Shui had her back to them, her fingers scrolling on her phone screen, not paying attention to their movements. Zhou Caijin didn't reply, just pressed the ice pack harder against the painful spot. Clattering sounds from the garage came through the floor. Zhou Qilin kicked aside a toolbox and ducked into the skeleton frame of the little wind vehicle. The parts were already neatly stacked in the corner carbon fiber panels, hydraulic rods, sealing gaskets, each one placed according to the blueprint. His fingertips touched the metal edges, the cold sensation spreading from his palm to his wrist bones. The oil pot sizzled in the kitchen. 20 minutes ago, he had been soaking in hot water, soap bubbles clinging to his skin. Now he frowned, irritated by the smell of cooking oil smoke. Wu Shui stood at the stove, the spatula suspended in midair, her eyes staring blankly at the sputtering oil in the pan. Let me. He pushed her aside by the shoulder and took the spatula. Wu Shui stepped back a few paces, her throat moving gently as she caught the aroma of sizzling scallions and garlic. Seeing this, Cheng Yali's chin nearly sank into the sofa cushion. Her prone body pressed a deep hollow into the cushion, her face squashed out of shape. Her voice came out muffled. From now on, whatever you do, I won't interfere. Leave it all to her. Zhou Qilin didn't look up. As the spatula turned, soy sauce slid along the pan's edge into the meat slices, the dark color quickly reducing under the high heat. Leave it to her. That little gulp she just took didn't escape my notice. His phone vibrated. When Huang Minjing's communication request popped up, Cheng Yali had just removed the ice pack, the red swollen mark glaringly obvious under the light. Sister Cheng. The voice on the other end was choked with sobs. Has Zhou Qilin come back? The stove is about to go out. Maybe. I'm here. Zhou Qilin wiped the grease off his hands and spoke into the phone. Wait for me. They'll bring you some coal. Cheng Yali grabbed his wrist. Be careful. All our family wants now is to hide away safely. Mom's right. Zhou Li's voice came from the other end of the sofa. She didn't look up, her eyes fixed on the screen. But we definitely can't hide. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Zhou Qilin bent down and picked up the sled. The coal in the carriage was piled high, black dust clinging to his sleeves. He glanced toward the kitchen. Wu Shui was still rinsing the spatula at the sink, the sound of running water loud and clear. While her back was turned, he pushed the door open and slipped out. The motion sensor light in the hallway flickered on for a moment. He didn't hurry, letting the sled drag, a faint scraping sound behind him. At the corner, he even stopped pretending to tie his shoelaces. 10 minutes later, he stood in front of Huang Minjing's door. The sled rested against his leg, the lumps of coal in the bag grinding against each other, producing faint cracking sounds. The door opened. Huang Minjing's eyelids were re-trimmed, her lashes still holding beads of moisture. She didn't step forward, and Zhou Qilin didn't move. Between them lay the threshold, the air carrying lingering traces of cooking oil smoke from her apartment. He released the sled's handle and took a step back. Huang Minjing's gaze fell on the pile of coal. Her lips moved, but in the end no words came out. She understood. This sled wasn't carrying a free meal, but an IOU whose price had yet to be written. As Zhou Qilin turned and headed down the stairs, he could feel her gaze on his back. The shadow at the stairway corner swallowed half his body. His footsteps bounced off the concrete steps, growing fainter. For her mother's sake, she swallowed all her resentment. Cheng Yali's brows were tightly knit, not that she begrudged him the few lumps of coal. You gave it away without a second thought, and didn't even mention the instant food. Let me make this clear. I only recognize Little Snow as my daughter-in-law. No other woman has a chance. Wu Shui had just finished tidying up in the kitchen and came out. Hearing this, 2 patches of red immediately bloomed on her cheeks. Where is your mind wandering? Zhou Qilin shook his head. Since we want to cooperate, we have to set the right attitude. I'm going to take a look in the tool shed. With Yang Qiqi gone to lend a hand, he had to do all the little chores himself. The work wasn't hard, just tedious and time-consuming. The vegetables in the hydroponic tubes had stable temperature and light and were well-nourished, so they grew exceptionally fast. The lettuce and Shanghai bok choy should be ready to harvest in another 2 or 3 days. They had accumulated quite a few eggs and duck eggs. In comparison, the geese were the least cost-effective. They grew slowly, laid few eggs, took up a lot of space, ate a lot, and produced a lot of waste. If it weren't for keeping you for breeding, I'd stew you tonight. Woof woof, Blackie chimed in beside her, barking twice. In the entire tool shed, the only ones who dared to stand up to him were those 2 big geese. Honk honk. Hearing Blackie's bark, the geese immediately spread their wings and flapped, striking a combative pose. The rabbit hutch was much quieter, especially the largest female rabbit. Previously, whenever Zhou Qilin came, she would run wildly around the pen, but today she was completely still. She gave birth. Zhou Qilin lifted the female rabbit by one hind leg and roughly counted. Good heavens, 12 tiny little things. Hearing that the rabbit had given birth, the 3 women downstairs couldn't wait to rush up. The mother rabbit was so startled by the commotion that she nearly dropped her kits and ran. A monthly birth, what an auspicious omen. Our family is blessed with double happiness. Cheng Yali's loud voice made the tool shed ring. In the apocalypse, this was indeed a cause for celebration. That row of lush green vegetables was like a beam of light shining into everyone's eyes. Even though they were grown purely with chemical fertilizer, who cared about that at a time like this? If we expanded a bit more, could we grow all the vegetables our family needs, eh? Wu Shui asked Zhou Qilin. It was a question he had already pondered. When conditions allowed, he could completely find a warehouse inside the Lifu vehicle and fill it with hydroponic equipment. Or even set up a greener system, aquaponics. What's aquaponics? Curiosity sparkled in Wu Shui's eyes. Simply put, it's using the water from raising fish to water the plants. The plants absorb the nutrients from the water, and then the clean water is returned to the fish tank. In theory, the fish can be fattened up, and the vegetables can be grown purely organically. So, when should we give it a try? At 11 o'clock, deep in the night, the door at the end of the hallway finally opened. Cheng Yali sat on the living room sofa, clutching a red envelope in her hand, the curve of her mouth like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw 2 figures emerging from the dim hallway. Zhou Qilin, bare-chested with a towel over his shoulder, and Wu Shui behind him, wrapped in his coat, faint red marks visible near her collarbone. An hour earlier, when Wu Shui had said, "Let's give it a try," Zhou Qilin thought she meant the aquaponics setup on the balcony. The water circulation pump in the fish tank hummed. She leaned over to fiddle with the vegetable seedlings floating on the surface, her fingertips wet with droplets. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at him, her eyes bright in a way that wasn't about discussing gardening. "Let's try it," she said. Then she flicked the water from her hand onto his face. The cold droplets trickled down the line of his jaw. What happened after that completely deviated from the path he had envisioned. At this moment, Wu Shui lay sideways in the crook of his arm, a thin blush still spreading across her cheeks. Her skin under the light of the bedside lamp looked as if it had just been lifted from hot water, glowing with a moist sheen. It had been awkward and stumbling at first, the stiffness and tentativeness written in the rhythm of their breathing. But Zhou Qilin was very patient in his guidance, the direction of his fingers like conducting a raw, unpolished instrument. When her breathing finally synced with the beat of his heart, she tasted a sensation she had only ever heard described by others before, and honestly, it wasn't bad. "Does it feel bad?" she asked. Zhou Qilin didn't speak. He just tightened his arm, pulling her closer against his chest. Her nose brushed against his collarbone, catching the scent of sweat and the lingering mint of his shower gel. "You don't have to do this," he said, his voice muffled in his throat. "Even if we didn't, no one would treat you as an outsider." Wu Shui buried her face in his chest, her voice dropping low and soft like a whisper seeping from beneath a pillow. "You've got it wrong. In this chaotic world, a woman like me, no abilities, no strength, can only survive by leaning against a tree. Rather than being dragged away by some stranger passing by or rotting away silently in some corner, I'd rather pick someone I find pleasing to the eye. They'll be straightforward. I covet you." She suddenly lifted her head, her gaze piercing straight into his eyes. Even a highly intelligent mind can have its short circuits. She asked a question that sounded like a line from a shoujo manga. "Do you like me, eh?" Zhou Qilin lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his lips brushing against her skin as he uttered 2 words, "I do. Sleep now, you're tired." The light went out, plunging the room into darkness. From outside the window, the howls of stray dogs mingled with the sound of wind rattling tin sheets. The next morning, sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains, drawing a bright line across the wooden floor. When the 2 walked out of the bedroom, Cheng Yali had already been sitting cross-legged on the sofa for a while, holding a cup of cold water. The expression on her face was like someone who had stayed up all night watching the finale of a soap opera. "Auntie, still calling me Annie?" Cheng Yali slapped a red envelope onto the coffee table, her movement as casual as tossing down a deck of cards. "Your father hasn't woken up yet, so he'll make the call. Take it, I've had it ready for a while." Wu Shui stared at the bulging red envelope, hesitated for 2 seconds, then took it. She bit her lip, her voice squeezing out through her teeth. "Mom, what about me?" Zhou Qilin reached for another empty red envelope on the coffee table. "Do you want a punch?" Cheng Yali slapped his hand away. You dare ask your old lady for a red envelope. Believe me, I'll ask you for child support instead. While his family status had dropped another notch, Wu Shui pinched the thickness of the red envelope. The feel was off. In the third year of the apocalypse, paper currency had only 2 fates kindling, or, to put it bluntly, too rough even for wiping. Cheng Yali, of course, wouldn't fool anyone with waste paper. The envelope was torn open, revealing a golden yellow object that gleamed heavily in the morning light. A 300-gram gold bar. Mom, how do we still have this? Zhou Qilin was stunned. He had thought the family's savings were completely spent before the apocalypse. You don't know a thing. Cheng Yali didn't bother to explain, pulling Wu Shui's hand and drawing her down to sit beside her. Shue, listen. If this kid ever dares to give you a hard time, you come straight to me. They'll spank him until he can't sit straight. Outside, the world grew more chaotic by the day. The radio carried news from neighboring cities. New mutant beasts, new survivor strongholds breached. But in the Zhou family's courtyard, a festive air lingered for days, like a deliberate pause. In the first few days of the newlyweds' life, Zhou Qilin was too lazy to go out and rummage through trash piles. He spent his days holed up in the room with Wu Shui and his nights there too. During his remaining waking hours, he unhurriedly crouched on the balcony, polishing the drive shaft of the Lu Xiaofeng and replacing the wiring terminals on the solar panels. Sometimes Wu Shui sat beside him, watching him work. Sometimes she handed him a wrench. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the wall-mounted surveillance alarm shrieked without warning. The screen lit up, the image split into 4 quadrants. A group of figures pressed in from the distance, led by Su Ziyuan, followed by Wu Jinsai, and a few unfamiliar faces. Their footsteps kicked up gravel and dead leaves. What are they here for? Cheng Yali's voice tightened, her fingers gripping the remote control, knuckles turning white. Zhou Qilin leaned into the microphone and pressed the talk button. What's the matter? In the screen, Su Ziyuan looked up at the camera, his mouth opening and closing, his voice coming through the speaker with a crackle of static. I am Su Ziyuan. Is Comrade Zhou Kaijun or Comrade Cheng Yali available? Would like to inquire about some matters. The knocking at the door had just stopped when Cheng Yali's fingers froze on the doorknob. After hearing the voice claiming to be director, Su, half of the breath suspended in her chest, slowly exhaled. At least it wasn't aimed at Zhou Qilin. Perhaps out of long-standing habitual trust in that uniform, she instinctively began to turn the lock again. Zhou Qilin's arm reached out from the side, firmly pressing down on her hand, while he nodded toward his father, Zhou Caijuan, signaling for everyone to stay silent. My parents aren't feeling well. If there's something, talk to me directly. Zhou Qilin's voice carried through the door, neither loud nor low. Outside, there was a silence of 2 or 3 seconds. Su Ziyuan's face darkened for an instant under the dim hallway light. He hadn't expected Zhou Qilin wouldn't even open the door. Talk like this through the door. His voice carried an irrepressible anger. Zhou Qilin didn't take the bait, only adding, there are elderly and children at home, it's not convenient. How about you come in alone? Zhou Qilin, right. We should have taken you away last time. I advise you to be smart. The young man named Wu Jiankai beside him blurted out, his voice thick with obvious annoyance. Saying things like that isn't fun. Zhou Qilin's pace remained unhurried. Either we don't talk, or we do it my way. You. Wu Jiankai was about to charge forward, but Su Ziyuan reached out and stopped him. He wasn't here today to bicker with this kid, much less to stand up for that woman named Ai Weiwei. Su Ziyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation in his chest. Fine, he'll go in alone. He thought Zhou Qilin's come-in meant inviting him into the house for a seat. Only when he actually stood at the door did he realize there was another iron security door inside. He hadn't been on site for the Yang Qiqi incident last time, so this was his first encounter with such an arrangement. 2 iron doors set one after the other in the corridor, like 2 tightly clamped iron jaws. He couldn't help but frown. You had this prepared all along. It's not about preparation, just a habit of being cautious. Zhou Qilin had already set up a low tea table in the corridor, 2 small plastic stools, and a tea tray on the table. Steam curled from the spout of the teapot, and a wisp of tea fragrance wafted out, making Su Ziyuan's throat tighten. Tea leaves were more precious than meat in these times. Even for an official of Su Ziyuan's rank, getting a hot cup of tea was a matter of luck. He bent down to sit, picked up the cup in front of him, and swirled it under his nose. Your family's lifestyle. Even your commander probably can't match it. Zhou Qilin didn't respond, only refilled his cup and waited for him to speak. Su Ziyuan took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and tapped the edge of the table twice with his fingers. No ulterior motives. Just wanted to ask about your family's farm. I heard that a few days before the disaster your parents sent all the hired workers away. Closing the farm was a decision made long ago. Zhou Qilin refilled both their cups. I came back this time to take them to Shenzhen, where there are more opportunities. The whole family had rehearsed this story over dinner several times. It was well rehearsed. In this land of Xia, if those people really wanted to investigate something, it was rare. They couldn't dig up the truth. Su Ziyuan shook his head, dropping the subject, and shifted the topic. Those livestock. They didn't all freeze to death in the snow, did they? We slaughtered them. Sold some, froze the rest. Good. Su Ziyuan slapped his own thigh, making the cups on the tea tray jump. How much is frozen? Where is it? Zhou Qilin looked up at him, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at a stranger, his lips pressed together, silent. Su Ziyuan coughed dryly, lowering his voice by half. You know the situation with supplies. There are hundreds of thousands of mouths to feed in the shelter. You can't just hoard this batch of meat. He tried to pressure Zhou Qilin with grand principles, but seeing the other's utterly unresponsive face, he knew that path was a dead end. He changed his approach, leaning forward. How about this? Tell me, what conditions would you accept to hand over this batch of meat? Zhou Qilin picked up his cup, took a small sip, letting the warmth slide down his throat. He set down the cup and looked at Su Ziyuan. Director Su, our family is easy to deal with in everything except we're a bit short on a sense of security. Su Ziyuan twisted his neck, his gaze sweeping over the two iron doors at the entrance. The metallic surface reflected a cold gleam, and there were obvious fresh weld marks on the locks. A low laugh escaped his throat. Your guts are thicker than a city wall's corner. Zhou Qilin tapped his fingers on the table twice. That afternoon 3 days ago, Yang Qiqi had barged into the courtyard with 2 men. When Tang Dahai swung an iron rod at Zhou Cajun's knee, the sound of bone shattering was like stepping on a dry branch. Cheng Yali threw herself forward to block the second blow, taking a blunt strike to the shoulder. She was sent flying, crashing into and overturning a water vat. To this day, the elderly couple were still bedridden, unable to turn over. Cheng Yali had a fever at night, delirious, the skin around her wounds already turning a grayish black. You think that's safe enough? Zhou Qilin looked up. Su Ziyuan saw the other man's right hand make a gesture, thumb and index finger forming a circle, the other 3 fingers pointing upward. His back instantly tensed, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a harsh screech. Are you insane? In Xia, that thing. Is this still Xia? Zhou Qilin cut him off, his voice as steady as if discussing what to have for dinner. The pharmacy across the street. 3 days ago, someone smashed its rolling shutter. The parking lot in the next neighborhood. The body in the security booth still hasn't been collected. The night before last, I heard gunshots from the north, 6 in a row. Su Ziyuan's lips pressed into a thin line. Our family of 3, old and young. Zhou Qilin leaned back, the chair creaking. If one day my parents can't hold on and pass away, my sister and I might as well be standing on the edge of the rooftop. Think again. Su Ziyuan's voice dropped very low. You know better than I do how many people out there are armed. Director Su, if you can guarantee that no one in all of Jiacheng's civilian population has touched that thing, then today they'll give you that batch of meat for free, freezer truck included. Wind blew in from the window, lifting a few sheets of paper from the table. Su Ziyuan reached out and pressed them down, his fingertips turning white. I don't have that authority. Then go back and ask someone who can make the call. Zhou Qilin stood up and gestured toward the door. Su Ziyuan stared at him for a few seconds, then finally rose, his leather shoes making a dull sound against the floor tiles. At the door he stopped. The quantity of meat. Let's talk when my father can speak again. The iron door opened and closed, the locked tongue clicking into its slot. The sound of footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. The moment the door hinges stopped creaking, Wu Jiankai saw Su Yuan's face as dark as a pot bottom, and his anger shot straight to his throat. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, a low growl rolling from his throat. Su Ziyuan raised his hand and pressed downward, his palm drawing an arc in the air. Don't make a scene here. We'll talk when we get back. Just leave empty-handed. Wu Jiankai stamped his foot in frustration, the soles of his shoes grinding against gravel with a harsh scraping sound. In this day and age, every trip out burned fuel, every drop bought with lives. But Su Ziyuan's back had already turned the corner, and Wu Jiankai's voice could only smash against the empty concrete floor. The soldiers carrying rifles didn't even lift their eyelids, let alone blow up that blast door on his say-so. In the corner of the freezer, there was a pile of meat, at least 100 jin. If the temperature weren't low enough, it would have attracted flies by now. After Zhou Qilin finished speaking, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali exchanged a glance, neither of them speaking. Swapping a few jin wasn't the main issue. The key was to have an official channel so that in the future no one would dare to question it when they brought things out. I can't say for sure. Zhou Qilin's voice dropped very low. They might think of other tricks. After all these days, it's just the beginning. The apocalypse had barely lasted half a month. Many people still held hope in their hearts, thinking this calamity could be weathered through. But as more days passed, when those whose hopes had shattered into dust completely lost their scruples, the order on the streets would truly rot away. By then, even gun barrels wouldn't be worth much. News of the large stockpile of frozen meat in the Zhou family's basement seeped out like a cold draft through the cracks, slithering across the neighborhood. Even Yang Qiqi and her 2 companions hiding in a corner got wind of it. I knew it, I just knew it. Yang Qiqi's cheeks had swollen less, but with the 2 missing molars, the contours of her face were grotesquely misaligned, like pieces of a puzzle forced together from the wrong halves. Tang Dahai curled up on the floor, mapped the pain of his wounds and the emptiness in his stomach, binding him like twin ropes, squeezing the very life out of him. For the past 2 days, only one phrase escaped his lips. He wanted to go home. Among the 3, Sun Chenghao had lost the least weight. Each day, he ventured out to beg food from Xiaoheng, always managing to sneak a few bites on his way back. Even if you knew, what could you do? Sun Chenghao touched his backside with his fingers. The scar still throbbed with a dull ache, and the shadow of hazy flashed through his mind. Don't count on me to go robbing with you. Haven't you seen how broken old Tang is? Worthless. Yang Qiqi let out a cold snort through her nose. She thought Tang Dahai was asleep and couldn't hear, but he lay on his side, clenching his jaw until his teeth ached. I'm stepping out. Yang Qiqi flicked on a flashlight, its beam dancing along the corridor until it reached the door of the property management office. Huang Xiefeng stood sideways, blocking the entrance as immovable as a door bolt. When there was nothing to do, he was always fixed in that spot. I need to see Manager Xiao, Yang Qiqi said. Wait here. There's something going on inside. Something going on. Yang Qiqi had already heard it. Through the door panel came a sticky, intermittent sound. Not long after the door opened, and a woman wrapped in a heavy cotton coat stepped out. Her hat brim was pulled low, her face hidden in shadow, but her legs were long and slender, their silhouette alone outshining Yang Qiqi. The woman kept her head down, walking swiftly, brushing past Yang Qiqi's shoulder before disappearing into the stairwell. Got something to say? Xiao Hang's voice drifted from inside, carrying the languid weariness of a man who had just been sated. Yang Qiqi, like a cat, unconsciously moved closer to the stove until the heat licked at her knees before she stopped. There's something I want to discuss with you. Xiao Hang frowned, creases forming on the bridge of his nose. He had just eaten, his belly was full, his body soft, and no thoughts stirred within him. If Yang Qiqi thought she could use her face as a bargaining chip, now she had chosen the wrong moment. His standards had long since risen beyond that level. When Huang Xiefeng pushed the door open, Xiao Hang was tapping his knuckles on the desk, a beat as dull as vibrations from deep underground. Yang Qiqi huddled in a corner of the sofa, her fingertips twisting the zipper pull of her coat, her gaze darting between the two men. The gate at the Zhou residence is a bit tricky. Xiao Hang leaned against the edge of the desk, his voice low. Go find a skilled locksmith nearby. If that's not possible, get a cutting machine. Huang Xiefeng nodded decisively, but his steps faltered. Su Ziwan said, head come again. Should we wait for him? Wait. Xiao Hang spat out the word, his lips barely moving. But we can't wait idly. Yang Qiqi felt her heartbeat suddenly grow louder. She had originally wanted to merge with Xiao Hang, like kneading two lumps of mud together, but the woman who had just left sent a chill down her spine. She cleared her throat. My demands aren't high, 1/3, plus you have to protect me. Xiao Hang's gaze scraped across her face like a dull blade. 1/5. At least 1/4. It's 1/5. His voice suddenly hardened. Otherwise, once I catch you, I can still pry your mouth open. Yang Qiqi felt a sourness rise in her throat. She swallowed and lowered her eyelids. The Zhou family. She paused. The supplies are all in the Zhou family's courtyard. There are even live chickens and ducks. Xiao Hang's eyebrow twitched, then he waved his hand. Once I get the goods, I'll have someone inform you. No, I'll wait here. Yang Qiqi sank deeper into the sofa. The radiator in this room hummed the floor, so clean it reflected shadows. Compared to the world outside covered in gray snow, this place was paradise. Even if it meant being with Xiao Hang. She was willing, but she had clearly thought too highly of herself. Xiao Hang didn't kick her out, but he had no intention of keeping her for free either. Whether to use her was Shun Xiefeng's decision, whether she worked was her own. Before leaving, Huang Xiefeng turned back to ask, make a move now. No. Xiao Hang tossed a pencil stub back into the holder. Wait until we get Su Ziyuan's news. Listening to this exchange, Yang Qiqi suddenly felt a bit more confident. The reason she had come to Xiao Hang was precisely because Tang Dehai and Sun Qinghao were too useless. The last incident had failed because of them. She never thought she was the problem. And Zhou Qilin, that simp, was even less worth mentioning. After Ai Weiwei died, he had stopped pursuing her, which made her extremely uncomfortable. A simp should know his place, right? It wasn't like he had to simp for her alone, or at least, she wasn't a flat-chested type like Ai Weiwei. This was Yang Qiqi's creed, the survival rule honed by many women like her. When women turned ruthless, they were better at sharpening their knives than men. She looked down on Zhou Qilin from the depths of her soul. Indecisive, and he didn't even understand desire. That's what she thought. If she had known that Zhou Qilin had kept her alive only to use her as a lead to draw out Chao Bowen, she wondered what color would have bloomed on her face. But now Zhou Qilin had cut that thread. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Qilin tapped his fingertips on the desk. Yang Qiqi's face flickered through his mind, then dissipated. He guessed that in that young man surnamed Chao's heart, this woman was probably worth less than a blade of grass. If she had any real weight, the phone would have rung by now. After all, there was no blood feud between him and Yang Qiqi. If she had been sensible and obediently led the person over one more mouth to feed at home, wouldn't have been a big deal. But since she chose the wrong path, she had only herself to blame. He had already drawn a period at the end of Yang Qiqi and Tang Dehai's story, and the ink had long dried. Zhou Qilin was fully aware of Yang Qiqi's little schemes. Otherwise, why would he have set such conditions with Su Ziyuan? Now it all depended on how the command center would make the call. In the command center, an ashtray held a cigarette, but burned down to the filter. Zhu Guanghan loosened his fingers and leaned back in his chair. Impossible. Wang slammed his hand on the table, making the teacup jump. This rule must never be broken. If it falls into civilian hands, it would be a catastrophe. Even now, reckless gangs were already daring to raid grain depots with knives. If they got their hands on such things, the chaos in the city would multiply several times over. Forget about ordinary people not daring to go out at night. Even army patrols would have to watch for cold bullets from dark corners. Yi Xinxiao remained silent, holding his teacup and watching the tea leaves float. Since Zhu Guanghan wasn't talking, he didn't see the need to speak first either. Letting Wang roar a few times was fine. This tactic had been passed down for millennia and always worked. Su Ziyuan lowered his voice. But we really are short on that batch of frozen meat. A rifle with a few dozen rounds. I don't think it's a loss. Zhu Guanghan turned his gaze to Yi Xinxiao. Old Yi, care to say something? Yi Xinxiao set down his teacup and knocked his knuckles on the table. Having served in the military, he knew that in the end this thing was just an iron tube. Without bullets, it was worse than a fire poker, less useful than a kitchen knife. The gun isn't the issue, Yi Xinxiao said, his gaze sweeping over the group. The key is how to calculate it. Wang's lips moved, but Yi Xinxiao shot him a look and he shut his mouth, swallowing his words. Our tradition is not to take a single needle or thread from the people. The calamity changes things, but the rules cannot be abandoned. Yi Xinxiao traced a circle on the table with his finger. 10 gene of frozen meat for 1 bullet. I think it's acceptable. Zhu Guanghan was the first to nod, cigarette ash falling onto the table. Old Yes, words are fair. What does everyone think? What else could they say? When Su Ziyuan arrived at Lanshan residential complex again, the sky was a murky gray. He still had to stand between the 2 gates, but this time the tea was served promptly, steam rising from the rim of the hot cup. Zhou Qilin took a sip of tea and smiled. Didn't expect you to be so stingy. 10 gene of frozen meat for 1 bullet. That was more precious than gold. Su Ziyuan had his reply ready. We don't encourage private conflicts. In most civilian matters, just brandishing the gun is enough. Your Zhou family needs to protect itself. You can't build safety with a pile of meat. So, Zhou Qilin set down his teacup. What I traded 10 gene of frozen meat for has to be used only for shooting air. Director Suhan, on your heart, is that reasonable? Su Ziyuan smiled. Reasonable or not isn't the point. The real issue is the choice, whether to give you a gun or not even an iron pipe. Going from 0 to 1 is far harder than from 1 to infinity. There was no room for negotiation on the price. Zhou Qilin was silent for a moment, then pulled a piece of paper from his drawer and wrote down the location of the cold storage and the amount of meat inside. Take the gun back for now, Su Ziyuan said as he took the note. They'll send it over after verification. Su Ziyuan placed a rifle still coated in factory grease on the table. The anti-rust oil on the barrel hadn't even been wiped off. It was clearly brand new. Zhou Qilin couldn't be bothered to ponder whether this transaction method was proper or not. After all, these were people from the post-disaster command center. They wouldn't cheat him out of such a small amount in front of his face. The meat piled in that cold storage weighed only about 1,000 gene, and as for those few dozen bullets, he didn't really care much about them either. Those items were simply leftovers from others who had evacuated. You've never asked me where we got these guns from. Zhou Qilin lay back, watching Wu Shui rummage through the cabinets to pack clothes. Although they didn't go out often, she still needed to bring enough changes. If you keep asking about certain things, you'll eventually get annoyed. Even if you don't say it, you'll grow wary in your heart. In the old days, if things didn't work out, you could go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get a divorce. But these days, that's not an option, right? This woman had a sharp mind. Her words left Zhou Qilin speechless, a tightness settling in his chest. You've been checking my physical data lately. What have you found? I have. Wu Shui closed the cabinet door, walked over to the bed, and sat down beside him. Want to hear? Of course. Based on what I've learned, if those theories are correct, then you are the one who's wrong. What do you mean? Zhou Qilin propped himself up and sat straight. Wu Shui reached out and pinched the muscles on his abdomen. You look just like an ordinary person on the outside, but humans simply can't have this kind of data. But my knowledge doesn't allow me to believe in ghosts or monsters, so you're the anomaly. Your very existence is the biggest slap in the face to modern medicine. She kept a straight face, speaking solemnly, but then she couldn't help bursting into laughter herself. Look at you, all scared. Relax. Even if you're unnaturally strong, we've already lived through the apocalypse. What more is there for me to accept? Besides, no woman would complain that her man is too capable in a fight, unless he goes home and beats his wife. Are you going to hit me? That's hard to say. Zhou Qilin suddenly sprang up, pinning her down on the bed. Tonight, they'll make you pay. An evolution level exceeding 3 mint, Zhou Qilin's physical abilities were 3 times that of an ordinary person. While she had just sworn no one would complain about their husband being too capable in a fight, soon she understood how naive that statement was. Sweet as it was once, that heat faded. Wu Shui began to worry again. She was too embarrassed to bring it up with Zhou Qilin, so she went to her mother-in-law, Cheng Yali, instead. What's there to fear? Our family's resources can handle it easily. Before, old Zhou and I had to work for a living. Now we're so idle we're practically growing mold. But Wu Shui still couldn't let go of her worry. Given the current conditions, a natural birth might be fine, but what if she needed a section? Could she cut herself open with a knife? Besides, their stockpile was limited. Without any income, it would eventually run out. When that time came, would they let the child starve alongside them, living off the land? Cheng Yali was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her voice. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to food and supplies, you can rest easy. Whether you have 1 or 2, or even 10 or 8 children, there's more than enough. Under the eternal night, the day was like a cloth soaked in ink, and the night was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Many people's routines were thrown into chaos, but within this house, order still prevailed. The radiator hissed with warmth, and the light bulb cast a stark white glow across the living room. Wu Shui strictly enforced that the whole family follow the old schedule, claiming it was good for their health. After midnight, bedroom doors closed one by one, leaving only Zhou Qilin curled up on the sofa, the screen's light flickering across his face. His fingertips scrolled through forum posts, then paused on 1, 10, or 8. Wu Shui had felt a lump in her throat that day, a thought churning in her mind. Just how much had the Zhou family stockpiled? A few tons. Dozens. Surely not 100 tons. Besides, with so much supplies, this house couldn't possibly hold it all. She often rummaged through the tool shed, but found nothing unusual. Could it be hidden elsewhere? She kept this doubt to herself, burying it deep, but it didn't ease her mind for long. 2 days later, Suzy Yuan came calling in person. He brought gifts and offered thanks, saying that besides over 1,200 pounds of frozen pork, they'd also found over 100 chickens in the cold storage. 100 chickens for just 20 pills. Zhou Qilin chuckled. 10 for the trade, the other 10 as a token of gratitude, Suzy Yuan said. You're quite generous. Zhou Qilin nodded. Give my regards to the commander. I'm quite satisfied with this deal. As a smile began to form on Suzy Yuan's lips, Zhou Qilin added, but don't make such trades again. Suzy Yuan's expression froze for a moment. He rose to leave without even taking a sip of water. After the door closed, Chung Yali frowned and said, won't that just piss him off? If he deliberately picks a fight. Wu Shui also felt that dealing with the authorities didn't warrant souring the relationship. Zhou Qilin didn't see it that way. His voice deepened. This is the apocalypse, the apocalypse. Kindness and weakness are the greatest sins. If you don't stand firm, others will gnaw on you like meat. Real tangible meat. Wu Shui's face paled, her lips trembling. It can't be. That terrifying, can it? How could people? Sister-in-law, you're thinking too simply, Zhou Li said, raising her phone and shaking the screen toward her. Someone just posted on the forum admitting it. Admitting it? Admitting what? Cannibalism. Wu Shui's stomach churned as she clapped a hand over her mouth and staggered into the bathroom. Zhou Li jerked her chin in that direction. Brother, the road ahead is still long. Zhou Qilin shrugged and followed her. Meanwhile, Xiaohang sat in the shadows, tapping his fingers on his knee. He judged that Suzy Yuan wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Pity about that frozen meat. If only you told me sooner. I was still locked on the rooftop back then. Yang Qiqi pursed her lips and lowered her voice. Time to make a move. Wait until Huang Xiefeng brings back the locksmith. Xiaohang's voice was barely a whisper, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Then we strike. The forum Doomsday Human Alliance had seen its registrations snowballing over the past few days, with every discussion board buzzing with activity. A day ago, regional sections had been opened, and Zhou Qilin was currently scrolling through the one for Bashu in Xia Country. The total number of posts hadn't yet reached 2,000, but over 500 new ones had appeared today, most calling for team-ups or trading rations, while a few idle souls bored out of their minds started speculating wildly about anything. Zhou Qilin skimmed past the looking for people posts, but lingered a few seconds longer on the ones about trading supplies. Once upon a time, antiques, jewelry, and designer bags with sky-high price tags were now trampled under the weight of food and medicine. A 1-carat diamond ring could only fetch 10 jin of rice. A painting that once commanded 7 figures at auction could at most be traded for 100 jin of staple grains. A bag worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, was lucky to be exchanged for a few buns or loaves of bread. The roads are all sealed off, otherwise I could really scavenge some things. I'll wait until the eternal night is over. There's no rush for now. These thoughts were still churning in Zhou Qilin's mind when the watch on his wrist suddenly vibrated, its alarm shrill and piercing. Someone was at the blast door? At this hour? Someone showing up in the dark is probably a thief. He silenced the alarm to avoid waking the others, muttering under his breath as he swiped a finger across the monitor screen. The face on the screen made him freeze. Sun Qinghao. The man stood furtively at the door, not even carrying a flashlight, knocking with an uneven rhythm. Light, then heavy. If not for the camera, the faint sound would never have carried inside. Zhou Qilin maneuvered the camera to scan the area, confirming that Sun Qinghao was alone before opening the door. What are you doing here? Brother, huge news. I've got huge news. Sun Qinghao glanced back at the pitch-dark stairwell and lowered his voice. Can we talk inside? Huge news. Zhou Qilin frowned, but still stepped aside to let him into the hallway. The small coffee table had never been moved. This hallway had become the Zhou family's designated reception area for these outsiders. Spit it out. Take your time. Brother, that property manager, Xiao, has hooked up with that woman Yang Qiqi. They're coming for you. Coming for me. Probably within the next day or two, Sun Qinghao said. Zhou Qilin twitched the corner of his mouth into a smile. Aren't you on their side? Why are you tipping me off? Because I've been thinking these past few days and I've figured it out. You're more like the protagonist in those novels, big brother. Novel protagonist. Zhou Qilin almost laughed out loud at that and asked him where he got that conclusion. It's mainly those two women, Ai Weiwei and Yang Qiqi. They're textbook green tea types. Generally speaking, the guys who grovel at green tea's feet are cannon fodder villains, and the ones who get put through the ringer by them are the protagonists. Bro, think about it. Does that make sense or not? Just because of that. Heh. Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands together and pointed at the blast door behind Zhou Qilin. Isn't it obvious? No one among the living was a pushover. Sun Qinghao had clearly seen that the Zhou family was well prepared. This suspicion wasn't about him wanting to do anything. He just wanted to get in touch to latch onto a powerful backer. Wait here. Zhou Qilin turned and went inside, then came back out with a bag of food, intending to send Sun Qinghao on his way. A plastic bottle cap bounced twice on the floor and rolled into a gap in the corner. Sun Chengha's hand hung in midair, not reaching for the pack of compressed biscuits on the coffee table, his gaze fixed on Zhou Qilin's face like a stray dog soaked in the rain. I've lived a pathetic life. Being alive is no different from being dead. His Adam's apple bobbed as his voice dropped very low. But my parents are still living in the old neighborhood on the 6th floor with no elevator, and my mom has bad knees. If I could get back, even if it's just to boil a kettle of water for them, the whole family sets off together in one piece. Zhou Qilin cut him off the last syllable, falling lightly to the ground. The moisture in Sun Chengha's eyes froze. That tear hung on the edge of his lower eyelid, neither falling nor receding like a droplet suspended in midair. How about I throw in a hand-crank flashlight? No need to find a charging port, just your hands, and it works. Aren't you trying to feel your way back to your parents? Zhou Qilin's fingertip tapped 3 times on the edge of the table. They divorced a long time ago. Sun Qinghao wiped his nose with the back of his hand and forced an ugly smile. I can tell. How the hell can you tell that? Sun Chengha's mouth twisted. Zhou Qilin tucked his chin slightly toward his chest, his gaze not leaving the man's face. I have extra food, and I don't lack for other things. But I don't deal in kindness, I don't deal in morality, and I fed any sense of compassion to the dogs long ago. So I get it. Sun Qinghao snatched up the food bag from the coffee table, the plastic crinkling softly against his chest. Brother, from now on you're my real brother. I'm your planted mole. I'll walk through fire and tread on blades if you say the word. Don't make it sound so heroic. Zhou Qilin drew a circle on the table with his index finger. Yang Qiqi and her bunch aren't even worthy of being my opponents. At best they're cockroaches crawling on the kitchen counter. Annoying as hell. Got it. Throw in that box of roach poison you bought. One bite, and a whole nest drops dead. The door closed, stirring a gust of wind that lifted the dust in the hallway before letting it settle. The plastic bottle cap still lay in the shadow of the corner. Zhou Qilin stared at the crack in the door panel for a long time. A whole nest dead. He didn't believe it. Sun Qinghao was a true small-time scoundrel. When he was a child, his father had smashed the TV screen with a liquor bottle, and his mother had dragged a suitcase down 3 streets in the middle of the night. That kid was simply missing a screw deep down. No ability of his own, and the greatest meaning of his life was to prove that others had none either. But how different was Zhou Qilin from him in his past life? Both were just filler people. In this city, this country, this planet, 95% of people were filler, crammed together like midges swarming under a street lamp in summer. Wu Shui probably barely counted as an exception, and even that was a stretch. Zhou Qilin rested the back of his head on the sofa cushion. There was a water stain on the ceiling shaped like a crumpled map. He remembered that when he had first been reborn, he didn't even have a single match. No superpowers, no evolution, no system of any kind. But he still wanted to survive. Even if it was just existing. Breathing heartbeat, waiting for dawn, then waiting for dusk. A newborn baby can't do anything when it first lands. By the time it grows old enough to understand what it means to be alive, it's already up to its neck in debt. It has to be repaid. Sometimes Zhou Qilin felt that he had come back just to settle debts. In his past life, he never cared whether old Zhou and his wife lived or died. His phone bill was overdue and cut off. He never even went back to see them for the new year. Later he didn't even know which building they had breathed their last in. So it was only right and proper to collect debts from my Weiwei and from Tang Dahai. What they owed me in my past life, they'd cough it up with interest. What they owed me in my past life, they'd pay it back even if their bones were ground to ash. As for Xiaohang, well, he had only himself to blame for having the wrong thoughts. Xiaohang probably thought he was in the right. As Sun Qinghao said, everyone wants to survive. Xiaohang was just greedier than Sun Qinghao. He didn't just want to live, he wanted to live comfortably and be better than everyone else. So he found Yang Qiqi. Zhou Qilin stood up from the sofa, his toes stubbing against the table, leg pain climbing up the seams of his bones. He didn't look down, he just walked to the window and pushed it open a crack. The gray sky outside pressed down low. The locksmith had been coaxed over from a neighboring complex by Huang Xiefeng with half a bag of toast. The man wore faded work clothes and had an honest face. After all, if he really looked like a thief, the Public Security Bureau wouldn't have given him a locksmith's license. But even the most honest face can change when the stomach growls and a blade presses against the spine, let alone for something as simple as turning a doorknob. This door can't be done. The locksmith caught sight of the iron behemoth at Zhou Qilin's place and shook his head like a rattledrum. A slap landed on the back of his head crisp enough to echo down the hallway. You're saying it can't be done without even touching it? The locksmith covered the back of his head with one hand and pointed at the iron door with the other. Brother, you told me it was a security door. Take a look. Does this look like a security door? If it's not a security door, what is it? This is a blast door. It's not meant to stop petty thieves, it's meant to stop crowbars. The moment I poke my tools in the central lock, the 8-way hooks and the drop pins all slam shut. Even artillery shells can't blast it open. This is the same grade as bank vault doors. Damn it. Huang Xiefeng turned to look at Xiaohang, his eyes asking what the next move was. A private residence using a bank vault grade door. Xiaohang cursed the rich 1,000 times in his mind. Couldn't they have donated all that silver to charity? Did they have to leave thieves and locksmiths with no way to make a living? He wished he could drag Zhou Qilin over and ask him face-to-face what the hell was going on in that head of his. He waved his hand to dismiss the locksmith, then gritted his molars. Bring the tools. Oxyacetylene flame. 3,000 degrees Celsius. Ordinary metal was just soft mud before it. Huang Xiefeng had done this kind of work in a factory before, so there was no need to find someone else. The moment the violet-white flame licked the dim hallway, Yang Qiqi's eyes stung, as if soaked in vinegar, her vision filled with blinding watery haze. She stepped back twice and turned her head away to escape the glare. In the deeper darkness farther off, Sun Chenghao clenched his fists. That scoundrel knew it well in his heart. A scoundrel actually prefers good people, because good people are easy to bully. So he kept his distance, wanting to stay away from Xiao Hang's group, especially that woman Yang Qiqi. A green tea bitch's death is not only ugly but also drags down those around her. Since he already regarded Zhou Qilin as the protagonist, Sun Chenghao felt he had to pick the right side. Constantly wavering between both sides would eventually shatter him. Watching Huang Xiefeng approach the blast door with a flamethrower, Sun Chengha's heart tightened. Was this the end? They brought welding gear too. Inside the room, Zhou Qilin's entire family was awake. The glaring light on the monitor screen made Zhou Qilin frown as well. In the light seeping through the door crack, the spray gun in Huang Xiefeng's hand hissed. The flame turned to maximum, and a blue-white light crept toward the blast door. It's open. The door is open. Yang Qiqi's voice was low but couldn't hide the tremor. Huang Xiefeng stopped moving. Xiao Hang's gaze narrowed into a line, and Sun Chengha's eyes stared blankly, without focus. Zhou Qilin's gaze passed over Huang Xiefeng's shoulder and fixed directly on the person behind him. Manager Xiao, what do you mean by this? Xiao Hang grunted in his throat and took a step forward. He had thought about this situation before. I heard the stuff in your place is solid. Nothing much, just want everyone to share a piece of the meat. Share with whom? You or her? Zhou Qilin smiled, pulling the rubber baton from behind his back. That thing was police equipment. Not suitable for the head, but hitting shoulders or back could hurt down to the bone. Who wielded it, and how made a big difference? Huang Xiefeng threw down the spray gun, casually pulled out the same model baton from his waist, and grinned at Zhou Qilin, baring his teeth. Kid, your bones are still green. Behind Xiao Hang there was more than just this one security guard. Besides Sun Chenghao, who was purely watching the excitement, there were two others, big builds, thick arms. Compared to Huang Xiefeng, these two still had a shred of embarrassment. Looting a resident's belongings didn't sound good. But the bottom line, for some was hard, for others soft. When the profit was big enough, shedding it happened fast. Charge. Xiao Hang gritted his teeth. Quick and decisive. Settle things on the rooftop, keep it from leaking out, and he could still have his share. Unless Yang Qiqi betrayed him, but even if there was no food in that room, wasn't Wu Shui there to cover? Huang Xiefeng shouted a couple of times, but didn't actually charge. He meant to let the two security guards go first, thinking someone like Zhou Qilin wouldn't fight personally. He hadn't inquired about Tang Dahai's fate, or he wouldn't have thought that way. Zhou Qilin stepped out of the blast door and swung the baton straight at Huang Xiefeng's head. A trained fighter wouldn't swing like that, too easy to parry. Huang Xiefeng reflexively raised his arm to block, thinking he could stop it. When the blow landed, he realized he couldn't stop it. His skull exploded with a buzz, and then he knew nothing more. The sound of Huang Xiefeng collapsing was like a rock sinking into mud, dull and crisp. The two security guards beside him hadn't even had time to react, frozen in place, their eyes locked on the figure slowly withdrawing the baton, dry swallows rolling down their throats. Both of you together. Zhou Qilin's voice squeezed out between his lips. The two shook their heads, frantically pushing their palms outward. Who was crazy? The steel core rubber baton in Huang Xiefeng's hand was already bent at a right angle. How much force did it take to bend something that hard like that? Besides, the man was still curled at their feet. The lesson was written all over their faces. Damn. Xiao Hang spat on the ground, cursing the cowardice of the two security guards. He still hadn't figured out the vast gap between himself and Zhou Qilin. He just thought Huang Xiefeng wasn't paying attention and didn't dodge. If Huang Xiefeng had switched to a knife, the result would surely be different. An ordinary person's reaction to a blade versus a club was like the difference between day and night. With Huang Xiefeng down and the other two shrinking back, Xiao Hang decided to act himself. The knife tucked at his waist was an imitation, but the blade was over 20 centimeters long, gleaming white like a shard of ice just pulled from water. Whether it was effective or not was debatable, but it was certainly scary enough. White blade and red blade out, oh, just thinking about it made one's legs weak. Be smart, and kneel down, save me from making a few more holes. Xiao Hang traced a few arcs with the knife in front of him, forcing a fierce expression from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Qilin looked down at the baton in his hand. The last blow had been too forceful, causing a slight deformation on the surface. Come on, let's see if your mother can still recognize you today. Damn. Xiao Hang was usually composed, but today something snapped. Knowing the opponent was tough, he still lunged forward. Ordinary people think a knife is deadlier than a club. That's a normal judgment. But those truly in the know understand that a weapon's lethality has little to do with its type. It's all about reach. The old saying, an inch longer means an inch stronger, doesn't specify whether the extra length is a blade or a stick. The evolved power within Zhou Qilin brought more than just strength. His speed had increased greatly, and the precision of his joints seemed recalibrated. He merely swung the baton casually, yet before Xiao Hang's knife tip could reach him, the baton's landing point precisely struck Xiao Hang's wrist holding the knife. And Zhou Qilin had deliberately held back some force, otherwise he was confident he could have sent Xiao Hang flying before the blade got close. A crack. The sound of bone dislocation was like a dry twig snapping underfoot. Xiao Hang let out a yell, the knife slipping from his hand, his left hand clutching his right wrist as he hopped backward again and again. Pain was certain, but what truly chilled him was the thought of whether Zhou Qilin would pursue and deliver another blow. He feared that relentless ruthlessness of someone who pressed the advantage. You stop. Zhou Qilin didn't turn to look at Xiao Hang. His gaze was fixed on the figure in the corner, named Yang Qiqi. There was a faint movement there, as if she took a step forward or prepared to retreat into the passage. He barked an order and simultaneously flung the slightly deformed baton horizontally. The baton cut through the air with a muffled roar. Yang Qiqi had just heard the sound and turned her head instinctively. A sharp pain struck behind her knee. Her body lost balance instantly, and she stumbled forward, flailing her arms. She barely managed to brace herself with her palms to keep her chin from hitting the concrete, but the skin on her palms was scraped raw by the rough ground, stinging with pain. Who said you could leave? A foot pressed onto her lower back, the weight of the sole forcing her spine to emit a faint sound. The voice drifted down from above low like a winter night's wind. Can't you just live well? Must you bring trouble upon yourself? Yang Qiqi twisted her neck with effort, but her peripheral vision could only see a pair of shoes. She dared not struggle. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the dusty tiles. I was wrong, Zhou Qilin. I was really wrong. Please let me off this once. Women's tears seemed to need no practice. No matter the temperament, the tear ducts worked on command. Unfortunately, this trick didn't work on him. A man who crawled back from that world had seen all kinds of tears. Even if blood splattered on his feet, he wouldn't blink twice. The pressure on her lower back increased. Yang Qiqi felt as if her kidneys were being crushed like foam, the pain stealing her breath. Spare me. Please spare me. The two security guards had already fled. That scene just now was too much. He even struck a woman. Whoever wanted this job could take it. Xiao Hang wanted to run too. But as soon as he moved half a step, a cold snort from Zhou Qilin's nose nailed him to the wall like a spike. He had to stand against the wall, posture as straight as someone waiting for a lecture from a superior. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Qilin had given him a glance earlier, and he knew where to hide. I'm willing to be your slave, really. He'll behave from now on, never dare again. Yang Qiqi kept mumbling. Zhou Qilin lifted his chin and beckoned with his finger toward Xiao Hang. You? What are your orders? Xiao Hang quickly adjusted his expression, putting on the enthusiastic smile he had practiced while serving residents. This woman annoys me. What do you suggest? Well, Xiao Hang glanced at the woman on the ground. She's not a resident of this compound. They'll kick her out right now. Hearing this, Yang Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was alive, everything could be negotiated. In that moment, just now, she had truly felt the killing intent radiating from Zhou Qilin, a coldness that pierced her scalp. Kick her out. Oh no. A piece of trash like her deserves to have both legs broken before being thrown out. Xiao Hang, you're ruthless. Yang Qiqi opened her mouth to curse, but before she could finish, Xiao Hang had already stomped on her face. Allies. At this moment, saving his own skin was paramount, though others' lives meant nothing to him. Zhou Qilin patted Xiao Hang on the shoulder sharp. Not at all. Xiao Hang responded with a fawning smile. Should I go call someone? Call someone. The idea was yours, so you'll do the job yourself. Otherwise, how will I know you're sincere? By the way, what about that Tang Dahai? He's about to die. Xiao Hang pointed at Yang Qiqi on the ground. She said so. Went to check on him last night. So how did Tang Dahai die? Killed by this woman. Zhou Qilin nodded and pulled a phone from his pocket. Then what are you standing there for? Need me to teach you step by step? The moment the phone's flash lit up, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Xiao Hang's back. He knew what that light meant. Despite a wave of nausea rising in his throat, he bent down, his fingertips touching the cold concrete floor, and picked up the baton. He gritted his teeth, his gaze falling on Yang Qiqi's calves. Xiao Hang, you beast. Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin. Yang Qiqi's screams echoed through the corridor. She twisted her waist desperately, but Zhou Qilin's foot was like a branding iron embedded in her lower back, immovable. She didn't want to break her legs. That terrified her more than death. The baton whistled through the air as it swung up. But Xiao Hang's wrist suddenly changed direction, mid-swing, the baton hurtling toward Zhou Qilin's temple. It wasn't that he pitied Yang Qiqi. He was simply filled with hatred. Hatred for being like a dog tied to someone else's door. If Zhou Qilin didn't die, Xiao Hang would never be able to hold his head high. If he couldn't even crush a broken-down compound, how could he talk about fighting for a place in this chaotic world? He wanted to gamble. Win and launch on compound would be his meat. Lose and head just take a beating. He thought Zhou Qilin had him do it because he feared someone might dig up old grudges later. Slap. That crisp sound was like a palm hitting wet cloth. Zhou Qilin extended his right hand, his 5 fingers easily gripping the front of the baton. Xiao Hang tried to pull it back, but the baton seemed rooted in the wall, immovable. Manager Xiao, this puts me in a difficult position. Xiao Hang stepped back, bending at a 90-degree angle like a salesperson who had bumped into a customer in a mall. I was wrong. And then, oi. Zhou Qilin's lips curled slightly, his foot still on Yang Qiqi's waist, but his hand slowly reached toward his lower back. The coldness of metal seeped through his clothes. Bang. The muzzle spat a tongue of orange-red flame. The sound crashed against the corridor walls, bouncing back and forth, then slammed heavily into Xiao Hang's eardrums. It grazed the wall, kicking up a string of sparks. Did you think you could report me to the police station? Zhou Qilin looked down at the still-smoking barrel. Have you considered what favors Director Su received from me to haul away that 1,000+ pounds of frozen meat? Xiaohang wiped the sweat the size of beans from his forehead, his voice dry as sandpaper scraping iron. I understand. From now on, this compound is yours. I am just a dog under your feet. Woof, woof. Please, master, step aside and I'll break this woman's legs now. Yang Qiqi's body suddenly went rigid. She stopped struggling. In her pupils were reflected the gun and the lingering taste on Zhou Qilin's fingers. She finally understood. A gun that could be seen was power in this country, a void that ordinary people could never reach in a lifetime. Zhou Qilin leaned down, his lips almost touching Xiaohang's ear, his voice as low as a night breeze scraping through a window crack. He'll give you one chance. Tang Dahai can die killed by her. But she cannot die. Even if you die, she cannot die. Yet she must suffer more than death. You either get far away or you behave like a dog. I do have a habit of keeping dogs. As long as you're obedient, I can toss you the leftover meat, bones, and rice I've eaten. Do you understand? Yes, master. Xiaohang's expression was as taut as an iron plate, not a trace of impurity in his eyes. Leave it all to me. You will be satisfied. No, Zhou Qilin, let me go. I can be your dog too. Really, any kind of dog. Ah, Yang Qiqi's scream hadn't even hit the ground before Xiaohang swung the club. The instant the iron club fell, the fair skin on Yang Qiqi's thigh seemed to tear open from within, blood seeping out along the club's grain. Before she could let out a full scream, she had already lost consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. Zhou Qilin's gaze swept over the dark red stains spreading on the cotton pants, and he raised a hand. Enough. If you hit her more, she won't last 3 days. Let me take over. Xiaohang pocketed the phone and stepped back half a pace. Yes, master is too considerate. When his fingertips landed on the injured leg, Zhou Qilin's movements appeared almost gentle, but only he knew that if he didn't control, the force bone fragments would pierce through the skin and death would come far faster than imagined. The sound of bone breaking was far more muffled than the thud of the club. Xiaohang stood nearby, the hairs on his back standing on end. He suddenly realized that even without the gun in his hand, making him disappear would be little more trouble than crushing a fly. What on earth had been in his mind earlier to have even conceived of resisting? Drag her away. He'll get you some anti-inflammatory medicine later. Feed it to her if the wound gets infected. Zhou Qilin glanced at the curled-up body on the ground, then looked toward the other end of the corridor. Get that one out of here too. It's an eyesore. Right away, master. Xiaohang couldn't drag both Huang Xiefeng and Yang Qiqi alone. But the two security guards hadn't run far. He yelled a couple of times, and the sound of footsteps came pattering back from the stairwell. 10 minutes later, the corridor was back to normal. Zhou Qilin nodded and told Xiaohang to wait outside. I keep my promises. I want skimp on food, but this. Thank you, master. When Xiaohang took the pack of cigarettes, a grin spread from ear to ear. It wasn't top shelf, but at a time like this, having a smoke was enough. Why ask for more? When Xiaohang slipped into the room, Zhou Kaijun and the others gathered around. They hadn't missed a moment of the live stream. Wu Shue's lips were still pale, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes without letting go. Cheng Yali and Wu Shue were worried about the same thing. Would Xiaohang turn on them? Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li had no hesitation. He doesn't have the guts, Zhou Kaijun said. Kill when necessary, or leave none alive. Zhou Li leaned against the doorframe, her voice unhurried. Brother, next time be cleaner with your actions. Lukewarm water makes for bad cooking, and the same goes for this. Cheng Yali flicked her daughter on the forehead. What kind of talk is that? A young lady always talking about killing and fighting. Mom playing the good person now will only get us killed. Read a book 100 times, and its meaning becomes clear. You should read more of those post-apocalyptic novels. Zhou Kaijun grabbed his wife's arm and pulled her inside. The kid's right. This world has changed, you need to change too. You're all talk. Why didn't you go out earlier? Letting your son handle everything alone, and you call yourself a father. Their voices faded into the stairwell corner. Zhou Li yawned and turned back into her room. Only Wu Shue remained in the living room. She stood there, fingers twisting together, not knowing where to put herself. She knew Zhou Qilin had done nothing wrong, yet that indescribable feeling in her chest just wouldn't go away. Yang Qiqi deserved to die, but Zhou Qilin looked at her. Think about it. Without that blast door, without that gun, without the strength I have now, where do you think we'd be right now? Wu Shue's shoulders tensed up sharply. Soon she began to tremble from her fingertips, spreading to her whole body. You're right. She leaned in on her own, her arms wrapping around that body with its scent, pulling the hand that had held the gun to her lips and brushing it. When will you teach me? I'm afraid I won't be able to aim. Anytime, but we'll need a different place. The silence of the eternal night was like a thick quilt smothering all sound. The wails that sinners deserve were unheard here. Everything was as quiet as some undisturbed sanctuary. Even practicing with a gun in the tool room, the sound could travel for miles. An occasional shot or two wouldn't attract attention, but to build accuracy, a couple of shots were far from enough. So the most reliable plan was to go out and find an open space. Zhou Qilin recalled the auto mall from last time and thought it was a good spot. He could also scavenge for some useful odds and ends along the way. Is this necessary? The next day, after hearing this, Cheng Yali's brow furrowed into a knot. Wu Shue genuinely wanted to get some fresh air. Being cooped up in this metal box for so long made her bones itch. Those who use their brains manage those who use their bodies. He'll stay inside. Jolie lounged on the sofa as she tossed out this remark. The snowmobile and skis were still in their old state. The two went downstairs, and Zhou Qilin turned into the property management office. The master is here. Xiao Hang's face was beaming, as if he'd found a treasure without a hint of reluctance. A few other security guards were sitting in the room, all silent. Don't worry, master, that woman is still alive. Xiao Hang jerked his chin toward the stove. Yang Qiqi was huddled in a blanket whose original color was indistinguishable, her face smeared with grime. Her eyes weren't on Zhou Qilin, they were fixed directly on the person beside him, Wu Shui. This was the woman who had stolen her former place in Zhou Qilin's heart. If not for her, how would she have ended up like this? If looks could truly become knives, Wu Shui would be riddled with holes by now, unable to die, even if she wanted, living a fate worse than death. Good job. Zhou Qilin tossed a case of baijiu onto the sofa, landing with a dull thud. Share it and drink, but don't get yourselves blackout drunk. Thank you, master. Come on, everyone, thank the master. Thank you, master. Among those shouting the loudest was one with a bandaged head, Huang Xiefeng. That kid had a truly tough life. Zhou Qilin thought his single blow would have sent him to reincarnation, but somehow had survived it. Forget it, it didn't matter. As the snowmobile passed through the community gate, Zhou Qilin glanced left and right. The ground at the entrance was covered in a messy jumble of tracks, chaotic, but he could still distinguish which types of vehicles had made them. The wind was strong, the speed high, and the temperature bitterly cold. Wu Shui kept her mouth tightly shut the whole way. She had no idea how far the destination was, or how long it would take. When he'd come out with Huang Minjing last time, Zhou Qilin hadn't prepared any heater or wrapped her in a thick blanket. Now with these windproof and warm gear, he could drive straight to the auto mall in one go. Moi. There hadn't been much snow in the past few days, but from a distance, Zhou Qilin felt something was off. When he'd left last time, this place definitely hadn't looked like this. The previously smooth snowfield was gone, replaced by large pits dug out everywhere. The slope was just steep enough for motor vehicles to drive down, with the dark ground exposed at the bottom. Someone had been here, and it wasn't a small group. Using common sense, the only ones in Jiazhou City capable of making such a scene were that bunch. Damn, we're too late. He stomped his feet in the snow, the frozen soles crunching beneath his boots. Wang Jianmin had said the same thing back then, when his men reported that all the off-road vehicles, parts, and materials in the auto mall had vanished. His fingers had clenched the edge of the table, knuckles turning white. Dig out this reckless gang for me. Execute them all. Before leaving, he wanted to leave a few people to keep watch, betting that the group would return. But the cold wind bit through his bones, and the light was as dim as a dirty cloth. He gritted his teeth and gave up. Leaving anyone in this freezing hellhole was a death sentence. No one could last a single night. Zhou Qilin led Wu Shui through 3 turns, confirming the footprints were only their own before slipping into a showroom. As the flashlight beam swept across, a low curse escaped his throat. The floor was cleaner than a licked plate. The tables and chairs were all gone. Even the wires in the corners had been ripped out and taken, leaving only a few strands of copper. Wu Shui's breath condensed into a white mist at her lips. Come. He suppressed his anger deep in his gut and began teaching Wu Shui how to hold a gun. The barrel still had the cold scent of machine oil. Whether there was enough ammunition or not, he fired it off anyway, but he bent down to pick up every shell casing, stuffing them into his pocket, heavy against his thigh. If the bullets were easy to dig out, he wouldn't let a single one go. The accumulated snow formed a natural backstop. He used a portable lamp to cast a halo, a warm circular patch floating on the snow's surface. There was no need to change the target. His only worry was whether the lamp would be shattered by a stray bullet. I can't go on, I can't feel anything anymore. Wu Shui shook her wrist, her knuckles red. Even with light recoil, firing 3 or 5 magazines in a row was exhausting, but her speed at hitting the target made Zhou Qilin narrow his eyes. It's actually very simple, 3 points in a line. The key is steady hands and a cold heart. As a surgeon, these are all basic skills. Zhou Qilin didn't believe that. What surgeon goes from touching a gun for the first time to hitting the target every time in just 2 or 3 magazines? In a past life, she must have been an old marksman. He remembered that before his own evolution, he couldn't have achieved this level. Take a break. Leave the gun and ammo here and keep the walkie-talkie on. They'll look around nearby and see what I can scavenge. A vast auto mall like this couldn't really have been stripped down to the last screw, could it? Wu Shui nodded. With the gun in hand, she wasn't too panicked. Zhou Qilin climbed over the snow pits, skirted the holes that had already been dug, and slowly walked across the white expanse using his memory. The wind drove snow pellets into his face, stinging. His effort wasn't wasted. His fingers touched a piece of wall plaster beneath the frozen snow crust. He scraped away the surface layer, revealing a consignment shop that hadn't been ransacked. In terms of class, this place wasn't as grand as those dealerships, but capable consignment dealers had a more diverse inventory. Great deals, more brands, and some models not released in the Xia Kingdom could be found here. Typically, one couldn't open such a shop without connections. He pushed open the door, the flashlight beam sweeping across the showroom. The parked cars, roughly estimated, were worth 20 to 30 million. Lucky. This shop had survived only because of its remote location. Zhou Qilin had stumbled upon it by chance. Non-standard luxury pickup trucks, Raptors, Qidao Tianfeng. A few of each, but the most numerous were the Raptors, the best-selling in the Xia Kingdom. Including the showroom and the back warehouse, there were 12 in total. He licked his chapped lips. Taken. At the base of the wall were 5 unboxed off-road vehicles, their bodies covered with the characteristic gray protective film of parallel imports. The heaviest one was a full-size Kenlan. Zhou Qilin kicked the tires and directly marked it for the warehouse. As for the others, as long as their mechanical structure was intact, he didn't leave them where they were. He could use them for parts. At this moment, he still hadn't realized that the truly valuable goods weren't in the display area or the underground storeroom. A lot of time had been wasted, but it was still a long way from full darkness. Occasionally, Wu Shui's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Zhou Qilin replied a couple of times, not too worried that anything would go wrong on her end. The eternal night was the best barrier. Unless someone had night vision like him, they'd be given away from a distance by the light. This general manager's office was located at the very back of the dealership. The boss running a dealership and a professional manager hired by an ordinary 4S store were fundamentally different breeds. Zhou Qilin hadn't planned to go further inside until he saw that door. A blast door identical to the one on his vehicle. That was strange. He stood outside the door lost in thought for a few seconds, then pulled a small piece from the lucky number. He didn't have the skill, and an ordinary person might struggle to bite through that sheet of iron. The wall beside it was much more brittle. Red brick, how tough could it be? The snow was piled thick, swallowing all sound completely. He could only say luck was on his side. A large hole blasted open in the wall without damaging anything else. Zhou Qilin, was that a noise? Don't panic, just set off a firecracker. Wu Shui didn't reply. A firecracker? It wasn't New Year's or a festival, who would believe that? She couldn't be bothered to press further, nor was she truly angry. She simply jammed a fully loaded magazine into her gun. His right hand was still numb with aching pain in his fingers, palm, wrist, and the entire arm. Forcing practice now wouldn't just be unhelpful, it might even cause a strain. Try your left hand. Purely venting her anger with the gun, Wu Shui didn't care where the bullets flew, pulling the trigger wildly. But after emptying one magazine, she froze in surprise. How is it steadier than the right? If one wanted to be precise, a surgeon could mostly use both hands. But wielding a scalpel and pulling a trigger, were they the same thing? She loaded another magazine, as Zhou Qilin had left her several large boxes anyway, enough that she couldn't finish them even if she shot all day. Hearing the faint echo of gunfire in the distance, the corners of Zhou Qilin's mouth lifted. He hadn't expected Wu Shui to harbor a restless spirit inside her. This office is spacious enough. He ducked through the blasted opening in the wall and swept his gaze around. The decoration and furniture told him at a glance that this general manager played a wild game. Just that ebony tea table alone couldn't be carried off for less than 7 figures. This needs to be taken too. The desks and chairs surely weren't cheap either, but Zhou Qilin had no interest in mass-produced industrial goods. He walked straight past the executive desk, pulling open drawers one by one to search through them. The labels on the cigar box weren't from any familiar brand. The lighter was a custom-made metal shell. The office stationery was so exquisite it could serve as decoration. A string of Z-bead bracelet thick with patina, taken. A few sets of keys. He didn't even glance at the paper documents, tossing them back to their original place. The chair spun most of the way around under him, then creaked back into place with a squeak. Zhou Qilin stared at the ceiling, feeling something was off, yet that thread in his mind just wouldn't snap into focus. Not until he leaned all the way back, his gaze sweeping across the wall cabinet beside the desk. Its placement was too deliberate, out of sync with the lines of the surrounding furniture, as if it had been forced in. He reached out and twisted. The cabinet door didn't budge. He tried again, discovering the entire outer layer was movable. The outer door of a safe. The metal surface gleamed with the same cold gray-blue tone as the blast door. A low curse rolled from Zhou Qilin's throat. This thing locked tight. Prying it open would certainly trigger an explosion, and tampering with it would be suicide. He crouched down, tapped the cabinet body with his fingers, gauged its thickness and material, then pulled several steel crowbars from the warehouse. He wedged them into the gap between the cabinet and the wall, throwing the full weight of his body into the effort. Plaster from the wall crumbled down in showers as he pried the safe out inch by inch. In a corner of the maintenance warehouse lay a water jet cutter, its nozzle as fine as an embroidery needle. Zhou Qilin filled it with silicon carbide grit, and the high-pressure water stream shot out, slicing an almost invisible transparent line through the air as it moved slowly along the back of the safe. The sound of water was piercing, like someone scraping glass with fingernails. Half an hour later, the man-sized metal panel let out a dull cracking sound, and the entire back panel crashed to the floor with a clang. Inside the safe lay several stacks of files, the paper yellowed and the edges brittle. He pushed the files aside. Beneath them were 50 gold bars, each heavy in his hand, their weight telling him their worth. Beside the gold bars lay 3 men's watches, their dial structures and hand movements, clearly not something you could buy on the market. Zhou Qilin rummaged through them several times and was about to close the safe door when his fingertip touched something cold. He pried a metal box from the corner. Its casing gleamed with a white light. The moment he opened the lid, his pupils constricted sharply. Inside the box lay an ability orb. Its color was nearly transparent, only refracting a faint milky white halo at certain angles. Nestled on a black velvet cushion, it was no different from a perfectly polished pearl. But Zhou Qilin recognized it. The texture of this object, the way it refracted light, the faint, elusive warmth in his hand. He couldn't be mistaken. The question was, how did a car dealer in Jiazhou come into possession of an ability orb 5 years ago? As far as he knew, the first time this thing appeared on the market would be nearly 5 years from now. He picked up the orb, held it under the light to examine it, then placed it back in the box. What contact meant at this moment, he wasn't sure. What if the human body at this point in time simply couldn't withstand the impact of fusing with an ability orb? Touching it might turn someone into a pile of bloody mush. Such cases weren't unheard of. He snapped the box shut and stuffed it into his bag. The gunfire outside was still ringing out intermittent, like someone hammering on a sheet of iron. Zhou Qilin followed the sound, pushed open the door to the training room, and saw Wu Shui holding the gun in her left hand, her arm as steady as if welded to a mount. With each gunshot, another hole appeared in the target paper. After firing 10 rounds, her magazine ejection was as smooth as if she'd practiced it hundreds of times. Zhou Qilin stood frozen in the doorway, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence after a long pause. Hearing this, Wu Shui pursed her lips, letting the gun barrel drift towards the floor as she glared at him from the corners of her eyes. In the bright light, the several rod-shaped objects hit the floor with a dull thud, and Wu Shui's pupils suddenly contracted. She stared at those reflective objects for several seconds, her Adam's apple bobbing. Is that all? Her voice was a little dry. Zhou Qilin nudged the pile with his toe, the metallic clatter sharp and piercing. Before the apocalypse, this lot might have bought an off-road vehicle, but now Wu Shui's expression was like she'd seen a feast of 100 dishes. Pack it away. He turned to pour some water. Gold was completely different from what those Doomsday novels online wrote. Those stories said it was useless, but reality was the exact opposite. Zhou Qilin had long planned to raid the city's jewelry stores, but the time wasn't right yet. He had to wait until the eternal night ended and the snow melted. That would be the best time to strike. Wu Shui picked up the gold bars one by one, her thumb rubbing against their cold surface. When they got home, Zhou Li was curled up on the sofa scrolling through her phone, not even lifting her head at the sound of the door opening. Look at this. Wu Shui laid the gold bars on the coffee table and winked at Zhou Li. Zhou Li's gaze finally shifted from the screen, her eyebrows lifting slightly as she glanced over the gold bars. Mom, you keep them? Wu Shui turned to ask Cheng Yali. Cheng Yali chuckled and waved her hand, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes bunching together. In the last couple of days, Wu Shui had finally started calling her mom, and she felt more comfort in that than finding gold bars. In her eyes, gold was nowhere near as important as a grandson. Put them away, put them away. Cheng Yali waved her hand, then turned to glare at Zhou Qilin, her voice suddenly rising. Don't you know a wife needs to be taken care of? Out all day, and her wrist is swollen. Next time you do this, you'll break your legs. Zhou Qilin raised his hands in surrender. I want go. Next time, take your sister. Cheng Yali pointed at Zhou Li. Playing on your phone all day, not even reading. Zhou Li rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. Reasoning with Cheng Yali was like casting pearls before swine. The intelligence gap was too obvious, and talking too much was mentally exhausting. Dad want to go practice shooting. Zhou Qilin jerked his chin at Zhou Kaijun. There's a share for me too. Zhou Kaijun grinned, showing his teeth. I thought you'd forgotten about me, boy. How could I? Zhou Qilin gave an embarrassed laugh. He'll pass on the shooting. Zhou Kaijun's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Are you interested in animal feed? Zhou Qilin was stunned. He had always thought animal feed was for livestock and not fit for human consumption. But as Zhou Kaijun said it, he suddenly understood. People could indeed eat it. It might just upset their stomachs, but it was still better than starving to death. Dad, why didn't you say so earlier? I only just remembered. Zhou Kaijun rubbed his hands together. I'm just afraid those people over there might get to it first. Probably not. Zhou Qilin thought for a moment. I saw many big supermarkets in the city still buried under the snow. He put down his water glass and walked over. Just tell me where it is, I'll go check it out myself. All right. Zhou Kaijun nodded, saying no more. His health had always been poor, and he was getting on in years. Going out wouldn't just be unhelpful, it might even hold his son back. Honey. Wu Shui's voice came from behind. Zhou Qilin was taken aback for a moment before realizing she was calling him. What? Wu Shui pointed her chin at the gold bars on the coffee table. Going again tomorrow. On the 23rd dawn of the eternal night, shrouding Jiazhou, the air was thick with the stench of rust and feces mixed together. A broken branch snapped by the weight of the snow crashed onto the car roof, making a crisp sound like splintering bone. Less than 2 hours after Zhou Qilin had stepped out of the community gate, Wu Shui, clutching the gun she had insisted on having, was counting the spots of light outside through the peephole. 37, no, 41 light sources were seeping in through the breach in the courtyard wall, like a pool of spilled firefly pus. Give me another gun, you said. I'm a double gun, old lady. Wu Shui had said this last week right as she hurled Zhou Qilin's ashtray at the neighbor taking a bath. Zhou Qilin had choked with laughter at the time, feeling that this call of honey was worth 5 bullets. He never expected his joke to come true so quickly. Xiao Hang stared at the flickering points of light on the monitor in the control room, crushing the cigarette he had just lit. 20 minutes ago, he was still arguing with Sun Qinghao about whether to organize a second search party. The security guard who went out to scout last time was nearly slashed across the throat. His trachea exposed, the blood melting palm-sized holes in the snow. No need to argue now. Boss. The security guard on duty crashed through the door, the iron door, scraping a patch of paint off the wall. They're here, looters are here. Xiao Hang froze for 2 seconds, a bizarre thought flashing through his mind. I haven't even gone to rob others, and instead a hungry wolf has sniffed its way into my den. As he grabbed the fire axe, Sun Qinghao had already smashed the glass of the duty room window, and pulled a steel pipe from the shards. The snow in the courtyard had long been trampled into black mud. Over 30 men charged into the darkness, the blades of their knives humming as they sliced through the biting wind. Xiaoheng's first blow landed on someone's shoulder blade. The iron pipe in the man's hand flew out, shattering a window on the 3rd floor of an apartment. The scream, sharp as a chicken with its neck wrung, pierced into every lit window. "Kill them," someone shouted. The scattered spots of light began to converge. Someone fell, their flashlight rolling into a snow pit, the beam shining diagonally up at the sky like a dying man's signal for help. The clang of metal curses, the dull thud of breaking bones mixed with the wails of children awakened by fear. Upstairs, the entire community seethed into chaos. Wu Shui paced back and forth in the hallway on the 7th floor, the night vision device slicing the world outside the window into pieces of sickly green. She saw Xiaoheng's cotton jacket torn open on one side, the white fluff spilling out like entrails, saw Sun Chenghao grab a dropped knife and drive it back into someone's ribs, saw blood splatter on the snow, freezing into brown syrup within seconds. "It's a mess downstairs." She lowered her voice, her fingers rubbing the gun handle. Zhou Li handed over the night vision device without even blinking. "Use this." When Wu Shui pressed her eye to the eyepiece, every hair on her body stood on end. The figure in the lens, who was cutting off someone's wrist with a single swing of a knife, had a sharply defined profile that was unmistakably Zhou Qilin, who was supposed to be on the highway outside the city. His cotton jacket was covered in dark stains. He held a fire axe in his right hand, stepping on a man's chest while leaning down to say something. Outside the community's iron gate, more spots of light were beginning to gather. Someone had started a pickup truck, its headlights blazing, illuminating a dark mass of figures behind it. Someone was shouting through a megaphone, the words carried away by the wind, leaving only a few syllables drifting through the window crack. "Don't give. Tomorrow. Well, burn the building." Jolie heard it. She slowly put the night vision device back on the windowsill, turned around, and dragged a long rectangular canvas bag from under the bed. The zipper opened to reveal neatly arranged black components. Barrel stock scope, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Zhou Qilin said. She muttered under her breath, her fingers deftly assembling the steel components. One must be cautious against others. Another scream came from outside the window, this time the crisp sound of metal striking a skull. Then came Xiaoheng's roar, "Hold the door. Don't let them up." His words were drowned out by a deafening crash of breaking glass. Someone climbed up the fire escape to the 3rd floor, kicked open a window, and crawled in. Screams rang out upstairs, followed by the clatter of a chair hitting the floor. Wu Shui chambered around in her gun and pushed open the door. The hallway was filled with footsteps, some rushing downstairs, others running up, flashlight beams dancing erratically on the walls, stretching shadows into twisted shapes. As she pressed against the wall and reached the stairwell landing, a hand suddenly shot through the railing gaps and grabbed her ankle. Save me." The hand's fingernails were caked with mud and blood, the pinky bent at a grotesque angle. Wu Shui looked down to see a stranger's face, covered in blood, missing half its teeth, gripping her pant leg with its remaining strength. The gunshot rang out. It pierced the plaster ceiling, sending down a shower of debris. The hand released its grip. Wu Shui stepped on the person's shoulder and rushed down the stairs, the image in her night vision goggles shaking violently. She saw Zhou Li crouched at the stairwell entrance, the stock of her rifle pressed against her shoulder, the barrel aimed directly at the security door on the 1st floor. From outside came the roar of an engine. A pickup truck, reversing, crashed into a flower bed, its wheels spinning wildly on the snow. Someone shouted, "Retreat. They have guns." The light began to recede like foam dragged back into the sea at low tide. Xiaoheng, leaning against the wall, his arm bleeding profusely, spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at the fleeing figures. It wasn't until the morning light leaked through the cracks in the clouds that Zhou Qilin finally walked into the residential complex, carrying a bag of supplies. He saw the chaotic footprints and bloodstains on the snow in the courtyard, the cleavers and steel pipes piled in the security booth, and Wu Shui's swollen eyes and the congealed gunpowder smoke on the barrel of her gun. "Back!" Wu Shui's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Zhou Qilin dropped the bag on the ground and tore open his cotton-padded jacket. Inside, he was drenched in sweat, the cold fabric sticking to his skin. He glanced at the still warm gun in Zhou Li's hands, then at the dust trailing away from the main gate. Next time he licked his chapped lips, he'll be the one keeping them out. The moment the night vision goggles were strapped onto her face, a layer of fluorescent green light reflected in Wu Shui's pupils. She adjusted the focus, and the chaos beneath Building 8 became crystal clear. Several figures were locked in combat, the arcs of swinging clubs vividly outlined against the dark green field of vision. "Someone's fighting Xiaoheng's group," Wu Shui said, her voice very low. "They're not from our compound." Cheng Yali clenched the hem of her clothes, her breathing growing heavier. Zhou Kaijun stood by the door, his expression already grim. Only Zhou Li, lounging on the sofa, spoke in a lazy tone. "Maybe someone will come asking for help soon." A piercing buzz suddenly erupted. Heavy breathing came from outside the blast door, followed by frantic knocking. The caller shouted Zhou Qilin's name. "They'll get it." Cheng Yali moved first, with Zhou Kaijun right behind her. As soon as the door opened, Sun Chenghao nearly collapsed inside. Blood was streaming down half his face from a gash on his forehead, a cut on his lip, and his jacket was covered in tears. Luckily, he was wearing thick clothes, so his skin wasn't badly exposed. Uncle Auntie, where's Brother Zhou? We can't hold them downstairs. There's more than one group coming from outside. Zhou Kaijun was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll go." No, Cheng Yali stopped him. "I'll go. I'm more suited for it." Wu Shui raised her gun, her voice calm. "I'm a good shot." Sister-in-law goes. "Dad, you keep an eye on the situation downstairs. Mom, you stay and protect me." Zhou Li's voice wasn't loud, but she clearly assigned everyone's roles. Cheng Yali opened her mouth, but her usually booming voice suddenly lost its force. While Wu Shui and Zhou Kaijun were changing their shoes, Zhou Li whispered something in her ear. I tried to squeeze through the door crack, but Cheng Yali grabbed him by the scruff and dragged him back. Urgent footsteps echoed in the hallway. Sun Qinghao turned to see Wu Shui leading the way wearing night vision goggles. He was stunned for a moment. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to come down. Rely on you." Wu Shui shot him a look. "Let's go." The situation downstairs had completely deteriorated. Not a few of Xiao Hang's men were wounded. Several had been scattered, and it was unknown if they had fled or fallen in some corner. Xiao Hang fought as he retreated, whether intentionally or forced, finally dragging the battle line all the way to the lobby of Building 8. "Close the door. Close the door." Xiao Hang was covered in blood and grime, a gash on his forehead, his clothes full of footprints and knife marks. The last security guard to retreat had barely closed the glass door when iron bars began smashing against it. With a few heavy bangs, the tempered glass exploded into a pile of shards. Xiao Hang clenched his teeth, just about to shout, "Fight to the death," when a gunshot suddenly exploded behind him. "A gun! They have guns!" The crowd's exclamations rippled outward like water waves. Xiao Hang first thought Zhou Qilin had finally arrived, but turning his head, he only saw Zhou Kaijun's livid face and Wu Shui walking slowly out of the stairwell. Her eyes were unreadable under the night vision goggles, and the muzzle of her gun was still slowly emitting smoke. That shot had been fired by her. Xiao Hang glanced at Sun Qinghao, his throat moving, but he couldn't say a word. At the entrance of the complex, the commotion among that group was like a boiling pot lid that couldn't contain the steam. "It's just one fire stick. How much good can it do? Rush together. Can she sprout 7 or 8 hands? Snatch that thing away." Xiao Hang's spine tensed, his fingers clenching and unclenching by the seam of his pants. At this point, it wasn't even a matter of marksmanship. He cursed Sun Qinghao and the entire Zhou family in his mind. How could they let Wu Shui show up with that deadly thing? Even if they had given it to that simpleton Zhou Kaijun. But Wu Shui didn't retreat half a step. Instead, the soles of her boots scraped another half-meter forward on the concrete floor. She held the iron-black object level, her voice like shards of ice. "Last time I'll say it, get out of the gate. Now, what are you yelling about? A pipe trying to scare people? Pretty slim waist. Snatch it and well share." People, when crowded together, have a way of fermenting courage. If any one of them had encountered that dark hollow gun muzzle alone, their legs would have turned to jelly. But with dozens of people crammed by the door, spittle flying, their fear was instead steamed into excitement. Some even began to eye the hem of Wu Shui's cotton-padded jacket. Xiao Hang's temples throbbed. He turned his head and lowered his voice. "Give me the gun. You go back inside and lock the door." Even Sun Qinghao nodded twice in agreement. But Wu Shui's response was to turn the barrel and point it directly at Xiao Hang's chest. "Move aside. You." Xiao Hang stepped back half a pace, his Adam's apple bobbing. He thought, "Fine, be tough. When you're lying on the ground later, don't blame Zhou Qilin for coming after me." The group by the iron gate, seeing this internal strife, surged toward Wu Shui like wild dogs smelling blood. Bang, bang, bang. No one expected her to pull the trigger as fast as cracking a whip. Even more astonishing, Wu Shui pulled another gun from her other coat pocket with her left hand. Both hands exploded with sparks, the bullets, as if guided, burrowing into the crowd. Thick cotton could stop some things, but not high-speed rotating ones. By the time Wu Shui had emptied both magazines, not a single person was left standing at the main gate. Xiao Hang watched her smoothly reload a new magazine, the color draining from his face completely. This soft-spoken woman reloaded faster than any veteran he had ever seen, without even a flicker of an eyelid. The few other thoughts Xiao Hang had harbored were now frozen solid in his bones. Wu Shui slapped the new magazine into place, didn't even glance at the people writhing on the ground, and walked straight out over the bloodstains. Just as her shadow was about to disappear through the doorway, she suddenly stopped, pressing the muzzle downward. Bang! Ah, damn it! The man on the ground, who had been pretending to be unconscious, suddenly had a blood blossom erupt on his thigh. This man had planned to slip away once the chaos subsided, never expecting Wu Shui would even finish off those pretending to be unconscious. As the bullet burrowed into his flesh, he realized the movies were all lies, that you could still run and jump after being shot. The searing, burning pain made his whole body convulse, foam bubbling from his mouth. He couldn't even muster the strength to curse, let alone fight back. The gunfire, like a stone thrown into water, rippled out to the street outside the gate. A few quick-witted ones had already bolted into the alleys, but there were always those too stubborn to believe it who instead quickened their pace toward the sound of the shots. A faint green light shimmered on the lens of her night vision goggles. Wu Shui's finger rested on the trigger guard, her breathing steadier than she had expected. The streetlights in the complex had long been extinguished, leaving only a few windows with flickering candlelight. She couldn't make out their faces, only judging from their body movements. who was running at her with an iron pipe, who was bending to pick up a brick, who was peeking from behind a tree. The process of pulling the trigger wasn't much different from practicing at the auto mall. She roughly estimated the trajectory. If she missed, it was the other person's bad luck. If she hit, it saved future trouble. After the third round of clearing, 7 or 8 figures lay scattered on the ground, and no one dared to take a step toward her. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Xiaohang's voice was trembling noticeably. He leaned out from behind a dumpster, his foot crushing a frozen cracked brick beneath him. Drag all these people outside the main gate. Dead or alive, just leave them there. Wu Shui swapped the empty magazine, tilted her head the lens of her night vision goggles, turning in Xiaohang's direction. Then find a few people to block the main gate with snow blocks. Pile up whatever you can on the walls. After piling it, pour water over it. It's not done until it's frozen solid. Do I need to repeat these steps? And no. Xiaohang straightened his back, trying to steady his voice. Don't worry, sister-in-law. He'll get it done. When you're finished, come to my place for some rice. If anyone is injured, carry them up. I can treat them. With that, Wu Shui didn't remove her night vision goggles. She turned and walked into the stairwell. Zhou Kaijun stood at the entrance of the building, grinning at Xiaohang, revealing a row of yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. Young man, get to work. You can count on me, old man. Xiaohang, as if receiving a military command, perked up considerably. In the living room, Cheng Yali, listening to Zhou Kaijun recount what had happened downstairs, turned pale. Zhou Li, however, bounced excitedly on the sofa. Sister-in-law is so cool. I want to go next time. Like hell you will. Cheng Yali slammed her hand on the coffee table. What are your brittle bones worth stepping on? One kick and you'd be flattened into a meat patty, believe it or not. Zhou Li rolled her eyes and didn't reply. She turned her head and shouted toward the kitchen, Sister-in-law, I told you, didn't I? Wu Shui was standing by the stove pouring water. She hummed in response. The truth was her heart had skipped a beat when she first went downstairs. The muzzle wasn't aimed at ring targets on paper, but at real living people. The few words Zhou Li had whispered to her before she left had helped. She switched the night vision to infrared mode, and the outlines in her field of view turned into moving blobs of orange. The people's features, expressions, and the blood on their clothes were all erased. She told herself it was just models moving on a screen like the shooting games she used to play at the internet cafe in middle school. She didn't switch off the infrared mode until she was back upstairs. From start to finish, she hadn't seen a single person's face clearly, nor had she seen a single drop of real blood spurt from a body. The method sounded a bit like self-deception, but it kept her mental burden to a minimum. Moreover, having been a doctor for many years, she had seen scenes far more brutal in operating rooms and dissecting rooms. Her tolerance for gore was far higher than Zhou Kaijun's or Cheng Yali's. The next day, when Zhou Qilin pushed open the complex's iron gate, the ground had been washed clean by frozen water. The air still carried a faint smell of rust mixed with melting snow. He first went to check on Xiaohang, and also to confirm that Yang Qiqi was still alive. Yesterday, Zhou Li had relayed almost the entire process to him in real time, so he hadn't been anxious while away. He calmly stored the several hundred tons of finished feed and over 200 tons of raw materials from the small feed mill into the Lihua, then released the Lu Xiaofeng, eating and sleeping his fill inside before leisurely heading back. He pressed something into Wu Shui's hand, palm against palm, the cold metallic edges dug into her knuckles. Half of Xiaohang's face was smeared with dark, dried blood. Zhou Qilin tossed the walkie-talkie at his feet, his voice flat. Next time something like this happens, just press the call button and find me. Understood, master. Don't call me master, it makes me sound like I have a problem. Zhou Qilin had always found the title grating until a long-vanished image from an island nation flashed through his mind, churning his stomach with disgust. All right, boss. Please tell the boss why for us we brothers are grateful she saved our lives. That skill of hers is truly something else. Got it. Zhou Qilin waved his hand, his gaze falling on the motionless figure by the stove. Yang Qiqi lay there like a log, not even blinking. She sure has composure. And that Tang Dahai. Sun Qinghao leaned and lowering his voice, boss, Tang Dahai is gone. As the one who had dealings with Tang Dahai, he was the only one who still cared about that man's fate. Tang Dahai had died of starvation, or rather driven mad by pain, his stomach walls stuck together from hunger, illness burrowing layer by layer into his bones, tormenting him until his last breath was finally released as a relief. Sun Qinghao paid him no mind. Yang Qiqi could barely save herself, and Tang Dahai, unable even to turn over, could only watch helplessly as he slowly died of thirst and hunger. He got off easy. Zhou Qilin had thought that former fitness trainer could hold out a few more days, but he had lasted only this short time. A trace of regret lingered in his heart, but he turned and instructed Xiaohang again. Yang Qiqi must not die. Watch her closely. Boss, I've got Sun Qinghao on her 247. Her life will be saved, but it might stir up other trouble. That's your problem. Zhou Qilin turned and headed for the stairs. Come up with me. I won't hold back what I owe. 200 gene of rice. Not much, not too little. Ration carefully, it could feed those 20 or 30 people for nearly half a month. Xiaohang led a group of security guards, their eyes reddened, murmuring thanks. The ice wall is still a bit short. Hurry and build it higher. Keep a tight watch on the main gate. Call me directly if anything happens. He had spared Xiaohang's life back, then simply because he couldn't be bothered to deal with the security guards' trivial matters himself. Now it seemed that decision hadn't been wrong. News of the bloody incident in Lanshan compound spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of the official shelter. Who allowed them to act so recklessly? Wang slammed his fist on the table and raged. Over 40 gunshot wounds, over 40 people. Is there no bottom line to this chaos? I say the guns must be taken back and the perpetrators must be severely punished. Life in the shelter grew harder by the day. Food supplies were almost entirely being drawn down, with very little coming in. No one could bear the consequences of living on reserves. Teams were still sent out daily to scavenge, but the amount of food they brought back dwindled, and some groups returned empty-handed. There was no oil refinery in Jiazhou City. With long-distance transport, nearly paralyzed gasoline was a hard currency that could only be consumed, never replenished. Every drop used meant one less drop. Especially those vehicles modified with tracks, each one guzzled fuel like water. Every accessible gas station had already been drained dry, yet the fuel reserves still made everyone uneasy. The hydroponic vegetables in the shelter had just sprouted, their tender leaves dazzling under the LED lights. The first batch looked promising, but they still needed time to mature. The logistics officer stared at the liquid fertilizer inventory, his brow furrowed like a twisted rope. Supplies were running out. At the current consumption rate, they could last at most another 30 days. When the shelter was first built, no one had anticipated the need for agriculture. Nobody had stockpiled chemical fertilizers. If they turned to traditional farming, fertilizer sources wouldn't be a problem. The excrement of hundreds of thousands of people would pile up enough. But organic manure couldn't be integrated into the hydroponic system. Even if they gathered all the agricultural and chemical experts in the shelter, they couldn't solve this deadlock. Finding fertilizer became a matter of utmost urgency. There were no chemical fertilizer plants in Jiazhou City's urban area. The only hope was a few agricultural supply dealers on the outskirts. Wang led a convoy himself and managed to load the fertilizer onto the trucks. On the way back, passing by the auto mall, he suddenly had the idea to make a detour and scavenge around. Pushing open the door of that shop, his flashlight beam swept across the floor, and his pupils contracted sharply. A huge hole had been blasted in the wall, and the safe had been sliced cleanly open by something the cut as smooth as a mirror. He crouched down, his fingertip tracing the edge of the cut. The metal felt icy cold. This wasn't the work of ordinary tools, especially the water jet cutting equipment used on the safe, which couldn't be obtained through civilian channels. Alarms blared in Wang's mind. He immediately ordered, "Get a few criminal investigators over here now." The criminal investigation team and military experts arrived, worked for half a day, and their conclusion sent chills down everyone's spine. A middle-aged man in glasses pointed at the cut on the safe and said, "This isn't something you can buy on the open market. Our country has never sold similar models to civilians. And this water jet, it's military-grade equipment." What's even stranger is that the scene traces show only one person operated throughout. That safe was incredibly heavy, and so was the cutting machine. I can't imagine how he moved or operated them. Was he some kind of Superman? Zhu Guanghan stood nearby, his face dark enough to drip with gloom. As the leader of Jiazhou City, what he feared most in this chaotic world was unexpected trouble. He rubbed his fingers together and said in a low voice, "There's definitely something fishy hidden in the city." Wang picked up the thread, his tone carrying a soldier's characteristic decisiveness. These uncertain elements must be eliminated. If the world doesn't return to normal soon, leaving this ticking bomb will eventually blow. There are hundreds of thousands of lives in the shelter that can't withstand the turmoil. As he spoke, his topic veered to Lanshan compound. At the last meeting, he had already advocated arresting that suspected Zhou Qilin, whether he was the real one or not. Better to kill the wrong person than let him go. This thought had taken root in his mind, growing deeper with each consideration. The tool shed was thick with the mixed smell of hay and animal manure. Zhou Qilin was adding dry grass to the rabbit hutch. The 8 newborn kits from the mother rabbit huddled together, their skin translucent and tinged with blood. Wu Shui crouched nearby, her gaze fixed on the tiny creatures with focused intensity, a hint of anticipation at the corner of her mouth. She was already calculating the meat yield when these rabbit kits grew up. Xiaohang appeared at the door, his footsteps deliberately soft. "Boss, the military is here." Zhou Qilin brushed the grass clippings off his hands and turned to look outside. Wu Shui remained still, only reaching out to gently poke the baby rabbits in the hutch. Before long, Wang stood before Zhou Qilin. His expression was tightly drawn, as if he had arrived, carrying a belly full of anger from somewhere. "Commander Zhu sent me to have a word with you." As Wang spoke, his gaze swept past Zhou Qilin into the tool shed behind him, the smell making him wrinkle his nose. Zhou Qilin didn't respond, merely leaning against the doorframe, waiting for the other to continue. Wang cleared his throat. "Higher-ups got word of the fight you had at Lanshan compound last time. Over a dozen people were left on the ground, all shot in the limbs. Commander Zhu's meaning is, you should offer some compensation since so many were injured." "Compensation?" Zhou Qilin's voice was devoid of emotion. "They stormed into my home to rob me. My people acted in self-defense, and now you want me to pay. That's not what I meant." Wang raised a hand to wave it off. "Commander Zhu knows you had cause, and he's not saying to arrest you. But think about it. Those who were shot have no doctors, no medicine, and barely any nutrition. How many of them can survive? What's the difference between wounding them and killing them?" As he spoke, the image of those injured writhing on the ground flashed through his mind. In peacetime, a gunshot wound could still be treated. In this world, now an infection was a death sentence. In his view, the shooter wasn't soft-hearted, but deliberately making them suffer alive. Before Zhou Qilin could speak, Wu Shui suddenly emerged from the tool shed holding a rabbit fur between her fingers. Her tone is flat, as if commenting on the weather. When I shot them, I deliberately avoided vital spots, intending to spare their lives. Wang's expression shifted. He stared at Wu Shui for a few seconds, a wave of inexplicable revulsion rising in his heart. The calm on this girl's face struck him as more terrifying than outright killing. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhou Qilin stepped sideways to shield Wu Shui. Just say what Commander Zhu wants directly. First, to warn you, don't cause this kind of trouble again. Wang extended 2 fingers. Second, you need to give up something as compensation for the injured. Rice flour, oil, medicine. Anything will do. I accept the warning. Zhou Qilin's voice dropped. As for compensation, those people came to rob my home. I haven't even asked them for compensation yet. They ruined most of the food in my tool shed. I haven't settled that score. Wang opened his mouth to retort, but found he had no argument. The air hung tense for a few seconds until a dog barked in the distance, breaking the silence. Wang finally sighed. I've delivered the message, you weigh it yourself. Commander Zhu and Commander, you don't want to blow this up, but if you're too stubborn, it'll be hard for the people under them to justify. As he turned to leave, his steps were quicker than when he arrived. Xiaohang waited until Wang was out of earshot before sidling up. Boss, we're really not giving anything. Giving what? Zhou Qilin turned back into the tool shed, adding more hay to the rabbit hutch. If they really feel wronged, let them come and take it themselves. Let's see who can take a single grain of rice from this yard. Wu Shui crouched back in front of the hutch, reached out to stroke the mother rabbit's head, and said softly, Hero Mom, you raise your kits, and it'll raise you. After she spoke, she looked up at Zhou Qilin, her lips moving slightly, but in the end she said nothing. Everyone was clear that the consequences of this conflict were only just beginning to show. Those who were shot alive were more troublesome than the dead. The consumption caused by the wounded, medicine, food, manpower. Every item was a scarce resource, far outweighing the cost of killing. Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao chose to back down, not out of kindness, but because they had calculated the cost. How much would it take to capture Zhou Qilin? And how much to care for those wounded? After weighing everything, the best option was to make Zhou Qilin bleed a little. Unfortunately, Zhou Qilin had no intention of bleeding. Wu Shui lowered her eyes, her fingertips lightly rubbing against her knee. Find someone trustworthy. You say it so lightly. What about Sun Qinghao? Do you think he's okay? Zhou Qilin carried the toolbox to the wall, tapping his fingers on the door panel leading to the back room. Later he'll seal this off and completely separate the tool shed from the interior. He won't be able to stir up any trouble, and besides, the rifle at home isn't just for show. It's safer to tell Mom and Dad first. Alright, I'll bring it up at dinner. By the way, how's your dad? I mean my father-in-law, doing lately? Seems okay, not short of food or drink for now. He said he might join some research project soon. Can they still do research in the shelter at a time like this? As Wu Shui said this, her gaze drifted toward the window. She was young, having gone from school to the shelter without much exposure to the outside world. Many things in her mind were still just printed words in newspapers, never grounded in reality. Olympus, huh? Zhou Qilin's voice dropped mid-sentence. That plan, the thing forged by several major European powers together. Shelters and research institutes were all bundled together. When the apocalypse first erupted, it swallowed over a quarter of Europe's population in one go. Later, when ability users emerged and evolvers were everywhere, Olympus started patching things up, pulling over 90% of the shelters into its web, and eventually sweeping up evolvers and ability users as well. Except for the Bear Country. Fragments of memories from his past life lingered in Zhou Qilin's mind. The Bear Country never seemed to have officially announced any doomsday plan, but up until his death, they hadn't been wiped out either. The border was sealed tight, leaving those outside utterly in the dark about what lay within. He vaguely recalled that in the 7th year of the apocalypse, Olympus had marshaled a full 30,000 evolvers and ability users marching under the banner of their gods into the territory of Mao Country, intent on seizing population and plundering resources. But all 30,000 perished on Mao Country's frozen soil, not a single one returned. Afterwards, Olympus issued an ultimatum, but Mao Country didn't even bother to reply. Olympus swung its big stick, yet still couldn't pry a single word out of them. Zhou Qilin never did find out if that weapon was ever actually used. But from then on, Mao Country became a pitfall, a place no one dared to set foot in again. Before he could finish his thought, Xiaohang's voice cut through his train of thought. The military sent someone. Got it. Zhou Qilin initially thought this wouldn't involve him. But in just a few minutes, Xiaohang called him back, saying those uniformed men had a clear target, and it was him. It's about that last incident. He'll go. Wu Shui stood up, her hands pressing against the table's edge. I'm the one who hit them. Stay put. Zhou Qilin raised his hand to block the doorframe, his voice not loud, but leaving no room for argument. Once I'm gone, no one leaves this door. His body now was nothing like what it used to be. The symbiosis progress flashed before his eyes. Intermediate 2,120 points, still a long way from 10,000. He already had 2 hosts attached, Laifu, a large water surface unit, and Lu Xiaofeng, a medium ground unit fellow. There was still 1 empty slot left, and only 1 item sat in his inventory grid. Don't forget, this land bears the name of Xia. As long as your feet are still planted on this territory, you must abide by Xia's rules. The law as it's written and morality as it's drawn, you have to accept it all. Wang took half a step forward, lowering his voice. Commander Wang, I think you might have missed something. Whether I break the law or not isn't for someone in a military uniform to decide. As for lacking virtue, even if I admit I do, so what? Are you going to execute me? The anger in his chest was truly getting the better of him. But before leaving, Yixin Xiao had specifically mentioned one thing. Don't let it turn into a heated collision. As things stood, Zhou Qilin's demeanor didn't seem like that of someone harboring ill intentions toward the nation, and the military truly had no reason to move against him. Commander Wang pondered maybe he should find some excuse to get the man into the shelter, lock him in a dark room for a few days, and eventually pry something out of him. Once he had a confession, the rest would follow smoothly. The problem was Zhou Qilin simply wouldn't take the bait. He didn't offer even a single step of retreat, leaving Wang stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he actually ordered an arrest, it would violate the commander's instructions. If he didn't, after all the harsh words that had been exchanged, where would he save face? So you're determined to go against us? Commander Wang's lips curled into a cold sneer. Do you realize that by making a scene like this today, your entire Lanshan district might be struck off the rescue list by the command center? What list? Xiao Hang, who had been quietly listening all along, suddenly interjected. How you people don't know yet, do you? The shelter has already started growing fresh vegetables. Their next step is to expand production. Besides feeding themselves, they can trade them out. Fresh vegetables. Xiao Hang's eyes lit up instantly. This stuff was even more essential than grain. Without vitamins, even the strongest body would eventually break down. Only communities that pass the review are eligible for trading rights. People like you. Commander Wang's gaze swept over Zhou Qilin, pausing for a beat before finishing. I don't think you qualify. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. I'd like to ask Commander Wang, since when did Xia revive the practice of collective punishment? Setting aside whether I've broken the law or not, even if you truly believe I have a problem, it should only involve me. What does it have to do with anyone else? If that's really how you think, then that uniform you're wearing it with a guilty conscience. Before his words had even faded, Commander Wang abruptly stood up, his hand darting to his waist as the holster snapped open. But what he hadn't anticipated was Zhou Qilin's impossibly fast reflexes. Before the muzzle was even fully raised, Zhou Qilin's entire form flickered and was already behind him. One hand seized Wang's gun-wielding right wrist, twisting it outward, and in an instant the barrel was pressed against his temple. Don't move. Release the commander. Drop the gun. A few soldiers were a beat too slow. By the time they reacted, Zhou Qilin had already firmly subdued Commander Wang. Having led troops for so many years, Commander Wang felt nothing but a burning shame on his face at that moment, wishing the ground would split open and swallow him. Wang Shun's roar echoed through the warehouse. His entire body felt as if clamped in an iron vice. His limbs struggled desperately, but couldn't budge an inch. Zhou Qilin's hand was locked onto his shoulder blade, the pressure terrifyingly steady, as if he wasn't pressing down on living flesh and blood, but on a welded block of steel. Wang Shun's chest burned with a fury that nearly made him grind his molars to dust. He had started as a private, clawed his way up through 15 years to reach his current position, and had worn the title of Warrior King for 7 full years. Though his physical training had slacked off in the last couple of years, his foundation should still be there. How could he be pinned down by a mere youngster who looked barely over 20? Where did this uncanny strength come from? A thought turned over in his mind. This kid was no ordinary character. He'd have to go back and dig into his background. Maybe he could unearth something. Zhou Qilin didn't bother pondering the convoluted thoughts churning in Wang Shun's head. He loosened his grip, his voice low, and even, Commander Wang, if you don't go for your gun, we can still talk like civilized people. Fine, let go first. Wang Shun's face was flushed purple, as if someone had a stranglehold on his throat. All right. Zhou Qilin stepped back half a pace, his gaze sweeping over the empty holster at Wang Shun's waist. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid the other party would renege, he trusted the uniform. Wang Shun and those soldiers all spoke with a northern accent, clearly not locals of Jiazhou, nor even tinged with the Bashu dialect. With things so chaotic outside, weren't their own families suffering? Didn't they long to go back? But wearing that skin, they had to abide by a soldier's code and shoulder the duties they were meant to bear. If it were him, Zhou Qilin didn't think he could do it. All of you holster your weapons. Wang Shun shook his numb shoulder, glared at the few subordinates beside him, then turned his gaze back to Zhou Qilin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Pretty slick moves, I didn't even see it. Want to join the military? Me, eh? Zhou Qilin shook his head. Forget it. I don't have the temperament for it. Wang Shun twisted his neck, his bones cracked with a sound, and his gaze hardened further. I won't hold this against you then. But 40-some people were injured. That debt needs an accounting. An accounting? Only then did Zhou Qilin realize what Wang Shun had been circling around to say all along. What do you want? He was silent for a few seconds before asking. Anything. Grain, meat, vegetables, fruit, anything to eat, drink, or use, as long as it's useful. When it came to supplies, Zhou Qilin wasn't lacking. To put it bluntly, the stock he had on hand was several times thicker than the shelter's own warehouses. But that wasn't something he could let slip. Zhou Qilin didn't respond, waiting for Wang Shun to speak first. Wang Shun couldn't hold back any longer, lowering his voice to ask, do you have any grain? Zhou Qilin shook his head. Frozen meat. Another shake. dehydrated vegetables, dried fruit, cold weather clothing. What about feed? Wang Shen's tone carried a hint of resignation now, as if this was his last question. If the answer was no head, just leave. I do. How much do you need? What? Wang Shen was stunned, thinking his ears were playing tricks on him. Who in their right mind would stockpile feed these days? Then it hit him. The Zhou family had started out in animal husbandry, so it wasn't strange after all. Had almost forgotten that. 5 tons. Can you manage that? Wang Shen asked tentatively. Too much. At most 1 ton. High-protein pig feed, people can eat it too. 3 tons. No. I don't even have a single ton to spare. Wang Shen stared into Zhou Qilin's eyes for a long moment without moving. So you fobbed off a general with 2 tons of feed. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali exchanged a glance, both thinking the kid was talking nonsense. 2 tons of feed piled up in the warehouse looked substantial, but back when the farm was running normally, those starving pigs in the pens could have wolfed it all down in half a day. Things are nothing like they used to be. Zhou Qilin smacked his lips, the strong taste of soybean meal still lingering on his tongue. 35% protein content. You won't find this grade of stuff easily on the market. As he said this, the corner of his eye twitched. He felt he'd taken a loss on this deal. He'll have to make another trip out to the countryside. Oh, just thinking about it makes my legs weak. Dad. Zhou Qilin suddenly turned his head, lowering his voice. That lunatic surnamed Wang let something important slip. What? The shelter is doing hydroponics. Zhou Qilin tapped his fingers on the table. I just want to know, in our Jiazhou area, is there still a factory that produces fertilizer? No. Zhou Kaijun answered with certainty. I'll be honest with you, I don't know much about fertilizer either. Besides, why would we need to compete with the shelter over this little business? I'm not trying to compete with them. Zhou Qilin's gaze settled on the distance, as if he were looking at some image not yet fully formed. We'll need fertilizer ourselves sooner or later. In his mind, he was calculating further into the future. From the day the eternal night descended to 5 years later, not a single green leaf or fruit would grow on that frozen soil outdoors. When Head risked getting shot to pieces to get his hands on the Lifu, Zhou Qilin had already been nursing that idea, to install a hydroponic system in the ship's cabin. Once the snow melted and the world caught its breath a little, Head find a secluded spot to deploy the Lifu and turn that hunk of metal into a home for his family. But when that time came, Zhou Qilin turned his head slightly to glance at Wu Shui, who was reading a book in the corner. That woman really lived up to her reputation as a top student. Even with the sky falling outside, she was still buried in a professional text, tracing shapes in the air with her fingers and murmuring to herself. Good. The more skilled Wu Shui's medical knowledge became, the more she could handle in the future. Zhou Qilin had never thought of using her as a bargaining chip, but the fact remained. Useful people never come out on the losing end. Outside the door, Sun Chengha's hands were twisted together, his knuckles white. He didn't knock, he just grinned at the camera above the doorframe as a greeting. If the people inside didn't notice him, he planned to just wait there. He absolutely wouldn't knock on that door and disturb them. Cold was fine. This temperature wouldn't kill him anyway. Come to think of it, humans really did adapt fast. The mercury outside now hovered around minus 30 degrees Celsius, but aside from the horrific scenes of mass freezing in the first few days, it was rare to hear of anyone actually freezing to death anymore. Especially those under 30, the half-grown kids. As long as they didn't have any underlying conditions, they'd basically managed to tough it out against the cold. If that sun hadn't completely vanished from the sky, these people would probably be running outside to have snowball fights. The northern regions were even more extreme. In the Mo area of Xi'an, nighttime temperatures could plummet to minus 70 degrees. But it was said that some hardy souls had already taken ice picks to the frozen river to chisel holes and catch fish. Sun Qinghao didn't have to wait long before the blast door creaked open. Stepping into the Zhou household for the first time, his entire body was taut as a drawn bowstring as he carefully greeted everyone inside. Every single person here was close to the big shots. He couldn't afford to slight any of them. He had to treat them all with respect. From now on, you'll bunk in the tool shed. Zhou Qilin patted Sun Chengha's shoulder, his force neither heavy nor light. Grow some veggies, feed the chickens, live a pastoral life. How about it? Happy. Thank you, boss. Sun Chengha's face was wreathed in smiles. I've dreamed of living this kind of life. It wasn't entirely a lie. The smell in the tool shed really wasn't great, but that pigeonhole of a tin security dormitory wasn't exactly fragrant either. Let's get this straight. Zhou Qilin's voice suddenly took on a joking tone. Room and board are covered, but there's no salary. If you go to the labor bureau to sue me later, it'll take my lumps. Once Zhou Qilin had finished giving those instructions, Sun Qinghao officially took up his post. Finally, no more shoveling rabbit manure every day. Zhou bit into her popsicle, grinning as her canine teeth peeked out. Wu Xuan nodded in agreement. The two sisters-in-law shared the same sentiment, not out of laziness, but simply because they couldn't bear to waste time on trivial chores in the tool shed when they could be reading and studying. Lately, Zhou Li had been teaching herself books on electricity and communications. She knew Zhou Qilin planned to build a base someday, and as his second-in-command, she needed real skills to earn respect. Both of you be careful. Don't go upstairs on your own. If you need anything, have him leave it at the door, and we'll pick it up later. Got it, Dad. Zhou Li and Wu Shui said in unison. Huang Minjing. Why is she here again? Zhou Qilin's brow furrowed as he stared at the figure on the screen. As soon as Huang Minjing appeared, Cheng Yali couldn't help but greet her warmly. Yet the more enthusiastic she was, the more Huang Minjing's embarrassment showed in her eyes. Once Huang Minjing's wealth had been more than 10 times that of the Zhou family. But now, don't laugh at me, Sister Cheng, but our coal ran out long ago, and food is nearly gone too. Huang Minjing had forced herself to save face. There was still some dehydrated vegetables left, but how long could they survive on just leaves? She could endure, but she couldn't let her elderly go hungry. About that batch of instant food we discussed, wasn't it agreed on a 6,040 split? Zhou Qilin thought she was going back on her word. Huang Minjing did want to change the deal, but not because she thought her share was too small. Instead, she was willing to give up a tenth, making it an equal split. Each box held 50 packs or containers totaling 2,000 boxes. For this trip, Zhou Qilin would get 1,000 boxes, 50,000 packs. In 2 years, a single pack could buy a woman. It was genuine hard currency. If you agree, I want to take 500 boxes from my share and trade them with you for coal and other food. Other food. Coal was useful, but not as critical as outsiders thought. At most another 2 months, and the weather would warm up, causing coal consumption to plummet. By then, people would go to open-pit mines to dig coal and sell it. With no industrial demand, supply would be more than enough. As for other food, it wasn't that they had none, but the quantity was limited. The house was only so big. Even if every room was stacked from floor to ceiling, the total was finite. Staples, meat, even seasonings will do. Huang Minjing unconsciously licked her lips. It was clear she hadn't tasted anything flavorful in a long time. We'll talk about the trade later. When do you plan to leave? The sooner the better. I'd prefer if you could give me some coal and food first. Don't worry. No one else knows where that batch of instant food is hidden. Huang Minjing, fearing Zhou Qilin wouldn't believe her, explained hastily. They'll deliver the coal and food first. Give me the address for the instant food. With more people out now and officials collecting supplies, it's not convenient. She wrote down the address for him. 2 containers were parked together on a road that was usually deserted. When Huang Minjing finished, Zhou Qilin was stunned for a moment. She had agreed too readily without even pausing for breath. In this world now, survival is the most important thing. I don't want to watch my mother starve to death. She wiped the corner of her eye with her hand, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Her face was bare of any makeup, yet that clean visage before the apocalypse would have been more captivating than many actresses on TV. But this appearance had no effect on Zhou Qilin. A man who had rolled through the ruins for 10 years had long since regarded women's looks as nothing more than air. A vase is only good for holding flowers. Oh, once the flowers wither, who cares about the glaze? Zhou Qilin didn't rush to leave. He spent nearly 3 hours in the house working up a sweat, then stuffed himself with a hearty meal before dragging the sled out the door. Wu Shui had already seen this thing, so it couldn't be stuffed back into the truck. 2 tons of coal, 500 jin of rice, 100 jin of flour, and 200 jin of frozen meat. As Zhou Qilin carried the bags inside one by one, Huang Minjing stood frozen in the doorway. Is the next apartment empty? Zhou Qilin asked casually. With his current stamina, it was hard for him to even break a sweat. Someone lived there before. Last time the shelter recruited, they just met the criteria and moved out. Huang Minjing's voice carried a hint of relief. Good. Zhou Qilin worried that if these supplies were piled outside the door, a neighbor might spot them through the peephole and come begging from Huang Minjing after he left. Another mess. With this batch of goods propping them up, they should be able to make it through this winter. Winter night, the official name the Xia Kingdom gave to this season, now gradually adopted by the common people. You're leaving already? Huang Minjing's voice chased after him. Something else. A flicker of unease crossed her eyes. Nothing, just wanted to ask if you'd like to come in for a cup of hot water. It's cold out there. It's been cold, been used to it. Zhou Qilin tightened the collar of his cold weather suit and walked away. Call me if anything happens. Lock the door. After the door closed, Huang Minjing let out a long sigh, her voice so low it seemed meant only for herself. Only call when something happens. I guess I'm too old. She then curled her lips in a self-deprecating smile, shook her head, and pulled herself together. Time to add charcoal. Today I have to get the room temperature up to at least 15 degrees so Mom's cough might ease. Right, stew some meat, throw in some dehydrated vegetables, and cook a pot of white rice. In this apocalypse, what was there to complain about when you could get these things? A family like Zhou Qilin's was beyond comparison. But no matter how hard or bitter things got, the nation hadn't abandoned them. The Jiazhou shelter had just received a shipment of supplies from the provincial capital, delivered by airship, they said. The low temperatures and filthy air had crippled airplane engines, but airships were different. As long as the gas bag stayed intact, an electric fan could steadily push them forward. The cold wind bit into his face, but Zhu Guang chose not to return to the bunker, standing instead in the open. His eyelashes and eyebrows were crusted with ice, and every blink felt like his eyelids were sticking together, forcing him to squint at the slowly descending airship. This thing should have been obsolete long ago, yet now it had become a treasure. Across the entire Xia Kingdom, only the Bashu provincial capital had truly put it to use, shipping goods out. Zhu Guang exhaled a large cloud of white vapor, watching as the moisture was torn apart by the wind and vanished without a trace. He muttered something too soft to be heard, swallowed by the breeze. Only he knew what he said. The figure beside him stood far steadier. Yi Xingxiu's face was clean, unlike Zhu Guang's frost-covered one. Guess what the first shipment brought the most of it? Radios. They say a single AA battery can last months. I've never heard of such a thing on the market before. Even if they existed before, you wouldn't have used them. Zhu Guang's voice was a bit hoarse. That's true. Yi Xinxiao nodded. All outdated junk. Probably only our country's warehouses still had these stocks lying around. The group of middle-level cadres standing behind them whispered among themselves, sending tens of thousands of radios, but hardly any grain. This whole affair seemed peculiar. But the higher-ups had their considerations. All high-tech stuff was useless now, and instead the old junk that only the elderly liked to tinker with had proven its worth. They were energy-efficient, had strong signal reception, and maintaining a radio station required few resources. Not to mention they were sturdy. A few drops wouldn't break them, and if they did, anyone could fix them and keep using them. Distribute them first. Zhu Guang turned to those waiting for his instructions. Keep 1,000 in the shelter, send the rest to each neighborhood. As long as there are people in a building, make sure every building gets at least one. The airship finished unloading and began to ascend slowly. A thin layer of ice had formed on its iron shell, glinting dully in the afternoon light. Yi Xinxiao raised his right hand in salute toward that direction. Those around him followed suit, including the much higher-ranking officers. They saluted the soldiers aboard the airship. Those men had risked their lives to fly across 1,000 li through storm zones just to deliver this shipment. In terms of rank, they were low, but such courage deserved any general to set aside his pride and return a sincere salute. Zhu Guang lowered his hand, watching the airship shrink to a tiny dot in the sky. Hope they make it back safely. They will. Yi Xingxiu's voice was calm, as if stating an inevitable fact. In the distance, a middle-aged man with a stern face stood in a corner, his eyes slightly red. His name was Wang Weigua. Watching the soldiers on the airship, he saw a reflection of himself many years ago. Once you put on that uniform, your life no longer belonged to you. In the first days of the disaster, most of the fallen were the elderly and the sick. Not anymore. Now the names appearing most frequently on the daily casualty lists were soldiers. Wherever there was need, they had to go. That uniform was not just a badge of honor. It carried something outsiders could never understand. That thing was called devotion and also sacrifice. Wang Weigua rubbed his eyes vigorously and strode into the shelter. As he turned a corner in the corridor, he saw Yi Xinxiao talking to someone. He hurried over and lowered his voice. That one called Zhou Qilin. I feel something's off. After the door closed, only 3 people remained in the room. Yi Xingxiu's guard stood rigidly against the wall, while Wang Jingdong spoke, without lowering his voice. You're saying that guy's physical condition is even better than yours? Yi Xinxiao frowned. He knew Wang Zhengdong's training intensity. Daily 5-kilometer cross-country runs with a 40-kilogram pack and bench pressing 120 kilograms in sets. An ordinary person couldn't even match his warm-up, let alone compete. Wang Zhengdong stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, the nail scraping against the metal edge with a harsh screech. After I got back, I had someone dig through the files. This guy's record has holes. You mean he has more than those 2 tons? Probably several times that. Commander, this man is no ordinary fellow. Wang Zhengdong licked his cracked lips. Have you ever considered that he might not be the kind of person we think he is? Yi Xinxiao leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking. He squinted, his gaze cutting like a scalpel. Don't beat around the bush. Have you ever seen those Doomsday-themed things? Yi Xinxiao waved his hand. He had no leisure for that. His younger relatives at home would scroll through them on their phones during meals and had caught a glimpse. Screens full of blood and monsters, pure nonsense. But Wang Zhengdong, bringing this up now, clearly had a point. I've turned the Zhou family upside down. Their behavior before the disaster was suspicious. Wang Zhengdong leaned forward, elbows on the desk. It's like they knew this day was coming. Do you think there might be someone in their family with special abilities? If there really is one. Yi Xinxiao tapped his fingers twice on the desk, a dull sound. Zhou Qilin can't escape. Unless they have a second one in the family. Then, you can investigate. Yi Xinxiao cut him off. But don't let Zhu Guanghan and the others know. Wang Zhengdong nodded. He knew his boundaries. Yi Xinxiao stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the sky was dim gray, clouds pressing low like a dirty rag draped over the city. Some data was known only within the military. He turned, lowering his voice by half a tone. This mess might drag on for years, or even longer. The military's next task isn't to grab supplies. It's to preserve the seeds of civilization. At least the roots of Xia must not be severed. So when it's time to be ruthless. He didn't finish. But Wang Zhengdong understood. His throat moved, something flickered in his eyes, but in the end he remained silent, only nodding slightly. Yi Xinxiao walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. The pressure wasn't heavy, yet it carried something weighty. We wear this uniform. We must shoulder the greater cause, and we must shoulder orders. Also, there's unconfirmed news. Some research institutes speculate that as the environment changes, people may change too. For someone with your foundation and youth, the odds are highest. He gave a bitter smile. Miamold. Mutation. Evolution. Wang Zhengdong's heart skipped a beat. Commander, could Zhou Qilin be? Whether he is or isn't, bury it in your gut. Confirm it and report up. No unnecessary moves. Yi Xingxiu's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Don't forget, above us falls a natural disaster, but beneath our feet lies man-made calamity. Either one can be fatal. In the corner of the tool shed, the lettuce on the 3rd tier of the hydroponic rack was already ready to be picked for a salad. Sun Qinghao crouched before the seedling tray, pinching seeds between his fingertips and pressing them into the substrate, his movements far more dexterous than when he used to tend his balcony pots at home. The flock of chicks scurried around his feet, fluffy yellow balls huddled together, pecking at the crumbs he shook off. When Zhou Qilin climbed up carrying 2 buckets of diesel, the iron staircase rattled with a dull hum. He set the buckets down by the generator and tossed over a cardboard box inside, which packages of compressed biscuits thudded against dehydrated vegetable bags. This should last a week. We'll figure it out when it's gone. Sun Qinghao sprang up from the ground, wiping his hands on his pant legs before taking the box. Thanks, boss. He carried the box to a shelf against the wall, arranging the biscuits by date and stacking the vegetable bags neatly. Back at home, he couldn't even be bothered to put his socks in the wardrobe, yet now this tool shed crammed with shovels and fertilizer bags had been tidied up by him into something resembling a home. After the generator was filled with fuel and rumbled to life, Zhou Qilin paced around the hydroponic rack. A new batch of tomato seedlings had just sprouted, 2 true, leaves tender green and standing straight under the grow lights. The rabbits born a few days ago were no longer like hairless pink grubs. Their ears could now twitch, and their pitch-black eyes shone brightly as they kicked each other's legs in the pile of wood shavings. The chickens, ducks, and geese were still the same as ever. The gander craned its neck and honked at Zhou Qilin twice, but when he ignored it, it lowered its head to peck at the leftover vegetable leaves in the trough. He had no plans to incubate eggs for now. The toolshed only had so much space. Once the foundation for the Lifu was laid, at least an entire floor would need to be allocated for planting and breeding. Figuring out how to channel natural light into the lower decks without letting the temperature pour in along with the sunlight would require careful consultation with an engineer. The winter night had less than 2 months left. Lately, during some days, the horizon would indeed brighten for a while, a thin layer of light, like frozen gauze, just enough to make out the contours of clouds. The optimistic voices on the radio were an octave higher, proclaiming that the hardest days were over and the sun would soon return. The first half was certainly true. The second half, beneath the sunlight, there might not be more safety than in the dark night. The grass and trees that had died in the freeze would never turn green again. The fish and shrimp lying belly up on the mudflats would never swim again. Even the sun itself, that fireball tormented by the low temperatures for so long, once it regained its strength, might it crack the earth with its heat? No one could say for sure. Perhaps the world had its own plan, trading 100 days of bitter cold for 100 days of scorching heat, balancing the scales of temperature. The scales might be balanced, but the living things hanging on them had bones too brittle and flesh too thin. Sun Qinghao shuffled over, rubbing his hands together, a smile plastered on his face, but his eyes darting downward. Bossum, could you help me contact my parents? Just to try, no high hopes. Zhou Qilin stared at him for 2 seconds. This guy wasn't stupid, had no real ties to the Tang family affair, and wouldn't risk himself for anyone else. He'll get you a phone later similar to Wu Shui's, fewer functions, but enough for sending and receiving telegrams. Sun Qinghao nodded repeatedly, his atoms apple bobbing, saying no more. Zhou Qilin turned and walked toward the door. He still had to deliver feed to the Wang family today, but he didn't plan to enter the shelter directly. That was their den, and who knew if it held a dining table or gleaming blades. The cleaned room was located west of the gathering point center. The concrete floor was covered in grayish-white dust, and in the corner lay a half bag of moldy rice. Zhou Qilin stacked the feed bags one by one into the empty room, the plastic seals thudding dully under his fingertips. He pulled out his phone, took a photo of the doorframe, and sent the location data through an encrypted channel. The sound of tracks grinding over gravel approached 20 minutes later. 5 modified transport trucks stopped at the alley entrance, and workers jumped down from the cargo beds, their military boots landing in synchronized steps. Wang took off his goggles, leaving 2 deep red marks on his forehead. He nodded at Zhou Qilin, his gaze sweeping past the other man's shoulder to scan the feed bags, then waved for his men to begin moving them. This shipment clears the previous debts. Wang lowered his voice, spinning a tin cigarette case in his palm. Next time you ask, it'll have to be with gun barrels or live ammunition. Zhou Qilin twitched the corner of his mouth, tapping his fingertips against his pant seam. Do you think I'd dare mention those 2 words? Wang let out a short laugh from his nose, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes radiating coldness. After 3 transactions, this man was neither a saint nor a villain, but in the adult world a vast gray zone lay between black and white. Which living person could claim to be pure white? Aside from thermal weapons, what else can you offer? Zhou Qilin spread his hands, his knuckles turning white. Wang didn't respond. On the soil of the Xia kingdom, the intricate web of intelligence could always catch an anomalous scent, but what good was suspicion? He couldn't just tie the guy to an autopsy table without sufficient evidence. And besides, this kid was as slippery as an eel. If it came to a fight, they might not be able to pin him down. Don't dream too big. The higher-ups won't let anything slip out of control. Getting this much feed is already an exception. His words caught in his throat. Wang's facial muscles suddenly tensed, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. Zhou Qilin spoke first. Don't ask. Asking is useless. The air froze for 3 seconds. Wang's atoms apple bobbed up and down, finally dissolving into a sigh squeezed from the depths of his lungs. The news from headquarters stuck in his memory like a thorn. If that day truly came, would it even matter whether the common folks had those iron lumps? Lately had been binge reading online novels every night, and the more he read, the more he felt that absurd stories were stepping on reality's heels. Only this foot was soaked in blood and gunpowder smoke. Just the two of us. Give me the truth. Wang took half a step forward, his sleeve brushing against the other man's arm. Zhou Qilin instinctively stepped back, his heel catching on the doorframe. He tilted his head to avoid that scrutinizing gaze. We're far from being heart-to-heart friends. I told you don't ask. I won't ask about the origin of those goods. Wang's gaze was fixed on Zhou Qilin's eyes. Just one question. Did you only start getting strong after the apocalypse began? What do you mean get strong? I've always been like this. Zhou Qilin controlled his facial muscles, believing he maintained the perfect expression. But Wang had led enough soldiers to fill an entire company, and every twitch of a muscle on those rookies' faces couldn't escape his eyes, let alone this clumsy attempt at concealment. I guessed right. Wang's voice dropped. You're not from a military family, but I can tell you haven't shed blood you shouldn't have. Don't start now. Only starving beasts tear into their prey. Live as a human, they don't sink lower than an animal. Zhou Qilin shook his head, veins bulging against his pant leg. I don't understand your logic. In the end, good people don't live long. He didn't admit it, nor dared to. The grain smell of the feed bags in the warehouse mixed with the scent of diesel, like some crushed prophecy, spread out between the two men. When Wang Zhengwo left, Zhou Qilin stood at the entrance of the building, watching the black car fade into the distance. The last glance the man had thrown at him was like a fine needle piercing his spine, an unsettling feeling of being seen through. He gripped the handle of his ski pole, his knuckles turning white. Cheng Yali was cooking noodles in the kitchen, the water bubbling and steaming in the pot. Zhou Kaijun sat on the sofa, the light from his phone screen illuminating his face as he played an old TV series. The radio sat on the corner of the coffee table, covered in a layer of dust. Yesterday, when community workers delivered it door to door, Zhou Qilin had only glanced at it before setting it aside. The national broadcaster's voice was steady, reporting disaster data and missing person notices, occasionally interspersed with comedy sketches. But for the Zhou family, this information was neither here nor there. Zhou Li's hoarded supplies were enough to last half a year, and Zhou Qilin had long since memorized the materials obtained from official channels. Aside from doing push-ups and squats every day, Zhou Kaijun spent his time watching dramas. Head told his wife, apart from not getting any sun, life is actually more comfortable than before. Zhou Qilin turned and walked into the stairwell, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Wang Zhengwo's words, "We'll probably meet again soon," still lingered in his ears. He didn't want the radio, and he certainly didn't want to see that sharp-eyed man again. How much did the other know? Was it just his personal speculation, or had the higher-ups already grasped something? With these thoughts, Zhou Qilin quickened his pace, deciding to be more restrained in his future actions. Huang Minjing's apartment was on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't a villa area, but each building was a 2- or 3-story duplex. The lower units had front and back gardens, the upper units had terraces, and the underground storage rooms were separated by iron doors, each family having their own. The community gate stood wide open, most of the streetlights extinguished, with only a few windows showing faint light. Zhou Qilin skied for over an hour before finally finding the building in the darkness. He felt for the bronze lock on the door, a lock beam as thick as a thumb. He pinched it between 2 fingers and pulled hard. The lock snapped open, and the iron door let out a dull scraping sound. In the basement were 3 small trucks, their tires flattened the cargo beds, tightly covered with tarps. Zhou Qilin lifted a corner, and the beam of his flashlight swept over stacked cardboard boxes, sealed packages of instant noodles, compressed biscuit, sausages, and several cases of bottled water. Huang Minjing had said this was the last batch of goods. She hadn't held out hope, but by some twist of fate it had remained. She had used this property as a temporary warehouse, the key always tucked away in the bottom drawer of her desk at home. Zhou Qilin climbed into the driver's seat, turned the key, and the engine roared to life, its headlights blazing. The beams pierced the darkness, illuminating the ramp leading to the surface. He shifted into gear and released the handbrake, and the small truck slowly emerged from the basement. In the rearview mirror, the building sank into the night like a forgotten tombstone. The tires crushed the gravel on the road, and the iron cargo bed groaned in protest. This small truck, with a rated load of less than 5 tons, had been stuffed with 3 times that amount. The frame twisted, the leaf springs nearly flattened, and every speed bump sent a metallic cry of fatigue through the suspension system. It's just luck. Sneaking into this underground space wasn't difficult at all. Even without Zhou Qilin's physical condition, anyone could do it with a crowbar. Either there were too few living people in this neighborhood, or no one thought these metal shells could still be of use. Since cars had become scrap metal, who would bother to check the place where scrap was stored? The pile was like a mountain. Zhou Qilin had no choice but to start that devouring machine again. He ate while collecting, and even when he stopped to rest, his mouth wasn't idle. Back then, the Laifu had been stuffed with so many hamburger buns and pre-cooked meat patties that had wondered if the entire supermarket warehouse had been moved inside. But now he found those stocks far too meager. Devouring 10 hamburgers in one go. Who would believe such a number? As his physical transformation deepened, Zhou Qilin felt he could single-handedly clean out all the food reserves on the Laifu. Hamburgers with cola, whatever had the highest calories, went into his mouth. After all, no one in a white coat would jump out anymore to preach about dietary balance. Talking about health while eating fast food is pure bullshit. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, his head feeling groggy, Zhou Qilin stuffed the last batch of supplies into the Lifu. After clearing out all the fast food, he released the modified Luxia thing. He definitely couldn't make it back tonight. He couldn't exactly curl up in that empty basement or squeeze into that utterly uncomfortable broken-down truck. The 12-meter-long carriage was small, but complete. Everything an ordinary household might need could be found here, far beyond just meeting basic physiological needs. Warm air flowed from the vents, the fragrance of tea lingered around his nose, and an old movie played on the LCD screen. The only thing Zhou Qilin regretted was that there was no room in the carriage for fitness equipment. Time to sleep. He glanced at the time, made the bed, and washed up quickly. The moment he crawled under the covers, every bone in his body let out a comfortable sigh. The moment his eyelids closed, the buzzer shrieked. An infrared camera captured a figure approaching the Lu Xiaofeng. There are still survivors in this neighborhood. Out scavenging in such cold weather. Don't provoke me, or else. Contrary to his wishes, Zhou Qilin wanted no trouble, yet trouble came knocking on his door. A series of heavy thuds echoed as the intruder rudely pounded on the vehicle's door, making the metal tremble. With a sharp whoosh, the roof-mounted spotlight blazed to life, its blinding white light forcing the person at the door to stagger back 2 steps, trying to retreat into the darkness. Seeing the face clearly on the screen, Zhou Qilin furrowed his brow. He recognized this person, his aunt by marriage Yang Min. His mother Cheng Yali rarely visited relatives, but her brother Cheng Dong, who ran a decoration company, was an exception. During holidays, the two families would still gather for a meal and a chat. The night was as thick as undissolved ink. Zhou Qilin dimmed the car's lights, and as he pushed open the door, the cold wind swept along the ground, seeping into his pant legs. Yang Min was huddled in a corner, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, her thin clothes fluttering in the wind like scraps of paper. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, her gaze unfocused as if veiled by a layer of mist. And it's me, Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin. Zhou Qilin. These 2 words were like a key prying open a crack in her paralyzed consciousness. Her body tilted and she stumbled forward, her fingers clutching Zhou Qilin's sleeve, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Her voice shattered into incoherent fragments. Quick. Go help your uncle. Help Cheng Dong. Something had happened. Zhou Qilin's flashlight swept across her face. Her left cheekbone was bruised purple, a cut on her lip, her hair a mess like a bird's nest torn by the wind, and the buttons on her home clothes were all misaligned. She was a far cry from the spirited woman who would spin around 3 times before a mirror before going out. Aunt, slow down. The beam of the flashlight swayed in the darkness, unable to illuminate far. Yang Min, as if oblivious to the pain, dragged Zhou Qilin forward, stumbling over the curb several times. If Zhou Qilin hadn't been quick to grab her arm, she would have fallen face first onto the concrete. Yet she refused to stop, muttering repeatedly, hurry, hurry, or we'll be too late. From the underground parking to Cheng Dong's duplex unit, it would normally take 10 minutes. Yang Min dragged Zhou Qilin in a frantic run, compressing the time to 4 or 5 minutes. Just outside the yard, Zhou Qilin saw several irregular patches of light flickering on the living room window. Someone was inside with a flashlight. Taking a few more steps, voices drifted out from the house, their accents carrying the tones of Jiazhou, definitely not sounds Cheng Dong could make. At least 3 men. Yang Min, as if suddenly forgetting the person behind her, rushed straight to the door, shoved it open, and screamed, Husband. Husband, where are you? That woman is back. Get her. Xiao Duan blocked the door. This family has plenty of stuff piled up. Before the words faded, 2 dark figures lunged from inside the house, toward the door, their steps fast and heavy like wild dogs catching a scent of blood. Zhou Qilin remained silent. He sidestepped to squeeze in front of Yang Min, his right hand reaching into his pocket to pull out a knife, found at the bottom of a toolbox on the loofing. It had a serrated spine, a wide and long blade, and weighed at least twice as much as an ordinary knife. It was a personal item left on the ship by a soldier from some beautiful country, nothing like standard-issue bayonets. Zhou Qilin couldn't pinpoint the material, but it was sufficient. Seeing 2 dark figures charging at her, Yang Min instinctively tried to step back, but her legs had gone weak, her body refusing to obey. The hand of the foremost figure was almost about to grab Yang Min's collar, just a finger's width away. His laughter had already risen to his throat, but before it could escape, the sound was severed midway by a blade forcibly lodged in his chest, not even a trailing note leaking out. In the darkness, Zhou Qilin stood like a shadow cast by moonlight between that man and Yang Min. No one had seen when he moved, they only remembered a flash of silver light slicing through the air. Xiao Duan, gurgle. Gurgle. Oh. The smell of blood in the living room had not yet dissipated. Yang Min skirted around Zhou Qilin, stepping on broken glass as she rushed into the bedroom. Her cries were as if someone had gripped her throat, shouting that title over and over, but there was no response. Zhou Qilin did not look back. His left hand held the knife, freshly pulled from a tiger's mouth, with shreds of flesh caught between the serrations. Blood dripped from the handle onto the tiles. His gaze fixed on the face of the man before him, Zhang Jiaoyi. Zhang Jiaoyi's eyes first fell on Xiao Duan on the ground. Xiao Duan's throat had a large gash, blood still spurting out, his body limp against the floor. Then he looked at Lao Lin in the corner, who was still twitching, moaning weakly like a pig not yet dead at slaughter. Zhang Jiaoyi's reaction was faster than the other 2. He tried to run. But Zhou Qilin's stride was quicker. A horizontal sweep of the blade sent the serrations embedding directly into Zhang Jiaoyi's right shoulder. It wasn't a cut, but a smash. The force caused the serrations to tear through his shoulder like an axe, shredding the fabric of his clothes, revealing stark, white bone from the gap. The outline of a lung lobe was faintly visible in the wound's depths, the sound of ruptured blood vessels muffled within the muscle. Zhang Jiaoyi let out a howl and collapsed to the ground. Who are you? I was about to ask you the same. Zhou Qilin crouched down, gripping his neck, his thumb pressing on the Adam's apple. He studied Zhang Jiaoyi's face, around 40 with mediocre features, but a deep cunning hidden in his eyes. Boss, my name is Zhang Jiaoyi. Spare me, boss, spare me. Zhang Jiaoyi's voice squeezed out through the slit of his throat. He wasn't stupid. Xiao Duan lay at his feet, and Lao Lin was nearly gone. He could tell Zhou Qilin was no ordinary man. Yang Min was this man's woman. The person Yang Min had run out and brought back was a god of death. Just then sobs came from the dining room. Husband, wake up. Husband. Zhou Qilin, still gripping Zhang Jiaoyi's neck, dragged him into the dining room. Cheng Dong lay on his back on the floor, a dent in his forehead, the bloodstains on his nose bridge already dried. His eyes were still open, pupils fixed in one direction. He died with his eyes open. Yang Min knelt beside him, repeatedly patting Cheng Dong's chest, oblivious to 2 broken fingernails. Zhou Qilin's gaze lingered on Cheng Dong's face. Zhang Jiaoyi saw an opportunity. Zhou Qilin's grip loosened for a moment, his attention shifting by a fraction of a second. Zhang Jiaoyi flicked his right wrist, and a 20-centimeter blade slid from his sleeve into his palm, the movement as smooth as picking up food with chopsticks. The blade aimed for Zhou Qilin's neck. Zhou Qilin grabbed his neck and slammed his entire body into the wall. Zhang Jiaoyi weighed at least 80 kilos, but in Zhou Qilin's hands he was like a beer bottle. The only difference was that the beer bottle shattered while Zhang Jiaoyi remained intact, at least from the outside. His back hit the wall, sending plaster dust raining down, and the knife flew from his hand. Zhou Qilin stared at him. Cheng Dong was yours. Zhang Jiaoyi's lips trembled, unable to speak. Zhou Qilin tilted his head to look at Cheng Dong on the floor, then turned his gaze back, as if confirming something. Then he released Zhang Jiaoyi's neck, stood up, and walked toward the bedroom. Behind him, Zhang Jiaoyi slumped against the wall, plaster still falling from his back. He began to regret picking up that knife. A sharp pain at the base of his spine pierced through his body like an iron rod. Zhang Jiaoyi's forehead hit the floor, and a metallic-tasting saliva welled from his mouth. He tried to push his upper body up with his elbows, but the part below his waist no longer belonged to him. His legs lay sprawled on the ground like 2 sacks stuffed with straw, motionless. Cheng Dong's blood had already spread into a large dark patch on the floor, the work of the 3 of them. Zhou Qilin pieced together the fragments in his mind. Zhang Jiaoyi and his 2 accomplices had broken into Cheng Dong's house, and Cheng Dong had been killed by them. That woman had probably broken free from somewhere, stumbling all the way into the basement. The roar of the Lu Xiaofeng's engine echoing through the alley had drawn her over, and then she had run into Zhou Qilin. The chain of logic was missing few links. 3 men breaking into Cheng Dong's house in the dead of night. What else could it be but robbery? The valuables in the house were tossed about, and they wouldn't have spared the woman either. Zhang Jiaoyi deserved to die. Those 2 lackeys deserved the same. And Zhou Qilin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his tongue stuck to his palate, the words dying in his throat. Yang Min had gone silent. She crouched on the ground, her tears already wiped away, leaving only red streaks pulled by her fingers. Her gaze coalesced from brokenness, as if rising from the depths of water, becoming hard once more. This knife of yours is really beautiful. Yang Min reached out and grasped the exposed part of the handle. Her fingers were too small, holding the knife like a child clutching an adult's toy, yet her knuckles protruded one by one, veins bulging, as if about to burst through the skin. Zhou Qilin had actually guessed what she wanted before she spoke. No one could untie the knot in their heart better than by doing it themselves. He didn't stop her, just stood by, waiting in case Zhang Jiaoyi could still struggle. And indeed, when Yang Min crouched down, Zhang Jiaoyi's hand suddenly shot up, trying to grab her neck. The knife point sank in, into the hollow between the shoulder and neck. Zhang Jiaoyi's hand retracted midair. The Bodis instinct was faster than consciousness. The knife went down again, this time into the abdomen, the blade sinking in, as if cutting through a piece of frozen meat. Screams began to squeeze out from his throat, then turned into incoherent pleas for mercy. Zhou Qilin pulled a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and lit it. He didn't smoke much, but he felt like it then. Smoke billowed from his nostrils, mingling in the air with the increasingly thick smell of blood, like viscous glue, choking the entire basement's breath. The knife rose. The knife fell. The sounds gradually faded, Zhang Jiaoyi's chest heaving slower and slower until only slight twitching remained. Yang Min finally stopped. She stood up, her body as if doused with a bucket of red paint from her hair to her calves, all covered in warm liquid that was turning cold. The semi-coagulated blood obscured the contours of her features, yet a faint curve hung at the corner of her mouth, like an ordinary person who could finally smile after finishing a task. Zhou Qilin, the safe by the bedside in the upstairs bedroom. The code is 317,928. Go open it and bring down all the gold bars. Now. Zhou Qilin frowned, his fingers holding the cigarette, pausing. Yang Min looked at him, and a complete smile actually appeared on her face. Yes, take them and leave. Go to your place. All right. Zhou Qilin raised a hand to scratch his hair, a slight prickling sensation on his scalp. Yang Min obviously couldn't stay here. With so many dead, she, a woman, couldn't handle it, and no one could take care of her. No one wanted to be in such a situation. Cheng Yali would likely cry her heart out when she found out, but in these times who didn't die every day? Either taken by the heavens or killed by man. Zhang Jiaoyi and his crew probably hadn't had time to search the second floor. The house was still fairly tidy, the dust on the cabinets barely disturbed. Yang Min was indeed a thrifty woman, how everything was placed neatly. The door to the master bedroom pushed open easily, and the safe on the bedside table was small, but more than enough to hold a few valuables. Zhou Qilin crouched down, his fingers quickly pressing a few numbers on the keypad, and the lockbolt sprang open with a crisp sound. Inside lay several stacks of documents, a few ID cards, a jewelry box, and 5 small gold bars. That made sense. Cheng Dong's foundation wasn't particularly solid, and he might not have been able to afford 100-gram gold bars. Zhou Qilin pocketed the 5 gold bars, their weight pressing heavily against his thigh. He turned and went downstairs, but as his foot hit the corner of the staircase, his back suddenly tensed. With his current hearing, he could even hear the sound of dust settling, yet one thing was missing: the sound of breathing. Had Yang Min run away? He bounded down the stairs, 3 at a time, crashing through the dining room door. Yang Min lay collapsed beside Cheng Dong, her posture soft as a pile of mud. A knife was embedded in the center of her chest, the 30-plus centimeter blade buried to the hilt, the tip protruding from her back, blood slowly spreading across the floor tiles. What immense resolve and force must it take to plunge so deep? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Zhou Qilin would never believe that the woman who spoke in such gentle tones could inflict such a grievous wound upon herself. Yet Yang Min's face bore no trace of pain. Reclining in Cheng Dong's embrace, her lips curled upward as if lost in a blissful dream. Is there truly such a love that drives one to the brink of death? Zhou Qilin raised his hand, touching the corner of his eye with his fingertip. It came back wet. He did not know when the tears had fallen. Yes, there is, but only when you meet the right person. Cheng Dong likely never wished for Yang Min to follow him into death, so he fought desperately to hold off Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two, hoping to leave her a path to survival. Had she not encountered Zhou Qilin, Yang Min would probably not have sought death so hastily. True to her nature, she would have waited for an opportunity, clinging to life until her enemy breathed his last. Even if she lived like a walking corpse, she would endure. It was Zhou Qilin who helped her fulfill her wish, allowing her to stab that beast with her own hand. With her vengeance exacted, she had nothing left to cling to. If they had a child, the outcome might have been different. Who could say for sure? Zhou Qilin took a deep breath, swallowing back those chaotic thoughts. He ran upstairs and tore off several bedsheets. Even though he had never believed in spirits or gods, he had to ensure his uncle and aunt had a dignified resting place. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would surely make Cheng Yali flay his skin. At the thought of her, he pulled the walkie-talkie from his pocket, walked to the window, and pressed the talk button. Dong Dong and Min Min are gone. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Cheng Yali's entire body trembled violently, tears streaming down like a broken string of beads. Zhou Taijuan, sitting beside her, was startled. He leaned in to offer comfort, but a glare from Cheng Yali sent him stumbling back several steps in fear. Dong Dong and Min Min are dead. What? Zhou Kajin's voice cracked. Cheng Dong. Dead? Who did it? Min Min is dead too. Woo woo. Cheng Yali's wail carried the force of a tiger's roar, startling even Wu Shui, who was in the living room downstairs. Only Zhou Li remained seated on the sofa, turning the pages of her book with leisurely calm, as if she had heard nothing. Without lifting her head, she tapped her fingers lightly on the table. Sister-in-law, some things cannot be rushed. Wu Shui sat back down, her fingertips flipping through the yellowed pages of an ancient medical text. Days earlier, she had discussed this topic with Zhou Qilin. After the collapse of the modern industrial system, the production lines for Western medicine had long since halted. Instead, ancient methods relying on herbs and manual healing held more promise in these ruins. The bonfire by the spring river crackled, the cold wind whipping sparks into the air, tearing gashes through the night. Zhou Qilin stood still, watching the flames consume the outlines of Cheng Dong and Yang Min until only a layer of ashen powder remained. He stepped onto the frozen river surface, the ice crunching beneath his feet. At the summit of Cloud Mountain stood a dilapidated Taoist temple. He did not bring the ashes inside, but buried them beneath the largest pine tree outside the temple. From a feng shui perspective, this spot offered a broad view. Standing high, one could see far. He had asked Cheng Yali for her opinion, and she did not object. The first time he met a relative after the apocalypse became the last. Zhou Qilin's heart felt as heavy as a stone. He had intended to go home directly, but instead turned back toward Cheng Dong and Yang Min's house. He planned to tidy up, at least to dispose of the 3 bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and his men. But when he pushed open the door, the floor was empty. Dark brown bloodstains had frozen into a thin layer of ice extending from the doorway to the dining room. Zhang Jiaoyi and his men could not have gotten up and walked out on their own. This was not a zombie film. The ice was covered in chaotic footprints. Someone had come and dragged the bodies away and ransacked the place. The kitchen was in the worst state. Cabinet doors hung open or ajar, even the seasonings had been cleaned out. Was it neighbors from the complex? Or outsiders? Or perhaps? Zhou Qilin narrowed his eyes, pulling a UV flashlight from his pocket. A faint purple light swept across the floor, revealing the clear outlines of blood-stained footprints. He followed the footprints to another building. Standing at the stairway, he heard a cacophony of voices from the upper duplex unit. It sounded like everyone was upstairs. He wondered what they were doing. Could it be for food? Not yet. It hadn't come to that. Zhou Qilin bypassed the stairs and climbed up along the exterior wall. His formidable physical prowess allowed him to scale the wall like a gecko to the third floor. Hooked his fingers onto the windowsill through the double-glazed glass and thick curtains, he could hear the voices of many people inside. He pried open the window and lifted the curtain. In an instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Madness. The room was not warm, yet the men inside wore only shorts. The bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and his two companions lay in the center of the room, surrounded by countless candles. The flames flickered, casting dancing, ghostly shadows on the walls. The half-naked men knelt in concentric circles, their eyes half-closed, chanting in a language Zhou Qilin could not understand, their faces entranced as if drugged. They did not notice him enter. Zhou Qilin's soul ground a half-turn on the floor. He had already decided to leave this cursed place. But his peripheral vision caught something at the end of the corridor, a sliver of candlelight from behind another door. The glow flickered on the wall opposite, where a piece of white cloth hung straight, bearing a symbol. The symbol resembled a hexagram, yet also a snowflake, its edges altered repeatedly, the lines twisted into multiple layers of variation. His fingertips suddenly clenched. Something exploded in the depths of his memory. The hushed conversation between Ai Weiwei and Chao Bowen surged back into his mind. Of course he knew what this symbol meant. Around the 8th year of the apocalypse, that organization had already begun to roam the wasteland in a semi-public manner. Rumors claimed it was filled with high-ranked evolvers and ability users. Their leader called the Sect Master, with power rivaling the legendary gods and demons. Sanctuary's reclamation teams, the Enforcement Bureau, even those backed by military forces, could not suppress this group. Outsiders called them madmen. Zhou Qilin had not believed it at first. Now, standing before this door, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. So this is the birthplace. Who is the Sect Master? The people in the living room were still shouting, but none of them seemed like a leader. There was no way to distinguish rank among them. They were likely all followers swept up in the tide. He decided to investigate the room further. Compared to the glaring lights of the living room, the end of the corridor was oppressively dark. When he was still 3 steps from the door, Zhou Qilin heard breathing. 2 sets. One was deep and slow, the other rapid, as if someone had just run 10 kilometers. He took another step forward and heartbeats entered his ears. Normal rhythm, no different from an ordinary person. But as he reached the doorway, the second heartbeat vanished. Simultaneously, one of the breaths disappeared. Something was wrong. The moment he prepared to step inside, the remaining heartbeat surged wildly, pounding like a war drum in a chest. Exposed. Zhou Qilin did not hesitate. He charged in. A bed was pushed against the wall, the sheets in disarray. A man and woman were frantically separating. The man's heartbeat was frantic and panicked, his fear as plain as the expression on his face. The woman's age was ambiguous. She could be in her 20s or 30s. Her gaze was calm as she surveyed Zhou Qilin from head to toe without a trace of alarm. Who are you? The woman's voice was more captivating than her appearance, warm and smooth as if steeped in sweet water. You get out. Zhou Qilin did not answer, instead jerking his chin toward the man who was frantically searching for his shoes. The man clutched the blanket, shuffling to the door. As he passed Zhou Qilin, a waft of perfume drifted by. The woman waved him off. Go on, it's fine. Then she stood up, her movements as casual as if there were no third person in the room, wearing nothing yet showing no sense of shame. She took a cigarette from the bedside, clamped it between her lips, and inhaled deeply. It was only then that Zhou Qilin heard her heartbeat. Its rhythm matched her slow breathing, yet it was as heavy as a stone sinking into mud, each beat carrying an undeniable force. This was not a physiological frequency belonging to an ordinary person. Zhou Qilin's pupils contracted sharply. At 3 in the morning, he stood in the shadows of the second-floor corridor, staring at the half-open wooden door below. The smell of smoke mixed with disinfectant wafted through the crack in the door, tightening his nasal passages. He had just witnessed with his own eyes Lan Yi wave her hand, and the men in the living room bowed in unison like marionettes, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had been drained. Outside the door, these men had been violent looters. Now they knelt meekly on the ground, waiting for the smoke rings she exhaled to fall upon them. Zhou Qilin touched the skin on the back of his neck. In his past life, when he died in that underground supermarket in the south, someone had mentioned this name. Lan Yi, a mental-type ability user who died in a firefight. But the timeline of that source was 3 full months earlier than the present. He looked down at the lines on his palm, unsure whether his own rebirth had changed things or whether that intelligence had been wrong from the start. When he pushed open the door, Lan Yi was sitting cross-legged on a cot, a nearly spent cigarette between her fingers. Only an emergency lamp lit the room, its pale light making half her face look like paper. She did not look at him. When she spoke, her voice carried the rasp of a smoker. You saw those people, didn't you? Zhou Qilin leaned against the doorframe, offering no reply. Lan Yi stubbed out the butt on the cot's iron frame, ashes falling onto the dark red fabric on her knee. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over his atoms, apple his shoulders, finally settling on his eyes. So you think I'm a bad woman? Zhou Qilin gestured toward the living room, where the air still hummed with a suppressed resonance. The leader of a bunch of lunatics. How clean could she be? He did not say it aloud, but Lan Yeye clearly understood. She pulled another cigarette from her pouch, clamped it between her lips, and flicked her lighter. The flame illuminated the faintest curve at the corner of her mouth. Fine. Since you don't want to talk the doors over there, I won't keep you. What type is your ability? Zhou Qilin suddenly asked. Lan Yeye's movements froze for a second. She spat out the unlit cigarette, her voice suddenly sharp, like metal scraping against glass. What are you talking about? In that instant it felt as if a red-hot iron nail had been driven into Zhou Qilin's temple. Pain exploded from deep within his skull, spreading along the back of his ears to cover his entire scalp. His knees nearly buckled, and his body staggered backward involuntarily. He clenched his molars, enduring the urge to kneel. Mental type. It could only be her. The pain still churned in his brain, but his spine relaxed instead. Zhou Qilin had experienced this kind of attack in his past life, like someone drilling a hole in your skull with an awl stopping just when you thought the bone would crack. The key was willpower. Lan Yeye's ability was not yet mature. It could cause discomfort for a while, but was not lethal. Lan Yeye sat on the bed watching Zhou Qilin retreat only 2 steps instead of collapsing to the ground, clutching his head as she had anticipated. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks. Her fingers holding the cigarette pack began to tremble. This ability had never failed. Since the day she awakened, whenever she wished, men would collapse like fish stripped of their bones, lying on the ground, awaiting her mercy. But why did this man not fall? The reason was simple. Lan Yeye's ability was still stuck at the primary bottleneck, while Zhou Qilin, having been tempered in his past life, had already honed his mental defenses. The suppression of a mental type ability against someone of the same rank was never absolute, let alone across a full tier. Had it been another type of attack, such overwhelming might not exist, but Lan Yeye had unfortunately encountered the type that was most hierarchical. Her tricks might have been invincible against the thugs outside, but she had run into a remnant of the old era. Abilities only gained proficiency through use. But using abilities consumed the meager energy within one's body, and that energy could only be replenished through eating. In the apocalypse, food was harder to find than anything. The only reason Lan Yeye had tamed the men outside into believers, making them worship her as a goddess in their hallucinations, was to have them willingly go out and scavenge for food. She had originally planned to rush her ability to the intermediate level within half a year, then decide whether to continue climbing based on the situation. But now that plan had been crushed under Zhou Qilin's heel. Lan Yeye's jaw clenched so tight her teeth ground audibly. She had no memories of a past life, unaware of the logic of level suppression. All she knew was that her ability was utterly ineffective against this man. Panic poured into her veins like icy gasoline, instantly robbing her brain of judgment. Her hand instinctively reached under the blanket, where a boning knife was hidden, its blade still bearing the nail scratches of someone from 3 days ago. Kill. A scarlet gleam burst from her eyes. That look proved she had blood on her hands, as she was no novice. But her physique was far inferior to Zhou Qilin's, and the speed of her swing seemed like slow motion to him. Zhou Qilin sidestepped the blade, swiftly catching her wrist. A piercing scream squeezed from Lan Yeye's throat, like someone stepping on a cat's tail. Zhou Qilin's fingers tightened gradually. He could feel the outline of her wrist bones being compressed inch by inch. Lan Yeye's right arm felt as if it were clamped in a hydraulic press, her bones emitting faint creaks. Pain radiated from her wrist to her shoulder joint, her fingers involuntarily loosening, and the boning knife fell onto the mattress with a dull bounce. But she wasn't about to give up. Her left leg suddenly sprang from the bed, her toes aimed at Zhou Qilin's carotid artery with a whistling kick. A frigid wind poured in through the shattered window, carrying icy blades of -40 degrees, instantly forming a fine layer of frost on Lan Yeye's skin. Her lips turned a livid purple at a visible rate, the chattering of her teeth echoing sharply in the empty room. Zhou Qilin held her ankle aloft with one hand, her wrist in the other, as if lifting an object. He glanced out the window. The snow reflected the streetlight, and the ground was about 3 stories below. At that moment, the door behind him burst open. The frenzied figures filed in, the red in their eyes not yet fully faded, but as the cold wind hit, most of them staggered. Some hugged their arms, others began to shiver. The throats that had been roaring moments ago now only produced the sound of clattering teeth. Zhou Qilin didn't look back. He lifted Lan Yeye and leaped from the window ledge. The instant they fell, a plume of snow mist filled the open space below. Zhou Qilin's legs sank knee-deep into the snow, the edges of the drift carved into a deep trench by the impact. Lan Yeye's body was flung sideways by the wind pressure, a faint network of purple lines appearing on her skin, the marks of capillaries rupturing in the extreme cold. She could no longer form complete sentences, her jaw clenched tight, her eyes the only means of expressing her will to survive. Zhou Qilin released her, letting her collapse onto the snow. Upstairs, someone finally managed to struggle into a coat and peer down, but the night was too thick. Zhou Qilin's figure had already been swallowed by the darkness. He dragged Lan Yeye into a secluded alley. After confirming no one was following, he reached into the void and pulled out the modified off-road vehicle. As the car door opened and warmth surged out, Lan Yeye's frozen eyelashes finally trembled. Her consciousness slowly returned to her body as the temperature rose. When she opened her eyes, she saw leather seats, silver trim, and a small lamp emitting a warm yellow glow. Lanya stared blankly, her lips twitching as if to confirm whether she was still alive. That was definitely no ordinary space. This car. No, this environment, every inch of it exuded an aura that didn't belong to this era. You? Her voice was hoarse. Who the hell are you? Zhou Qilin didn't answer. He just closed the door and started the engine. The wheels rolled over the snow, driving into the depths of the night. As the rim of a steaming teacup touched his lips, Zhou Qilin bit into a flaky pastry without lifting his eyelids. Try that trick on me again, and the door's right there. Get lost yourself. Lan Yi's gaze darted across the table, never daring to linger on that face for too long. She had seen many people and could usually gauge their identity and temperament at a glance. But this one, her ability was like a fist punching cotton, not even a sound in return. Normal people fear death, and she was no exception. Spill it. Where did the ability orb come from? A glass of milk was pushed to Lan Yi's hand, steam curling upward from the rim. Talk, and this one's yours. A glass of milk to make me bow? Lan Yi's lips just curled into a disdainful smirk when a long, deep rumble echoed from her stomach, like someone beating a drum inside her. Throw in a big American burger. She turned her head sharply, her neck stiff as an iron rod. 2 bags of pickled pepper chicken feet, plus a self-heating hot pot. Deal. She turned back, her eyes lighting up. Make the hot pot spicy. He'll eat that first. No woman could resist that bubbling red broth from Bashu, Zhou Qilin thought as he pushed the self-heating pot over. Lan Yi spoke while stuffing hot lotus root slices into her mouth. She recounted her story in a tone as flat as reciting someone else's resume. She was 35 this year, though Zhou Qilin couldn't see it. Her features were ordinary when taken individually, but together they had an indescribable charm, with a delicate figure and skin so fair it was almost cloying, the kind that attracted older men with money and power. At 18, a 50-year-old man had led her from a hotel lobby into a small building. At 21, that man had passed her on to his true backer. Over time, Lan Yi became an unspoken secret among the elite circles of Bashu's provincial capital. She said she had only come to Jiazhou to relax, never expecting to run into the apocalypse. That string of pearl bracelets was a gift. Before the apocalypse, the beads lay quietly on the red cord, showing no sign of anything unusual. Until that winter night when the temperature plummeted, she happened to notice one bead glowing brighter than the others. Hungry and irritable at the time, she just wanted to bite it open and swallow it. But once the bead entered her throat, something inexplicable stirred within her body. It's not much use, really. Lan Yi finished the last of the hot pot broth and licked her lips. Both ability users and evolvers had terrifying appetites. She stared at Zhou Qilin with wide eyes, the meaning clear. She wanted more. No more self-heating pots. Zhou Qilin pushed the paper bag with the chicken burger to the other end of the table. Eat up. Once you're full, you're leaving. Slap. The burger slammed onto the tabletop, the bun bouncing and rolling aside. Lan Yi's face turned pale, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks. You're going to kill me. That thing painted on the wall. Did you come up with it? It looks pretty good. Lan Yi blinked, her thin brows furrowing for a moment before relaxing. You mean the one on that cloth? That wasn't my idea. He left it behind. Yeah, the owner of this house and my last. She suddenly stopped, shooting a wink across the table. Where did he go? Don't tell me it was the one who just died on the bed. No way. Lan Yi wrinkled her nose. That gesture should have seemed affected on a 35-year-old woman, but she pulled it off with a childlike air. He left not long after the disaster struck. Said he had important things to do, told me to wait here in this house for him, promised he'd be back for me soon. Huh. He didn't even leave me much food. What was I supposed to wait for him with? To become a zombie waiting for him? If she was telling the truth, then she couldn't be the leader of that mysterious organization, and that man might not even be connected to it. Zhou Qilin tapped his fingers lightly on his knee. He couldn't gauge how much of what Lan Yi said was true or false. But if she wasn't lying, the depths of that mysterious organization were chilling. Oh right, that pearl bracelet was his gift. Sensing the murderous intent across from her had faded slightly, or perhaps just wanting to die, with a full stomach, Lan Yi picked up the burger and took a big bite. What's his name? You probably don't know him. To be honest, a lot of the men around me aren't famous outside, but their skills are formidable, and I don't mean that. Less chatter or stop eating. No. His name is Chao Boating. Chao from Chao Chao Bo for erudite, Ting for courtyard. I don't know exactly what he does, but he's definitely not from Jiazhou nor from our Bashu region. He's wealthy and capable. He speaks at least 6 foreign languages. For a single meal, Lan Yi spilled everything she knew. But Zhou Qilin didn't absorb most of it. In his mind, another name, another face flashed by. Chao Bowen. Deputy commander of Ningxnan shelter, one of the men Ai Weiwei had followed in her past life. One of them. Chao Boating, Chao Bowen. Their names differed by only one character. His nails dug into his palm, and Zhou Qilin's eyelid twitched. He had worried earlier that Lan Yi wouldn't provide useful information. Now that worry seemed unnecessary. Yang Qiqi was already worthless. The moment Lan Yi appeared before him, 3 things surfaced in Zhou Qilin's mind. First, the ability orb found in the Auto City wouldn't have to wait 5 years. Second, that mysterious organization had existed before the apocalypse, and they still had more ability orbs. Third, as long as he found Chao Bowen would be within reach. Come to think of it, this chain of coincidences felt deliberately orchestrated. If Huang Minjing hadn't traded that long-hidden pack of instant noodles, Zhou Qilin wouldn't have run into Yang Min, who had fled her home. If he hadn't run into Yang Min, he wouldn't have gotten involved with Zhang Jiaoyi and his two companions. Without that, he wouldn't have encountered Lan Yeye. Without meeting Lan Yeye, he wouldn't have known ability orbs could be activated directly, nor could he have linked the clues to Chao Bowen. Zhou Qilin's mind flashed back to his days at Ningxin Shelter. The things Chao Bowen did in secret were cut from the same cloth as the mysterious organization's methods. He was likely the organization's mole within the official circles of Xia. As for Chao Bowen, he was probably his full brother, or at least a cousin. Zhou Qilin didn't know what the mysterious organization was after. In his past life, he hadn't been worthy of knowing such things. But he knew the organization had done plenty of shady deeds. Rumors said they were capturing ability users and evolvers for experiments. If those rumors were true, the nature of the organization needed no further explanation. Zhou Qilin hadn't wanted to meddle. But Chao Bowen was highly likely a member of the organization, which dug a chasm between Zhou Qilin and the mysterious group. The two sides were destined never to align. Chao Bowen had risen to deputy commander of Ningxin Shelter. He couldn't be a minor figure in the organization. If he died at Zhou Qilin's hands in the future, would the organization let it slide? But Zhou Qilin couldn't let Chao Bowen go either. That meant he would eventually clash with the mysterious organization. Maybe he should report this to the state, use its power to uproot this thorn before it festered. The problem was how to report it. The state likely didn't even have the concept of ability users or evolvers yet. What evidence could Zhou Qilin provide? Use himself? Absolutely not. The risk was too great, too many variables. It wasn't worth the gamble. So, forget it. Zhou Qilin decided to find a chance to discuss it with Zhou Li. That girl had more schemes up her sleeve than he did. The real problem now was Lan Yeye. Even a fool could tell this woman was no simpleton. A quick death would be clean, but she was likely the only other ability user or evolver in the world besides Zhou Qilin himself. Killing her would be a waste. You said you wouldn't kill me. Lan Yeye's voice squeezed from her throat. When Zhou Qilin's gaze swept over, she immediately put on a pitiful look. Her lips trembled slightly, her eyelashes fluttered, and a thin sheen of moisture even formed in her eyes. The act was perfectly timed. Any man who hadn't weathered the apocalypse's brutality would have softened. But Zhou Qilin merely pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice devoid of warmth. Drop the act. That doesn't work on me. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lan Yeye's voice was as soft as cotton fluff. Get out. The wind outside was strong enough to pierce through one's bones. Zhou Qilin didn't actually want her to freeze into an icicle, so he tossed her a cold weather jacket. This woman looked like she was walking a runway. No matter what she wore, the bulky fabric wrapped around her somehow accentuated a few stylish curves. No sooner had she steadied herself before Lan Yeye could adapt to the biting cold than a chop landed on the back of her neck. Her body went limp, collapsing directly into the snow. Zhou Qilin didn't want her to witness him stowing away the loose Yaofeng. Once an ability's details were exposed, it was like handing your fatal weakness to the enemy. By the time Lan Yeye was jolted awake by a handful of ice and snow, the two were already standing outside the gates of Lanshan residential area. Zhou Qilin planned to stash her in Wu Shue's vacant apartment first, but some modifications were needed beforehand. Follow me. Don't speak unless I tell you to. Zhou Qilin dropped these words and pushed her through the door of the Zhou family home. The expressions on the faces of the people inside were varied. Cheng Yali circled Lan Yeye once, her eyes filled with suspicion. And who might this deity be? You haven't brought back trouble, have you? Her intuition could sniff out that this woman was no simpleton. Wu Shui remained silent, her lips pressed into a thin line, her gaze fixed squarely on Zhou Qilin's face. Her boundary was clear. If Zhou Qilin had the slightest ambiguous entanglement with this woman, she would pack her things and leave. She couldn't share a man with another. This was a hurdle she couldn't yet overcome. How to put it? She's a key figure, but also my prisoner. Zhou Qilin looked at Wu Shui. I need to make some changes to your apartment. They'll lock her up in there first. Fine. Wu Shui's chest was tight with suppressed anger, but as long as that line wasn't crossed, she was still willing to cooperate with Zhou Qilin. The modifications weren't overly complex. First, weld the front door shut. Then chisel a circular opening in the corner of the living room and install an iron door that could only be locked from the Zhou family's side. Finally, pick a room for Lan Yeye as her bedroom, ensuring insulation and heating were not lacking. Simple to describe, but quite laborious to execute. Zhou Qilin took on all the brute force tasks himself, demolishing walls, moving materials, carrying iron plates. Zhou Kaijun and his wife handled the technical parts, wiring, cutting grooves, sparks from the welding torch splattering all over the floor. The neighbors didn't come knocking, which gave Zhou Qilin the greatest convenience. Day and night had blurred into a single gray, indistinct mass under the windows sealed with iron sheets and wooden boards. As he bent down to check the final weld points, his fingertips touched the residual heat on the metal surface, scorching hot, as if just pulled from a furnace. Zhou Li crouched in a corner, tightening the last camera mount with a screwdriver in her hand. The wires snaked up along the wall crevices, burrowing into the ceiling cavity. Her hands were very steady, each turn producing a subtle clicking sound. The lens aimed at the living room at the sofa at the crack of the door leading to the bedroom. Lan Yi stood at the kitchen doorway, watching all this unmoving. The muscles at the corners of her eyes twitched twice. In the end, she just lowered her eyelids, turned around, and faced away from the camera. From that position, the overhead camera could perfectly capture the sway of every single strand of her hair. For over 30 hours, Zhou Qilin had barely slept. When he finally collapsed onto the bed, his head had barely touched the pillow before something seemed to drag him into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, sunlight. No, there was no light outside the window at all. Only the clock told him he had slept for over 10 hours. He rolled his shoulders, his bones cracking audibly. That woman downstairs wants to see you. Says it's urgent. Wu Shui walked in carrying a bowl, the steam rising from it blurring her expression. Zhou Qilin took the bowl. When did this happen? She was gesturing at the camera 2 hours ago. Wu Shui set down the cup she was holding in her other hand, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Qilin's face. I asked her what it was about. She refused to say. Could it be? She didn't finish, but Zhou Qilin knew what she wanted to say. He took a bite of the steamed bun, chewed twice. Let's go down together after I finish eating. The tension on Wu Shui's face eased slightly, but her lips were still pursed. She knew her little insecurities couldn't be hidden, but who in this world could truly be magnanimous enough to watch their own man go behind closed doors to whisper with another woman? If it were Zhou Qilin, could he accept her exchanging flirtatious glances with another man? A harsh grating sound of metal came as the iron door was pushed open. Zhou Qilin walked in front with Wu Shui following half a step behind. Lan Yi practically rushed over her slippers, making a slapping sound on the floor. Her fingers reached out trying to grab Zhou Qilin's arm. Zhou Qilin stepped back and her hands grasped at empty air. Wu Shui snorted, sidestepping to wedge herself between them, facing Lan Yi directly. Don't misunderstand. Lan Yi raised both hands, palms facing outward, as if surrendering. I feel terrible. Zhou Qilin frowned. Wu Shui frowned too. Feeling terrible? What kind of talk was that? Who felt good these days? That's not what I mean. Lan Yi glanced at Wu Shui, her lips moving then closing again, as if she had something stuck in her throat that she couldn't swallow. Wu Shui's face changed instantly. So there are things between you two that I can't hear. Zhou Qilin saw Wu Shui's expression and knew there was no getting around this today. He rubbed his temples, pressing his fingertips against the throbbing blood vessels. Go ahead and speak. Lan Yi took a deep breath. Not long after I fell asleep last night, I had a dream. A dream. Wu Shui let out a mocking smile. But the color was slowly draining from Zhou Qilin's face. Xiao Heng lay on the folding bed in the property management office, staring blankly at the ceiling. Life had been fairly smooth these past few days. He had enough to eat and wear and had completed all the tasks Zhou Qilin assigned. But there was always a knot in his heart. Was he really the protagonist? That guy Zhou Qilin, the supplies he had hidden away could probably fill several warehouses. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Footsteps echoed in the corridor and the office door was pushed open. Zhou Qilin stepped in, closing the door behind him, followed by a pale-faced Lan Yi and Wu Shui. Ordinary people all dream. Lan Yi's voice was very low, the end of her words trembling slightly. But psychically awakened ones are different. When people like us dream, it's not just a dream. Zhou Qilin cut her off directly. What did you dream about? Lan Yi took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly widening, as if she had seen something terrifying. Large scale. Where? Zhou Qilin pressed. Right here where we are. Lan Yi's fingers clenched her sleeve, her knuckles turning white. I even saw this building shaking, plaster falling off the walls, the ground splitting open into a huge crack, and the house next door sinking straight down and disappearing. Zhou Qilin frowned, but didn't ask when it would happen. Time in dreams was always vague, he knew that well. He changed his approach. Were there any places that were safe? Lan Yi closed her eyes, recalling for a long, while then slowly spoke, describing the appearance of an area. After Zhou Qilin listened, he stood frozen in place. Wasn't that place the land around the Zhou family farm? After all this trouble, they had to move back there. His mind raced. In his past life, he had never heard of Jiazhou or even the entire Bashu region being involved in anything like this. Back then, he was rummaging through trash cans for food in Shenzhen with Ai Weiwei and Tang Dahai, his legs aching from exhaustion every day, his stomach still empty. He didn't dare talk to strangers and couldn't receive any official news either. How could he possibly know what was happening 1,000 miles away? So how exactly did his parents and little sister die in his past life? Did something happen to them right at the start of the apocalypse? Or did they die in this impending disaster? Or was it from the subsequent floods, plagues, and scorching heat that followed one after another? Thinking this far, Zhou Qilin raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. He was too damn careless. Once this matter here was settled, he absolutely had to go and deal with Yang Qiqi. Wu Shui stood to the side, watching the heavy atmosphere between the two. Her intuition told her this wasn't a joking matter. But the problem was, how could a dream be used as a prophecy? And the look on Zhou Qilin's face clearly showed he believed it. What kind of spell had this woman Lan Yi cast on him? How about I attack her once just to try? Lan Yi suddenly spoke up. No. Zhou Qilin refused directly. Who knew if Lan Yi was trying to prove the existence of her psychic ability or secretly planting something in Wu Shui's mind? He had no way to tell the difference and no means to detect it. But he had other ways. Zhou Qilin turned and walked out with Lan Yi and Wu Shui following behind. The three went downstairs and turned straight into the property management office. Xiaohang sat up from the bed, and seeing Zhou Qilin's face, he was startled for a moment. Xiaohang was almost certain that Zhou Qilin definitely possessed a portable space. This kind of trope was already cliché in web novels. Would it have light as spring soil inside? Could living things be stuffed in? These thoughts tumbled over and over in his mind. Boss, you're finally here. As soon as he saw Zhou Qilin, Xiaohang's smile creased almost up to his ears, his whole demeanor like a dog wagging its tail. Zhou Qilin's brow furrowed tightly, clearly uncomfortable with such enthusiasm. Where is that woman? She's here alive and kicking. Served 4 meals a day. 4 meals. Wu Shue's voice rose half an octave. She had never enjoyed such treatment. Why should this woman? The boss ordered it. Can't miss a single one. Xiaohang counted on his fingers. 3 meals of bamboo sticks for breakfast, lunch, and dinner plus a proper meal at night. That makes 4 exactly. Get lost. Right away, boss. In the shadowy corner, Yang Qiqi had long recognized Zhou Qilin's footsteps. But now she was truly terrified, scared down to the marrow of her bones, trembling uncontrollably. Those 3 daily beatings with bamboo sticks, while not fatal, caused a pain that could make a person grind their teeth to dust, tearing through flesh. The cruelest part was that bastard Xiaohang would apply medicine after the beating, but just as the wound scabbed over and new skin grew, the bamboo sticks would fall again. That kind of pain was worse than having one's heart gouged out. Just let me die. Yang Qiqi turned her face to the wall, not daring to look at Zhou Qilin. Fine. Wait. What did you say? You want to kill me? She whipped her head around, her face smeared with grime, her features twisted in shock. Zhou Qilin actually wanted her dead now. Yang Qiqi didn't want to die. Every time she was beaten, she wished she could just stop breathing, but once the worst of the pain passed, she would feel that as long as she lived, there might always be a turning point. Someone would come to save her, right? But if she died, everything would be meaningless. No, please don't kill me. Her voice squeezed out from her throat, tinged with sobs. Zhou Qilin didn't even lift an eyelid. He told Xiaohang to call a few people to carry Yang Qiqi into an empty room. Do it. Once all the irrelevant people had withdrawn, Zhou Qilin pointed to the figure on the ground, writhing and begging for mercy like a maggot. Wu Shue thought Lan Yeye would pull out a knife or a rope, but the girl just stood there, her eyes fixed rigidly on Yang Qiqi. Suddenly, Yang Qiqi stopped moving. Lan Yeye's body swayed, as if all her strength had been drained. The next second, Yang Qiqi actually crawled towards Zhou Qilin, mumbling something, repeating just one phrase, "Give me a knife." Knife. Zhou Qilin supported the teetering Lan Yeye with his left hand and pulled a small fruit knife the length of a fingernail from his pocket with his right. What did you do to her? Wu Shue's face was as white as paper. She grabbed Zhou Qilin's arm tightly and shouted at Lan Yeye. She didn't want to die. She almost couldn't hold on. Lan Yeye was panting. I'm hungry. Food. Give it to me quickly. Zhou Qilin pulled out a chocolate bar and stuffed it into her hand. At the same time, Yang Qiqi grasped the small knife. The blade was only as long as a knuckle. She plunged it into her own throat without hesitation. The blade advanced extremely slowly. Wu Shue could feel the resistance through her fingertips. The fruit knife's edge was caught by the skin, requiring more force for every fraction of an inch it penetrated. Blood slid down the blade, dripping onto the tiles and blooming into dark red spots. Her knuckles turned white, her fist clenched so tightly that her bones creaked. Lan Yeye tore open the chocolate bar's wrapper, bit off a piece, and let it melt slowly in her mouth. The sweetness revived her spirits. She tilted her head, looking at Wu Shue's clenched hand. That wife of yours has too weak a stomach. Wu Shue shot her a glare, but her fist still didn't loosen. Who could possibly have a heart of stone like yours? Wu Shue's voice was very low. Yes, yes. The lives I've ended with my hands within my belly upon my body outnumber the sum of all humanity from ancient times to this day. Blue Yeye curled her lip. Minhumph, don't make a sound. Don't distract me. Zhou Qilin's gaze was fixed upon Yang Qiqi, as though he were staring at the terminus of a dream. He had fantasized countless methods, sufficiently bloody, sufficiently cruel, to tear Yang Qiqi into shreds. Yet a man who endured those 4 meals daily had long grown numb to brutality. Better to let her, terrified to death, yet her body moving uncontrollably forward. The struggle along that path was perhaps the most agonizing in the world. Forget it. Vengeance was achieved, but the living still awaited him, be they kin or foe. At the Zhou family's dining table, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed upon Zhou Qilin. Regarding the space, Shueyu arrived later. He spoke first. Wu Shue nodded. Were she in his place, she would have kept those secrets as well. In essence, that space is my ability. Blue Yeye was the first ability user I encountered. She is a psychic type capable of manipulating ordinary people's thoughts and actions within a certain range. Once he finished explaining the framework of abilities, Zhou Qilin finally mentioned that dream. This is a special skill of the psychic type called. The dream's control is unstable, but its success rate exceeds 90%. Blue Yeye dreamed last night of. As he recounted everything in the dream, Zhou Kajin's face turned deathly pale, and Cheng Yali's lips began to tremble. Something capable of leveling the entire Lanshan district. Where else could they flee? Without a foothold in the freezing snow, what difference was there from awaiting death? The sole stroke of fortune was Zhou Qilin's space, which could store all supplies so food and drink were temporarily secure. She said the breeding farm wouldn't collapse, but the houses were long buried under snow. Should we go dig those houses out now? Chengyali asked. Zhou Qilin nodded. The dream time of psychic ability users was usually vague. Bluya only said she vaguely sensed something would happen soon. Zhou Qilin was tense because in her dreams snow still fell heavily and winter's end was less than 2 months away. If something truly massive was coming, it could only occur within these 60 days. Everyone thought Zhou Qilin had finished speaking, but he pulled an exquisite metal box from his bosom. An object like a glass bead lay quietly on the table, its surface shimmering with a faint halo like a solidified fragment of a star. Zhou Qilin tapped the table with his fingertip, and the bead rolled half a turn. His voice dropped low as he spoke. This bead is called an ability orb. After swallowing it, whether it works and what power awakens, there's no certainty. Everyone should try. Younger people have a greater chance of success. But in this world today, those willing to bear children and raise them are far too few. I won't do it. No one expected Zhou Li to be the first to refuse. She stepped back half a pace, her brow furrowed into a knot, and gave a simple, direct reason. She despised anything that couldn't be calculated in advance. Zhou Qilin stared at her for 2 seconds, said nothing more, and pushed the bead back onto the table. He tapped the table twice with his fingertip, producing 2 crisp sounds. Shue, your turn. Zhou Kaijun and Chengyali spoke almost simultaneously, their voices colliding. Me. Wu Shui froze, and her eyes instantly grew hot. She was a woman of science, never believing in gods or ghosts, yet she knew clearly that what lay on the table was no experimental sample. It was an opportunity others would dream of. That the couple would yield this chance to her. The trust pressed against her chest until it ached. She turned her gaze to them, her voice trembling. Dad, Mom. Thank you. Time waited for no one. Wu Shui did not demur further. She wiped the corner of her eye with her hand, and following Zhou Qilin's instructions, grasped the bead in her palm. The bead was slightly cool in her hand, resembling a luminous white pearl. Zhou Qilin, put it in your mouth. Try. There was no fixed method to activate the ability orb. Blue Yaya had stumbled upon it by holding it in her mouth, and Zhou Qilin thought Wu Shui might follow the same path. Wu Shui complied. The bead rolled across her tongue. No change. She held it a while longer, still nothing. Zhou Qilin slowly shook his head. This couldn't be forced. There was no affinity between Wu Shui and this bead. Wu Shui said nothing, spat out the bead, rinsed it carefully, and handed it to Chengyali. Don't worry. It will come in time. I promise you will awaken. Zhou Qilin pulled Wu Shui into his arms and gently patted her back. Before his words faded, a startled cry from Zhou Kaijun rang out. Wife you. Dazzling light burst from between Chengyali's clenched fingers. The light was so brilliant, she seemed to hold a sun in her hand. Activated. Just like that. As the pillar of light surged, the entire living room blazed white. Fortunately, the window gap had long been sealed with wooden planks, otherwise anyone outside might have thought dawn had broken. Yet though the light was fierce, it was not piercing like a blade. In 2 or 3 seconds, the radiance was sucked back, as if by some force, vanishing abruptly. Chengyali opened her palm. The bead had disappeared. She stood frozen, her gaze vacant, as though her soul had yet to return to her body. Wife, are you feeling unwell anywhere? At Zhou Qilin's signal, Zhou Kaijun dared approach and touched Chengyali's shoulder. Chengyali shuddered violently, as if shaken awake from a deep dream. Then her face erupted with ecstasy, her voice booming so loudly the room buzzed. Son, it worked. It worked. Even Zhou Qilin felt his eardrums rattle. His heart lurched. Could this awakened ability be related to sound? Sonic enhancement. Chengyali raised the hand that had held the bead, her eyes blazing. Son, my power relies on sound. The ground suddenly quaked. Zhou Qilin's arm tightened in an instant, pulling Wu Shui into his embrace, and he charged toward the door, as if his feet barely touched the floor. Lily. The staircase emitted a piercing screech, as though someone was gripping both ends and twisting it with all their might. Everything before them shook wildly. The solid concrete floor rippled like water, and all unsecured objects flew into the air, crashing down with dull thuds or shattering into fragments. Zhou Qilin. Lily, where are you? Come to Mom, quick. Chengyali's roar pierced through the building's lament. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, she pressed her slender husband against her side, grabbed a thick pillow with her other hand to shield her head, and arched her body like a wall standing before the rubble. Minutes earlier. Don't speak. Zhou Qilin raised his hand to cut off the conversation, his gaze sweeping over Wu Shui and Zhou Li, his voice low. The details of your abilities, what you can and cannot do. Don't let a single word slip out. In this world, there are plenty of ways to make people spill everything. It's not that I don't trust you, I don't want to harm you. Zhou Li shrugged and muttered to her mother. Mom, do unto others as you'd have done unto you. Next time, keep your voice down. My ears are nearly ruined. Before Chengyali could respond, Zhou Qilin continued. Mom, you need to start training. Ability users are naturally evolved beings. Your physical condition will improve accordingly. Diligent training not only accelerates physical enhancement, but also boosts your ability. He paused, his voice dropping further. Keep this to yourselves. Don't spread it. Especially, he jerked his chin downstairs where Bluya sat on the sofa staring into space. It's a pity my ability can't help you much. Chengyali sighed, then perked up. Son, when do we start moving? With an ability in hand and the prospect of becoming an evolved being who could outrun horses or punch through walls, Qingyali felt the dark road ahead had suddenly brightened. No one knew when that rain would fall, so the sooner they relocated the safer. After dividing the tasks, the family dispersed to pack. In the room, Wu Shui stuffed clothes into a box, while turning to Zhou Qilin. You said ability users are naturally evolved beings, but not all evolved beings are ability users. So ordinary people can also cross that threshold, right? That means even if I don't awaken an ability, I can still become an evolved being like you through training. Zhou Qilin no longer held back. He directly stuffed Wu Shui's folded boxes into the Laifu. The vehicle, now, seemed like a portal to another dimension. Yes, but for ordinary people to cross that line, the body must first reach a critical point. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Alternatively, a massive shock, whether mental or physical, can break that barrier and let them in. Understood. They'll give it my all. Wu Shui clenched her fist. Zhou Qilin reached out and rubbed her cheek, his thumb grazing her soft skin. Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. But we're not just up against human hearts. There's also the heavens. Wu Shui murmured, her gaze drifting toward the gray sky outside the window. What if that thing comes now? You. Zhou Qilin's words caught in his throat. A tremor shot up through the soles of his shoes. The entire building shook as if a giant had seized its foundation and given it a violent jerk. The quake came without warning and ended just as abruptly. Zhou Qilin was about to search for Zhou Li when the trembling beneath his feet ceased. It stopped. Wu Shui's voice was still breathless, clearly not recovered from the terror. Probably. Zhou Qilin answered, but uncertainty gnawed at him. Who knew if the earth below would stir again? The priority now was to evacuate quickly. Prioritize essentials, leave behind anything non-urgent or expendable. Urged on by Zhou Qilin, Qingyali and the others soon descended the stairs to the ground floor. In the tool room, Sun Qinghao stood with tear-streaked face, staring blankly at Zhou Qilin. During the quake, he had nearly collapsed from fear. Now that the shaking had stopped, the boiler pipes had cracked, the generator was silent, and the hydroponic tubes hung swaying, fertilizer spilling across the floor. Pack your own things and go find my father below. This man wasn't outstanding in his work, but he had contributed some effort nonetheless. Zhou Qilin weighed the matter and decided to give him another chance. A few minutes later, Zhou Qilin raised his hand, and the contents of the tool room were all absorbed onto the deck of the Laifu temporarily stored. He kept only a large cage beside him wrapped in several layers of thick quilts containing a few poultry and livestock. Without such wrapping, they might freeze. If they suffocated, it would be their fate. Once everything was settled, Zhou Qilin went to find Blue Yaya and dragged her out from under the bed. Did you see the scene in your dream? Blue Yaya shook her head. No, it's completely different. Zhou Qilin cursed under his breath and pulled Blue Yaya downstairs. A large crowd had already gathered downstairs. Anyone with functioning legs dared not remain upstairs. Who knew if the earth's crust would convulse again? In truth, fine aftershocks had never ceased, though no one paid them heed. It's moving again, until a more violent tremor struck, and everyone once again tasted that sensation of having their throats crushed by the earth's motion. Zhou Qilin. As the aftershock subsided, Huang Minjing, supporting her elderly mother, pushed through the chaotic crowd. Sister Cheng. Minjing, are you and your mother all right? Recognizing a familiar face, Qingyali's tone warmed, and she quickly stepped forward to help support Huang Minjing's mother. The two had been old card game partners, and in this world they felt even closer. This place is probably uninhabitable now, isn't it? I just saw cracks on the ceiling. Though flustered, Huang Minjing kept her wits about her, lowering her voice to whisper in Zhou Qilin's ear. Zhou Qilin did not reply, which was taken as tacit consent. How do you plan to go? Zhou Qilin hesitated. He was reluctant to take just anyone along, yet the situation with Huang Minjing and her mother was rather troublesome. Son, come here. Qingyali beckoned to him. When Zhou Qilin drew near, mother and son began whispering to each other. Minjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us. But I must lay down some ground rules first. Qingyali spoke. The accumulated snow had collapsed several rooftops. Zhou Qilin glanced at the ceiling beam cracked like a spiderweb and hesitated no longer. Huang Minjing hurried alongside him. This shrewd woman had long grasped the law of survival. Only by clinging tightly to this towering tree could she stay alive. She turned to Qingyali with a smile, her tone brimming with earnestness. Sister Cheng, just say the word. They'll do anything. More and more people gathered around, their gazes filled with hesitation and unease, but mostly a desire to bask in this protection. Zhou Qilin waved his hand and said in a low voice, let's talk as we move. They couldn't manage without a means of transport in the snow. Zhou Qilin had Huang Minjing's mother and the girl named Lan Yuanyue climb into the sled. One was elderly, the other seemed to have no athletic ability at all. He pretended to duck back into the basement and emerged with several pairs of skis. To his surprise, Wu Shui could deftly click into the bindings. Even more astonishing was Zhou Li. Under Wu Shui's guidance, the girl managed to glide smoothly over the snow after a few tries. Huang Minjing said she had learned to ski in her youth to entertain clients. Her movements were rusty, but she could at least stay upright. As for Qingyali and Zhou Caijuan, Qingyali wobbled the moment she stepped onto the skis. In the end, they found an old wooden plank and sat side by side, sliding down the slope. Brother, are you leaving now? Xiao Hang jogged up looking at Zhou Qilin with pleading eyes. Yeah, the roof can't hold. Zhou Qilin didn't linger. Their group carried almost no luggage. If anyone got curious and went upstairs to find those empty rooms, the best course was to leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible. Can I come with you? Xiao Hang's voice carried a plea. I can't take anyone in right now. Once things settle down, I'll contact you to come over. Zhou Qilin said, scanning the surroundings, then added in a low voice. Remember, don't stay indoors for long. Stash some extra food and water on you. Use the radio to find me. Xiao Hang wanted to say more, but Zhou Qilin's look silenced him. He could only stand there watching the group grow smaller and smaller against the vast white snow. The road from the city's edge to the farm usually took just over 20 minutes by car. But today this group dawdled for 4 full hours. The sled and the wooden plank slowed everyone down. The only advantage of skis was that they kept people on the surface, preventing them from sinking into waist-deep snowdrifts. They'll set up 2 tents first, then start digging, Zhou Qilin instructed. While no one was looking, he pulled tents from the storage shed and set them up, ushering everyone inside. Only when steady breathing came from the tents did he release an excavator. Digging through several meters of snow by hand would take until next year. The excavator's tracks had just pressed onto the snow when the tent flap was pushed open 3 layers and a figure stumbled out. You gotta think before you act, bro. Are you stupid? Zhou Li yawned with sleep crust still clinging to the corners of her eyes. What do you mean? Sigh your brain. It's dim in the east and dark in the west. Zhou Li rubbed her eyes and jutted her chin toward the snow-buried house. Haven't you thought that maybe it's a good thing our home is completely buried under the snow? When Zhou Li's words hit his ears, Zhou Qilin's mind felt as if a crack had been torn open. She was right. The great disaster from Lan Yuanyu's dream hadn't come yet. The entire farm with the house buried in snow was like being wrapped in a shell. When the ground started to tremble with luck, this shell might absorb most of the impact. But if they dug the house out now, it might crumble to dust with a few shakes. Zhou Li's point was clear. It was safer to wait before moving the shovel. The problem was no one knew when that great disaster would strike. If they didn't dig out the house, where would so many people stay? All crammed into tents. He thought of the Luxia Fang. Without hesitation, Zhou Qilin released the vessel, roughly placing it where the yard used to be. Even if the snow layer collapsed, this iron shell wouldn't be crushed. Wow, oh. Zhou Li circled the 12-meter-long Luxia Fang, a grin spreading across her face. Mine. Zhou Qilin didn't respond. Instead, he pulled a travel RV converted from a bus out of his space. In terms of size and interior space, it was no less than the Luxia Fang. Since you started it, let's all lend a hand. Relying solely on the RV's insulated walls could keep out the cold, but maintaining indoor warmth would burn a lot of fuel. Since they weren't moving, he planned to pitch another tent over the RV. When the others woke up and saw 2 RVs standing in the middle of the tent, they all froze in place. Honey, this. Cheng Yali's voice trembled. Buried in the yard earlier, dug out last night. Use it with confidence, no problem. 2 RVs plus 1 large tent. Cheng Yali led Wu Shui, Zhou Li, and Huang Minjing and her mother into the Luxia Fang. Zhou Caijuan, Zhou Qilin's son Cheng Hao, and Lan Yuanyue squeezed into the travel RV. No way. Among everyone, only Lan Yuanyue jumped up and protested. Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. Oh, then I'll find you another place. Lan Yuanyue thought Zhou Qilin was dazzled by her charm, but when he dragged her far from the RVs and picked up a shovel to start digging snow, she understood instantly. Never mind, I think your earlier arrangement was fine. Not feeling wronged. Zhou Qilin didn't stop shoveling. Not wronged. Really not wronged. I said I'm not wronged, so why are you still digging? A faint smile tugged at Zhou Qilin's lips. If he didn't dig a big pit, where would they dump the waste? Besides, there was a great disaster to come. When the ground shook, who could guarantee they wouldn't fall into that filth? The thought alone was nauseating. Lan Yuanyue felt utterly aggrieved because Zhou Qilin forced her to dig the pit with him. I haven't done this kind of work since I turned 18. So, Zhou Qilin put down the shovel and looked up at the sky. Can you see clearly? Where? Lan Yuanyue looked around. The small area illuminated by the camping lamp was the only place he was allowed to look. She asked him why he kept staring toward the tent. There was nothing to see but light. Zhou Qilin didn't answer. He just gave her a glance, as if confirming something, then turned away. He crouched down, touching the edge of the snow pit with his finger. The icy sensation made him retract his hand. The impermeable membrane crackled softly as it was laid down. He carefully smoothed out every wrinkle, then finally stood up and led Lan Yuanyue back into the tent. The temperature inside the tent was passable. Several small stoves burned their heat, insufficient to dispel all the cold in the space, but at least enough to keep people from freezing. Every 3 or 4 hours they had to add more firewood. The crackling sound of the burning would intermittently creep into their ears. Zhou Qilin sat down against his backpack and closed his eyes, the only sound left being the faint popping of the stove fire. The official shelter on the city side was a different scene entirely. The clang of the iron door being pushed open mixed with shouts traveled far. Voices were jumbled, footsteps chaotic. The blood seeping through the gauze on Zhu Guanghan's forehead had already darkened. He held up a gas lamp, the words on the documents casting long shadows under the light. Several motionless bodies lay on the tiled floor. Some moaned softly, others ran back and forth. The earlier tremor had knocked the light fixture from the ceiling, grazing the top of his head. Fortunately, the fluorescent tube hadn't shattered, or the trouble would have been far greater. When Yi Xiao pushed through the curtain and entered, icicles still clung to his brows and hair, yet to melt. His expression was grave, his lips pressed white. Zhu Guanghan looked up at him and asked the most direct question. Several work faces have collapsed. Wang Yujin is leading people to dig. We'll salvage what we can. Yi Xingxiu's voice was very low, as if he was suppressing something. He paused, then added that at least several hundred people were buried. Zhu Guanghan didn't respond, only let out a heavy sigh. Besides the buried, the shelter was also terrifyingly full of the injured. Those with burns, fractures, and crush injuries, pained gasps could be heard everywhere. The problem was a shortage of medical staff and a severe lack of medicine. Most people's wounds could only be bandaged simply with no other treatment available. The only silver lining was that the low temperature slowed bacterial growth, so the risk of infection was temporarily not too high. As Zhu Guanghan was racking his brains, someone handed him an urgent telegram. It was from the provincial government. His hands trembled as he took it. His eyes scanned the paper, and his eye sockets instantly grew hot. The magnitude of the earthquake in Jiazhou City was also no less than 6.5. It said the situation at the epicenter was even worse. The number of dead and injured might have already exceeded 5 digits. But for those places, no one could help now. Disasters themselves were not scary. Xia Kingdom had never been afraid of natural calamities. As long as those figures in green appeared, the people in the disaster area would feel reassured. But the current problem was very real. Winter had sealed the roads and volcanic ash had blocked the sky. To provide aid, one could only rely on their own 2 legs. Yi Xingxiu's guard entered again, holding an order in his hand. Yi Xiao lit a cigarette without looking up, uttering only a single word. After the order was read out, Zhu Guanghan exploded first. He stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted that this place was also a disaster zone with no resources to spare for helping others. He demanded to know how they would get there. By running. Yi Xiao did not answer. He just took a drag of his cigarette, the smoke curling upward in the beam of the gas lamp, slowly dissipating into the air. Static crackled from the communication device. Zhu Guanghan's brows knitted into a knot. The voice on the other end persisted. Old Zhu, you need to prioritize. What's wrong with running? Decades ago, that same army trudged through swamps and over icy ridges step by step to get where they are today. With the military emblem on our shoulders and the common people pinned beneath the rubble, we can't afford to wait. Well, send half our force in first. The rest will be at your command. Reported immediately. Zhu Guanghan ground his boot heel into the floor, producing a dull thud. He knew that no matter how much he said, it would be futile. True, the higher-ups had hung the title of commander around his neck, with Yi Xiao only as his deputy. But when it came to troop movements, he couldn't get a single finger in. If half of you leave, whole take over here. Zhu Guanghan's voice was laced with bitter complaint. Yi Xingxiu's reply was calm, as if he were discussing what was for lunch in the mess hall. Over here, the worst that could happen was slower progress, lower temperatures, and hungrier stomachs. Grit your teeth and bear it, no one would die. But over there, a minute's delay could mean several lives suffocating under the rubble. He asked Zhu Guanghan, if it were you, what would you choose? Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, a string of sighs rolling from his throat. It's not easy. No one has it easy. Yi Xiao braced his hands on his knees and stood up, his bones cracking twice. He told Wang Camu to stay and help Zhu Guanghan while he would lead the team out. Without finishing his sentence, he turned and walked toward the door. The curtain was pushed aside, and it was not the wind that entered, but Wang Camu. Commander Director, there's something you need to hear. Yi Xiao stopped in his tracks. No matter how urgent the matter, a few minutes could still be spared. Wang Camu pulled a modified phone from his pocket and pressed play. First came a hiss of static from the speaker, then a voice emerged. It was unmistakably an electronic synthesized tone, every word measured out, as if with a ruler perfectly uniform. The voice began by branding them with a label. Shelter Command, I bring you a message. Believe it or not, but it's best you do. The apocalypse has arrived. Oh, what could be impossible now? What I'm about to say is crucial. Whoever receives this must deliver it to the commander, or you will be a sinner against the people. Zhu Guanghan curled his lips downward, a look of disdain plastered across his face. What a habit, putting a crown on someone's head right from the start. Yi Xiao remained silent, merely lifting his chin to signal him to continue listening. The electronic voice continued to spew words. This was just the beginning. Something greater, a colossal one, was coming. Over 80% of the buildings in Jiazhou City would collapse. Without preparation, lives would slip away like sand. While you can still enter the buildings, move as many supplies as you can. After the quake, don't expect to dig them out. That's all I have to say. Wait yourselves, no need to thank me. The recording ended, and the phone screen went dark. Zhu Guanghan snorted, calling the whole thing ridiculously childish. The National Seismic Network hadn't reported it, yet he knew first. Besides, the energy should have been released after the first tremor. How could there be one after another, each stronger than the last? He saw no need to bother. Yi Xiao didn't respond, his gaze fixed on Staff Officer Wang. You brought this here specially, there must be a reason. He knew the staff officer's temperament well. Wang wouldn't be moved by a boring recording unless something in it unsettled him. Staff Officer Wang paused for 2 seconds, his voice dropping a notch when he spoke. The recording itself is nothing special. The synthesis method was randomized if our equipment can't restore the original voice. But there's one thing that struck me as extremely strange. He paused, his gaze shifting between the two men. This recording was sent out 13 days ago. Zhu Guanghan's brows knitted into a knot, and he slammed his enamel mug heavily on the table. Xiao Wang, everyone's waiting. Why are you hemming and hawing? What's the big secret? Wang's fingers holding the cigarette froze. Smoke swirled before his face. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze instinctively drifted toward Yixin Xiao. Only after the figure leaning against the wall gave a slight nod did he exhale a mouthful of stale air. Commander, this goes back to before the catastrophe. Do you remember the news about the hijacking of the American aircraft carrier, the USS Tefford? Zhu Guanghan tapped his fingers on the table twice. What does that hunk of iron have to do with this recording tape? Yi Xingxiu's fingers suddenly gripped the window frame, his knuckles turning white. His voice was low, as if afraid to stir something. You mean? That voice came from that ship. The ship didn't transmit. Wang shook his head, ash falling onto his pant leg. But when our people intercepted the signal, they also picked up a set of identification codes, the radio call sign of the USS Tefford. The timestamps were synchronized, not a second off. Zhu Guanghan's chair let out a harsh scraping sound. He stood up, then sat back, down, his lips quivering. Identification codes. Are you joking? This is Basha, thousands of kilometers from that sea. Yi Xingxiu's fist slammed into the wall, sending dust cascading down. This man, usually as calm as a stone, now breathed heavily like a bellows. A spark crackled from the charcoal in the stove. Zhou Qilin poked the ashes with an iron hook. Do you think they'll believe the message we sent back? Zhou Li lifted her book half an inch higher, shielding half her face, revealing only a pair of impatient eyes. The breeze doesn't know the words don't bother me. Zhou Qilin watched her turn a page and let out a muffled laugh. The deed was done, whether they believed it was their business. He had done all he could. He wasn't a god or a Buddha, so how could he care about everything? But those are human lives. Zhou Qilin knew in his heart he could be ruthless with enemies and cruel to aliens. But those were ordinary compatriots. He couldn't just flip through lives like paper the way Zhou Li did. Zhou Li lifted her eyelids, her voice drifting like reciting poetry. What is man? What is life? Seeing the mountain is not the mountain. Little sister, I haven't done anything to you. Lan Yiya was squatting by the door, picking through wilted greens. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze flicking toward Zhou Li. She misheard, mistaking mountain for three, a common mix-up with the local Bashu accent. Zhou Li's mouth twitched. A line of egrets soars into the blue sky, half a before the eyes. Lan Yiya, don't think just because you're an awakened you can throw your weight around here. That act won't fly. You little brat. Lan Yiya threw the rotten leaf into the basin, splashing water everywhere. She shot to her feet. If it weren't for your brother and mother protecting you, I'd make you a laughingstock in seconds, believe it. Cheng Yali came out with a winnowing basket to dry beans. Seeing the scene, she just shook her head. Zhou Qilin didn't take it seriously either. Those two were like a fuse meeting a spark. They ignited at the slightest touch. Zhou Li sneered, lifting her chin. Go ahead, try me. Lan Yiya actually activated her ability. The moment that invisible force surged out, she suddenly came to her senses, her pupils contracting sharply. If she actually hurt the girl, Zhou Qilin would tear her apart. Lan Yiya, are you out of your damn mind? Zhou Qilin's voice rang in Zhou Li's ear while he was still over 10 meters away by the stove. By the time the last syllable landed, his palm was less than a finger's width from Lan Yiya's left cheek. The intense wind pressure arrived first, sending the hairpin on her head flying. Her jet black hair exploded in the air, billowing like a banner. Is that all? Lan Yiya's voice still lingered in place, but Zhou Qilin's hand suddenly stopped. Zhou Qilin abruptly halted his movement, his whole body unwinding like a tightened spring. He turned around, his gaze sweeping from the top of Zhou Li's head to her ankles, back and forth twice. Are you sure you're not hurt? Lan Yiya's fingers were still trembling slightly. She hadn't held back at all. That mental blast would have staggered even an awakened. How could a little girl like Zhou Li have withstood it? But the reality slapped her in the face. Zhou Li was pursing her lips, rolling her eyes upward, that air of disdain snorting out through her nose. For the first time since gaining her ability, Lan Yiya felt like a fool. Even Zhou Qilin had nearly fallen to her power. You're not even human, are you? You're the one who's not human. You're useless. Zhou Li curled her lips, as if even looking at her was a waste of time, then buried her head back in her book. Zhou Qilin pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out how Zhou Li could be immune to Lan Yiya's strange mental attacks. Perhaps it had something to do with her terrifyingly high IQ. Once this was over, he'd find a chance to test it. But he had no intention of letting Lan Yiya off the hook. No food for 24 hours. An ordinary person might survive a day of hunger, but Lan Yiya had pushed her ability to its limit, draining all the energy from her body. Now, while everyone else was crowded into the RV with steaming bowls of food, she sat alone outside, holding a handful of snow in her palm, licking it every few seconds. With each lick, the churning in her stomach grew fiercer. Her intestines seemed to have a mind of their own, twisting and cramping violently, as if they would start digesting Lan Yiya herself, if not fed soon. No one dared show any pity for Lan Yiya in front of Cheng Yali. Since awakening her ability, Cheng Yali's voice had become an octave louder, and she had grown a full-size rounder, as if inflated. The already thin Zhou Kaijun standing beside her looked like a small tree leaning against a thick wall. Given the current situation, aside from the pair of sworn enemies Lan Yiya and Zhou Li, who fought every few days, everyone else was getting along peacefully. But the people in charge of the shelter were having a terrible headache. Yi Xinxiao had already had Secretary Wang report the received message to the higher-ups without changing a single word, waiting for their decision. After waiting nearly 6 hours, the reply finally came. To everyone's surprise, the higher-ups' response was as short as could be. Just 4 words: prepare for battle and await orders. Prepare for what battle? Await what orders? Clearly, the higher-ups chose to err on the side of caution regarding the message. They not only cancelled the order for the Jiazhou military to assist the disaster zone, but instead put them on combat alert. Since the higher-ups have made their stance clear, let's pass it down. Is the radio fixed yet? It's operational. Zhu Guanghan's secretary replied. Lao Yi, how do you think we should word this? If the wording was too light, people wouldn't take it seriously. If it was too heavy, it might cause panic first. If everyone was on edge for days and nothing happened, the shelter's credibility would be shattered. How to word it? Tell the truth. Say we've received reliable intelligence that something big might happen soon. To be responsible for the people's lives, all shelter construction must halt immediately. Everyone evacuates to the surface and waits until the dust settles. Yi Xinxiao read a passage into the microphone. Zhu Guanghan's assistant took notes rapidly. The handwriting is messy as ants crawling across the page. When the draft was handed to Zhu Guanghan, he frowned, tapping his finger on the edge. The assistant immediately leaned in to make corrections. After 3 rounds of revisions, the text was sent to the radio studio. Throughout Jiazhou City, every home with a radio or an old-fashioned receiver that could pick up the signal broadcast the same message. The shelter predicts a larger-scale event in the near future. Some people jumped up from their stools, faces pale. Worse than last time. Then what are we waiting for? Find a place to hide. Others slumped in their rattan, chairs waving a hand. I'm not going anywhere. Dying in my own home means I'll have a whole body. If I go out ill, either be crushed or freeze to death first. On the streets, people pushed tricycles at full speed, the carts piled with quilts and iron pots. Someone stood on a rooftop shouting at neighbors to come down, while others squatted on their doorsteps, smoking, their eyes fixed on the sky as the smoke was blown away by the wind. Everyone had something to say, something to do. 100 people together could breed 200 different thoughts. And there was always that type who loved to go against the grain. Tell them to go east, and they'd head west. Tell them to evacuate, and they'd start hauling bricks to reinforce their walls. But the vast majority of residents did move, evacuating from high-rise apartments into low bungalows, moving their beds next to doorframes, and even setting up canvas tents in their yards with wooden boards as temporary rain shelters. A colossal tremor like an invisible sword hung over everyone's head. No one knew when it would fall, but everyone knew that when it did, the ground would tear like cloth. 2 days passed. Aside from the sporadic aftershocks from the major quake, the land was silent, not even a few extra sparrows flying about. Huang Minjing sat on the narrow seat of the RV, her knees pressing against the iron cabinet opposite, a seed of doubt growing in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, is this information reliable? If we keep wasting time like this, the farm and the house are still buried. Why not dig them out first? Qingyali was pouring hot water into a cup. She looked up at her upon hearing this. No matter how spacious an RV was, it was only a few square meters. For people squeezed inside, barely able to turn around. Huang Minjing wasn't being picky, as she was just feeling cooped up. Minjing, Qingyali handed her the cup, lowering her voice. We have to trust the shelter at a time like this. Before she finished speaking, hurried footsteps came from the tent area. Sun Qinghao rushed over his face, pale, his fingers pointing wildly behind him. The rabbits have gone mad. They've all gone mad. Qingyali put down her cup, and the group followed him into the makeshift breeding area. The rabbits in the cages had lost all their usual docility. Those white balls of fluff were now frenzied, their red eyes bloodshot, and glowing, their incisors turned into miniature guillotines. A gray rabbit lunged at a black one beside it, its teeth sinking deep into the back of the other's neck, tearing off a bloody strip of flesh. The black rabbit shrieked and struggled, its claws scraping against the cage floor, making a piercing sound. Separate them now, Qingyali shouted. Several people rushed forward, some grabbing rabbit legs, others pulling ears, but the rabbits, as if feeling no pain, attacked their companions with desperate ferocity. The little rabbit was squeezed into a corner of the cage, its fur stained with blood and its gaze vacant. Before they could rescue, all the young chaos erupted from the chicken coop. The hen flapped her wings, crashing into the roof of the coop, feathers flying wildly. The rooster craned its neck to crow, but the sound was not its usual crisp call. It was sharp like fingernails scraping against glass. Several chickens repeatedly slammed their heads against the iron bars, their foreheads bleeding without stopping. Something's going to happen. Qingyali spun around abruptly and shouted toward the RV. You all be careful, it might. Her words were cut off by a dull rumble. Zhou Qilin initially thought he had caught a chill. His ears buzzed as if someone had stuffed cotton into his ear canals, and his breathing became labored. But soon he realized something was wrong. The buzzing wasn't coming from inside his body, it surged toward him from all directions. The sky had inexplicably brightened. Dense bands of light emerged from the clouds, blue, yellow, and red intertwined, staining the entire night sky like a smeared oil painting. 203. Jolie stood in the open space, her voice low, earth lights. She had been in the car moments ago, but had somehow circled around to Zhou Qilin's side. It's coming. What's coming? Zhou Qilin frowned. The kind Lan Yueming saw in her dream. Abnormal animal behavior, the low ear-splitting hum in the air, and the flickering red patches on the horizon. Anyone who had experienced it a few times knew this was the prelude to an upheaval that would overturn everything. That was why Zhou Li had gotten out of the car. In such an open area, the metal shell had become the most dangerous coffin. How much longer? Zhou Qilin always unconsciously forgot Zhou Li's real age. Perhaps it was the illusion brought on by the gap in intellect. 2 to 3 hours, or maybe 2 to 3 days. The earth lights overhead flickered without pause. Strictly speaking, it was noon, but for the eerie climate of the winter night that had devoured most of the sunlight, such a phenomenon would have been invisible during the day. For Zhou Li, however, this was a rare research opportunity. Zhou Qilin thought there was nothing worth pondering about such disasters. After all, predictions were unreliable. Seeing earth lights, but still can't predict. It's like casting pearls before swine. Zhou Li extended her hand. Give me a good camera. What do you need that for? Zhou Qilin grumbled under his breath, but his hands weren't idle. He pulled a camera from his pocket, one he had swiped from the Lifeu. He couldn't stay by Zhou Li's side forever. He trusted her, but he needed to prepare the others. The rabbits, which had been frenzied moments ago, now seemed to regain their senses, licking each other's wounds. Zhou Qilin told Sun Qinghao to bring Blackie out of the car, but warned him to leash it tightly lest the beast get spooked and bolt away. Everyone else was arranged into tents, sitting scattered in silence waiting. Is it really coming? Sheng Yali stepped out of the tent asking Zhou Li, who was still filming the earth lights. The flashes are getting denser. Zhou Li's words landed like a punch on cotton, but Sheng Yali understood. She turned and ducked into the tent. Everyone stay alert. It should be soon. It wasn't just the people in Jiazhou who saw the earth lights. Across the entire Bashu region, that eerie glow flickered in the sky. Not everyone had the knowledge to recognize what it was. But Jiazhou was an old, restless place. Coupled with the shelter's warning, almost everyone in the city was scrambling to find a safe hiding spot. Being cold for a while wouldn't kill you. But if you were crushed by collapsing concrete and steel, even if you were still breathing, don't expect anyone to dig you out. To put it bluntly, in the current Xia Kingdom, or even the whole world, each city was its own domain, each looking out for itself. The nation could still issue orders, but if the regions didn't comply, there was little to be done. Just after 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Qilin suddenly felt his blood rush to his head, an indescribable heat mixed with anxiety gripping him. It might be. He turned to look at Sheng Yali and Lan Yueming. Their expressions were also off, but the others seemed normal. Before he could finish, the ground shook violently. Steady your feet. Sheng Yali's shout drew everyone's attention in an instant. Snow slid down the mountain ridges with a rustling sound, and a dull rumble came from the ice beneath their feet. First came a vertical jolt, as if someone had punched up from underground, followed by a horizontal tearing force. This compound shaking made knees weak. Except for Zhou Qilin, who barely managed to stay upright, everyone else instinctively curled up, some even dropping to all fours on the snow. The RV slid on the sloping surface, its wheels crunching over broken ice with a piercing screech. Zhou Qilin squinted and saw the 2-meter-tall metal box sliding toward a crack in the snow, its edges lined with jagged ice like blades. He stumbled forward a few steps, slipped, and nearly fell, but at the last moment his hand pressed against the side of the vehicle. The metal surface was bitterly cold. Gritting his teeth, he retracted his hand, and the RV vanished, stowed away into Leifa's space. The tent lifted off without warning, its ropes sweeping an arc across the ground before being snatched into the sky by a sudden whirlwind. No one cared about the cold anymore. The air was filled only with the sound of gasps and the faint sting of snowflakes hitting their faces. Everyone remained crouched or lying flat, eyes squeezed shut, teeth clenched. Their only thought was for the shaking to stop, quickly. In a conference room of a tall building in the north, the radiator hissed softly and teacups on the table trembled slightly. Freshly delivered reports lay spread across the mahogany table, the edges of the pages crumpled by anxious fingers. The faces of those present were pale as plaster. Magnitude 9. Someone repeated the number, their voice dry as if forced from their throat. The scars from that magnitude 8 earthquake years ago had barely healed back when the world wasn't in such chaos. Now, with shortages of supplies, paralyzed transportation, and intermittent communications, facing another one, and even worse. We have barely 30 airships operational, and 20 of those were scraped together from various places, said a middle-aged man in a gray uniform, flipping open a folder. Even if we send them all, the transport capacity is far from enough. Not enough, but we still send them. An old man with graying hair rose from the corner, his palm slapping the table. The teacup jumped, splashing a few drops. He swept his gaze across the room. All 30 go. Not one stays. But that would leave us with no mobile forces. What if what? The old man cut him off, his voice soft, but each word heavy. Magnitude 9 comrades. Why do we hold these airships? To run for ourselves? To hoard supplies? Or so that when the people face disaster we can act like we damn well should? The room fell silent, the sound of water in the radiator was clear. Some people have eaten too much, taken too much, and their hearts have narrowed. The old man paused, his gaze pressing over each face. Is there anyone in this room who lacks anything? Anyone who can say they haven't enjoyed the nation's care? No, right? He paused again, knuckles tapping the table. Since you lack nothing, what else are you after? Even a wild goose leaves its call behind. To be in this position and still fuss over material things, I can only say you don't deserve this seat. Everyone lives a life, and everyone dies. What you should worry about is proving you were here. The old man sat down, his tone sinking. I won't force you, but I don't want to be a sinner to the people to be cursed after I die. I'm willing to stake my life. Any of you who aren't, leave now. No one moved. No one spoke. In the end, the hatches of all 30 airships closed one by one, their cargo holds filled with medicine, compressed food, and thermal supplies. Rescue ropes hanging on the walls swayed gently with the engine vibrations. With no navigation systems to guide them, they relied only on star charts and terrain memory to fly across thousands of kilometers of airspace heading toward Bashu. And on the ridge, the magnitude 9 tremor had stopped for less than an hour. Cracks and collapses scarred the snow, and the air smelled of ice shards and dust. When the shaking first began, everyone managed to keep their balance. But as the ground jolted violently, thick snow was thrown up like a curtain blocking their view. Zhou Qilin had just stowed the RV into Leif's space when he sensed danger and lunged toward the nearest person, Wu Shui. He had intended to grab Zhou Li too, but the girl rolled at the last second, curling up beside Qingyali. Then more and more snow was tossed into the air, only to fall back down, covering everything. Soon, all the raised outlines on the snow were flattened. This wasn't Zhou Qilin's first time being buried in snow. Perhaps because the shaking had loosened it, the snow wasn't packed too tightly. Zhou Qilin didn't feel short of breath. At least he could hold on for a while. His only concern, besides whether Wu Shui would be too scared to speak, was whether the ground would suddenly split open from the continued shaking. Lan Yueming had said this farm was the least damaged area in all of Jiazhou. Zhou Qilin figured it had to do with the underground structure. This place used to be an ancient riverbed with layers of sand and gravel deposited by the water. Although this type of geology couldn't support the foundations of tall buildings, it was less likely to crack during an earthquake, which was why when Jiazhou expanded, no one wanted to build in this direction. The cost of laying foundations was too high. A patch of snow crust exploded a few meters from Zhou Qilin and Wu Shui. If the voice that followed hadn't been so familiar, he might have thought a pipe had burst. Suffocating me. Honey, Lily, are you two okay? Qingyali climbed out of the snow pit like a waking Shabir, shaking her arms and legs. Then Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun emerged too, their faces pale, but with no visible injuries. Seeing these three, Zhou Qilin's heart finally settled. As for the faces that hadn't surfaced yet, who? Over here. A hand suddenly reached out of the snow. Qingyali spotted it, hurried over in 3 long strides, bent down, and quickly pulled out Huang Minjing and her mother. The two were shivering, but otherwise fine. At the edge of the snow pile further away, a black dog's head first poked out, followed by Sun Chengha's body, squeezing through the hole. Once man and dog climbed out, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they turned back and crawled in again, pulling out the trembling poultry and rabbits one by one. Zhou Qilin reached out and rubbed the furry head vigorously, then stuffed a piece of dried beef into the dog's mouth. Sun Qinghao stood nearby, staring with wide eyes, his lips pressed together as if he was about to wag his tail too. You did well too. Zhou Qilin patted Sun Qingha's shoulder and handed him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. The most urgent task now was to dig the Zhou family's small courtyard out of the snow. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any shelter, and tents were out of the question. Fortunately, the Luxia Feng was still usable. Although half of its body was buried in snow, clearing the entrance made it easy to get in and out. Zhou Qilin told the others to get into the car and warm up. He slipped to an unnoticed corner and summoned a bulldozer to start working. The bulldozer's blade struck the snow with a dull roar. The remaining snow, only 2 or 3 meters thick, couldn't withstand the machine's power for long. Lumps of snow were pushed aside, gradually revealing the outline of the farmhouse. There was quite a bit of water in the yard, but fortunately, when Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali had left, they had reinforced the doors and windows and sealed them tightly. Inside the house, there were few traces of flooding save for a few doors and windows that had been smashed open. On the Lu Xiaofeng, several people huddled together, grateful to have escaped with their lives. Zhou Li suddenly spoke up. Where's Lan Yeye? Who is Lan Yeye? Lily, who are you talking about? Your friend. Gazing at the bewildered faces around her, Zhou Li abruptly stood up. I'm going to talk to my brother. Lan Yeye. Zhou Qilin was just moving furniture, utensils, and various supplies out of the Laifu when he heard Zhou Li's words, his movements pausing for a moment. Zhou Li grabbed his ear and yelled at the top of her lungs. Are you bewitched too? Wake up! Wake up! SSS! Zhou Qilin vigorously rubbed his face. Jolted by her shout, it was as if a certain part of his mind had suddenly cleared and all memories of Lan Yeye came flooding back. That woman had undoubtedly fled. Taking advantage of the chaos when the avalanche struck and everyone was in disarray, with Zhou Qilin and Qingyali too preoccupied to watch her, she had used her ability, attempting to erase all traces of her existence from their minds, and then slipped away unnoticed. Her plan was thorough and her execution decisive. Who told you to be soft-hearted, losing your head at the sight of a woman? Serves you right. Don't talk nonsense. Forget it. We'll deal with it when we meet again. In the icy pitch-black wilderness, Zhou Qilin felt Lan Yeye couldn't have gotten far. Given her pampered and delicate nature, she might very well freeze or starve to death before even reaching the city. For now, the priority was to handle the matters at hand. Go gather everyone. Get everything that needs to be sorted out. Zhou Qilin walked out of the house, checked his bearings, and turned to head towards the back. Before the heavy snow had fallen, this terrain was already 10 to 20 meters higher than the area around the house, stretching out continuously for several kilometers. A rumbling sound came from deep underground. Zhou Qilin tapped his fingers on the control lever. The tracks of a bulldozer crushed over gravel, followed by the iron arm of an excavator. He stared at the high embankment before him, over 300 meters long, about 80 meters wide, and needing to be dug to a depth of over 30 meters. This was not a task for one person. But Zhou Qilin had calculated the earth from the embankment could be reused. Piling it up would cut the workload in half. With machines running non-stop and people working in shifts, it could be done within 10 days. The problem was that no one knew what he was doing. The people around only heard the roar of machinery piercing the night, unable to see any lights because Zhou Qilin hadn't turned any on. Curious people poked their heads out to look, but could see nothing but darkness. The losses at the Jiazhou official shelter during this disaster were smaller than expected. As the tremors of the earth gradually subsided, Zhu Guanghan began organizing people to repair the collapsed tunnels and fissures. The temperature outside continued to drop with no sign of the winter night ending. The underground shelter's insulation performance was several times better than the surface. This fact was clear to everyone. Repair work was urgent and could not be delayed. Zhu Guanghan stood at the entrance of a tent, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit construction site in the distance. He bit his lip, his nails digging into his palm. His greatest regret was not having taken the time earlier to gather supplies. Now that all the buildings had collapsed, extracting food and medicine from the rubble would require an astronomical amount of manpower and resources. After calculating, it was mostly a losing proposition. The number of workers had decreased significantly. Some had been pulled away for rescue operations. Even those around level 7 weren't necessarily safe, even if they weren't inside buildings. Those unlucky enough were struck in the head by flying debris. The even more unfortunate fell directly into cracks in the ground, unable even to cry out. Then there were those who hadn't heeded the shelter's warnings or who couldn't escape the buildings in time. While to some extent it was their own doing, they couldn't simply be left to die. There was an extreme shortage of manpower. Yi Xinxiao had deployed all his teams, and it still wasn't enough. He himself stood on the rubble, prying apart concrete blocks with his bare hands like an ordinary soldier, his nails bleeding. With every layer they pried open, they could hear or see what was beneath, sometimes alive, sometimes not. The disaster zone was not limited to Jiazhou. The neighboring province near the epicenter had also suffered severe damage. The entire Bashu region was shrouded in gray dust. The closer a city was to the epicenter, the more devastating its losses. The sky above the provincial capital suddenly lit up. Rows of beams of light pierced through the clouds, cutting through the haze and dust. Airships. They were airships. Shouts erupted from all corners of the provincial capital. Around the 8 shelters in the east, southwest, and north, lights and flames were simultaneously kindled. In the gondola of the lead airship, Ning Shanya's eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, his blurry gaze fixed on the earth below. He was looking for light. The navigation showed they were over the Bashu provincial capital, but without ground lighting, the airships couldn't risk landing. Every takeoff and landing came with risks. 30 airships had set out, now only 26 remained. Ning Shanyu couldn't bear any more losses. His eyes finally caught a glimmer of light. 11 o'clock direction, maintain formation. His voice was hoarse, search for signals, maintain contact. An image from memory surfaced before departure. That person handed him a slip of paper with the coordinates of Bashu and the agreed signal for the landing point. He didn't know who that person was, only that the paper bore Yi Xingxiu's seal. Find the light and follow it, that person had said. Ning Shanyu stared at the lights below, his Adam's apple bobbing. Attention, everyone, prepare to descend. Signal lights pierced the thick fog, flashing on and off. Commands surged from Ning Shanya's throat, the words tumbling out like stones from his dry lips, crashing into the microphone of the walkie-talkie, then carried by electric current to the cockpit of every airship. The bellies of the airships bulged, swaying slightly in the air currents. These behemoths lined up in a long queue spaced kilometers apart from head to tail, like a string of beads scattered by the wind. The clouds hung low, lightning occasionally tearing across the sky, casting the outlines of the airships in a ghastly white. With the slightest misstep, a crosswind could snap the formation in two, twisting the metal frames, tearing the gas bags, followed by a chain of explosions and crashes. Ning Shanya's original job was directing aircraft takeoffs and landings on aircraft carriers, but now he was hastily thrust into the role of transport commander. He stood in the gondola of the lead airship, his knuckles white from gripping the walkie-talkie. His military career had instilled in him a muscle memory-like calm, even though his heart was already riddled with anxiety. The silhouette of the Bashu provincial capital finally appeared on the horizon. Those broken buildings, the streets swallowed by mud, were like a piece of paper that had been crumpled and then smoothed out. Ning Shanyu licked his cracked lips and pressed the transmit button on the walkie-talkie. A piercing static came through the radio, followed by a weary voice. "This is the Bashu Provincial Capital Disaster Relief Command." Ning Shanya's voice was as raspy as sandpaper scraping against iron. "Capital support team has arrived. Requesting wartime emergency lighting instructions for landing position." "Copy that. Give us 3 minutes." 3 minutes. Under normal circumstances, Ning Shanyu would have flown into a rage at this answer. He would have made them understand that keeping a fully loaded aircraft in the air for even 1 extra second was a crime. But now he just closed his eyes, feeling the gentle sway of the gondola in the wind. What could 3 minutes accomplish? Enough time for ground personnel to clear a barely usable landing zone, and also enough for the wind to suddenly shift, turning all the airships into uncontrollable kites. The lights on the ground began to flash, forming a crude guiding arrow. Ning Shanyu opened his eyes and ordered the lead airship to descend. The roar of the engines deepened, mixed with the hissing sound of gas being released from the airbags. When the bottom of the gondola touched the ground, a violent jolt ran through it. Ning Shanyu practically jumped out, his boots sinking into the mud, splashing black water. Before he could even run towards the figures approaching him, urgent calls exploded from the walkie-talkie. Wind speed force 9. Force 9. My ship is out of control. Can't hold it. Descend. Descend. There's a building ahead. Avoid. Avoid. Ning Shanyu's neck snapped back, his gaze fixed on the sky. Those originally neatly arranged lights began to dance wildly, some climbing rapidly, others plummeting downwards, and several sets of lights closing in on each other at a terrifying speed. He could imagine those scenes. The massive airships tilting in the gale, pilots pulling desperately on the control levers, metal structures groaning, ropes snapping, gas bags tearing. Pressing the button on the walkie-talkie with his thumb, Ning Shanyu's voice squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Don't force control. Don't force control. Over 20 airships, each loaded with enough supplies to feed hundreds of people. If they collided in midair, the burning fragments would rain down upon this already scarred land like a storm. At the Zhou family farm, someone was nailing the last reinforcing board onto the wall. The sound of the hammer mingled with the distant rumbles, indistinguishable from one another. Heating pipes snaked along the walls with waves of heat, slowly rolling through the dozen or so rooms. The kitchen and bathroom also received their share of warmth. The elderly and women curled up on the sofas, their fingers no longer stiff. They were naturally susceptible to the cold, but this winter was finally a little less harsh. Zhou Qilin, however, seemed like a changed man. Wu Shui, clutching a flashlight, paced the corridor twice, without even catching a glimpse of his coat. Only the occasional crackle from the walkie-talkie spitting out a few indistinct words proved he was still alive and hadn't been dragged off by something. He certainly wasn't idle. He was breaking the frozen soil with a spade, prying apart rocks with sweat dripping down his jaw into the pit. At the same time, the Lifu stored in his spatial storage was also being altered by him, using the symbiosis ability. This ability tied an invisible thread between him and the Lifu. He could perceive the tightness of every screw, the curvature of every steel plate, and could even push, pull, and dismantle with his mind. The prerequisite was having materials at hand, just like when he had tinkered with the Lu Xiaofeng. When modifying the Lu Xiaofeng, he had tried to go deeper. Macro-level work wasn't difficult. Installing a wheel, welding a bracket. The mental drain was about the same as sprinting 100 meters. But when he tried to get into the finer details, removing a capacitor from the motherboard, touching up a solder joint on a circuit board, his head immediately began to throb dully, his vision blurred, his stomach churned, as if someone was hammering on his temples. He couldn't take it and had to let go. He wasn't sure if leveling up his ability again in the future would let him cross that threshold. But for now, the modifications to the Lifu didn't require such precision. The foundation had been dug the day before yesterday. It was fast because he had used the terrain to his advantage, saving a lot of effort. The Lifu in the storage space was also finished with anti-rust paint applied to the steel plate seams and the internal supports reinforced with 2 layers. He slept soundly, and upon waking, he called Cheng Yali alone to the back hill. Also mysterious, what are you up to? Cheng Yali wrapped her cotton coat tighter, stepped over the gravel, and looked down at the large pit before her. The light was dim, the edges of the pit swallowed by shadows. She could only see a pitch-black bottom, like a gash torn in the earth. Zhou Qilin didn't reply. He only gave one instruction: if I collapse later, don't panic, just stuff a chocolate bar into my mouth. Cheng Yali wanted to ask more, but Zhou Qilin had already closed his eyes, his fingers slightly curling. A gust of wind suddenly exploded, surging upwards from the bottom of the pit, blowing Cheng Yali's hair into a frenzy. She instinctively raised a hand to shield her face, and then a dull impact sound came from under her feet. The pit was filled, the vibration of something being compacted transmitted through the ground into her soles. Zhou Qilin's body swayed, his knees gave way, and he pitched forward. Stunned, Cheng Yali grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into her arms. She took out the chocolate bar, pried open his mouth, and pushed the sweet candy inside. This posture reminded her of over 20 years ago when he was also soft and limp in the crook of her arm, pursing his lips to suckle sweet water. Zhou Qilin's consciousness wasn't completely gone, but his body felt drained, not a shred of strength left in his bones. His spiritual sea was parched and cracked, his soul like a candle flame flickering on the verge of being extinguished by the wind. The heat from the chocolate bar seeped down his esophagus. With every bit of sugar that melted, a trace of strength was restored, and the flickering flame within him trembled, brightening slightly. In Cheng Yali's arms, Zhou Qilin lay motionless for a full 4 hours. His limbs felt nailed to the ground, his eyelids too heavy to lift, but his mind remained clear. Every muttered word that slipped from his mother's lips drilled into his ears without missing a single syllable. What's wrong with this brat? Cheng Yali's voice was low, trembling slightly. She rubbed Zhou Qilin's arm, then touched his forehead, her lips moving as she began murmuring other things. What the hell is this? How much more is she hiding from me, his mother? Wu Shue's belly. Why is there still no news? When Zhou Qilin opened his eyes, he caught the last sentence. His throat was parched, and he managed a weak smile. Mom, Wu Shue and I haven't known each other that long. If there were news, wouldn't that make us monsters? Qingyali was startled by the sudden voice. She jerked her head down and saw her son's familiar eyes rolling as he looked at her, tears nearly spilling over. Monster or not? Oh, my precious son, you're finally awake. You scared your mother to death. Come, let me take a good look. Mom, I'm really fine. Zhou Qilin pushed himself up from the ground, his back drenched with sweat. Come on, let me show you the ultimate retirement home your son has prepared for you. He didn't mention the mutterings from before. A son shouldn't dwell on such things. Before Qingyali could respond, Zhou Qilin stood up and extended his hand to her. She hesitated for a moment, then grasped his rough palm and rose to her feet. But her eyes betrayed her wandering back to wherever the flashlight beam swept. When the beam of light swept across the massive excavation pit before Qingyali, she froze as if struck by lightning. From the source of the light, a dark towering structure emerged from underground. Qingyali's hands trembled violently, the flashlight beam shaking along with them. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked again. The building was still there, its shadow unwavering. What is this thing? Her voice cracked. Zhou Qilin followed her gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips as he held back his explanation. It all started with the orientation he chose when positioning the Laifu. The ship was placed with its stern facing the old house, forming an angle of nearly 90 degrees along the mountain ridge. The spot where Qingyali and Zhou Qilin now stood was not at the stern, but on the starboard rear quarter near the island. So the tall building Qingyali saw was actually the island that Zhou Qilin had painstakingly camouflaged. He had used a large amount of material to wrap the radar and antennas on top of the island, then layered them to resemble floors. The lower part of the island connected to the deck was also camouflaged and reinforced. In the end, the entire island looked like a somewhat oddly shaped building about 38 meters high. Why exactly 38 meters? Because Zhou Qilin had built a suspended floor 6 meters above the flight deck, which was nearly 1 meter lower than the pit's surface, making it easier to cover with soil later. After covering with soil the part of the building camouflaged as the island that remained above ground was only about 38 meters. In other words, except for the exposed part of the island, the entire Laifu was buried over a meter deep underground. This way, even if someone passed by or looked from the air, they would only see a single building. Of course, the soil covering wasn't finished yet. So when Qingyali slowly swept her flashlight across the excavation pit, she was utterly stunned. Mom, don't just stand there. Zhou Qilin patted her shoulder, a hint of amusement in his voice. What your son has prepared for you is more than this. As they passed through the code-locked door, the metal hinges let out a low grinding sound, like some living creature swallowing its breath. From the outside, the entire building was nothing but a drab concrete box, but inside it was a completely different scene. The walls gleamed with the blue sheen of cold iron, the floor beneath their feet was hard and heavy, each step echoing with a dull resonance. Qingyali reached out and touched the nearest wall, her fingertips meeting a fine icy coldness like iron left outdoors in winter. The parking area was crammed into the small space of the foyer. Zhou Qilin hadn't bothered to split it into 2 levels. After all, the building wasn't designed for comfortable living from the start, but to support something more enduring. It's just too cold. Qingyali withdrew her hand and rubbed her fingertips. We'll need to add insulation later. Zhou Qilin pushed a fire door halfway open, revealing a pitch-black corridor beyond. For now, I've only finished the skeleton. From now on, this will be our own place. As for the old house, we'll keep it as a decoy. Don't worry about electricity. The supply is far more than you can imagine. Really? That's wonderful. She responded, but her gaze never stopped wandering. Each floor was divided into compartments of varying sizes, some with doors tightly locked bearing numbered tags beside the keyholes, while others had no doors at all, revealing only shapes wrapped in moisture-proof fabric. Zhou Qilin had put considerable effort into making the place look as ordinary as possible, but in the apocalypse, who would deliberately build rooms without windows? Every sealed opening was a decision made after weighing safety against insulation. When he locked those doors, he knew some things couldn't be exposed to light just yet. Machinery, materials, certain experimental prototypes. All were crammed into those compartments, waiting to be unleashed when truly needed. Living here was never meant to be permanent. When the time was right, he would gradually open up the lower levels, and the entire Laifu would undergo a complete overhaul. This kind of work was best done in consultation with Zhou Li. The walkie-talkie in his pocket buzzed twice. Qingyali took it off and heard Zhou Kajin's voice calling out repeatedly. She had no choice but to give up her exploration and follow Zhou Qilin back through the code-locked door, stepping once again onto the cement floor of the old house. On the way, she asked when they would move. The question came out a bit too eagerly, making her sound as if she was impatient to change homes. But it wasn't that she was fickle. It was that layer of cold, hard steel gave her something nowhere else could, a sense of security. A mother's mind is always taught her family's lives are more important than anything. We have to wait until the basic renovation is done. Wait for what? How long will it take for you to do it alone? Don't the others have hands? All right, Mom, whatever you say. Zhou Qilin quickly raised his hands in surrender, otherwise Chung Yali's palm would soon be landing on him. Sometimes he couldn't understand how Chung Yali's strength seemed to grow as if pumped up without any apparent training. But on second thought he let it go. The starting point was just too different, they weren't even in the same league. Back at the old house, Chung Yali first pulled Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li aside, lowering her voice to give instructions that building was to be said to have always been there, and no one was to leak a word about Zhou Qilin's abilities. Only after finishing did she turn around and inform the others about the move. As for why the building was entirely steel-framed and why it twisted and turned like a maze inside, Chung Yali didn't bother to explain. If anyone had objections, they could simply not move in. Just as Chung Yali was about to speak, Zhou Qilin kicked his chair aside and dashed out the door. Her chopsticks froze midair as she watched his back slam through the wooden door, the half-formed syllable on her lips swallowed by the wind. The meal isn't even finished. In the yard, Zhou Qilin tilted his head back, his pupils reflecting a starless sky. A distant light flickered, falling toward the old house, its speed accelerating in his vision. He couldn't remember when Head learned to curse, but the word that popped into his mind came straight out. A voice screamed in his head, the radar warning from the Laifu, its resonant frequency stabbing at his eardrums. Simulation results flickered in his consciousness. Collision probability 0 to 43%. This absurdly wide range meant that thing in the sky had no intention of flying by the rules. He grabbed the walkie-talkie, his throat feeling like sandpaper. Get out. Everyone out. As for the neatly stacked supplies in the yard, what did it matter how tidy they were? If the people were gone, those things were just scrap metal. Figures squeezed out of the doorframe one after another. Heizai ran at the front, its claws scraping a harsh sound across the brick ground, its head raised as a series of growls rolled from its throat. Wu Shue's hand gripped his arm, her fingertips cold. Is it a plane? He stared at the light, squinting. No. It's an airship. Even he didn't believe his own words. Weren't airships supposed to be museum pieces by now? But before his voice faded, Zhou Li sneered behind him. Airships have always been around. There are even races abroad. You just didn't know. No one argued with her. Everyone saw that colossal object in the sky wobbling as it descended, its length visually estimated at several hundred meters, the bulging outline of its gas bag resembling some unbalanced beast in the darkness. Zhou Qilin clicked his tongue against his back teeth, then turned and switched the walkie-talkie's channel. Mom, take them to the new home. Chung Yali froze for a second. New home? If that thing is full of fuel, an explosion would leave none of us alive. His voice was flat, as if commenting on the fine weather. Chung Yali's silence lasted less than 2 seconds. She raised her hand abruptly and gestured to those behind her. Go. No one turned back to grab their belongings. The sound of footsteps mingled with Heizai's whimpers as they surged toward the yard gate, the wooden door slamming against the frame with a dull thud. Zhou Qilin didn't move. He stood in the middle of the yard, a short stool he had kicked over at his feet, its wooden back broken in half. The distant airship continued its descent, its trajectory like a drunken meteor, the sound of wind audible from miles away. Even if it exploded, he could withstand it. Moreover, the probability of it hitting the old house wasn't that high. This was a good opportunity to get the family over there, saving them the trouble of packing. The soil cover was only a meter thick. If the airship exploded, the steel layer would be exposed, and the secret would be out. Zhou Qilin didn't want to be targeted by prying eyes from all directions so soon. A world full of enemies would make life impossible. He had even mused earlier that when the time was right, he might take a trip to a port in a certain powerful country to salvage a few large warships as food for the Laifu, slowly feeding it to grow. The airship continued to press downward, its speed unhurried but clearly out of control, its direction and altitude no longer subject to human command. The moment Chung Yali and the others slipped through the hatch, the full silhouette of the airship finally pressed into Zhou Qilin's line of sight. From the walkie-talkie came a burst of static followed by the fine crackle of frequency tuning. Zhou Qilin twisted the knob a few times, and suddenly a human voice emerged. Anyone there? Anyone nearby? We departed from the capital part of an airship fleet. We encountered strong winds and are making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. Emergency landing near Jiazhou City. The voice repeated each sentence's ending tone shifting slightly. It wasn't a recording. To maintain a steady tone at a moment like this showed the speaker had considerable nerve. Zhou Qilin sighed and pressed the transmit button. Airship overhead, you're about 100 meters from the ground. What do you want me to do? Thank you. May I ask if you are from the Jiazhou City authorities or military? Why ask that at a time like this? Just consider me a civilian radio operator. Speak quickly. I may not be able to do it, but you have no choice but to gamble. Zhou Qilin said. All right, we need a fire or light signal on the ground for guidance. The airship can still be barely controlled. Please guide us to an uninhabited area to avoid casualties. Please guide us to an uninhabited area. It was for that last sentence that Zhou Qilin decided to give them a hand. After the Laifu calculated the position, he placed a laser strobe light in a farmland field 800 meters from the old house. The entire sky was pitch black, and the light from that lamp was unmatched except by a searchlight. We see it. We'll do our best. Thank you. The signal cut off. Zhou Qilin shrugged, as long as it didn't crash into his own roof. But a thought crossed his mind. Was the nation sending out airships for disaster relief? At that thought, a weight pressed on his chest. Well, as they say, there's no place like home. No matter how much outsiders curse and slander this country, when a major disaster strikes, looking at what the nation and its military do, you know that living on this land is still not a bad choice. The sound of the sled grinding over the ice shell was particularly jarring in the silence. The airship was tumbling awkwardly towards the ground like a giant bird with broken wings, each jolt raising concerns that it would fall apart. Zhou Qilin initially intended to turn and leave, but the beam of laser light continued to flicker, etching streaks across the gray-white sky. He cursed under his breath and turned back, dragging the old sled towards the light source, the cart, filled with winter supplies and first aid kits. His plan was simple. If the people above survived, he would scavenge and see if he could bring back some relics to hand over to Suzy Yuan. He couldn't let the heroes who came to rescue go without a trace. If there were any survivors, the supplies wouldn't be wasted. The loud bang arrived without warning. The snow was blasted into the sky, the shockwave traveling from his feet to his knees, as if someone had struck the ground with a hammer. Zhou Qilin instinctively glanced towards the direction of the Lai Fu ship. Since the base hadn't sounded the alarm, it meant it wasn't an attack, it was simply that thing crashing down hard. The airbag had deflated significantly, like a punctured balloon lying in the snow, swaying gently in the wind. The pod was buried deep in the snow, only the upper structure visible, with at least 2/3 already submerged. He squinted to estimate. Even the smallest pods weighed over 10 tons, and with the weight of the airbag, the impact was indeed terrifying. No, there was no fire. This was already the best outcome. He waited a moment to confirm there was no secondary danger before stepping closer. Supplies were of course tempting, but he felt a twinge of compassion, especially since the other party was in military uniform. Of course, people like Wang didn't count. In the pitch darkness, he simply turned off all light sources and relied on his night vision to make his way. The snow reflected faint light, gradually revealing outlines. Some parts of the airbag were still inflated, shaking in the night wind like the belly of a dead whale. The pod was buried too deeply. If there were people inside when it fell, they were probably being squeezed in a confined space. Given enough time, even if they didn't die from the crash, they would suffocate. Zhou Qilin frowned. Did these people not know to jettison weight? The common sense of airships and balloons is to throw out ballast and fuel in emergencies. The intercom crackled with intermittent static. Zizi, Zizi, he tried calling out a couple of times, receiving only silence in response. The pod was mostly buried, and Zhou Qilin stood nearby, troubled. He only realized a crucial problem after the Lai Fu ship had become a base. The enormous storage space was gone. The ability was clearly marked symbiotic vehicle storage space, only existed before the vehicle was released. Once deployed, the space would automatically close. Now all he could use was the storage area of the Lu Xiaofeng RV, which couldn't hold much no matter how he turned it over. Compared to what the Lai Fu ship could carry, it was like comparing a teacup to a water tank. Zizi, I'm still here. Suddenly a response erupted from the intercom, the voice hoarse, as if it had been smoke damaged. The words from the earpiece were faint, and Zhou Qilin's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. He lowered his voice and pressed on. How many of you are left? Is anyone injured? My cabin is completely buried in the snow. I can't even find the door gap. The door? At the rear. Highest point. Can dig. Zhou Qilin realized it wasn't the static causing the problem. The speaker was already putting forth their last breath. Not a single more word could be uttered. Hold on, I'm coming. He circled to the back of the pod. Perhaps the heavens had opened their eyes, or perhaps the front compartment was much heavier than the rear. Regardless, the depth at which the rear was buried in snow appeared shallower. The basic tools equipped with the Lu Xiaofeng were still there. Zhou Qilin pulled out a multifunctional shovel and began to dig vigorously into the snow. If someone else were doing this job, they absolutely couldn't match his intensity. His shovel was flying, resembling a frenzied mole. The snowflakes he threw up piled into several-meter-high white columns from a distance, resembling a localized blizzard raging. After a few minutes, the blade of the shovel struck something hard. Zhou Qilin immediately eased his force, slowing his movements, and raised his hand to turn on the light on his shoulder. The yellow-white beam illuminated a dark door. The material felt like a type of special aluminum alloy, not too sturdy, with the tip of the shovel already scratching several lines on the surface. He quickly cleared the snow along the edge of the door and soon felt the handle. But exposing just the handle was useless. The snow was packed too tightly, and the door wouldn't budge at all. Zhou Qilin took a deep breath and cleared all the snow around the door frame. Only when the iron door was almost completely revealed did he drop the shovel and test the handle with both hands. Ka, ka, ka. The locking tongue made a dull sound. The door was locked from the inside. This minor obstacle wouldn't stop Zhou Qilin. He picked up the shovel again and swung it down toward the lock. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Indeed, there was no lock in the world that couldn't be broken with enough force. If it didn't open, it meant he hadn't hit it hard enough. The door slowly opened a narrow gap. Zhou Qilin didn't rush in, or instead, he stood at the doorway listening for a moment. Inside was quiet with no unusual sounds. Only then did he sidle in. 1, 2, 3. This section of the compartment was likely a cargo hold with both sides stacked full of neatly bundled supply boxes, leaving only a narrow path in the center less than 60 centimeters wide. On the floor of the passage lay soldiers in camouflage uniforms sprawled haphazardly. They weren't dead, just unconscious. Zhou Qilin listened to their heartbeats and breathing, gaining some understanding. He didn't rush to wake them. Looking at their exhausted appearances, it was clear they had pushed themselves to their limits, so it was best to let them sleep a little longer. Passing through the cargo hold that took up nearly half the pod's space, a chaotic scene unfolded before him. About 50 people, not very old, all looked quite robust. The culprit causing these soldiers to collectively lose consciousness was likely the hypoxia caused by the cabin's loss of pressure. Now that the rear cabin door was open, it wouldn't be long before fresh air rushed in, and they should awaken on their own. Zhou Qilin wanted to find someone awake to ask questions. He hurried to the cockpit door and finally heard some movement inside. It was the crisp sound of a gun being cocked. "Don't be nervous," he called through the door. "I was the one talking to you earlier, remember? Are you local troops? Or are you one of them?" A voice from the cockpit replied, sounding like a youth. "Damn, how could such a young kid be carrying a gun?" Zhou Qilin cursed inwardly. Had the personnel shortage reached such a critical point? The barrel on the other side was still swaying, and Zhou Qilin's voice dripped with impatience. "But I'm already standing here. I came in through the rear cabin." "Rear cabin? You opened that so quickly. What? What about those people inside? Tell me what happened." Zhou Qilin frowned. Didn't the cockpit even have screens? They couldn't see outside. They all passed out. But I didn't see any blood. I mean, didn't you guys equip the cockpit and cargo hold with pressure-boosting oxygen supplies? It's too heavy, the lift can't hold it. Can you lend a hand and help save them?" "How can I help?" Zhou Qilin felt a surge of anger in his chest, pointing a gun at himself, and not even willing to open the door a crack. Now they wanted him to be the good guy. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before a voice floated out again. "I have no idea. Just please help us. Also, we can't contact the local troops. Do you know what's going on?" Zhou Qilin closed his eyes. Did he even need to think? Right after the disaster, the power station and communication tower were likely still down. Trying to get a remote signal wouldn't be something that could be resolved in a few days. I'm already saving them. Once the oxygen concentration in the cabin rises, they will naturally wake up. He said this, but Zhou Qilin knew in his heart that if they really froze to death, he wouldn't be able to take the blame. Without the Lifu ship as backup, he was no longer that magician who could conjure anything at will. "Well, thank you very much. But I still can't open the door. I need to wait. If the local troops can't be contacted, can you help again?" "Help again?" Zhou Qilin cursed a string of expletives in his mind. Did they think he was a magic cat? After fetching one item, could he fetch another? He turned to leave. "You? Why aren't you speaking? Is it that you don't want to?" "Don't worry, the troops will thank you, and so will the victims." Zhou Qilin suddenly halted his steps. Those 4 words felt like a stone dropped into his heart. He took a breath, suppressing his anger. He'll give it a try. The ordinary equipment definitely couldn't connect to the Jeshan shelter. But the high-power one on the Lifu ship was still usable. The voice on the other end was Su's Yuan airship. "Zhou Qilin, what joke are you making? Aren't you supposed to be in Lanshan community? I got tired of living on the top floor and moved back home. Director Su, if you think this isn't your jurisdiction and don't want to take care of it, just say so, and he'll drag it to the scrapyard right away. This hunk of iron is quite large and could sell for a good price." There was a pause on the other end. Su's Yuan cursed about the scrapyard. When did he ever say he wouldn't take care of it? The issue was that he had no authority to make decisions. He had to escalate it. Right now, both Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao had personally rushed to the front lines. He was temporarily pulled in to fill in for them. After all, he held the highest rank here. "Wait a few minutes, I'll report immediately." Su's Yuan didn't dare to casually agree, and there was a reason for that. As dozens of oxygen bottles opened their valves simultaneously, Zhou Qilin turned and locked the rear cabin door. Earlier, when passing through the cargo hold passage, he had dragged those soldiers into the cabin as well. Since everyone needed to breathe, no one should be left behind. The oxygen concentration in the cabin began to rise, and the heartbeats of several soldiers could be heard even through their clothes, as if they were on the verge of waking up. Zhou Qilin, are you there?" Su's Yuan's voice came through the intercom. "You guys are really slow. Are dozens of lives just left hanging? Sorry, the process must be followed. Can you tell me your exact location? They'll set out immediately as quickly as possible." "All right, who told you to be in charge?" Zhou Qilin reported the coordinates and added that Su's Yuan should bring several more trucks. If it didn't work, sleds would do in a pinch. The airship certainly wouldn't be moving, and he didn't want the officials camping out too long for this batch of goods. If the ship's location was exposed, it would be troublesome. He raised his hand and knocked on the metal door of the cockpit. "Hey, I've contacted the people above. They will be here soon. You should say something too." "Thank." Through the steel plate, Zhou Qilin couldn't hear how soft that word was. That voice seemed to be squeezed out right next to the door seam. When the airship fell, the front third of the cockpit had been crushed into a metal disc. The captain and co-pilot had not even made a sound before they lost their breath, and the communications officer had also been knocked unconscious. Later, it was the female soldier named Lu Yun who shook the communications officer awake and forced him to complete the call with Zhou Qilin. After reporting the coordinates, the communications officer lost too much blood and could no longer open his eyes. Lu Yun refused to open the door for Zhou Qilin because she couldn't confirm whether this person could be trusted. The cockpit and the rear cargo hold were not the same. The device's blueprints and data inside were all state secrets and military secrets. Without higher approval, or if the person was untrustworthy, they could never be let in. This was her duty. She herself had also been injured, and quite seriously. If Zhou Qilin had knocked on the door earlier, she might have been able to save a life. If only she had notified Wu Shui to come over, or directly sent the person to the old house. With Wu Shui's skills, she could probably have saved her. But in a critical moment, Lu Yun's mind was not on whether she could survive, but on her mission, her duty. The steel plate of the rear cabin was being hammered from the outside, and Zhou Qilin sprang up from his seat, gesturing to the group of soldiers who had just woken up. Don't move while check. Those should be the people from Jeshan's shelter. Upon hearing that name, the few people who had been whispering about the oxygen bottles immediately fell silent. 2 minutes later, the cabin door slid open, and a figure etched with exhaustion stepped inside. He dusted off his clothes, then pulled a laminated card from an inner pocket. Who's in charge here? Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of Logistics Management at Jiazhou Shelter. His gaze swept across the cabin and finally settled on Zhou Qilin. The person in charge is in the cockpit. A young soldier with cracked lips answered eagerly. Su Ziyuan frowned, turning to Zhou Qilin. Why didn't you check the cockpit? Zhou Qilin shrugged, spreading his hands. Can't get in. He wasn't authorized, the young soldier added, his voice carrying a stubborn defiance. Su Ziyuan had navigated the bureaucratic labyrinth for over a decade, but military protocols were an entirely different beast from local administration. After a lengthy explanation, he finally understood. The woman in the cockpit refused to open the door, not out of fear of death, but because she feared that once the door opened, outsiders would seize full control of the airship. She knew that as long as that door remained locked, everyone in this cabin was immobilized, and the secret would remain 1 degree safer. It was only after Su Ziyuan vowed to bear all consequences himself that the soldiers relented, agreeing to let him force the door open. But it was too late. The moment the hydraulic pry bar pried open the cabin door, a wave of metallic rust assaulted their senses. Lu Yun lay sprawled on the floor. Just inside the door, a pool of dark red liquid slowly spreading along the metal panels, grained like a brutal painting left half finished. Her eyelids were already drooping, but sensing the door being forced open, she struggled to keep her eyes open, her lips moving faintly before she managed to squeeze out a few words. Who? Password. No one answered. Zhou Qilin stood at the back of the crowd, watching this woman who had used her last breath to guard that threshold, and suddenly recalled what he had said to the soldiers in that abandoned warehouse. He had said they were the nation's most valuable asset, that the people felt the same. But what he hadn't said was, some people live without a sound yet die with the entire door welded into their very bones. Behind him, the soldiers who had just regained consciousness clenched their fists, no longer murmuring about the depleted oxygen tanks. As the cabin door opened, the cold wind rushed in, carrying the scent of rust. Zhou Qilin's eardrums still echoed with that indistinct, gender-ambiguous reply, until Su Ziyuan sidestepped to make room, and he caught a glimpse of that pallid face through the gaps in the other man's shoulder insignia. A girl. The tone that escaped his throat was hoarse. No wonder that response had sounded fuzzy, as if through a veil. Su Ziyuan pulled his credentials from an inner pocket, his fingertips scraping softly against the laminated cover. My name is Su Ziyuan. Standing here today, I bow on behalf of Bashu Jiaqing and everyone buried beneath the rubble. As his spine bent, Zhou Qilin felt the shelter staff behind him follow suit. Someone's knee joint emitted a faint crack. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth lifted slightly, blood seeping from her cracked lips. Just doing my duty. These flowers are so beautiful. Is it dawn? I see flowers in my mother. Zhou Qilin pressed his index finger to his lips. No sound allowed. No one was permitted to sob at this moment. That girl's ears were still sharp. Their cries would extinguish the last glimmer of light in her world. He lowered himself, his knees striking the metal deck, and leaned close to Lu Yun's ear, his breath stirring the fine hair at her temple, outside the pavilion by the ancient path. The melody was squeezed from his chest, low and lingering. When he sang, I ask you, when will you return? A trail of airy sounds rolled from her throat, as if tickled. Beautiful. So beautiful. 18 years old. Zhou Qilin closed his eyes, that face still imprinted on his retinas. When he turned and stepped out of the cabin, his boot heel struck the threshold with a dull thud. Outside it was still pitch black, the wind scraping against his skin like fine sandpaper. But something inside his chest was burning, scorching the cold air with charred traces. Supplies are inventoried, and well, take the people too. Su Ziyuan's hand, halfway raised, hovered 3 inches above Zhou Qilin's shoulder blade, then withdrew. That thing. Why report to me? Just take it away. The sight of you annoys me. Zhou Qilin waved his hand. Su Ziyuan rubbed the back of his neck and laughed. Fine. Oh, by the way, we can't tow that hunk of iron for now. Leaving it here risks someone prying it open. Oh. Zhou Qilin squinted. He understood the subtext. This was payment. Then many thanks, Director Su. Don't mention it. Really not coming back to the city? No. Zhou Qilin turned his neck, his gaze sweeping over the bulging white cloth on the stretchers. What about them? Su Ziyuan's voice dropped, taking them all back. Rest assured, light spilled from the 6th-floor windows of the island tower. Cheng Yali was pressing a list flat on the desk, her fingertip tracing each line, every protruding knuckle on her hand showing through the paper. The 4th floor from the entrance, with a usable area close to 200 square meters, was divided into 10 small rooms, 3 toilets, plus a kitchen and dining room, with no living room in sight. This floor had only one entrance from the lobby, and once up there was no way to go higher. It was reserved for people like Sun Qinghao. The 5th floor was accessible via a narrow staircase from the other side of the lobby, which also led to the 6th floor, with a sealed cabin door in between that could be locked in an emergency. Its area was similar to the floor below, about 200 square meters, converted into 4 suites with bedrooms and bathrooms, plus a kitchen and a dining room currently occupied by Huang Minjing and her mother. From the 6th floor up to the 8th, Zhou Qilin had reserved them for his own family. The structure of the island tower narrowed as it went up, so the area of these 3 floors was individually smaller than the 2 below, but their total surpassed them, and it was no less than the usable space of that house in Lanshan. Stepping through the entrance of the island tower, everyone's surprise deepened. The cold metal panels, chilling to the bone, looked far sturdier than ordinary concrete. The soft furnishing materials Zhou Qilin had prepared were piled up in each room untouched. Frankly, he just couldn't be bothered. There's electricity and the heating is on. Huang Minjing was the most astonished, knowing full well how much money such a building would cost. Just how wealthy was the Zhou family? No money was a minor issue. The real question was how the Zhous had thought to build such a thing, and how much effort and leverage had they expended with the local authorities to get the permits. Sun Qinghao didn't think that deeply. He had once harbored feelings for Huang Minjing, but once reality forces a person to move forward, they mature quickly. Now, besides wanting to survive, his only wish was to get in touch with his family. Unfortunately, this wish was as difficult as plucking a star. At present, it was already a great effort for the nation to ensure that most people could hear local news on the radio, knowing that the authorities were still concerned. Restoring the former flow of information was a pipe dream. Zhou Qilin had briefed Cheng Yali, so once the rooms were allocated, she washed her hands of the matter. Sun Qinghao, a pragmatic bachelor, decided to decorate only one room to a livable state, half-heartedly fix up the kitchen, and forego the dining room entirely. Eating in his room was perfectly fine, wasn't it? Huang Minjing's plans were similar. Her mother was getting on in years. She couldn't rest easy if they lived separately, so the 2 of them sharing a suite was sufficient. A functional kitchen would cover daily needs. Heizai went upstairs to live with the Zhou family. Zhou Li's hydroponic aspirations along the surviving poultry and rabbits were all placed on the 2nd basement level below the lobby. The 1st basement level was used by Zhou Qilin as a workshop and warehouse, ostensibly for storing everyone's daily necessities. The lobby was piled high with supplies, 2 large vehicles occupying most of the space, making the once spacious hall feel cramped. Zhou Qilin swept his gaze over the crowd, his voice low, but carrying an unmistakable authority. Everyone go back and rest. Don't wander around unless necessary to avoid any misunderstandings. This building belongs to the Zhou family. These words were meant for Sun Qinghao, and also a reminder for Huang Minjing. People's hearts are unfathomable. More would come in the future, and rules had to be established first so that later arrivals could follow suit. Sun Qinghao was empty-handed, not even a change of clothes worse off than Huang Minjing and her mother. The Huangs at least still had some old belongings. For a long time to come, this couple would have to work for the Zhou family to earn their meals, or else they would be freeloading. Sun Qinghao was assigned to clean the lobby, learn vehicle repair and maintenance, and handle all the heavy manual labor he could manage. Huang Minjing, on the other hand, followed Wu Shui and Zhou Li to the 2nd basement level for relatively lighter tasks. Zhou Li's biggest project was installing an intelligence system for the entire building, currently busy setting up surveillance cameras at various points. After Su Ziyuan's group left, Zhou Qilin didn't rush back to the island tower. He first went to the old house, dragged the usable items from the Lu Xiaofeng to the lobby, and called everyone to carry them. He made trip after trip, and only on the 3rd did he call Sun Qinghao to help haul the restarted motorhome and the last batch of supplies over. Zhou Qilin hadn't slept a wink since the earth began to shake. Even an iron body couldn't endure such strain. He planned to get some solid sleep, telling Cheng Yali before turning in not to disturb him unless it was important. He could rest, but too many people couldn't even close their eyes. The catastrophic earthquake that had shaken all of Bashu left a crushing mess. Most people had indeed taken refuge in relatively sturdy shelters that winter night, but shelters weren't safes. Even they couldn't withstand a magnitude 9 temblor. The only difference was how much collapsed. Those shelters, converted from underground stations and subway tunnels, were in even worse shape. When the quake struck, countless people were buried beneath the rubble and debris. As time passed, some had already succumbed and stopped breathing, while others endured agonizingly in the ruins. Those who survived hoped someone would lend a hand. Facing such a massive disaster, only the nation and its military could shoulder this burden. The news that Jiazhou City Shelter had found Airship 024 reached the provincial capital, sparking a wave of cheers. A sudden gale had previously blown 3 airships of the fleet off course, and Airship 024 was among them. This airship fleet was originally dispatched for disaster relief. Upon learning that Airship 024 had crashed and couldn't be repaired immediately, the higher-ups directly ordered that the support team and supplies from Airship 024 be incorporated into Jiazhou City Shelter and be allocated by the shelter. Excellent. Wang clenched his fist and punched the air upon hearing this news. 3 consecutive days of intense labor had thinned the man, his eyes bloodshot, his lips cracked from dehydration and malnutrition. Yi Xinxiao looked at his haggard appearance, but ultimately didn't tell him to rest. In that guy's own words, "If my brothers are risking their lives, how can I just lie down?" He had risen from the ranks of ordinary soldiers and understood their plight best. He would rather eat less meat himself to ensure his men had full bellies and warm clothes. Of course, he never went easy during drills. The soldier's creed was clear sweat more in peacetime, to bleed less on the battlefield. Yi Xinxiao was silent for a moment, then said, "I've got a job for you." The man immediately looked up warily. "What job? Don't even think about giving me rest." "Who said anything about resting?" Yi Xinxiao pointed into the distance. "The wreckage of airship 024 is full of good materials. Go haul it back." After the Laifu was released into real space, its symbiotic relationship with Zhou Qilin remained unaffected. On the contrary, freed from the constraints of the storage space, the airship's previously compressed capabilities could finally operate at full capacity, such as the monitoring system composed of radar and various detection equipment. To put it plainly, as long as Zhou Qilin was willing, he could now completely surveil the entire city of Jiazhou through the electronic devices on the Laifu, not letting a single creature larger than a cat slip past his watchful eye. So when Wang appeared within the monitoring range with a massive convoy, Zhou Qilin practically sprang up from his dream in an instant. "I've only been asleep for a few hours, just a few hours." He pulled at his hair, his face twisted in agony. Even if they are superhumans and evolved beings, at the end of the day they are still human. How can a flesh and blood body endure sleeplessness? Fortunately, his morning grumpiness comes and goes quickly. The survival rules of the apocalypse have long taught him one thing: there's no time to waste being angry. Every day the struggle to find something to eat can leave a person utterly exhausted. Being angry, you need to have the energy first. He climbed to the top floor of the command tower. Under the pitch-black night sky, ordinary people wouldn't see anything here, but Zhou Qilin was different. Evolution had granted him night vision. Furthermore, as long as he was on the Laifu ship, he could directly access the airship's detection system. With multiple methods combined, he not only saw the entire convoy, but could even count the expressions on Wang's face, who was dozing off in the passenger seat of the leading vehicle. It shouldn't be coming for him. Zhou Qilin mused that it was most likely for the crashed airship. Should he go and handle it? He hesitated. If he didn't go, he was worried that Wang, that kid, would wander around aimlessly, and if he accidentally crashed into the command tower, it would be a huge problem. If he went, Zhou Qilin was really too lazy to deal with that person. Too straightforward, a standard military demeanor. Even in the apocalypse, he still didn't know how to be flexible in some matters. However, speaking of which, those who are easy to be flexible are often more easily led astray by their environment, colluding with the corrupt, or even directly taking the path of evil. "Heisey, let's go," he said in a low voice. As the temperature rose to a bearable level for going out, Heisey excitedly spun in circles, its tail wagging like a broom, sweeping the ground. Currently, he couldn't throw it into the poultry pen to cause a ruckus. Keeping it cooped up indoors all day would lead to problems eventually. Dogs can't be chewing on the wall all day. Zhou Qilin dressed Heisey in a little cotton coat, wrapping its forepaws in waterproof boots. After all, there wasn't another veterinarian within 50 miles who could care for dogs. At this moment, everyone in the yard was busy. Zhou Li was twisting the camera in the corner, while Wu Shui was passing screwdrivers and zip ties from below. Zhou Kaijun went to the basement level to feed and change the water for the rabbits, chickens, and ducks. Cheng Yali was chopping on the cutting board, the smell of oil and smoke wafting from the kitchen into the hallway. "I don't need to be counted for lunch," Zhou Qilin said. Cheng Yali peeked her head out. "Can we still eat out? In this day and age, which delivery service would dare come here?" "Not hungry." Zhou Qilin had already dragged Heisey into the elevator. As he passed the foyer, he glanced at the vehicles inside. There were clearly not enough. The Laifu ship's lower hold was crammed with different models of vehicles. He planned to pick a few, repaint them, and prepare one for each family member for transportation. Before Su Ziyuan left, a radio beacon was stuffed into the airship. Wang had followed that signal to come over. The snow left behind from the last vehicle's wheels still marked the way, saving them from taking a detour. When the spotlight on the vehicle roof swept over the airship's dark outline, the person in the back seat finally moved. "Are we almost there?" "Right ahead, sir." Just in time to wake up. Wang grabbed the intercom and shouted a couple of words into the microphone of the convoy behind him. "Everyone stay alert, maintain distance, and don't crash into the vehicle in front." After finishing, his gaze returned to the shadow ahead. Even with a tracked chassis moving on, the snow felt like stepping on oil, and it could slip at any moment. The driver hit the brakes several meters away from the airship, and only after stopping did he turn off the engine. "My bones are freezing." Wang shivered 3 or 4 times as he stepped into the cold wind from the warm vehicle. In today's world, people have become increasingly resilient to the cold. Although winter nights can freeze your ears off, genuine frostbite or pneumonia is surprisingly rare. In the past, people said that cockroaches, mice, sparrows, and mosquitoes were the 4 pests. However, human survival abilities are stronger than all of them combined, making them the 5th pest. Looking at it now, that statement holds true. By the time the entire convoy had turned off its engines and come to a stop, Wang had already walked around the airship. He had a clear idea of how to disassemble and assemble the vehicle and how to secure it on the road, and he picked up the intercom to start assigning personnel. "I've heard that the Zhou family is also holed up nearby. With such a big piece of meat right in front of them, they didn't dare to take a bite. That's not like them." As Wang spoke, that name, his jaw unconsciously clenched. Perhaps it was because of the unresolved grievances from the past, or perhaps it was because an ordinary citizen legally carrying a gun license made him feel like a thorn in his side. A flashlight beam swept over from the side and footsteps crunched through the snow as two guards raised their arms to stop him, but Wang waved his hand telling them to stand down. Zhou Qilin held the lamp and slowly walked to the spot where the pod was being disassembled. Wang pointed at the panels being unloaded, his voice neither high nor low. What's this? You're not planning to share this time. I've thought about it. He rubbed his frozen fingers together, but money has to be earned through proper means. The rough face across from him battered by the wind and snow squeezed out a trace of sarcasm. A virtuous man. I think you occupy one of those traits. Which one? The young man didn't get angry, he just pulled his scarf up a bit. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. You're more astute than anyone. When those words hit him, they came with the breath of white mist. Zhou Qilin smiled. Indeed, it's foolish to stand under a collapsing wall. You seem quite fitting. You can come at me, but don't drag us into it. Why would I say that about you? Zhou Qilin took a step forward, extending his hand. I treat you as one of my own, understand? Wang was taken aback for a moment, shaking hands through thick canvas gloves. The strength coming from the palm was quite vague. He really couldn't remember when he had become one of his own with this kid. Take it all. Tisk. Zhou Qilin retracted his hand, stamping the snow beneath his boots. No matter how thick the snow is, this piece of land still belongs to the Zhou family. The land belongs to the state. It's rented by my family. As long as the contract hasn't expired, it must carry my surname. He glanced around. Let me be frank here. If it weren't for the earthquake relief, if anything else fell on my territory, it wouldn't matter who it was. Wang's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Nothing. Zhou Qilin looked up, his gaze crossing over the top of the temporary tent. I'll set up a net later. As long as the state is still here, the contract must be honored. This is my land, I call the shots. In the dark, who would you show the barbed wire to? If the airship hadn't crashed in this godforsaken place, who would come running here? Only a madman would. His words suddenly cut off. Wang stared at Zhou Qilin, and his expression changed. Don't you think the afternoons have been brighter than before recently? Zhou Qilin stepped on the snow. Or do you think this world won't get better by itself? Those words pierced Wang's mind like a needle. He had been running nonstop these past few days. When would he have time to look up at the sky? If Zhou Qilin wasn't wrong, was the eternal night coming to an end? Is the world about to return to its former state? Are you saying, I haven't said anything? Zhou Qilin interrupted him, nodding toward the busy figures over there. Your subordinates are quite nimble. They are all good prospects. Wang looked at him strangely. A person in their early 20s spoke like an old man half buried in the ground. Yeah, do you want to join too? Forget it. Zhou Qilin didn't want to revisit that topic. Before the incident, I saved someone as she told me some things. I took it as a story. I don't take it seriously. Go ahead. Wang didn't believe he would actually take the time to tell him a story. This kid never acted unless there was something to gain. As Zhou Qilin began to speak, he unconsciously rubbed the hem of his clothes with his fingertips. There's an organization that existed before the apocalypse. They're well hidden and have considerable power. It sounds like a made-up story, right? But they have been rooted in our side for many years. Their origins are unclear, and they operate uncleanly in the dark. This time the apocalypse just happened to coincide with their plans. He pieced together fragments from his past life and added what he had learned from Lan Yaya in this life, not mentioning superpowers or evolution at all. Even so, Wang still swallowed hard, and in the end he asked, where is that person? She slipped away in the chaos that night. I'm not sure where she is now. However, if you want to check that name, you might find a record, but don't let your people handle it. What do you have objections? Wang frowned, his tone prickly. That woman's name is Lan Yaya. Zhou Qilin paused. If you bump into a stunning girl in the city, you'd better keep an eye out. The kind that would catch my eye probably hasn't been born yet. Wang scoffed. Noted, if I really meet her, I'll have someone examine her closely. Old Wang, I'm serious, be careful. Her abilities can easily trip you up if you're not careful. Who told you to call me Old Wang? That's fine, or I'll call you Little Wang from now on. Little Wang ba. Wang shot him a fierce glare. Get lost. Don't come looking for me if there's nothing going on. The two men went together, chatted increasingly like children. Yet the more they interacted, the stronger their bond became. Zhou Qilin never expected to form a connection with someone nearly 20 years younger than himself. Perhaps it was the psychological age that bridged the distance, or perhaps it was their personalities that matched just right. He thought so. Zhou Qilin admired many aspects of Wang, but he knew he couldn't achieve them himself. Just like a bystander watching a story unfold, they might shed tears at the touching moments, but when it comes to walking that path themselves, most would hesitate. This doesn't hinder one's appreciation for kindness, bravery, and loyalty. Thus, Zhou Qilin felt that he admired Wang. To put it differently, he wished he had someone like Wang under his command. The apocalypse isn't something that one person can handle alone. Even if he grasped the threshold of superpowers and evolution before anyone else, he wouldn't dare claim to be invincible. In a few years, when superpowers and evolution spread, someone stronger than him could emerge, perhaps even someone who could overshadow him. By that time, without a few reliable helpers, how could he protect his family? Superpowers require a combination of timing, location, and harmony with others. Lacking any one of them would not suffice. Evolution, however, is different. Those with a solid physical foundation are more likely to tread that path. As Zhou Qilin dug out the first body from beneath the snow layer, his fingers felt frozen and stiff. The body was still curled up as if it had tried to squeeze itself into some invisible crevice before dying. He had seen too many such postures in his past life, in even worse places. That afternoon at 3 o'clock, 7 cracks appeared simultaneously on the surface of the frozen soil in the western district of Jiazhou City. The sound of the earth cracking was like someone tearing apart a whole sheet of ice. A 2-meter-wide gap swallowed half a street. Someone saw a gloved hand moving at the edge of the crack, but by the time the rescue team arrived, that hand had already stiffened into an ice sculpture. He hadn't slept for 3 days, and his eye sockets were sunken with dark circles. He stood in the tent of the temporary command center with muddy water seeping in from the melted snow beneath his feet. The dense red dots on the map made his head ache. Someone knocked on the door and handed him a stack of reports, all concerning enemy activities. He flipped through them casually and suddenly stopped tapping his finger on a certain name twice. Lanyaya. He remembered that name. Not because it was particularly special, but because it had appeared at Yi Xingxiu's private gathering. At that gathering, Yi Xingxiu had raised his glass and said, "She's just a woman," with a tone full of disdain. At the time, he felt something was off. How could a woman who could make Yi Xingxiu remember her name be just a woman? He folded the report and stuffed it into his pocket. When he stepped out of the tent, he slipped on a patch of ice. Someone nearby reached out to help, but he waved his hand to steady himself and looked up at the sky. The clouds above slowly split open, letting a thin, faint light leak through like a semi-transparent sheet of paper stuck to the gray sky. Zhou Qilin squatted by the left side of the Lai Fu ship, using a shovel to knock on the frozen hard soil. The temperature began to rise, and the melted snow trickled down the slope, forming a thin layer of ice near the hull. He heard the sound of an excavator in the distance. He was using machinery to compact the soil, pressing down the embankment on the starboard side bit by bit. The machine's rumbling noise traveled far. In Yi's ears it transformed into another signal. Someone was watching something and didn't want anyone to see. As Yi Xingxiu jumped down from the helicopter, the wind from the rotor blades sent snowflakes swirling into the air. He squinted as he walked towards the command center, the sound of his military boots crunching on the ice beneath him. He approached and handed over the report letter. Yi Xingxiu glanced at it and frowned. Lanyaya. His thick eyebrows knitted together and memories uncoiled slowly like ice melting from a river. He remembered that at a private gathering someone had mentioned this name, saying she had done something in Chengdu. He couldn't recall the specifics, but he remembered someone saying, "This woman has quite the reach." At that time, Yi Xingxiu had been drinking red wine. Upon hearing this, he set down his glass and glanced at the speaker without saying a word. "How do you know this name?" Yi Xingxiu returned the report letter to Yi. Someone reported her. He pointed at several lines on the letter. It says she is frequently active in Jiazhou City, specifically going to severely affected areas to talk to those who have lost family members. Yi Xingxiu didn't respond. He turned towards the map, his finger tracing the outline of Bashu as he moved it back and forth. The snow was melting too quickly, and the low-lying areas on the outskirts of the city were already starting to accumulate water. He knew that the old residence of the Zhou family was in that area, the lowest point, which flooded every spring. If the melting snow eroded the earth beside the Leifaheo and exposed the metal hull, it would be a serious problem. The sound of an excavator came from a distance, intermittent, like someone scraping bone with a blunt knife. Yi Xingxiu glanced in that direction, not saying a word. As night fell, the temperature plummeted suddenly. A thin layer of melted water on the ground refroze, sealing the footprints made during the day. A woman walked across the ruins of Jiazhou City, stepping carefully on the icy surface, her boots soft enough to make almost no sound. She stopped before a crack, crouched down, and felt the edges of the fissure with her gloved hand. The ice shards pierced through the glove and into her skin, but she did not withdraw her hand. Someone behind her cleared their throat. She didn't turn around, simply retracting her injured hand into her sleeve, standing up to continue walking. The person who coughed stood still, watching her disappear into the shadows of the buildings, then crumpled the report letter in their hand and stuffed it into their mouth. The next morning, Iki discovered that 2 letters were missing from the pile of reports from yesterday. He said nothing about it, only instructing the aide to lock the remaining letters in an iron cabinet. Zhou Qilin was eating compressed biscuits when he learned of this news. The biscuits were too dry, and it hurt his throat badly as he swallowed. 2 letters missing. He shoved the last piece of biscuit into his mouth and asked through a mouthful, 2 letters missing. The person across from him repeated it in a low voice. Zhou Qilin took a sip of water to wash it down. He recalled the events of his previous life. Files could disappear, reports could be absorbed, and people could melt away like snow in sunlight. He only hoped that the earthworks beside the Leifaheo would hold up at least until the sky brightened completely. Water dripped from the roof, making a plopping sound as it hit the metal. The season of melting snow had arrived. Wang's face flushed red, the veins in his neck slightly bulging. "I am wholeheartedly devoted to this matter. Zhou Qilin instructed me to thoroughly investigate the background of that Lanyaya, saying she might be involved with a large power operating in the shadows." He didn't state it outright, but in the land of Xia, once something is labeled mysterious, it often hid activities that shouldn't see the light of day. Yi Xingxiu was silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Where do you plan to start? The connections we had with the locals won't get us anywhere. It's best if we can find that woman named Lanyaya directly. I have a good grasp on Zhou Qilin, he can be trusted," Wang said, stroking his chin. "Since you've made up your mind, just go for it." If there are any worries, I'll have your back. This sentence felt like a calming reassurance warming Wang's heart. What impressed Wang most was Yi Xingxiu's attitude. Perhaps this was the brilliance in how the other managed his subordinates, but the effect was indeed tangible. It turned out Zhou Qilin's instincts were not wrong. Lan Ye hadn't gone far, she was hiding within Jiaxue City. If Lan Ye could slip away, Zhou Qilin bore much of the responsibility. Although the initial oversight was somewhat unavoidable, he still mulled over the details of that day. That woman was definitely not ordinary. A psychic ability user, her danger level was alarmingly high, and he should have set up more safety measures. If all else failed, he should have completely removed that dangerous thorn back then. He swore on his life it was not because he was seduced by Lan Ye's face. It was absolutely impossible. But now thinking back from the moment they met, did he mistakenly believe he had blocked her mental invasion only to find out it might have been a trap? Lan Ye had deliberately made him feel this way to lower his guard, gradually approaching him, prying the information she wanted from his lips, waiting for the right moment to withdraw. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this speculation was close to the truth. Psychic ability users, even after a decade or two, remained the most elusive beings. Such abilities were inherently meant for disguise and concealment, and ordinary people could hardly detect them unless they encountered a higher-level counterpart. Revealing the matter of Lan Ye to Wang was actually Zhou Li's idea. Whether borrowing a knife or drawing a snake out of its hole, it didn't matter who won or lost in Zhou Li's eyes. As long as the flames of war didn't reach their doorstep and didn't affect the family's peace, it was fine. Zhou Li repeatedly reminded him not to let the words ability and evolution slip from his lips. Absolutely not. The risk was too great, especially for Zhou Qilin and the Zhou family. Once the higher-ups learned he was a psychic user or an evolved one, various regulations and demands would flood in like a tide. At that point, it would be hard to handle whether he agreed or not. The safest way to live was to hide in the shadows. Everyone in the Jian Island building got busy, and over time the building gradually took on a homely feel. Of course, the entrance hall and Sun Qinghao's room had to be excluded from this comparison. The contrast was particularly striking. Whether there were women in the home made an astounding difference. Zhou Qilin thought those flashy decorations were purely superfluous, but he had to admit that they did make the place look a lot more pleasing. After all, most women couldn't escape the allure of aesthetics. Zhou Li was an exception. At her age, calling her a woman was still a stretch. She was at most a half-grown girl. For several consecutive days, she had been busy installing surveillance cameras in every room, clarifying both obvious and covert lines, ensuring switches were installed where necessary, and figuring out how to install them where they weren't. But what surprised Zhou Qilin the most was that this girl could actually handle the excavator. The wind was as cold as a knife, and Zhou Li curled up in Zhou Qilin's thick winter coat, her small hands wrapped tightly, gripping the controls with an agility that suggested she was no novice with this machinery. So the Tei Fu Hao was borrowed by you. Borrowed. This is called borrowing. For a psychic user, how can it be called stealing? Just borrowing for a few hundred years. When they signed the contract with us back, then didn't they wish they could sign it for a few hundred years? I didn't realize you were such a radical youth, so naive. Zhou Li shook her head, her panda hat bobbing along her tone, surprisingly mature. Men never grow up. How come you've stopped? Hey brother, look at the sky in front of us. Doesn't it seem a bit brighter? Zhou Qilin followed her words and glanced up, finally noticing the time. It was almost noon. In the southeastern sky, something faintly luminescent was indeed rising. Sometimes Zhou Qilin really admired this girl. She held a book all day without letting go, her eyesight surprisingly sharp, showing no signs of nearsightedness. Was this what it meant to be blessed by the heavens? Yes, it is a bit. Not only they noticed it, but the entire Jiaxue City, along with many people in Bashu, also saw the bright spot in the sky. In no time, rumors spread about the world seeing light again, and many places spontaneously began to celebrate. After all, people were fundamentally nurtured under the sun. At the California sanctuary, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao had just learned from Wang Changshan about Zhou Qilin's prediction. The bright spot in the sky lent credence to that speculation. How many secrets is he still hiding? Zhu Guanghan rubbed his left shoulder gently. He had strained it yesterday and hadn't taken it seriously, but it had swollen by morning. The old Chinese medicine doctor was adjusting his bones, but given his age, the injury wouldn't heal without medication for a few days. Wang Changshan had put considerable effort into investigating Lan Ye, but the results were unsatisfactory. Some claimed to have seen her in the city, but the disaster relief had scattered everyone, making it nearly impossible to find her among the crowd, akin to searching for a needle in the sea. With no other choice, Wang Changshan could only approach Yi Xinxiao for advice. After pondering for half a day, Yi Xinxiao brought Wang Changshan to Zhu Guanghan. Where did you hear the name Lan Ye from? Zhu Guanghan was surprised when he first heard it, and after Wang Changshan finished speaking, his expression darkened further. If she really is in Jiaxue City and has met that young man named Zhou Qilin. What mysterious organization. Tisk, if Lan Ye indeed had some special background, we would be in serious trouble. Old Zhu, don't be so alarmed. How much trouble can a woman cause? Zhu Guanghan turned his neck, scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no extra ears hidden nearby, then lowered his voice to utter a few words. I'll mention someone. Are you talking about him? Is he connected to Lan Ye? Yi Xingxiu's eyebrows knitted together. Wang sensed that things were complicated, but he couldn't grasp the full picture, anxiously scratching the back of his head, resembling a senior brother in a state of agitation. Exactly. Zhu Guanghan turned his head, fixing his gaze on Wang. The matter you stumbled upon could be trivial, or it could be deadly. Even if you find that person's trail, don't rush to act, otherwise no one will be able to save you if you reach out. Old Zhu, I don't like hearing that. Yi Xinxiao rarely frowned, but when he did tense his jaw, it indicated that trouble was already pressing against the window. Wang didn't bother to engage with the old commander, simply replying, "All right, I'll keep that in mind." "Hey, you little rascal, who should you really listen to?" Yi Xinxiao pressed on, raising his voice slightly. "Of course, whoever protects you, I'll listen to them. I don't care who bears the brunt of the sky falling as long as it doesn't crush you." Such a scoundrel. Yi Xinxiao spat again, but the light in the corner of his eye clearly revealed the nurturing love he had held for many years. He had never claimed any formal father-son relationship with Wang, but after years of interaction, the bond of kinship felt stronger than blood. Watching Wang's figure vanish at the door, Zhu Guanghan suddenly sighed. "To be honest, I'm quite envious." "Envious of what?" "Envious of the relationship between you two, envious of you." "Exactly. For us soldiers, we live by being straightforward. I remember who treats me well for a lifetime, but you officials are different. Your minds turn like 18 bins, always mixing lies with truth." "Old you, and have I ever lied to you?" Zhu Guanghan feigned a stern expression. "Never. How you dare claim clarity on Lan Ye's matter? I can see that not only do you know, but you're fully aware of where she's hiding now, right?" Yi Xingxiu's mouth curled into a sly smile. His eyes, though clouded, still exuded an uncontainable authority, pinning Zhu Guanghan in place. Zhu Guanghan's expression stiffened for a moment, and after a long pause he finally regained his composure. "I'm just afraid of ruining Wang's path. Don't say about capturing Lan Ye. If he follows the clues to find her, it could ruin his life." Zhu Guanghan's words struck a chord with Yi Xinxiao. If he didn't agree, he would have revealed his bottom line in their earlier conversation. "What do you think? Are Zhou Qilin's words reliable?" "In my opinion." Yi Xinxiao suddenly had a flash of insight, a clue that even Zhu Guanghan and Wang had not yet touched upon. In the land of Xia, as long as the upper echelons were determined to investigate someone, there was almost no way to hide. The last time Wang submitted a report of suspicion regarding Zhou Qilin, what was the response from above? "Let it develop naturally." Just those 4 words. To be precise, Yi Xinxiao had only shown Wang those 4 words according to regulations. The other sentence read, "Upon investigation, Zhou Qilin departed for an island nation on June 27th and has no record of re-entry thereafter. Where he went specifically is still awaiting further information." Zhou Qilin stared at the immigration record slip, his fingertips tracing back and forth across the paper. The handwriting in the departure column was clear, but the entry column gaped empty, a stark void. He knew this was a fatal flaw, yet he scoured every corner of his mind for a solution and found none to fill this gaping hole. He could only silently pray that after the apocalypse descended, the databases would crumble to dust and no one would bother to scrutinize an insignificant nobody like him. What happened later taught him that this notion was laughably naive. The intelligence network of the Xia Kingdom was like an invisible hand capable of grasping anything it sought. Yi Xinxiao sat in the command center, his fingertips drumming on the table. The information he possessed far exceeded what Zhu Guanghan and Wang Chenglin knew, especially those secrets touching upon the nation's bottom line. The hijacking of the USS Ford, the release of all hostages, and the aircraft carrier's subsequent vanishing without a trace. These had all graced global newspaper headlines. Yet what few truly knew was that the hijackers had transmitted all data to the Xia Kingdom's fleet evacuating its citizens. By clearance level, Yi Xinxiao should not have been privy to this. But from the fragments of information passed down from higher-ups, he sensed an unusual undercurrent. The fact that the reply consisted of only 4 words, "continue observation," meant that this kid Zhou Qilin must have offered something that moved the nation. Otherwise, given the intelligence department's modus operandi, they would have acted long ago. Since the higher-ups had approved the assessment deeming Zhou Qilin no threat to national security, Yi Xinxiao had no reason to doubt. Unfortunately, these were words he could not speak openly. "Old Zhu," Yi Xinxiao pushed his teacup aside. "We're not in the same system, so I can't control you. But there are some things you need to weigh carefully, whether you can bear the consequences." Zhu Guanghan forced a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth, a sigh rolling from his throat. He reached up to rub his temples, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Bear it or not, I have to. Otherwise, I don't care about this commander's seat at all. What use is it? What use is it? But I have no one to hand it over to. To you? If not you, then who could I give it to that would matter? If I just shove anyone into the position, what happens to the hundreds of thousands of people in the city?" Saying this, he sighed again, his voice dropping even lower. "Old Yi, local government isn't like the military. I'm not exactly at ease either." Yi Xinxiao shook his head, knowing Zhu Guanghan spoke the truth. Beyond a sigh, he had nothing to add, so he simply cut off the topic. The rescue operation was dragging to its close. In a normal natural disaster, the golden window for rescue was 72 hours, but now they couldn't even sustain half that. The air at 30 to 40 degrees below zero was like a blade slicing every inch of exposed skin. No living person could endure more than 36 hours. Exposed to such frigid temperatures, without movement, fingertips and toes would stiffen and blacken within hours, the decay quickly spreading through the entire body. The compiled reports were crystal clear. After 24 hours, survivors were virtually non-existent. The occasional find was a rare exception, a miracle in itself. Amidst the near-despairing atmosphere, the rescue teams held on for another 48 hours. In those entire 2 days, only 8 people were saved across the entire Bashu province, 7 of whom faced amputation. Finally, the Bashu Province Post-Disaster Command had no choice but to issue the order terminate rescue operations. When news of the cessation reached him, Zhou Qilin was standing by the window gazing at the gray, overcast sky outside. His finger traced across the glass, leaving a trail of moisture. He heard himself sigh, the air in his chest feeling colder than the world outside. Should have stopped long ago. Zhou Li's voice came from behind, carrying the frankness unique to youth. If it were up to me, I'd have called it off on the first day. This kid never learned to mince words. Zhou Qilin wanted to laugh, but couldn't. In the old days when the internet was still alive, if such words got out, they'd be met with a torrent of a million voices. The aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Cheng Yali, wrapped in an apron, stirred a spatula in the iron wok, the sputtering oil producing a soft crackle. Ever since awakening her ability, her cooking skills had grown eerily proficient each day. Yesterday, she only knew to add salt. Today, she understood how to use soy sauce for color. The spare ribs were stewed until tender, the bones pulling away with a gentle tug, meat juices trickling down between her fingers. Wu Shui held her bowl, stirring her chopsticks through the rice. If we keep eating like this, it'll get as round as a ball. Being round is good. Cheng Yali replied without turning around. Eat up when there's meat. If a day comes when there's none, this bit of fat on your bones will tide you over for a while. Zhou Qilin tossed a spare rib into his mouth, crushing the bone between his teeth. Sunlight streamed through the window, a little brighter than yesterday. Spring? Perhaps not. What comes after the winter night? Wu Shui set down her chopsticks, her eyes fixed on him. The curve of Zhou Qilin's lips tightened. He wanted to say something comforting, but the words twisted at the tip of his tongue. Bigger trouble. Is it a plague? Zhou Li counted on her fingers. Or zombies. Or floods. Scorching heat. Water will come. Zhou Qilin wiped the grease from his mouth. When all this snow melts, it could flood half the city. From the ground soaked in filthy water, all kinds of bugs will breed. Mosquitoes, flies. Those things can't be killed even at 40 below zero. Give them water and warmth, and they'll come right back to life. As for zombies, those are things made up in novels. He paused. Don't mix fiction with reality. Wu Shui's face was as pale as the sky outside. She was most terrified of those little black bugs swarming in dense clusters, crawling all over the walls. The last time when she came out of the basement and stepped on a nest of cockroaches, she vomited on the spot. Just thinking about it now made her fingers tremble. Relax. Zhou Qilin reached out and patted the back of her hand. Those nasty things outside can't get in. Our filtration system isn't just for show. Wu Shui's face flushed red. She lowered her head, fiddling with the grains of rice in her bowl. You don't have to go out and take risks. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. I know what I'm doing. Zhou Qilin pinched her cheek gently, then stood up and walked toward the elevator. The elevator doors closed, and the button displayed 1. The copper-colored number glowed like an eye. In the basement, the light was stark and white. He stood before a wall with a screen embedded in it displaying a few lines of text. Symbiosis Intermediate 4217100000. A string of words scrolled beneath the screen. He read it once, then again, his fingers tracing the wall, leaving behind a smear of sweat. I can make one more trip, he muttered to himself. In the tool room, a shovel leaned against the corner, its blade still bearing traces of damp soil. He picked it up, weighing it in his hand, then turned and walked back to the elevator. The muddy footprints on the floor extended step by step toward the stairwell. Wu Shui stood above, watching him. Are you really going? Really? He pressed the button and the elevator doors slid shut slowly. Through the narrowing gap, Wu Shui's face grew thinner, finally shrinking to a line, then vanishing. The elevator descended with a rumble that filled the entire space. The numbers on the wall flickered. 2304. At the lowest level, the doors opened and a damp wind rushed to meet him. The underground air was mixed with the scent of rust and something else, an indescribable odor. He stepped out, the shovel resting on his shoulder. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the empty corridor, drilling into his ears, seeping into his veins, settling into the marrow of his bones. Something simply had to be done. The mechanical arms in the workshop moved like awakened octopus tentacles, peeling away the outer shell of the pickup truck layer by layer. The shrill screech of metal cutting ricocheted within the enclosed space, sparks splashing to the ground and dying out instantly. A certain lathe was spitting out gear-shaped workpieces, their surfaces still bearing the dark red patterns left by high temperatures. In his memory of the previous life, no one had told him which path to take. The knowledge about abilities and evolution was nothing but fragmented rumors, impossible to piece together into a complete picture. Now every bit of progress felt like groping for cracks in a wall with one's fingertips in the pitch dark. Steel plates were dragged over from the aircraft carrier's storage area, the cutting torch biting along a preset path, the edges emitting a wave of hot metallic air. The original bumper was removed, replaced by a steel component from which 9 ramming blades extended from the welded joints like the exposed gums of a wild beast. The tips of the blades gleamed coldly under the lights, each one exceeding half a meter in length. A second layer of steel plate was affixed to the inside of the car doors, the bolts emitting a dull creak as they were tightened. The hood's hinges bore an additional 200 kilograms of weight, and the hydraulic struts were replaced with thicker models. The trunk was sealed into a steel box with several crossbeams welded inside to secure a machine gun mount. The light of 4 in the morning filtered through the factory's high windows, dust swirling in the beams. As Zhou Qilin tightened the last bolt, a burr on the metal sliced a white line across his palm, the oozing blood quickly coagulating into a dark spot. "Monster no. One," he said to the machine. His voice had no echo in the empty workshop. The tires locked into the chains, the clinking of metal buckles echoing crisply on the hardened snow-covered road. The sky was a dull iron gray hue, the visibility just enough to make out the silhouette of a distant shopping mall's rooftop. In the cargo bed, the machine gun from the Lu Xiaofeng ship lay in its fixed mount, its barrel pointing toward the rear window. As he pressed the accelerator, the modified vehicle's engine emitted a low, rumbling growl, like some massive beast turning in its sleep. The ramming blades on the front bumper cast 9 parallel shadows in the morning light, swaying gently with the undulations of the road. The slope outside the side door was frozen solid, and Zhou Qilin's boot slipped slightly as he stepped onto it. Yesterday, while piling earth with Zhou Li, he had already planned to leave a path for this door. The rough earthen ramp had formed a crust of ice in the sub-zero temperatures, but the pickup's tires found stable traction on it. The surroundings were as dark as spilled ink, only occasionally broken by beams of light cutting through the night from the direction of Jiazhou City. Those beams swept across the sky, consuming a great deal of power, but Zhu Guanghan had never stopped using them since that incident. He said it was a beacon of hope for the people. The light still shining meant that something was still there, and hope was still clinging to life. The beams were also a warning: anyone who dared to do shady deeds under the cover of darkness would eventually be exposed. Most parts of the city remained pitch black. In areas where people lived, energy was hoarded for heating, no one was willing to waste it on lighting. The pickup's engine noise was especially jarring in the silent night. Zhou Qilin didn't plan to dive straight into the city, head first scout the outskirts, maybe stumble upon some luck. The headlights illuminated the road for a dozen meters ahead, the snow reflecting a ghastly white light. Just as his fingers on the steering wheel began to relax, 2 beams of green light suddenly stabbed into his eyes. Damn! He slammed the brakes to the floor, while simultaneously yanking the steering wheel from memory, his eyes squeezed shut. There was a slope to the right that could block the direction of those 2 laser beams. He didn't know if it was a warning or a targeting laser. The pickup's body could take a hit, but the glass couldn't. If the other side had heavy firepower, had be done for. The vehicle crashed down the slope with a loud bang, the snow much deeper than on the road the front, and nearly burying itself in a snowdrift. The engine was still running, but Zhou Qilin killed it immediately. This truck had just been modified. He couldn't let it get wrecked now. Just wait, I'll show you bastards. Rage burned in his throat, making it tight. He jumped out and charged up the slope, an American-made M16 variant rifle now in his hands. The 2 green lights had vanished. No matter, he had memorized their direction. He crept forward slowly, confident that no one could see farther or clearer in the dark than he could, unless they had a night vision device better than his. Possible. Probably not. Unless they were military and the most elite unit at that. Not far from the road leading into the city, on another slope, several men lay prone in the snow. One of them had his finger hovering over the trigger, the image in his night vision scope, yet to lock onto a target. Another man cursed under his breath, his exhaled breath fogging up the lens of his goggles. "Where'd he go?" someone asked in a whisper. "Don't know, he went down." "Go down and look." "Wait." The wind whipped snowflakes into their faces, stinging painfully. Zhou Qilin lay prone at the edge of the slope, resting the rifle's barrel on a snowbank, his eye pressed against the night vision scope. He saw it. At 7 o'clock, 3 blurry heat sources huddled together. One of them was moving, seemingly shifting position. He held his breath, his finger settling on the trigger. 3 figures crouched by the roadside, one of them muttering indistinctly, "Didn't they say this thing could blind a driver? Where's the car? Haven't seen a single one for ages. What's the point of blabbering? I saw that truck roll down with my own eyes. Maybe the people inside are already smashed into meat patties. Well, just go down and check later. Easier than robbing directly, isn't it? What if someone else gets there first?" A third voice chimed in. "Are you out of your mind? This godforsaken place has only the 3 of us. Where would anyone else come from?" "But I thought I saw a figure just now." "Are you right next to you?" "Damn, there's nothing." Standing in the shadows, Zhou Qilin listened to their conversation, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He hadn't expected to nearly stumble in a place like this. The collapse of order in the apocalypse was faster than he had anticipated. Layer by layer, people's moral boundaries peeled away until even on this rundown road at the edge of town, highwaymen could emerge. Further into the city, it was probably already teeming with predators. As a species, humans sometimes weren't much different from cockroaches in terms of resilience. "Brother buddy, we saw this spot first. Let's be reasonable." "Get him." The speaker said be reasonable, but had already started closing in. He probably intended to stall Zhou Qilin with words, then rely on a 3-man rush to catch him off guard. But he had miscalculated. Once Zhou Qilin confirmed that none of the 3 had guns, he switched his weapon to a tactical knife. The blade gleamed with a matte sheen in the night, a tool he had used for many deeds. He had no interest in who these three were, who their families were, or why they had come here to block the road. He couldn't even be bothered to ask their names. With a physique 6 times that of an ordinary person, Zhou Qilin's reaction speed, movement speed, and explosive power far exceeded normal humans. The leader of the group had to receive the highest level of treatment. Zhou Qilin's first strike landed on his neck. The sharp blade sliced through the windpipe. The man hadn't even felt pain, yet only a chill suddenly flooding into his chest. By the time he instinctively raised his hand to touch his neck, Zhou Qilin's knife had already plunged into the second man's chest. The tip pierced through. By all logic, the tactical knife was slightly too short to penetrate a human torso. But Zhou Qilin's strength was immense. The blade forced its way through the man's chest, the tip emerging from his back, cleanly severing 2 ribs along the way. It was only then that the third man finally reacted. Zhou Qilin's ferocity in killing 2 in succession hit him like a bucket of ice water. Trembling all over, he turned to flee. But as soon as he lifted his foot, a chill spread from the back of his neck. His body refused to obey. Zhou Qilin didn't sever his head. Instead, he precisely cut the cervical vertebrae, tearing the spinal cord. The only difference from decapitation was that this man could still take a few more breaths. As the third man's body crumpled to the ground, the leader was still desperately clutching the wound on his throat, trying to stop the blood from seeping through his fingers. His breathing had turned into a strange gurgling sound like a leaking pipe. Zhou Qilin bent down and wiped the blade on the man's shirt, saying unhurriedly, "Rest in peace. Don't come back in your next life." The night swallowed all superfluous sounds. The 3 lay on the ground, their bodies still twitching unconsciously like fish thrown onto the shore. Zhou Qilin retrieved his knife, glanced down at the cooling bodies, and suddenly felt a pang of envy for those who had awakened spatial abilities. If he had that power, at least he wouldn't have to worry about how to dispose of these things. Deep in the snow where the pickup had overturned, Zhou Qilin dragged the 3 torsos into his controlled dimensional space. Air currents swept through moisture, rapidly evaporating. In a few hours, these things would be as hard as aged jerky. A thought flashed through his mind. If there was a market, these items would likely have buyers, though not for the living. At the end of the day, the world wasn't much different. Ability orbs didn't care if you walked on 2 legs or crawled on 4. Since all were living things, why draw distinctions? But he abandoned the idea. Changing his mind, he decided to let the 3 be buried. His fingers brushed against fabric and touched a hard object. He pulled it out, a short rod about the thickness of a finger with a tiny lens embedded at the tip. He pressed the button near his eye. As the beam hit him, his retina felt as if pricked by a needle. His vision went white for a full 5 or 6 seconds before recovering. An ordinary person would only get dazzled by this thing, but with his physique 6 times normal, he nearly went blind. The instantaneous power of this laser pointer was almost comparable to something else. No toy from a store shelf could achieve this. Looking at the 3 men's clothes, torn down jackets and old work pants, soles nearly worn flat, they didn't seem like the type to carry such gear. So where did it come from? Stolen? Found? Or a mission item given by someone? The answer hung in the air. Zhou Qilin didn't dwell on it. The pickup wasn't badly damaged. After pulling it from the snowdrift, only the side panel had a slight dent and the engine still ran. He pondered for a few seconds and decided not to use the vehicle for now. What if next time, instead of a beam, a high-speed bullet entered the cab? His head couldn't withstand that. Skis were more reliable. He pushed the truck into an abandoned repair shed, covered it with a tarp and wooden boards, then stepped onto his self-made anti-slip skis and glided toward the city's edge. The night was as thick as spilled ink. Once he moved into the shadows, his vision sharpened, and he soon spotted a few scattered lights. 2 or 3 groups, some with 7 or 8, others with 3 to 5, huddled at intersections or bends, clutching dim flashlights, prowling like stray dogs. Zhou Qilin stopped behind a dead tree 30 meters away, lowering his breath. Were there really so many vehicles coming and going from the city now? Flies don't seek eggs without cracks. These people were wasting energy here instead of scavenging for food and water, which meant they were eyeing bigger prey. Unless they were waiting for live humans. Zhou Qilin's footsteps made no sound. He chose a rear team and gradually closed the distance using the shadows. With his current physical state, even if their flashlight beams swept over him, they wouldn't catch his crouched form. If he wanted, he could even spook them with a ghostly wail. When the distance shrank to 5 meters, the voices became clear. "Why hasn't a fat fish passed by today?" A hoarse voice replied, "What's the rush? Didn't we score yesterday? What we need now are weapons. Next time we run into a lone cop, don't chicken out. Just go for it. If they outnumber us, we run. If we have the advantage, we fight. Once we get a gun, this city's turf will be ours." The boss is right. Another younger voice chimed in, "But there haven't been any women these days. We finished that one too soon the other day. They should have kept her alive for a few more rounds." Zhou Qiling pressed his tongue to his palate. How many days into the apocalypse was it? The darkest layer of humanity had already shattered. These people had figured out the rules. The police of the Xia Kingdom still clung to their old duties, maintaining trust and tolerance toward the people, so these thugs dared to brandish knives and steel pipes, betting that the cops wouldn't act rashly. If they won that bet, both lives and guns would be theirs. Zhou Qiling halted, wiping his forehead with his palm, suddenly realizing he had no right to judge others. That ship, the Li Fu, hadn't he taken it from someone else? and all the supplies crammed in the hold. Had he paid for any of it? In essence, selfishness was rooted in human nature. Some set their boundaries high, some low, and others simply crushed theirs, chewed them up, and swallowed them. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it. The acrid smell mixed with a metallic tang slammed into his nostrils. The scent momentarily pulled him back into memories of his past life. In those final years, whenever he wanted to scavenge something, he had to rely on ambushes dragging a few people along. Ability users and evolvers didn't have labels on their faces. Going out alone without a lookout meant risking death if they hit a tough opponent. Back then he had AI Weiwei Tang Dahai and a group around him. He had long noticed AI Weiwei's ambiguous glances with other men, but with daily hunger gnawing at them, he couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. As long as he didn't catch them in the act, he pretended not to know. Now thinking back, he must have been under AI Weiwei's spell. Zhou Qilin wandered in thought as he walked, mainly because the group ahead moved too slowly and hadn't encountered any prey. Ai Weiwei was dead, Tang Dahai was dead, half the debts from his past life were settled. But Chao Bowen was still alive, and so was Lan Yiya. He had no grudge against her, but she had slipped away right under his nose like a slap across his face. If this ever got out, how could he, the master of a survival base, hold his head high after being dumped by a woman? Even though he wasn't a base master yet, it was as good as settled. But even if only his own people survived, how joyful would that be? Humans were creatures that thrived only when packed together. More people meant more trouble, but when trouble came, you dealt with it. If you couldn't solve the problem, you solved the people. Zhou Qilin shook off these thoughts because more figures appeared ahead. 6 of them, and both sides spotted each other. Third Qin. Is that you? The group Zhou Qilin had been trailing flicked their flashlight and asked in a low voice. Centipede, you're crossing the line. This is my turf. The one called Third Qin shouted back. All right, we're just on the border. Don't worry, we know the rules. Any catch today? Nothing. Scram. Get lost, or he'll kill you. Third Qin's voice was as rough as sandpaper on iron. Zhou Qilin could hear a condescending tone in his words towards Centipede. Logically, since they were all risking their necks, there shouldn't be such a clear hierarchy. For Centipede, being yelled at like that in front of his men should have been humiliating. But the few behind him stayed silent, as if acknowledging Third Qin's higher status. This was interesting. In just a few days had order already been established. Zhou Qilin didn't believe this order had grown naturally. Someone was pulling strings in the shadows. He had to get to the bottom of it. Zhou Qilin planned to settle in Jiazhou City. How could he tolerate others snoring beside his bed? Shelters could be accepted, but the forces and organizations sprouting in the dark, if not uprooted in their infancy, would eventually become thorns in his flesh. 4 or 5 years. More precisely, at least 4 years and 10 months. Ability users and evolvers wouldn't emerge on a large scale. The struggle for resources would still be dominated by ordinary people. In this phase, Zhou Qilin's greatest advantage, aside from his own abilities, evolution and awakening, were the iron weapons stacked in the Life as Cargo hold. With enough manpower, he was confident he could take and crush Jiazhou City inch by inch, excluding the designated shelter area. But it was just a fleeting fantasy. Actually do it. He'd have to be insane. In the apocalypse, supplies were more precious than lives. Who would waste food on a bunch of useless mouths? Talent. Experts. From this moment on, only these 2 types of people were worth his effort to recruit. Centipede's group had already turned back. Zhou Qilin held his breath, his gaze flickering in the darkness for a moment. Then he abandoned the idea of following that group, instead melting into the shadows and silently trailing along the edge of Third Qin's team. This thread might lead to bigger fish. Third Qin's men, judging by their physique, the cohesion in their bearing, and the synchronized rhythm of their footsteps, were on a completely different level from Centipede's rabble. More like they had been disciplined into shape. While there were some things Zhou Qilin couldn't say aloud, yet would invite trouble. In truth, throughout any era, whenever a group gathered, it would take on that certain hue. Calling it the underworld would be an overstatement. Halt! Qin Laosan, who was at the very front of the line, suddenly froze in his steps. The beam of the searchlight began to slice through the darkness as he turned his neck, the dim yellow halo licking back and forth across the ruins. Twice, it almost grazed past the recess where Zhou Qilin was hiding. Interesting. Qin Laosan must have sensed something. Human senses aren't as dull as people imagine. Some individuals, after relentless honing, can rival wild beasts in acuity, which means the issue doesn't lie in the hardware of eyes, nose, or ears. It's like building a computer. All components are soldered onto the motherboard. The hardware can't be swapped, so theoretically the performance ceiling is fixed. But if one day that machine suddenly runs in an overclocked state, it must be because the underlying logic of its operation has been rewritten. Nowadays, computers love to engage in throttling or power-saving modes. Oh, why shouldn't the brain be allowed to slack off? Consciousness grows out of the brain. If the brain is dead set on loafing, consciousness usually can't grab it by the tail. Only when the brain feels that disaster will strike, if it doesn't exert itself, does it truly drag out the potential of those senses. And those who manage to do this are instead regarded as freaks by others. Qin Laosan probably belongs to the type whose brain is relatively diligent in the realm of perception. Pity his skill isn't refined enough, far from Zhou Qilin's level of chewing and swallowing the faintest disturbances. That's why a trace of confusion hung on his face like stepping into a shapeless fog. Keep moving. He finally uttered 2 words. Outside the building, the wind scraped past the cracks in the corner like something crawling along the mortar joints. Qin Laosan's ear twitched and his steps halted. The few people behind him also stopped, their flashlight beams sweeping randomly through the night, finding nothing. He frowned, lowering his voice to ask the man beside him, "Did you hear that sound just now?" The man shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. Qin Laosan waited a moment longer before lifting his foot to move on, but the nagging feeling of wrongness clung to him like mud stuck to the sole of a shoe, impossible to shake off. Zhou Qilin crouched in the shadows of the second-floor balcony, his fingers stroking the edge of his blade. He watched the group below stop and start, Qin Laosan having already swept his flashlight 3 times. The men began whispering to each other, someone muttering that the boss' ears must be acting up. Qin Laosan himself slapped his head a few times, rubbing his ears, looking like a man questioning his own sanity. A corner of Zhou Qilin's mouth curled. If this guy had half a brain, he'd just find a place to rest, wouldn't he? Why go through all this trouble? Finally, Qin Laosan couldn't take it anymore. He pointed to a pitch-black small building by the roadside. "2 of you go in and scout. If it's clear, we'll rest here." The building's outer walls were covered in withered vines, its windows empty, like wide staring eye sockets. The 2 men slipped inside, made a circuit, and came out, signaling that it was safe. The group filed in, the dust on the doorframe shaken loose by their footsteps falling in a steady stream. Zhou Qilin pressed the tip of his foot against the edge of the wall, his body flipping lightly onto the roof. From below came Qin Laosan's cursing, "I'm going to get some sleep. Anyone who fucking makes another peep, don't blame me for being rude." A stove was lit, the firelight flickering on the window glass, the temperature slowly rising. The underlings spread out their cold weather sleeping bags. Someone started heating a can of food, someone else slumped in a corner to doze off. A tall, thin man picked up a cleaver and headed outside to stand watch. The tall, thin man had just turned the corner of the building when the back of his neck met an icy touch. He opened his mouth to shout, but the corner of his eye caught the dark red stains caked on the blade, and the breath in his throat instantly dissipated. Zhou Qilin leaned down, his voice pressed thin like wine through a crack. "Who does your boss work for?" The tall man's lips trembled, his eyes fixed on the half-length of the blade. "He'll talk, he'll tell you everything." "The Cleaver Gang." Qin Laosan is the head of a branch. "The Cleaver Gang?" Zhou Qilin raised an eyebrow. "Why not call it the Hatchet Gang? Sounds more imposing." "Boss, hatchets are hard to come by. Look at what we've got, it's all cleavers." "And the gang leader, what's his name?" "Nobody calls him by his name, they all call him the Dragonhead." Zhou Qilin nearly laughed out loud. Dragonhead, the great Dragonhead of the Cleaver Gang. That title reeked of absurdity, no matter who bore it. He drew a breath, suppressing the laughter, and moved his hand with a swift strike. The tall, thin man didn't even have time to grunt, his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Qilin laid him down gently, muttering to himself, "Everyone has to go eventually. Going early saves trouble." He pushed open the door on the first floor, and as soon as his foot crossed the threshold, he collided with a figure. The man was holding a cup of hot water, and before he could even see who had run into, a gash had already opened across his throat. He clutched his neck with both hands, a gurgling sound of bubbles escaping his mouth. His knees buckled, and he knelt to the ground, the hot water spilling and steaming on the floor. Zhou Qilin sidestepped, letting the body slide past his shoulder as it fell. His gaze crossed over the fallen figure, landing on the doorway at the end of the hallway where light was shining. The taste of blood flooding the throat was far more than just choking. First, the cloying metallic sweetness clogs the windpipe. The lungs contract desperately but can't draw in a single breath. The whole person feels like they're being held underwater, and it's the explosive pain in the chest that truly brings despair. Zhou Qilin stared at the 3 swaying beams of light ahead, his expression completely flat. He had heard enough secrets from Qin Laosan's crew, and every single one made him feel no regret for his actions. "Who's there?" The shout carried a clear tremor. 2 flashlight beams swept wildly across the floor, illuminating only the body that had just stopped convulsing, seeing nothing else. The remaining 3 men's teeth chattered, their legs shaking like sieves frozen in place, not knowing where to run. In the darkness, Zhou Qilin's breathing was so light, it was almost non-existent. He picked one at random. The unlucky bastard who wasn't holding a flashlight. A gust of cool air rolled along the ground, carrying a mix of dust and the smell of blood. First strike, second strike, third strike. The blade was too fast. Zhou Qilin's wrist was as steady as a machine, tempered by the chill of a decade in the apocalypse, colder than meat that had hung in a butcher's shop for half a lifetime. Footsteps came from upstairs. The lookout had already panicked. Such men could shout the loudest in favorable times, but once they met a tough opponent, their backbone turned as soft as overcooked noodles. "What the hell's going on?" Qin Laosan's voice came muffled from inside his sleeping bag. He was just starting to crawl out when Zhou Qilin's blade had already pierced the chest of the lookout at the top of the stairs. To be honest, Zhou Qilin didn't want to leave such a mess, but that kid had to charge downward right into the point of a knife. As the ancients said, on a narrow path, the brave one wins. But that old saying didn't mention the importance of weapon reach. The lookout's cleaver couldn't reach Zhou Qilin's steel pipe knife, and that was the difference. The lookout fell. Zhou Qilin remained standing. You've been following my men all along." Qin Laosan's mind wasn't too slow. Zhou Qilin figured he could exchange a few words with him. Smart people usually knew what words could save their lives. "We don't have anything valuable. You've got the wrong people." Qin Laosan stared at the dark red stains on Zhou Qilin's clothes and the cold, hard expression on his face, and seemed to completely abandon any thought of resistance. But if he thought that would make Zhou Qilin let his guard down, he was far too naive. A man who had survived 10 years in a hellish wasteland was more paranoid than a rat that had been hiding in a cat's nest for 3 months. The cleaver gang the dragon head, that's all. Zhou Qilin crouched down the tip of his knife, tracing a slow arc before Qin Laosan's eyes. Say something fat'll let you keep breathing, or else. Before he could finish, the blade had already sunk into Qin Laosan's right shoulder. Fuck. The scream was squeezed through clenched teeth. Qin Laosan's reaction was a beat too slow. His entire right arm was completely ruined, the fine steel weapon clattering to the ground. He couldn't even pick it up, let alone move his fingers. And I thought you were a sensible man. Zhou Qilin shook his head. I gave you a chance. Talk. Tell me, and he'll let you go. You promise. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Laosan's eyes. He wasn't ready to die. I promise. Zhou Qilin nodded. The dragonhead's real name is Long Dashu. Before the apocalypse, he owned a slaughterhouse. In his youth, he wielded a cleaver in the open, but behind the scenes, he worked for Master C. Master C. From the Su family. If this dragonhead really had ties to Su Laosi, things were about to get interesting. Su Laosi was a man of some standing in Jiazhou City, but Zhou Qilin only had a vague impression of how Head made his fortune. Among those who roamed the streets, there were always a few who could climb high. That wasn't unusual. Over the past decade or so, Su Laosi had gotten his hands on sand quarries and various clubs, gathering a group of underlings who ate from his hand. But what made him shrewd was this. He never touched gambling or drugs. He himself absolutely stayed away from them, and he even secretly passed information to the police. Helping others was a way of leaving oneself an escape route. With those tangled networks of connections, Su Laosi had managed to establish a firm foothold in Jiazhou City. But a so-called businessman with a dark past like him was likely a grasshopper at the end of autumn, not long for this world. Once the city's leadership changed hands a couple of times, someone would want his head as a stepping stone for their own advancement. Fortunately, the apocalypse arrived. For those who didn't play by the rules and stopped at nothing, this catastrophe seemed like a tailor-made opportunity. That was, of course, provided they didn't run into someone who had been reborn or had cheats. Otherwise, no matter how glorious their moment, they'd only end up as a background character. Reality is often stranger than fiction. Humans just tend to believe only what they're willing to accept. You promised you wouldn't take my life. Qin Laosan felt the warmth draining from his body, his eyes filled with resentment. Zhou Qilin nodded. So what if I promised? Does a promise have to be kept? You've been out in the world. How can you still be so naive? Or do you think I look like a good person? Zhou Qilin rarely touched a cigarette, but every time he had blood on his hands, he would light one for himself. The swirling smoke seemed to obscure the twitching of his facial muscles, suppressing the tightness in his chest, or perhaps those wisps of smoke could send away restless spirits like Qin Laosan's who were unwilling to depart. The same old saying remained. This human world truly don't come back. One could only say the Centipede gang was lucky enough, or else they would have been the ones being sent off now. Having taken out over a dozen people, the rage from being ambushed on the road had finally subsided somewhat. Since this counted as entering the urban area, Zhou Qilin took his time wandering around. A few years later, gold's purchasing power would skyrocket, but in the first year or two of the catastrophe, its price kept falling. It had to be said it was an odd thing. Like the jewelry store just a few dozen paces from Zhou Qilin, the milk tea shop next door had been ransacked, yet the jewelry store's glass door remained perfectly intact. Were the people of Xia country just too law-abiding, or were the folks on this street simply not too bright? The night was deep. Zhou Qilin didn't bother to hide anything. He simply smashed the tempered glass door. He walked in, his feet crunching on the shards of glass. The air was thick with the heavy smell of mildew. A thick layer of ice had formed on the floor tiles, and every step he took he could hear the sound of the ice cracking. This was still manageable. The shop was on the second floor on relatively high ground. In the southern part of the city, buildings below the third floor were still buried under snow. Square counters formed a large ring, many of the compartments inside empty. The owner must have already taken some of the stock when he closed up. A few gold items were scattered in the counters, but the most abundant were jade and gemstones. Judging by how they were piled, their value was clear at a glance. Zhou Qilin swept his gaze over those stones, feeling not a flicker of interest. He casually scooped a few gold ornaments from a small cabinet in the corner into his pocket, probably items the boss hadn't had time to secure. Then he turned and walked toward the office in the back. The office wasn't large, but the safe was conspicuously out of place. It was locked tight. Zhou Qilin knew at a glance that this trip hadn't been a waste. The simplest method was brute force. He pried the safe out of the wall first, then attacked it from the back. All that talk about self-destruct mechanisms was just bluff. In Xia country, which safe manufacturer would dare sell something that explodes? Zhou Qilin didn't care how much noise he made. The weather was damn cold, and as long as the building didn't collapse, few people would bother to come out and meddle. A few minutes later, the safe was cracked open. No equipment exploded out of it, but the amount of cash that spilled out was considerable. Even Zhou Qilin was taken aback. Such an obscure little shop, yet its safe concealed nearly 3 kilograms of gold ornaments, bars, and some gold nuggets that clearly didn't come from legitimate sources. They were either stolen goods or laundered money. He had initially thought of leaving some for the gold shop owner, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. Since it was a case of the rogue preying on the rogue, there was no room for guilt. The money was stained with dark red traces, perhaps soaked in the blood of Qin Laosan and his gang. Zhou Qilin stepped out of the gold shop and glanced at the time. He had delayed too long. In his memory, there were 2 more gold shops nearby. Though it was a bit late since he was already here, he decided to walk over and try his luck. Every city has those gold and silver shops hidden deep in alleys with unassuming storefronts. Some might think such small shops lack strength, but that would be naive. Think about it. How have they managed to withstand wave after wave of trends and remain steadily open? Every snake has its path, every rat its route. The profit-making methods of these small gold shops often lie hidden from ordinary eyes. Some are ostensibly gold and silver shops, but secretly operate as pawnbrokers, others engage in private banking, and some have backgrounds too murky to fathom. Take the one where Zhou Qilin now stopped. The sign above the door alone showed its age, the weathering patterns on it deeper than the wrinkles on his father, Zhou Caijin's face. The door was made of old-fashioned thick planks, sturdy, yet unable to close tight. A keen ear could hear the wind whistling through the gaps, and inside, the sound of human breathing. Someone inside. Zhou Qilin narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. He was out to scavenge supplies, not to rob, and that bottom line still held. But the next second, he heard a scream. A woman's scream. It came from within the gold shop. Without needing to think, he guessed it was another tragedy unfolding in this apocalypse. Zhou Qilin stood still, silent for a few seconds, then slowly turned around. To play the savior. The door gnawed by time until it was riddled with holes met the foot of the young man named Zhou Qilin. As he kicked it, the rotten wood shattered into dust that swirled in the air. He had always believed that violence could solve most problems, including this uncooperative door. Where the hell did you come from, you idiot? Get the hell out. The emergency light rested on the edge of the counter, most of its light swallowed by shadows. No wonder he couldn't see anything through the door crack. The man who spoke rose from the darkness, his frame as large as a wall, his shadow lunging toward the door like a living thing. Zhou Qilin didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. Want to trade for some gold? Trade with what? The man named Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, his beard obscuring his expression, revealing only a rough outline. With food. Isn't it said a pack of noodles can get you a gram of gold? A sneer came from behind the counter. 2 voices overlapped, laced with coarse mockery. Is this kid crazy? A pack of noodles for a gram. Might as well rob, saves you the cost of a noodle pack. Amid the laughter came a woman's muffled groan, like a cat with its throat squeezed. So are we trading or not? Zhou Qilin's hand still rested on the doorframe, his fingertips covered in sawdust and ash. How many packs do you have? Chen Feng didn't laugh, his face layered with flesh and dark stubble, didn't look like a businessman's. Plenty. Of course I don't carry them all on me. 1 pack for a gram. Fair deal. Deal. Bro, are you serious? Gold can't fill your stomach. Chen Feng roared, his coarse voice scraping through the entire room. Zhou Qilin's gaze swept over the counter. There should be a woman inside. Her voice suppressed, her bones likely trembling. The true owner of this gold shop must have met with great misfortune. Jiang Lanlan had indeed met with misfortune. The black dress she wore at 32 still lingered in Chen Feng's mind, the hem clinging to the curve of her legs, the scent of perfume undimmed after 10 years. That year Chen Feng was a senior in high school. His bicycle repair stand was set up at the alley entrance, and every day he watched her come down from upstairs, step on her high heels, lock the door, and cross the crosswalk. For that silhouette, he tore up his college application, threw away his job opportunities. He repaired bicycles at the alley for 10 years later, moving into a shop to fix scooters and tricycles, living with oily hands just to catch a few more glimpses of that figure each day. The gold shop building was ancient and crumbling, the window frames rusted to a reddish brown. Jiang Lanlan moved in 10 years ago, combining the 2 floors, living upstairs, running the shop downstairs. In summer the walls were scorching hot, in winter the cold wind howled through the cracks. Chen Feng had lingered around this area for 10 years, watching Jiang Lanlan transform from a graceful beauty into a middle-aged woman with fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Yet she still radiated light. When the apocalypse descended and the city collapsed, Chen Feng charged into the gold shop with a wrench, finding Jiang Lanlan crouched behind the counter, trembling. The emergency light illuminated her pale face, her nose dotted with fine sweat beads, her lips cracked and bleeding. This shop belongs to me now, Chen Feng said, his voice echoing through the empty store. Jiang Lanlan dared not utter a sound. The safe behind her was still open, gold bars stacked neatly, gleaming with a heavy luster in the dim light. Chen Feng didn't touch the gold. He searched every corner of the shop, finding only half a box of expired biscuits and a case of mineral water. He cursed, dragged the woman to a corner behind the counter, bound her wrists with thick rope, and taped her mouth shut. You'd better pray someone brings food, he said. Now Zhou Qilin had arrived, bearing the promise of noodles. Chen Feng turned his head, his gaze lingering on the woman for 2 seconds. Jiang Lanlan's hair was scattered over her shoulders, her eyes reddened but tearless. She stared at Zhou Qilin, her lips moving, the tape muffling her into indistinct gasps. Zhou Qilin read the shape of her mouth. Save me. Behind the glass counter of the gold shop at the alley entrance, Jiang Lanlan's fingers were always adorned with a jade ring, and the young motorcyclist Chen Feng watched her from across the road for an entire summer. He wore an oily vest, a cigarette dangling from his lips, deliberately parking the Yamaha brought in for repairs right in front of the gold shop, revving the engine to make it roar. She never once lifted her eyelids. Until that evening, a black sedan drove into the alley, its body gleaming, the wheel hubs reflecting the setting sun's light. The door opened. Jiang Lanlan stepped out in her high heels, followed by a man in a suit, who entered the stairwell, with her the iron door slamming shut behind them. Chen Feng stood there, wrench in hand, suddenly feeling the cold weight of the iron in his grip. That night, he downed an entire bottle of ergotu liquor, and the next day his head slumped over the repair stand as he drank. On the third and fourth days passed without pause. Bottles piled up at his feet. He hugged his greasy pillow, muttering a name that even the wind grew tired of hearing. Chen Mingyun and Chen Mingdong discovered him on the sixth night. The elder was tall and thin, the younger short and stout, each resembling a different parent except for their exam scores. They alternated between being the last and second to last in the class. They had hung around Chen Feng's repair stand since childhood, playing with chains for hours, twisting spokes into shapes, smearing their hands and faces with grease. After their parents divorced, no one looked after them, and the two half-grown boys moved directly into the shop space Chen Feng rented. Later, their grandfather passed away, and their father, working away from home, never returned. They simply dropped out of school, nominally becoming apprentices, but in reality, the three of them muddled through life together. Yet Chen Feng never let the brothers go hungry. If there was solid food in his bowl, he wouldn't let them have only broth. That night, the brothers heard Chen Feng calling Jiang Lanlan's name in his dreams. The next day, they exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Chen Mingyun grabbed an iron pipe and was about to head out when Chen Feng jumped out of bed and grabbed his arm. "What do you think you're doing?" His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping wood. The brothers said nothing but lowered the pipe. They thought their lives would rot away in the alley. The three brothers guarded 2 old houses and a shop. The fridge was empty, the rice jar scraped clean, the stove cold enough to frost. By the second day, they couldn't even start a fire. By the third, they couldn't be bothered to drink cold water. Chen Mingdong was the first to lose patience. He kicked open the door of the vacant house next door, found some old timber, and hauled it back to stuff into the stove. Chen Mingyun followed suit, ransacking the empty houses one by one, burning wooden doors for fuel, using old clothes to pad the bedboards, even finding half a bag of moldy flour from under a collapsed cabinet. They scraped off the mold, sifted out the edible parts, mixed it with water, and pressed it onto the iron pan to make pancakes. The room finally warmed up and their stiff fingers gradually thawed. But the empty houses would eventually be stripped clean. They had pried open every uninhabited house at both ends of the alley, even pulling out the nails from the window frames. The two brothers stood at the shop entrance, their gazes slowly shifting to the window next door that still glowed with light. Chen Mingyun licked his cracked lips, tightening his grip on the iron pipe. Chen Feng crouched on the doorstep, smoking. The ember flickered twice. He looked up at his brothers, but said nothing. The iron door was battered inward with chips exploding from the frame. Chen Feng, the eldest of the Chen family, slammed his iron bar onto the glass counter, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. His younger brother Chen Mingyun had already piled dry wood in the backyard, the smell of diesel mixing with dust filling the air. "Not opening up, huh? Fine." Chen Mingdong crouched in the corner, his lighter clicking on and off. They had grown accustomed to this method. Since the third day of the apocalypse, the three brothers had survived through such means. At first, they needed an excuse. That person had once insulted their grandfather, that guy had mocked their worthlessness, and that neighbor who never spoke to them. As long as there was a grudge, they could force a door open. Later, they even dispensed with excuses, smashing doors, breaking windows, burning houses. Their tactics grew smoother. Chen Feng hadn't initially planned to touch Jiang Lanlan. He wasn't there the first time the off-road vehicle came, and he missed it the second time. Not until the third time did he see Jiang Lanlan carrying boxes from the car, canned goods, compressed biscuits, mineral water, piling them up on her second-floor windowsill. Chen Mingyun's tongue swept over his cracked lips, his eyes like those of a starving stray dog. "The woman's for big brother, the stuff's for us." Chen Feng hesitated. He hadn't even finished middle school and couldn't understand why he was swayed by two brothers equally uneducated. Chen Mingdong was right. Sleeping with her for a while was enough. Who cared about tomorrow or the day after? The three climbed over the back wall. Jiang Lanlan was chased from the second floor to the first, finally shrinking behind the counter, her back against the wall, clutching a pair of scissors. When Zhou Qilin pushed open the door, Chen Mingdong, the youngest of the Chen brothers, was pressing down on Jiang Lanlan's shoulder, the blade already against the skin of her neck. "Got any instant noodles?" Zhou Qilin swept his gaze over the glass display case behind the counter, which was indeed stacked with gold and silver jewelry, necklaces, rings, bracelets, glimmering dimly in the faint light. "I want gold." Chen Feng clutched his temple, his right hand gripping a steel pipe knife hidden beneath the counter. He hadn't decided whether to strike when he heard Zhou Qilin shout at Jiang Lanlan. "Boss, you trading or not?" "Damn it." Chen Mingdong reacted first, yelling at his elder brother, "Get him." Chen Feng gritted his teeth and charged forward. The steel pipe knife sliced through the air with a harsh sound, but his body halted mid-flight. A foot slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward to crash into the shelves, sending cans and biscuits clattering to the floor. Zhou Qilin bent down to flick the dust off his pant leg, which was spotless. He walked toward the Chun brothers, his pace unhurried. Chun Mingdong pressed the blade tighter against Jiang Lanlin's neck, pulling her up by her hair. You here for this, woman? The blade pressed against her skin. Jiang Lanlin's breaths became short and rapid, a faint sound escaping her throat. Jiang Lanlin's face finally came into Zhou Qilin's view. She bore a slight resemblance to Lan Yeye, but only a faint likeness. A closer look revealed clear differences. I made this trip specifically for these gold bars. Do whatever you want, just don't get in my way. Nonsense. Chun Mingyun was slow-witted. Seeing Chen Feng lying motionless on the ground, his mind was consumed by a single thought. To fight Zhou Qilin to the death. You killed Big Brother, I won't let you off. Zhou Qilin's expression turned cold. I'm giving you an out, and you won't take it. They'll count to 3. Either you leave, or you die. 1, 2. The gun. Zhou Qilin did not intend to waste words. His sole purpose here was the gold. If these two brothers were bent on seeking death, he would not hesitate to oblige them. Wait. Zhang Lanlan suddenly spoke up. Don't. They're not bad people, just impulsive. Don't kill them. That's your problem. Zhou Qilin raised his gun barrel, slightly gesturing for the 3 to squat in the corner. I only want the gold. Faced with the dark muzzle, Chun Mingyun and Chun Mingdong were completely silenced. Jiang Lanlin, however, grabbed the two brothers and quickly retreated to the corner, whispering to steady them, telling them not to move. She had seen true ruthlessness before, and she knew at a glance that Zhou Qilin wasn't bluffing. If he said he would do it, he would. The gold is all on the counter. Take whatever you want. This woman at least knew her priorities. Zhou Qilin nodded and began to loot. The shop was small, and the pure gold items amounted to less than 3 kilograms. Soon, all the gold was in his pockets. What's your name? Jiang Lanlan. You can go. Zhou Qilin gestured with the gun. And them. Jiang Lanlan glanced back at the Chen brothers. They threaten me. I don't like leaving loose ends, especially one smaller than me. The two brothers who had been so arrogant moments ago were now completely deflated. Faced with Zhou Qilin's merciless words, they dared not utter a single retort, their eyes fixed pleadingly on Jiang Lanlan. It was ironic. They had been plotting to bully her, and now they were looking to her for salvation. They're still children. You're kind-hearted. Zhou Qilin suddenly swung the gun, pressing it against Chen Feng's temple. Chen Feng's arm, holding an iron chain, froze mid-swing, unable to move. Is he a good man too? Zhou Qilin had sensed Chen Feng waking up long ago. He just hadn't bothered to call him out, never expecting this fool to actually attempt a sneak attack. The reason he hadn't shot him was out of curiosity. By all accounts, that kick should have at least broken a few ribs and caused severe internal injuries. How could he get up and fight again? When the cold metal barrel pressed against his chest, Chen Feng heard his own heartbeat pounding against his ribs. It wasn't a tremor of fear, but the stirring of something well-trained. His breathing rhythm adjusted within 3 cycles, the blood returning to his pale fingers. Zhou Qilin, standing 3 meters away, narrowed his eyes. This detail made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end for a moment. You've got some nerve. Zhou Qilin's thumb brushed over the safety catch, producing a crisp metallic click. Come with me. How about it? Chen Feng's gaze moved past the edge of the gun, landing on Jiang Lanlin's clenched fists. Her nails were digging into the soft flesh of her palms, leaving 4 pale crescent-shaped indentations. The air was thick with the smell of dust and rust carried in by the sea breeze through the broken window. There's something between you two. Zhou Qilin tilted his head, the gun barrel tracing a half-circle arc in the air. Not husband and wife. Unrequited love. He grinned, revealing his canine teeth. Perfect. You're both coming. The corridor inside the island building was cluttered with debris. Overturned office chairs, shattered glass, a few abandoned sneakers. But what came to Zhou Qilin's mind were the empty cabins of the Howlai, their iron compartments large enough to hold hundreds. When Head dealt with that batch of sailors on the island, this was how Head solved the accommodation problem. At this moment, Chen Feng's reaction stirred a familiar excitement in Zhou Qilin's blood, like finding the glint of a diamond in the gravel. Go with you. Chen Feng rubbed the spot below his collarbone, where had been hit, a purple bruise already forming. What's the catch? Survival. Isn't that enough? Zhou Qilin's heel ground against the glass shards on the floor, producing a fine crunching sound. If you're expecting me to help you tie her up, forget it. I have my limits. Chen Feng suddenly grinned, a smile that surprised everyone present. He pointed a finger, freezing it in midair, directing it at Jiang Lanlan. You think she's a good person, eh? The woman being called out remained silent. She just stared at Chen Feng, her pupils reflecting the slanted afternoon light, where countless specks of dust swirled. Interesting. Zhou Qilin rotated the gun barrel, letting the metal reflect a dazzling spot of light. Whether she's good or bad, what's that to me? It has everything to do with you. Chen Feng's voice suddenly rose, shaking dust from the walls. You took the gold from her counter. She's not saying anything now because she knows you can silence her anytime. But when that man finds out about this debt, your life is as good as gone. Chen Feng. Jiang Lanlin's voice was like a snapped violin string, sharp and out of control. What nonsense are you talking? My husband died long ago. A flush crept up Chen Feng's neck, spreading rapidly to his ears. Something long suppressed exploded in his chest. Died? You think we're all blind? That Mercedes, the license plate in the trunk, you think we didn't see it? Xiaoyan Xiaodong, tell this woman what lies she's told. That's right. The girl called Xiaoyan bit her lip. She's just a... Xiaodong's voice trembled as he continued. Zhou Qilin's gaze swept across the three of them. 10 minutes ago, they were a group clinging to each other for survival. Now they repelled each other like the same poles of three magnets. He recalled a saying from a friend in the apocalypse: the most valuable currency isn't gold, but the blood swallowed after biting through your teeth. Chen Feng continued, each word dragged from his throat. Her husband's surname is Su. He owns a mine and keeps 3 hunting dogs. Last summer, I saw Jiang Lanlan getting out of a car outside his villa. I still remember the sound of her high heels on the cobblestones. Chen Mingdong, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. I've seen that car. On the suitcase pulled from the trunk, there were 2 letters, X and F. He said it with his gaze fixed on the ground, as if reciting a weather forecast. Zhou Qilin pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, tasting the saltiness brought by the sea breeze. He thought, I see. Jiang Lanlan was a kept bird in some rich man's gilded cage, and the gold shop was just an ornament for that cage. But this was none of his business. Boundaries were a strange thing. The height of the fence in everyone's heart was different, and his fence was set right between others and standing by to let them die. So what? Zhou Qilin looked at Chen Feng. Are you telling me this to prove you hate her, or to see if he'll take action? Chen Feng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but he said nothing. The light suddenly dimmed as a cloud drifted past the window. Zhou Qilin noticed a pale ring of skin on Jiang Lanlan's right ring finger, the mark of a long-worn ring. Now that ring was gone. The roar of an off-road vehicle engine cut through the streets, silence growing closer. Zhou Qilin stared at the white modified car, its body splattered with mud, the figure behind the windshield blurred. This vehicle was worth at most 300,000. A man of 4th Master Zh's caliber would never travel in something like this. He turned to look at Jiang Lanlan. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and her body leaned forward slightly, as if she expected a savior to descend from the heavens at any moment. Zhou Qilin sneered inwardly. She talked about relying on herself, but when it came down to it, she was still hoping for a man to back her up. Too bad the person coming might not be the one she was waiting for. The one named Su. Zhou Qilin furrowed his brow, tapping his knuckles against the edge of the window. Jiang Lanlan bit her lower lip and didn't answer. Chen Mingdong spat a thick glob of phlegm, which spread into a stain on the ground. I'm not afraid of anything. It's the apocalypse now. Can Su Laosi still play the big shot? He'll be the first to fight back. When his car comes again, it'll blow his brains out. As he spoke, his eyes darted toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood to the side, his smile as stiff as if it were pasted on. He remembered the feeling of Zhou Qilin's kick to his chest. His ribs had nearly cracked. Before that, he thought he was pretty tough. But after that kick, he realized he was nothing. Jiang Lanlan, can you contact Su Si? Zhou Qilin's voice was unhurried, as if asking what Head had for dinner. Jiang Lanlan opened her mouth to deny it, but Zhou Qilin's smile sent a chill down her spine. That man's eyes were like a deep well. You couldn't see the bottom, but you could feel the suffocation of drowning. She had met many people in her life, but no one had ever made her so panicked. I can. She finally uttered the word. Contact him now. Zhou Qilin pointed at her waist. Jiang Lanlan's hands trembled as she reached for the black device. Zhou Qilin recognized it at a glance. A walkie-talkie imported, impossible to find on the market. 4th Master Su was certainly resourceful, able to get his hands on such high-end gear and even give it to his mistress for protection. I already turned it on. Jiang Lanlan raised the walkie-talkie. The indicator light was glowing green. Chen Mingdong's face instantly changed, his eyes blazing with fury. He stared at Jiang Lanlan, his lips trembling, but he couldn't bring himself to curse. He understood. This walkie-talkie had never been turned off. Everything they had done to Jiang Lanlan had been heard clearly by Su Si's side. This woman wasn't pleading for them. She was buying time for her people to come and deal with them. With the recording, she could even turn it around and claim they had struck first. Realizing this, Chen Mingdong broke out in a cold sweat. But then he thought if they hadn't come looking for trouble, Jiang Lanlan wouldn't have needed to use this trick. Couldn't she have just stayed put, holding on to her comfortable position in this apocalypse? The engine sound grew closer, the crunch of tires over gravel clearly audible. Zhou Qilin hadn't expected that someone would actually come. The white off-road vehicle screeched to a halt 10 meters away. The door pushed open, and the first thing to hit the ground was a pair of black combat boots. Then a figure emerged from the driver's seat, standing against the light. Zhou Qilin squinted. The person took off their sunglasses, revealing a familiar face. Not 4th Master Su, but someone he had seen before. Jiang Lanlan's face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood had been drained from her body. The white off-road vehicle rolled over the snow, its tires crunching against the ice as it sped toward the gold shop. Before the car had even come to a full stop, both doors were kicked open. 3 dark figures scrambled out, their feet slipping on the icy ground as they rushed toward the shop entrance. Before Zhou Qilin could finish his sentence, he glanced at the man leading the charge and immediately raised his gun. Stop. The man didn't say a word. He ducked and hid behind a door pillar. The 2 men behind him spread out. One took cover behind a trash can, the other crouched against the wall, raising his voice. Friend, this is 4th Master's family affair. Stay out of it if you know what's good for you. Family affair. Zhou Qilin shot a quick glance at Jiang Lanlan. She seemed frozen, the red marks on her face still fresh, but her pupils were dilated. Even a slow mind could sense something was wrong. Was the way these people stormed and meant to rescue her, or Over a decade of relationship turned so abruptly, without leaving any room for mercy. What Jiang Lanlan couldn't understand, Chen Feng couldn't either. He crouched behind the counter, his nails digging into his palms, the warmth of blood spreading between his fingers. In the corner, the Chun brothers huddled together, trembling like leaves in a storm, but a certain light gleamed in their eyes. The kind of chaotic scene they had been waiting for was now unfolding before them. One last time, leave now, and Fourth Master will still consider you a friend. Stay and you're an enemy. A threat. Zhou Qilin tilted his head, the gun barrel in his hand, unwavering. He'll say it one last time to leave now, and you can still breathe. Stay, and you'll be waiting to stop. Less than a second after his words fell, gunfire erupted from 3 directions simultaneously. The wallboard shattered where Zhou Qilin had stood moments before. Glass from the counter exploded outward, and the chandelier above crashed into fragments on the floor. The opponent showed no intention of conserving ammunition. The sheer intensity of the firepower indicated that Fourth Master's reserves were far from meager. Head upstairs. Jiang Lanlan lay prone on the tiles, her finger pointing toward the staircase. She dared not move again, only hoping that Zhou Qilin might reach out and pull her along as he passed. Zhou Qilin did not budge. The second floor was even more cramped. Getting cornered there would only make things worse. This intriguing situation had not yet exhausted his amusement. Chen Feng, have you decided? Coming with me or not? Chen Feng's face was smeared with soot and water, his jaw clenched so tightly it creaked. What about them? If they survive, they come too. I want in on this job. Chen Feng jerked his chin toward the door. Zhou Qilin understood his intent. Agreed. All right, I'm with you. Zhou Qilin nodded, twisted his wrist, swung the muzzle around, and pulled the trigger. Just one shot. It was more devastating than the combined firepower of the 4 men outside. The driver in the vehicle slumped sideways, his body thudding against the steering wheel, the horn blaring in a prolonged wail. Serves him right for foolishly cowering in the car, sneaking potshots through the crack in the door. Zhou Qilin despised such cowardly skulking vermin. The bastard's down. Damn it. Kill him. Outside, those 3 voices erupted into chaos simultaneously. As the bullets whizzed past his ear, Zhou Qilin caught the faint scuff of 3 pairs of saws grinding against the ground. Without lifting an eyelid, he could pinpoint the positions of all 3 men in his mind solely through the vibrations in his eardrums. His fingers brushed the hard object at his waist, then released. Not because he lacked the skill to take them down, but because those 3 heads weren't worth wasting another round. The 4 walls flickered erratically under the flashlight beams like pale tongues licking the plaster. The trio across from him unleashed a clattering barrage of gunfire, shell casings clinking as they hit the floor, the acrid smell searing their throats. Zhou Qilin leaned against the counter, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching upward into a half smile. Those men could only see a palm-sized patch of light, but in his mind the entire building's floor plan was laid out like a chessboard. Anyone who took a wrong step couldn't escape his foresight. Snap! He shifted his foot, sliding silently to another corner of the counter like a phantom. As he raised the muzzle with a slight rotational momentum, the instant the shot left the barrel, the man on the left, who was crouched behind a shelf reloading, received a dull thud to the back of his head. He pitched forward, the magazine rolling 2 paces away and wedging into a crack between the tiles. The breathing of the remaining 2 thugs grew abruptly heavy. One held his breath and shrank back, his atoms apple bobbing. The other's knuckles whitened as he gripped his weapon, yet he dared not pull the trigger again. The gold shop fell silent, leaving only the faint buzzing of tinnitus echoing in the crevices of the walls. Jiang Lanlan's finger still pointed toward the staircase, her knuckles trembling slightly. Chen Feng stood beside her, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, veins bulging on his neck, as if he might lunge out and tear into someone at any moment. Zhou Qilin glanced down at his wristwatch. The hands ticked 2 beats. He crouched low, moved to the doorframe, and taking advantage of the moment the 2 men dared not turn on their flashlights, stepped one leg over the threshold. When his foot landed, no sound arose between the sole and the concrete floor like a cat's paw sinking into mud. The view opened up before him. He saw through the shadows where the 2 thugs were hiding in an instant, as clearly as pebbles through clear water. He couldn't even be bothered to steady his weapon properly. With a flick of his right hand, the object spun twice in the air, and the stock slammed into the temple of the man charging at the front. The man's body lurched sideways, collided with the doorframe, and went limp with a twisted neck. The whole affair was like an adult toying with a child, hardly worth mentioning. Zhou Qilin had chosen this man because his roar was the loudest and his eyes the most vacant, clearly a dog that old Fourth Su had fed for over a decade. Loyalty, once it reached its peak, tended to rust the mind. Extracting information from a rusted brain was more troublesome than cracking a safe. Zhou Qilin found it too much of a hassle, so he spared the other one. No more fighting, I surrender. The remaining thug tossed his weapon to the ground, his knees bending before his mouth could form words, hands raised above his head. 3 seconds later, he remembered to speak, his voice sounding as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. These days the fearless were few, the streets were full of the fearful. The man squatted on the ground, his gaze darting between Jiang Lanlan and Zhou Qilin twice before settling on the tips of Zhou Qilin's shoes. Fourth Master sent us. His name was Zheng Ping. His tongue was a bit clumsy when he spoke, but every word was clear. Jiang Lanlan's pupils contracted sharply. She stepped back half a pace, her fingers clutching at her clothes, then releasing, then clutching again. Her lips moved several times before she forced out the words, "How could he do this?" Her voice was steady at first, but by the end it cracked like porcelain shattering into fragments. Her eyes didn't redden, but she seemed to have her spine ripped out, staggering backward 2 steps, until she hit the edge of the counter and stopped. Zhou Qilin didn't look at her. He was pondering the same question. The matter with the Chen brothers was at most a minor grievance. It shouldn't have warranted Old Fourth Su going after a woman who had followed him for over a decade. There had to be a heavier weight pressing down behind it all. Zheng Ping swallowed his saliva, his gaze flickering evasively before finally mentioning a name. A woman, one who had rendered Fourth Master Su utterly besotted. Jiang Lanlan jerked her head up, her voice rising half an octave. What woman could possibly compare to me? Her neck was taut like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In all her years by Old Fourth Su's side, she had seen every kind of scene and fought for everything worth having. After hearing Zheng Ping's description, a name had already surfaced in Zhou Qilin's mind. He turned his head, and that faint curve of a smile appeared again at the corner of his mouth. Lan Ye. In terms of looks and bearing, she might not have been leagues ahead of Jiang Lanlan. But could Old Fourth Su's frail frame withstand her spiritual abilities? One glance from her, and his bones would likely turn to jelly. What intrigued Zhou Qilin was how she had gotten mixed up with a local boss like Old Fourth Su. Given that woman's standards, Old Fourth Su's temple was probably too small to house her Buddha, unless she had ulterior motives. Dark red liquid seeped from Zheng Ping's neck, spreading along his collar. The muzzle of the gun in Chun Feng's hand was still hot. He looked down at it, then up at Zhou Qilin, his eyes a mixture of unfamiliarity and exhilaration. Zhou Qilin said nothing, simply took the gun from Chun Feng's hand, tightened the barrel with his thumb to confirm it wasn't warped. They all say the recent chaos is all that woman's fault. The words Zheng Ping had spoken before his last breath now crawled like insects through Zhou Qilin's mind. Old Fourth Su had originally ordered these men to rescue Jiang Lanlan, but after just a few words from Lan Ye, he had turned hostile. These remarks allowed Zhou Qilin to connect the dots. Had Old Third Qin's crew also been sent by Lan Ye? Her aim could only be one of two things, either to stop him from entering the city or to confirm whether he had actually entered. With all that effort just to stay alive. But if she truly wanted to hide, Old Fourth Su's protection would be enough to keep her out of sight from everyone. Since she was going to such lengths to conceal her existence, why stir up this muddy water? Unless she had a much bigger game to play. Chen Feng put a cigarette between his lips, clicking the lighter twice before it caught. As smoke curled from his nostrils, he stared at the piles of rubble outside the window, his voice dry. I used to think it was serious business drawing blood and seeing gore. Now I realize when you've got a gun in your hand, a life is no different from paper. He paused, gesturing toward Jiang Lanlan with the hand holding the cigarette. Looking at her now, I think I was a fool before. Men were all the same. When infatuated, that woman was the whole sky. When the dream shattered, even the house collapsed. Even if Jiang Lanlan now actively leaned toward him, pressing her body, closed, Chen Feng probably wouldn't give her a second glance. Once the veil of that obsessive affection was lifted, a woman nearing 40, no matter how much charm propped up her aging skin, couldn't compare to the hands of the girl selling cigarettes at the street corner. Jiang Lanlan huddled in the back seat, squeezed in with the Chen brothers. She had no choice. Old Fourth Su's face had been thoroughly ruined in this snowy ground. If Zhou Qilin didn't take them away once Fourth Master's side regrouped, they would surely go after the softest target among them. Zhou Qilin wouldn't shield her, so she could only bite her lips, swallow her complaints, and cling desperately to the only log that hadn't sunk in this flood. The pickup truck was just right for 5 people. Jiang Lanlan reached for the passenger door handle, but was stopped by a glare from Chen Feng. As she withdrew her hand, her fingertips brushed against the cold metal of the doorframe, numbed by the chill. Zhou Qilin didn't start the engine immediately. He turned and scanned everyone's face. Let me be clear from the start. I want to ask why any of you got on this truck to save your skins, but this isn't Noah's Ark. Once you're on, don't even think about getting off. The cabin was so quiet you could hear the snow breaking branches. Think it over. 3 minutes. The time it takes to smoke 3 cigarettes. Chun Mingyan leaned over, grabbed the pack of cigarettes from the driver's armrest, tore open the seal, took one out, and casually handed one to his brother. Chen Feng also took one, clamping it between his lips as the lighter flared with a click. Bluish-white smoke soon filled the entire cabin. Jiang Lanlan coughed twice, her eyes turning red. Not a single person looked back at her. All right. Zhou Qilin stepped on the accelerator. Amid the engine's roar, snow sprayed up from under the wheels, slapping against the windshield. The pickup truck turned around, grinding a trail of icy mud toward the direction of the lucky number. The pickup crunched over gravel, its headlights cutting through the night, and plunged into a sloping driveway along the side wall of the lucky number. The heavy metal door closed behind the truck's tail, the engine's roar swallowed by the steel walls, leaving only the sticky sound of tires rolling over the accumulated water on the floor. Chen Feng sat in the passenger seat, his fingers digging into the leather armrest. Outside, the window welded seams flashed by pipelines crawled along the ceiling like blood vessels, and the air was thick with the pungent mix of oil and rust. His brother and Jiang Lanlan were squeezed in the back, all 3 pairs of eyes wide as saucers, but unable to utter a single word. When the truck came to a stop, Zhou Qilin killed the engine. The moment the lights died, only the pale ghostly glow of a few emergency lights in the distance remained in the darkness. Chun Feng pushed open the door, and the soles of his shoes met the metal grid floor with a crisp creak. He looked up and around. 3 levels above, 1 below. A steel skeleton extending in every direction with thick pipes hanging between the beams and columns and rivets neatly lined on the walls like the internal organs of some colossal creature. The hell is this place? Chun Feng's younger brother poked half his body out from the back seat, his voice echoing several times in the vast space before fading. Zhou Qilin didn't reply, he just crooked his finger at Chun Feng. He turned and walked into a side door, its frame fitted with rubber sealing strips, the hinges turning with a dull click. Chun Feng glanced back at the people behind him, swallowed hard, and followed. The corridor was long with a floor light, every few steps stretching and shortening their shadows in turn. The walls were gray-white steel plates, unadorned except for a few deep scratches. The air temperature was a few degrees lower than outside, the chill of the metal seeping through the soles of their shoes. Just how big is this place? Chun Feng's voice bounced back and forth in the corridor. Big enough. Zhou Qilin's pace didn't falter. Just as few. For now, bigger than the official ones. Zhou Qilin stopped in front of a door. The door was pure white with no handle, only a palm-sized sensor panel. He pressed his palm against it. The panel lit up with a short beep. The door slid to the side and blinding white light flooded out from the gap. Chun Feng instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. The light came from densely arranged LED strips on the ceiling, their brightness turned up to almost searing levels. The room contained several pieces of equipment. White casings, metal stands with a few cables hanging down, ending in probes and clamps. Zhou Qilin patted the metal edge of one examination table, producing a crisp clang. Lie down. Get checked out. Chun Feng stared at that table, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down. The light was too intense, his pupils contracted to pinpricks, and everything in his field of vision had blurred edges. He hesitated for 2 seconds before finally climbing up. The metal platform was bitingly cold, seeping through his thin clothes into his skin. Zhou Qilin put on a pair of rubber gloves, pinched the probe, and moved closer. His movements were not exactly skilled, even somewhat clumsy, but each press and scan carried an almost stubborn earnestness. Chun Feng gritted his teeth, letting the cold metal glide across his skin without uttering a sound. After nearly 20 minutes of fussing, Zhou Qilin finally pulled off the gloves and tossed them into the trash. He nodded, his tone flat as stagnant water. All right. You're different from them. What happened today? Best keep it to yourself. Chun Feng sat up, his clothes creased in several places. He glanced at the white door that was closing shut, then at Zhou Qilin's face, and finally gave a heavy nod. In the following days, Zhou Qilin went out twice more. Each time he returned, the pickup truck bed held more items. A few barrels of diesel, a sealed box of medicine, and 2 fire axes. He carried these odds and ends into the hatch, sorting them into different storage compartments with mechanical speed. The sky grew brighter earlier each day. The rift in the clouds widened and sunlight seeped through the gaps like a dull blade, slowly cutting through the dark curtain. Everyone was waiting for the perpetual night that had lasted months to finally end. Life in the ship island building was monotonous. Cheng Yali roused Wu Shui and Zhou Li from bed on time every day, forcing them to run laps in the corridor. Her own muscles grew harder, veins faintly bulging on her arms. A single punch to the iron door of the planting cabin would make the panel vibrate with a loud hum. Zhou Qilin watched, knowing in his heart his mother was heading toward the path of a strength king. He casually mentioned that cultivating this path to its peak might even render ordinary bullets ineffective. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yali's lips nearly split to her ears. She wrapped her arm around Zhou Qilin's neck, the force almost snapping his spine. Zhou Qilin patted her hand, gasping for air, but inwardly, he began to worry for his father. If his dad ever so much as glanced at another woman in the future, there might not be even bones left. He couldn't count how many days and nights he had spent in the darkness. Volcanic ash never distributed evenly in the sky, with air currents stirring at some places were thick as quilts, others thin enough to let light through. When Zhou Qilin sat up from his bed, his chest suddenly lurched, an indescribable premonition. He stepped onto the cold floor and walked to the triple-sealed window, pressing the switch. The first layer of bulletproof glass slowly rose, then the second, then the third. A pale yellow light reflected on the glass surface like paint bleeding on rice paper. It was the sun. Had the sun really emerged? The air compressed in his lungs escaped, as white mist dispersing in the air. He pressed the intercom button, his throat tight. Everyone, the eternal night is over. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali pushed open their windows simultaneously. The moment the cold wind rushed in, before they could even wrap their coats tighter, they were locked in a tight embrace in the sunlight. Cheng Yali's shoulders trembled, and Zhou Kaijun's hand pressed against the back of her head. Huang Minjing pushed the wheelchair into the light. The old woman closed her eyes, the wrinkles on her face smoothing out. Huang Minjing crouched beside the wheelchair, tears pattering onto the ground. She wiped them with her sleeve, but they only flowed more. Zhou Li sat on the bed, rubbing her eyes for a long while, then curled her lips in disdain, but finally couldn't hold back a smile. The second floor had few windows, but fortunately there was a skylight on the eastern side. Light slanted in through the square opening, painting a bright circle on the floor. Sun Qinghao stood in the center of the light, looking up at the sky, his mouth opening as if to howl. Haizi charged over from the side, ramming his head into Sun Qinghao's waist and shoving him aside. The dog circled in the halo twice, then laid down its glossy black, fur shining with oil. Their building wasn't the only one bustling. In the Sichuan Basin, a place where seeing the sun was rare, even on normal days, it was as if heaven was compensating for the disaster. This region was actually the first in the country to bask in sunlight. In Jiazhou City, Zhu Guanghan looked at least 10 years older. Su Ziyuan supported him as he slowly walked into the light. At 50, his hair had turned completely white. The cold wind swept across the furrows and age spots on his face, finally tugging out a hint of a smile. Yi Xingxiu's laughter boomed like a military reveille, rattling ears. Excellent. Darkness always passes, dawn always comes. The news spread across the country via radio, lifting the spirits of all who survived. Light was hope, and with hope people found the will to keep breathing. But the smile didn't linger long on Zhou Qilin's face. Wu Shui had just sent a message to her parents when she looked up and saw his grim expression, darker than the sky outside. Her heart skipped a beat. She tossed her phone aside and pressed close to his arm. What's wrong? The temperature was still minus 30 degrees. Dust in the sky, black, yellow, brown, layered upon each other. The sun struggled to squeeze through the gaps, falling on ice and snow on frost-covered branches on frozen faces. Many people lifted their masks, letting the light touch their faces, even though its warmth was insufficient to warm anything. But Zhou Qilin stood at the window, his knuckles white from clenching. When the communicator emitted a faint vibration, Wang was staring blankly at the defense map of Jiazhou City on the wall. It took him 3 seconds to register what that unfamiliar frequency meant. An encrypted channel. Those who could breach the shelter's signal shielding numbered fewer than the fingers on one hand in the entire Bashu region. This is Zhou Qilin. The voice on the other end seemed to drift from far away, carrying an indescribable urgency. Wang's finger paused over the button. How did you get this channel? That's not important now. Zhou Qilin's voice suddenly dropped. Every word I'm about to say is tied to tens of thousands of lives in Jiazhou City. You'd better write this down. Before Wang could press further, the words came like hail. First, immediately deploy people to dig clean reservoirs, and they must be guarded by your military. Second, move everyone out of low-lying shelters, seal all exits as much as you can. Third, gather as much insecticide, disinfectant, and medicine as possible. Fourth. Zhou Qilin paused. Wang heard an extremely faint sigh through the earpiece. Good luck. The connection broke. Wang stared at the flickering static on the display, tapping his fingers on the desk 3 times. His relationship with Zhou Qilin had never been good. In fact, it could be called terrible. But the man's tone sent a chill down his spine, like someone standing at the edge of a cliff calling back to those behind. Wu Shui's voice came from beside him, light, as if afraid to disturb something. Is it really that serious? Zhou Qilin turned his head, his gaze sweeping across her face, before finally settling on the blinding white light outside the window. The sunlight had just climbed over the city's skyline, refracting into fine golden specks on the glass curtain walls. This should have been a moment of celebration, the first light after the eternal night. But his lips pressed into a straight line. 10 times worse than you can imagine now. He turned and walked toward the hall, his footsteps thudding dully on the floor. The crowd, which had been clamoring moments before, was subdued by his expression. Whispers receded like a tide. Starting tomorrow, without my permission, no one enters or leaves this building. Zhou Qilin's gaze swept across every face. Sun Qinghao, install mesh screens on all ventilation ducts. The gap must not exceed 1 millimeter. Sun Qinghao nearly dropped the cup in his hand. 1 millimeter. That will cut the airflow. Just do it. Zhou Qilin turned toward Lily. Huang Minjing is not allowed into the planting and breeding areas from now on. Only my mother and I can enter, and we must disinfect fully beforehand. Lily opened her mouth, but ultimately just nodded. Wu Shui stood at the edge of the crowd, biting her lower lip. After listening for a long while, she finally stepped forward. What about me? Zhou Qilin looked at her, something unreadable in his eyes. I wish you would never need it, but rest up for now. We'll deal with the rest later. In the shelter, Zhu Guanghan slammed the news Wang had brought back onto the table. The paper slid off, landing beside a teacup. This is too absurd. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Isn't the sun coming out a good thing? Everyone knows ultraviolet light kills germs, right? The shelter isn't out of medicine either. A few people nearby murmured in agreement. Zhu Guanghan ignored them, picked up the paper, and read it again. Snowmelt causing flooding is a possibility, but that doesn't mean we need to move everyone out of the shelters. Just raise the low-lying entrances. How many people are living in the shelters now? Equipment projects. Just move them on a whim. Who bears the loss? He looked around, waiting for agreement. But no one immediately responded. The concrete walls of the shelter were damp with moisture, and no one was foolish enough to openly defy the highest decision-maker. Beneath the surface, compliance undercurrents stirred independently. Wang opened his mouth, but Yi Xingxiu's gaze pressed down, silently cutting off his words. Zhu Guanghan pressed his palm downward, twice his tone carrying a rare lightness. No objections, then let's proceed with the plan I've laid out. Once the figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, Wang followed Yi Xingxiu into the office. The latter rubbed his temples with a bitter smile, his voice very low. I know everything you want to say. When it comes to judging Zhou Qilin, I have more confidence than you, because my level of trust exceeds yours. Wang stood frozen. The commander had never had direct contact with that man. Where did this certainty come from? Yi Xinxiao didn't intend to elaborate. As one of the leaders, I can't publicly undermine Zhu Guanghan. But I won't let our people step into obvious minefields. So the next focus. After nearly 60 days of long night, the garrison of Jiazhou City and their families had dwindled to just over 20,000. One didn't want to count the specific losses on his fingers. Yi Xingxiu's decision was to first evacuate the families to safety. A soldier's mission is to stand firm on the blade's edge, but they must ensure nothing pulls at them from behind. The discipline of military dependence was indeed on a different level from ordinary civilians. Once the order was given, the relocation began to mesh like gears. The movement of over 10,000 people stirred ripples in the shelter. The military families who had been briefed beforehand all stuck to the same line. They wanted to go back up and bask in the sun soon. The phrase basking in the sun was rooted deep in the bones of the Bashu people. In winter, pulling out a bamboo chair, a cup of clear tea, and idle chatter could stretch from noon until the sun set. Just the thought of that feeling made one's throat itch. Soon other voices emerged. We want to go up and bask in the sun too. Those with their own agendas in the shelter, along with followers swayed by their words, crowded before the administrators. The news spread like oil stains on water, eventually reaching Zhu Guanghan's desk. His reply came crisp and decisive. You want to leave? Fine. Leave behind everything issued by the shelter. Those who want to return to the surface and sunbathe can go ahead. I don't need a few extra mouths. The seething crowd felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over them. The sun had indeed shown its face, but the wind on the ground still stung people's faces. Could the sunlight conjure food? Could it make people shed their winter coats? Or would a bit of light make all troubles vanish on their own? Anyone with a functioning brain knew the answer. Even if the snow melted and the temperature crawled back above zero, relying on the soil to grow food to fill stomachs was out of the question for at least half a year. In the end, they would have to depend on the state and military's pockets, warehouses, and orders. The next day's sunlight fell as usual on the land of Bashu. People in nearby regions simmered with resentment. Why was this the only place that could see the sun? Wasn't this the legendary land of abundance? Not only could they see light saving on lamps during the day, but it was said the thermometer readings were also climbing. The temperature was indeed rising. At 10 o'clock yesterday morning, the surface thermometer had halted at minus 37 degrees Celsius. At the same hour today, the needle had slid to minus 29 degrees. The erratic leaps in temperature caused Zhou Qilin's fingers to tap an irregular rhythm against the window frame. That number surged upward from the freezing point like a feverish thermometer gone mad. Minus 1 degree, plus 1 degree, plus 3 degrees. In the laboratory, Wu Shui announced that Chen Feng's examination results were ready, but Zhou Qilin's mind remained fixated on the expanse of white beyond the window. His fingers touched the icy glass, leaving behind a blurred imprint. He recalled his previous life when the melting snow cascaded down the mountainside, carrying mud and rocks, flooding half the urban district with murky yellow water. Bashu itself was a lowlying basin surrounded by peaks like an inverted bowl's rim, trapping all the moisture within. If the rate of ice and snow melt exceeded the river's drainage capacity, those frozen downstream sections would transform into natural dams, blocking all the meltwater deep within this basin. The snowdrifts downstairs gleamed a blinding white under the afternoon light, still crunching underfoot, but their edges had already begun to seep fine droplets of water. Zhou Qilin remembered that in his previous life this temperature shift hadn't come so swiftly, at least half a month slower. Now this pace felt as if someone were pushing the second hand forward. Can you keep it simple? He withdrew his gaze from the window, focusing on the instruments Wu Shui had laid out on the table. The display screen flickered with Chen Feng's blood sample data, red and blue, curves intersecting and diverging. Some values he recognized, others were utterly beyond his comprehension. Wu Shui tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and a comparison window popped up. In theory, yes, but ID needs specific culture media biochips and a supercomputer for simulation calculations. She spoke these words softly, almost to herself. And if you had them? Zhou Qilin leaned against the table's edge. I mean, if all these things could be obtained, could you determine in a short time who has already crossed the threshold of evolution? Wu Shui lifted her head, a glint flashing in her eyes. Just a basic index screening. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Qilin turned and strode toward the door. His leather shoes clicked sharply against the floor, echoing through the empty corridor. Where are you going? Wu Shui's voice chased after him. To find someone. He didn't look back. As the elevator doors opened, Zhou Qilin recalled that fellow named Lu Li who, while unloading goods at the supply station last week, had punched a crack into an iron crate. At the time, everyone assumed the crate itself had been flawed, but Zhou Qilin remembered clearly that the weld was fresh, the solder points not yet fully cooled. The elevator began its descent, floor numbers blinking one after another on the display. Zhou Qilin pulled out his phone, scrolling to Lu Li's call log. Their last conversation had been 3 days ago about grain distribution. He hadn't paid attention then, but now recalling it, the sounds of moving goods on the other end of the line had been laced with the screech of deforming metal. The air on the ground floor had already grown damp. As Zhou Qilin stepped out of the building, a gust of wind carrying the scent of ice and snow swept over him, striking his face with a surprising warmth. He squinted at the sky. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the clouds was brighter than 2 days ago, shining on the remaining snow and evaporating a thin layer of mist. That fellow named Chen Feng. His examination data differed from an ordinary person's, yet not as markedly as Zhou Qilin's own. Wu Shui called it a transition period. Zhou Qilin preferred to call it an incubation period. Like an embryo inside an egg, outwardly unchanged, yet internally its structure had already begun to reorganize. In his previous life, everyone believed evolution had only begun in the 5th year of the apocalypse. Perhaps it was simply because those early signs were too faint to notice, to remember, to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Zhou Qilin had also read those posts on the forums. Some claimed that after 7 days of continuous fever their strength had increased. Others said that just before freezing to death, they suddenly felt a surge of heat within. Still others asserted they could see shadows invisible to ordinary people. Beneath these posts were often piles of ridicule. More commonly, the posters fell silent, never to log in again. Zhou Qilin had once thought they were mad or suffering from frost-induced hallucinations. Now he realized perhaps they had simply been advancing too swiftly on the right path, so swiftly they couldn't even believe it themselves. Lu Li's supply station was just 3 blocks ahead. Zhou Qilin quickened his pace. The snow beneath his feet grew softer with each step. By the roadside, someone was clearing icicles from a rooftop. The sound of the hammer striking carried far into the distance. The air was a mixture of ice, snow, earth, and an indescribable scent. The smell of life, awakening, damp, cool, laced with a faint, cloying sweetness. Zhou Qilin had originally planned to keep things hidden, but to understand the intricacies of evolution, he decided to throw caution to the wind. He raised his hand and pointed vaguely into the distance toward the area where Chen Feng and his group had been. He could still manipulate things there, keeping them from pinpointing his exact location. But to completely erase all traces of the beautiful country from the Laifu hospital, that was like trying to stop a waterfall with one's palm. Take, for example, the most ordinary color Doppler ultrasound machine. Zhou Qilin could scrape off the letters and patterns on the casing, but would he dare touch the software programs inside? The moment professional physician Wu Shui powered it on, and the screen lit up, she would see through the ruse. Even if he could fool her with one machine, what about the entire hospital? That pile of equipment sat there pressing down like a mountain. After a few minutes, the suspicion on Wu Shui's face could no longer be concealed. Her gaze kept flickering toward Zhou Qilin as if appraising a stranger. Fine, I admit it. Zhou Qilin spread his hands. This is that missing aircraft carrier. I'm using it as our new home. So satisfied. Wu Shui froze for a moment, then lowered her head, her voice muffled. What new home? You didn't even know me back then. Who says I didn't? Forget our first meeting. But by then you'd already returned from the island nation. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I have no brains? A few rapid-fire questions rained down, and Wu Shui seemed to temporarily set aside the matter of the aircraft carrier. After she had roughly familiarized herself with the environment, Zhou Qilin granted her a special access permission. From the top floor of the island building's elevator, descending directly to the 3rd deck, passing through a corridor, led into the hospital without encountering a single soul along the way. But Zhou Qilin underestimated Wu Shui's manic dedication to her profession. She refused to go back for meals, muttering that a bowl of instant noodles would do, as she was about to dive headfirst into the topic of evolution detection, hoping to produce some results before dawn. Actually, there's no rush. No, and I might need Lily's help. She's far better at some things than I am. Lily's help, huh? A shiver ran down Zhou Qilin's spine. Wu Shui's range of activity might be confined to the hospital, but Jolie was a different story. That girl was a husky let loose to wreak havoc. If he let her out of the island building, the Laifu would likely be prematurely scrapped. You underestimate Lily. She's not a child, as she knows her limits. He'll vouch for her. If anything goes wrong, he'll take the blame. He had no idea when the sister-in-law and sister had become so chummy. Unable to withstand Wu Shui's relentless pestering, Zhou Qilin finally went with her to find Jolie. Jolie sat in her dedicated workshop, giving Zhou Qilin a thumbs up with a grin. You can't see the true face of Mount Lu startling a flock of gulls and egrets. Bro, you're something else. Setting up a workshop for Jolie in the hospital wasn't difficult. The equipment and instruments were already available. Zhou Qilin only needed to provide the hardware. Jolie could handle the rest herself. The hospital's fluorescent lights flickered twice. Jolie leaned against the edge of the bed, her fingers tapping a metallic rhythm against the guardrail. Parents are just a backdrop in a certain phase of life. True belonging is a place you choose for yourself. I've decided, I'm putting down roots here. When Wu Shui looked up, her glasses reflected the light, and the curve of her lips mirrored Jolie's. The two women's eyes met in midair, and a certain unspoken understanding was reached in that instant. Zhou Qilin felt a throbbing ache at his temples. He pressed his palm to his forehead, and it seemed as if a layer of light had been drained from the entire room, even the daylight filtering through the window growing murky. You two need to understand who's in charge here. Of course it's you. As Wu Shui said this, her hand had already reached his waist, her fingertips pinching a patch of soft flesh through the fabric. Zhou Qilin recoiled, his knee bumping against the bed frame with a dull thud. Do whatever you want, but don't neglect the important matters, and take care of yourselves. Stop pinching him ticklish. In truth, Wu Shui had barely used any force. A laugh caught in Zhou Qilin's throat. When she released him, he was still rubbing the pinched spot, a helpless expression on his face. The Laifu's hull was divided into two completely isolated zones. Over at the island building, Chen Feng was crouched on the ground, inspecting an engine's fuel line, his knuckles smeared with black grease. His younger brother Chen Gang squatted beside him, handing wrenches, while Chen Chong leaned against the wall, dozing off. Zhang Lanlan sat on a plastic stool a few steps away, a dog-eared planting manual spread across her lap. The combined skills of the four wouldn't fill a single sheet of paper. Chen Feng barely qualified as a repairman, but his expertise was limited to vehicles with 3 wheels or fewer, bicycles, handcarts, and electric scooters. When it came to cars, he couldn't even tell the positive from the negative terminal on a spark plug. Zhou Qilin stood at the observation window, gazing through the glass at the four of them. He wasn't keeping them out of charity. Chen Feng was the real target. The planting area needed hands, and Zhang Lanlan could handle tilling and watering. The Chun brothers were strong. They'd be suitable for manual labor under Sun Qinghao. As for Chen Feng, a training plan was already set: a 5-kilometer weighted run every morning, followed by afternoons in the lab with Wu Shui. Using a living person as a test subject, Zhou Qilin saw no issue with it. Neither did Wu Shui. It wasn't as if they were going to cut open Chen Feng's belly and pull out his organs. Just a few extra vials of blood, at most a subcutaneous tissue sample. Given that guy's current physique, he'd recover after a good night's sleep. All four of them were in the same boat. In the short term, they wouldn't be allowed to set foot outside the hull, let alone contact the outside world. Chen Feng and the two brothers had no family to speak of. If they disappeared, no one would miss them. Zhang Lanlan was different. She still had a connection trailing behind her. Zheng Ping had led his men out and never returned. Old Master Su sat in his leather swivel chair, the cigar in his hand burned down to the filter without him noticing. The office was silent save for the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock. The same thought circled repeatedly in his mind. Lan. She knows too much. Lan Yeya's voice came from across the room. She sat on the sofa, her back ramrod straight, the wine glass in her hand, holding a liquid that shimmered with a dark luster. If she falls into the hands of your enemies, all your cards will be revealed. If you want to survive, she can't stay. Old Master Zu's chair let out a creak. He looked at Lan Yeya. The wall lamp cast a warm halo on her profile. He had once believed he had seen through the human heart, having clawed his way through decades of street fights and shadowy conflicts to reach his current position. But at this moment, as he gazed at Lan Yeya, his eyes were as clear as a country boy's fresh off the farm, so pure they could reflect an image. Is that so? Lan Yeya used a silver fork to cut a small piece of steak, bringing it to her mouth to chew slowly. Only after swallowing did she look up at him, a smile playing on her lips. Yeya, when will you marry me? When Old Master Su asked this question, his voice carried a hope he himself hadn't detected. On the day the apocalypse descended, he had stood on the second-floor terrace of his estate, watching the smoke columns rise from the distant city, thinking the granary was packed with canned goods and compressed biscuits. The cellar held 300 barrels of purified water. The yard was planted with vegetables. The pens were stocked with chickens and ducks. The walls were 5 meters high, the iron gate 4 meters wide, with 2 underground floors and 3 above ground. This wealth was enough for him to weather any disaster comfortably. Unlike those wealthy who only stored money in bank digits and hoarded luxury cars and mansions, Old Master Su had always believed that true wealth should have a texture to the touch and a taste on the tongue. He never lacked money, and he had plenty of ways to get it. He kept a crew of men who could both guard the courtyard and till the soil. The basement was piled high with grain, cooking oil, toilet paper, several boxes of compressed biscuits, and other items unfit for public view. When the eternal night and extreme cold descended, Su Si truly felt no panic. In his idle moments, he read post-apocalyptic novels and felt the story was written for him. Like Xiaohang from Lanshan District, Su Si began to believe that heaven had finally opened a door for him. Once the situation stabilized slightly, he wasted no time. He never believed in waiting for an opportunity, only in seizing it. He modified vehicles, looted supplies, and slipped into 2 small police stations under cover of night, making off with several firearms. He wasn't unarmed, but who would complain about having more iron in hand? Having tasted the sweetness of success, once Su Si's boldness only grew. He raised the villa's walls, erected a watchtower on the roof, carved firing ports into the corners, and used his stockpiled grain to recruit followers. Most of the young men joined for survival, initially just hoping for a warm bowl of soup. But after a few days, their eyes changed and their actions turned ruthless. By the time they came to their senses, they were already trudging through the mud with Su Si. Fortunately, Su Si hadn't gone completely mad. Every time he sent men out to scavenge, he forbade them from using his name and ordered them to avoid direct conflict with shelter teams, especially those in military uniforms. A month into the apocalypse, he had gathered nearly 300 capable fighters, each armed with a gun, including over a dozen submachine guns. So many he couldn't be bothered to count. Some were stockpiled before the catastrophe, others seized, and still others given to him. He wasn't the only one rising to power in the city, but only Su Si continued to expand. He knew his old rivals in the neighborhood like the back of his hand. With a flick of his finger, his men paid them a visit. Those who refused to kneel were killed, those who knelt had only their leaders executed. To be honest, if that incident hadn't occurred, Su Si might have coasted along comfortably forever. As long as he avoided the shelters and the military survived until the emergence of a